Sup, my fellas, don't forget to leave feedback and enjoy the story. A system window appeared that the jury began voting on the divine punishment for the case of the Council of Gods. Whenever danger befalls, a person remembers a god, be it Jesus, Buddha, or another deity. They think about the one they worship and pray for salvation. But if a god needs help, a system window appeared that the votes were counted, a decision was made. Changsun was lying with his eyes closed. He opened his eyes. The guy looked up and wondered where he was. He stood up and thought that he probably died, since death is a word related to this system of the universe, but more precisely, he was destroyed. A system window appeared in front of him. It said that an error occurred. Login, access is denied. The system reported that it was not working correctly. You need to clarify the reason with the administrator. The hero looked to the side and thought that his divine status, position, and faith were cancelled, and his divine powers were destroyed, but why was his mind intact? He looked to the side. Someone was approaching. There was a gray-haired man standing on the boat. He asked if he was the light of the gods, Lee Changsun. The man looked at him and said that his father was Lee Jo-myung and his mother was So Yu-ha, born in Korea, December 25, 2001. The hero looked at him. He said that for unknown reasons, he went to the planet Arcadia in 2027, reached the top, brutally killed millions of other gods, then was caught and sent to execution. The gray-haired man looked forward and said that he looked exactly like him. The hero rushed forward. He extended his hand. It landed right in front of the man's face. He jumped back. The man in the hat grabbed his sword. Changsun extended his hand forward. He frowned. He prepared to attack again. The gray-haired man blocked his blow. There was a surge of energy. The man looked at him in shock. The guy pursed his lips. He prepared to strike again. The unknown man gritted his teeth. He jumped back and stood on the boat. The gray-haired man widened his eyes. The hero was walking towards him. He was wiping water from his face. The guy clenched his fists. Cubes flew towards him. Changsun looked to the side. His hands were shackled by the steel of divine suppression. No matter how skilled a god was, the restriction could weaken him to the level of primitive creatures. The hero gritted his teeth and thought that he had not seen them again after the divine judgment, so he thought they would not meet again. He asked the stranger who he was. The man smiled and apologized for introducing himself late. His name was Yule, the Reaper of the Underworld. The guy asked if he wanted to. He said that this was the afterlife. He confirmed. He frowned and said that he heard that for a god sent to divine judgment, destruction is inevitable. Then why is he in the afterlife? Yule smiled and said that it was because he was originally in their jurisdiction. He smirked and said he would tell them everything along the way. The one who brought him here was waiting. Changsun frowned. The Reaper said that Arcadia was a planet completely different from his home planet Earth. The guy asked if this had anything to do with what he had said earlier. The gray-haired man said that all people live for a certain amount of time, and their fate is written in the Book of Life and Death. He looked ahead and said that the Book of Life and Death can only have power where it was written. The hero looked at him. The man smiled and said that one entry suddenly disappeared. They tried to find it, but it ended up in a rather peculiar place. Changsun asked if he meant Arcadia. He confirmed and said that he became a god and caused a serious mess. They had to lose a lot for him to be here. The guy looked ahead. He remembered his past. The brunette turned and asked why they were doing this. It would have been more profitable for them to let him disappear on that planet. Yule said he was just following orders. The man asked him who gave the order. The man smiled and said the name Thanatos. He said he was the leader of Tartarus and Erebus. Some called him the Lord of the Underworld. Yule said they were there. He turned around and said not to fall behind. They teleported. The Reaper said there was a hell of fire underneath them. Then there was a glacial hell underneath them. They flew past strange creatures. Changsun looked away and said they were different. What were they? Yule looked at him and said he heard he was a fighting god before he started to overthrow the gods. The hero frowned when he said it was in his interests. They were fallen gods. The man said Thanatos not only judges the souls of the dead, but also seals evil gods. The guy looked at him and said he had heard of this before. The Reaper frowned and asked if he would talk about it if it affected the reputation of the sky. He said that they were flying over sinful people who were sentenced to hard labor. They arrived at the castle. The gray-haired man said that they were there. He bowed, introduced himself, and said that by the king's order, he brought the light of the gods. The doors opened. A voice said to come in. A system window appeared. That the atmosphere was oppressive. Two eyes watched the hero through the darkness. Changsun smiled. He frowned and thought that it seemed like it would be fun. The guy looked ahead. He frowned. Thanatos smiled and asked if he was the light of the gods. He narrowed his eyes and said that he would ask one thing first. If he continued to live on Earth, where did he think he would go after death? The guy closed his eyes and said that he had not thought about it. His pupils contracted when the god said that he would go to hell. Changsun looked at him and asked why. Thanatos narrowed his eyes and said that June 21, 2024 was the dawn of his gaming activities. He recalled how the hero cursed an ally for his mistake, and the ally took it to heart. The boy frowned when he asked what punishment was due for such an offense. Yule bowed his head and said that the sinner would be sent to hell, where his tongue would be torn out for 15 days. God spread his hands and said that he heard. The hero gritted his teeth when they told him that on April 9, 20,224, while immersed in the game, he ignored a friend who needed support. For this, the sinner would be sent to a mountain of knives. Sweat began to pour off him when they told him that in September 2017, he crushed an ant on the way to school. Since he killed a living creature, he would face a 4-day stay in the hell of poisonous snakes. The man also added that in April 2009 he wet the bed and blamed it on a dog. For this, he deserves another 10 days without a tongue. The hero blushed when he said that in 26 years he never held a girl's hand. For this, 6 days in the hell of darkness. The brunette frowned and asked who they were pretending to be. Yule looked at him. Thanatos smiled and said that it was a joke. On Earth he was an ordinary person, but he changed a lot in Arcadia. A scroll appeared in front of him. It said that the hero was ruthless in battle. Changsun darkened and asked what they meant by this. What was the point of saving him? The god looked at him and asked him to do him a favor. He grinned and said that there are gods who broke the oath and ended up in the human world. He wants him to find them. The hero smiled and asked if he will be reborn. Thanatos frowned and said that he would simply return him to where he belonged. He waved his hand. Space appeared around them. The guy looked up. His eyes widened. In front of him was the planet Earth. God smiled and told him to watch out so that his eyes don't fall out. He thought he was emotionless, but it turns out he wasn't. The brunette looked ahead and said that this was his home after all. Thanatos grinned and said that he would pass out from what he saw next. Changsun looked ahead in surprise. The vision approached the planet. Korea appeared. The vision approached the city. A street appeared. And suddenly a guy appeared. He turned around. It was Changsun. The guy widened his eyes. He lowered his head and said that this couldn't be. God looked at him and said that he would send him there. He grinned and said that he would look for the gods in his place. This was his sentence. The brunette frowned and asked why he was giving him such a job. He raised his hand and said that he was the best for it. The man smirked and said that he would be able to find Ahura, Dava, Chen, and the other gods of Arcadia. He looked at the hero and said how he thought the entrance to the underworld had been torn apart. The hero looked at him and asked if it was breaking the oath that they wanted to go to Earth. Thanatos said that they were already very close. He asked why the underworld was not doing anything. The god folded his hands and said that it was because they knew all about the oath. The guy looked at him when he said that they could not go to another world, but a person could because the oath did not mention such a prohibition. The brunette smiled and asked if they wanted him to be their personal hunting dog, and when the deed was done, they would simply get rid of him. The god raised his finger and said that this was correctional labor. When the deed was done, he would release him from his chains and grant him a new life. The boy looked away. Thanatos smirked and asked how about a deal. He thought it was in his best interests. He raised his hand and said that he would not send him away for nothing, but would give him something. The brunette frowned and asked what he would give. He smiled and said that he would give power. The hero looked at him. He frowned and asked if he was sure that was possible. It was probably against the rules of the afterlife. The god grinned and said that he was the ruler of the afterlife. This could be considered a gift from the ruler. Did he agree? The guy smiled and said that if he gave him power, he saw no reason to refuse. Thanatos opened the scroll and said that it was wonderful. He looked at the hero and said that reincarnation was beginning. The brunette smiled when he said to get ready to open the gates of rebirth. They floated down the river. Yule turned and said to remember that he was a man now, not a god. He would start all over again, losing his abilities. Changsun looked at him and said that he would keep it in mind. The priest said that his soul was still limited by the divine suppression steel. He should keep in mind that if something suspicious was found, it would take effect again. The man smiled and told him to go. There was a gate in front of them. The hero rushed towards it. The doors opened for him. He turned around and said that if he was lucky, they would see each other again. The gray-haired man lowered his head and said that he would wait. The guy jumped out of the door. Yule's face darkened and said that he should always remember that he was a reaper who was granted power by the lord of the underworld. Changsun flew down. He spread his arms and a system window appeared that he had successfully passed the gate of rebirth. He was being connected to a new server. The system was being updated. The hero closed his eyes. A system window appeared that his title was administrator. He closed his eyes. A system window appeared welcoming him to planet Earth. The guy opened his eyes. There were people around him. A system window appeared that the memories of the past life were preserved and all the characteristics were +5. Changsun looked at the screen and thought that even the smallest details were loaded. The girl looked up and asked what was going on. Suddenly a passage appeared. She had never seen it before. The hero looked at her and thought that she was dark-haired, brown-eyed, spoke Korean. He smiled and thought that he had returned. The guy opened his eyes. He stood up, looked up. There was a forest around them. He remembered how Thanatos told him that he needed to explain something to him. He looked at him and said that the place where he would wake up was both earth and not. The guy asked that since it was extremely difficult to get to another world without being noticed, then where would he end up? God folded his hands and said that he would end up in a random rift. Someone was crying and saying that his phone was not working, asking to let him out. A system window appeared that the current number of participants was 431. They were welcome to the Rosewood Forest. A system window appeared that an error occurred, a participant was skipped, the total number was recalculated. The hero looked ahead when it was announced that the mission was starting, and the participants were divided into difficulty levels according to individual abilities. A system window appeared that they needed to defeat the monsters that were hiding in the forest and climb to the top of the mountain. All participants had access to their inventory, their status and skills. Everyone looked ahead. A system window appeared that they wished everyone good luck. Changsun rushed forward when a system window appeared that the first section was open. He ran forward, they shouted after him to be careful, because it was dangerous there. Everyone looked after him. They opened their mouths in surprise. Someone said that he looked familiar. The girl looked ahead and asked if it could be Tyrant. Changsun ran forward and said that he had not run that far, but he was already out of breath. He frowned and said that he needed to check his status first. He asked to open the system window. The system window appeared that the window could not be opened. He did not have access. His rights were revoked. The window said that the system was partially restored. The window was opened by the administrator. The system window appeared, in which the information on the main character was written. Changsun frowned and said that he thought that there would be nothing there, but where is what the Lord of the Underworld promised him? The system window appeared that the window was updated and the player's information too. The window said that he has the power of soul sucking. The guy thought that due to the power he has over souls, the Lord of the Underworld is highly respected. He thought that among all the powers, soul-sucking gives him some power and even allows him to use the flames of purgatory. The hero realized that by defeating the monster, he can extract its soul and take experience. He thought that in battles, he could avoid exhausting his stamina and accumulating injuries, and when he needed information, he could summon souls and send them to search for the answer. He remembered that the amount of power constituted the power of a god, and if he used the executioner's sword against the gods, he could take over their power. He realized that in theory, this meant that he could gather all the power and become omniscient and omnipotent. The brunette smiled and thought that at least he was not deceived. He looked ahead and thought that it was not easy for Thanatos to become the Lord of the Underworld. It seemed that the gods of other worlds were angry with him. He smiled and thought that using the executioner's sword was still too difficult. He paused and thought that if we consider the skills individually, the executioner's sword is better than soul-sucking. But the guy frowned and thought that this was not an easy weapon. His opponent must be a criminal who completely violated the covenant. He waved his hand and thought that even if he couldn't fight back, he would be seriously injured while holding the sword. He prepared to attack. A system window appeared that he had been detected by the Black Mamba. The monster screamed. The hero grinned and thought that he would become stronger very quickly. He cut the enemy. Changsun extended his sword forward. A system window appeared that he had killed the Black Mamba with one blow. The hunting season deity was interested in him. The guy smiled and said that he would become the newcomer that would make everyone drool. The dungeon. Let people fear it. It is one of the few opportunities to start a new life. Just like the gods and stars, after completing the dungeon mission, they can choose a priest to spread their teachings. They choose apostles to carry their will to the world. Crowds enter the dungeon to receive the power bestowed by the gods and stars, and die in their thousands without receiving divine attention. For the arrogant gods and those who have reached the top, the pitiful creatures doomed to die do not change their interest. Only a few are honored if they meet the requirements. The hero thought that they could show that they have a special gift. He killed another monster. The guy smiled and thought that if the deity of the hunting season was interested in him, then this is a jackpot. Deity hunting season. Her real name is Pablsag. She is the goddess of war, uses various weapons to truly enjoy hunting. But the jackpot that Changsun spoke of is that her mother is the primordial dragon of evil, Tiamat. The brunette smiled and thought that such a large jackpot was so soon interested in him. He hoped that the technique of the rusty dagger will impress her. A system window appeared that the deity of the hunting season was interested in the technique he wanted to show her. The hero waved the knife. He smiled and said that he would show her what she wanted. He smelled it. He looked around and thought that the air of the first half of the forest was filled with poison, so the monsters were already poisoned. The hero smiled and thought about whether it was time to go to Plan B. Two monsters appeared behind him. He grinned and said that he would use the snake hunter jump. It would work perfectly. He killed one monster. A system window appeared that he had killed a black mamba and received experience points. He killed the next monster and a system window appeared that his level had increased. The guy smiled and stabbed the monster with a knife. A system window appeared that he was killing black mambas with amazing speed. 3 more monsters attacked him. A system window appeared that his senses were becoming more accurate. He killed all the enemies. A system window appeared that thanks to the revival of enemies, he had improved his concentration ability. The hero turned around. The snakes looked at him with fear. A window appeared in the system that they remembered him as a blood enemy. Changsun smiled. He killed monsters and got the title of Black Mamba Slayer. The guy frowned and thought that he was killing more and more, only having time to wield a dagger. Such excitement he could only feel on the battlefield. His eyes glowed red and he thought that when this feeling made him afraid in Arcadia, at the same time it brought him satisfaction. He remembered how everything was taken away by the decision of the Divine Court. They locked him up because he was destroying the world. He wondered if this was really the reason. What a cowardly excuse. He thought that they were just afraid that a mere mortal could rise up against them. The brunette frowned and thought that he didn't have such intentions at first, but since these rats were so afraid, he would do it. He smiled. A system window appeared that his technique had been improved. He had obtained a new one, and the deity was amazed by his exceptional dagger technique. The hero smiled and said that that was not all. A system window appeared that his stamina had run out. He needed to recover. He needed to return to the safe zone and rest. He activated soul sucking. Energy glowed around his hand. He clenched his fist. A system window appeared that the purgatory flame had been used and he had successfully taken possession of the Black Mamba's ashes. The boy frowned when he was told that his powers had been restored. A system window appeared that the deity hunting season did not understand what type of ability he had. She was confused. The hero ran forward. He looked up when a system window appeared that the deity hunting season was confused. He smiled and thought that she had no idea that a newbie who had just entered the dungeon had actually received the approval of the Lord of the Underworld. Obviously, she was thinking about the abilities and tools that participants received at the beginning of the mission. The brunette grinned and thought that even if she was very interested, she would not have taken a step towards some strange guy because of the closed principle of causality. He thought that there would not be a single madman who would decide to violate the principle of causality to look at the data of a newbie. The guy was holding a knife in his hand. He turned around and thought that he did not care even if he was found. The hero killed the monster and thought that he was under the protection of the underworld. A system window appeared that he had successfully defeated the last Mamba. He opened the system window. The guy said that his level and status were increasing. With the achievement he received magical power, now he could use skills. A system window appeared, saying that he had attracted the attention of a certain god and needed to earn his favor with achievements. He smiled and said that Pablesag's interest had only grown higher. The brunette looked ahead and thought that he had already dealt with the Black Mamba, so the red and bloody ones were next. He looked down and thought that he had poison resistance. Although it was weak, he should be able to deal with it quickly. The Blood Mamba was considered the head of all Mambas. It was scary for beginners even at level 10, but Changsun wanted to defeat it alone. He smiled and thought that this was a good opportunity to attract the attention of the gods, but more importantly, he said that he needed to get the Blood Mamba's poison fang to gain full poison resistance. Although the superiority in numbers was one of the reasons why the light of the gods was defeated, the physical weakness from the poison and potions also affected the outcome. The guy gritted his teeth and thought that he needed that fang. He looked at the dagger. A system window appeared that his condition had worsened and he had broken. The hero exhaled and said that it was strange that he had lived to this point. Something flashed in the sky. A sword pierced the ground. The smoke cleared. Changsun said that it was made of dragon scales, which meant that it was a weapon from Tiamat. What were they thinking about? The guy smiled when a system window appeared that the deity of the hunting season wanted to bet him on this gift. In case of failure for wasting her time, she would kill him. The brunette looked ahead and thought that they were telling him so right away that if he lost, he would die. They thought that they were the most important, and the rest were just toys for them. He took the sword and thought that this was why he hated the gods and constellations so much. The guy smiled and thought that now everything had turned out for the best. If everything went well, he would end up in the black. He swung his sword and thought that if he got the weapon, he would become incredibly strong. He frowned and asked what was required of him. A system window appeared that he had made a deal. The window said that the deity laughed at his overconfidence. The mission hunter's satisfaction was created. The players were told to gather in one place. Everyone looked at the man and said what was going on. Why is he acting like a boss? The guy showed his ID. He frowned and introduced himself as Heseong, a C-rank player under the Military Defense Support Command. He looked ahead and asked them to follow his instructions. The participants looked at each other and decided that it was good that there was at least one player among them. Someone asked what would happen to the guy who ran away at the beginning of the mission. The others answered that he ran away because he was sure that he would make a fortune. The guy smiled and said that he probably had more money than all of them put together. The brunette looked at him and asked how he knew. He replied that he was Tyrant, the leader of Sint. He said that despite his terrible character, his beauty attracted many advertisers. He was born with a golden spoon in his mouth. Someone looked forward and asked why he disappeared then, The brunette replied that he heard that he started drinking heavily after ending his gaming career. He smirked and said that maybe he got tired of living and decided to commit suicide. The guy looked at him and told him to shut up. He asked what he said wrong. A system window appeared. It said that all the black mambas in the dungeon were killed. Everyone looked at the news in shock. The girl looked at the window and said that all the participants were in the safe zone, but the monsters were killed. Heeseong looked in shock at the system window, which said that the white worm was killed, all the blue crows and red mambas too. A system window appeared that the Changsun player was furious. The player frowned. Chunyi looked at the window and asked how this was possible. He frowned. Changsun was sucking out the souls of the opponents. He smiled. A system window appeared, saying that he had received a mission. The window said that the deity of the hunting season had slowed down its development, began to show interest in strengthening the faith of its priests. However, all the worthy beings were currently patrons, so it had no choice but to keep an eye on newcomers. The deity of the hunting season found the hero's abilities unique and saw him as a candidate for the priest's position. The boy frowned. The system window said that it was impossible to confirm the title since he first needed to obtain a certificate. To do this, he needed to defeat the blood mamba within 24 hours with the provided sword. The boy looked at his sword. He thought that it was no wonder that they were so interested in him. It seemed like they had urgent matters to attend to. He thought that recently there was a serious conflict between Tiamat and Bel Marduk. Maybe this had something to do with it. He smirked and thought he wasn't sure, but if it was true, he was very lucky. The brunette looked at the sword and thought it was a difficult weapon. He frowned and thought that was exactly what he wanted, but the more difficult the task, the better. Changsun smiled and asked if they would like to increase the bet. A system window appeared that the deity of the hunting season tilted his head in confusion. The brunette smiled and said 30 minutes. The system window said that the deity of the hunting season was still confused. The hero looked ahead and said that he would kill the mamba in 30 minutes. He would give her even more fun, and she would reward him. There was silence. A system window appeared that the deity found his request funny. She accepted his request. The guy smiled and thanked him. A light appeared in front of him. A monster appeared in front of him. It struck the ground. The hero jumped above it. He smiled. He raised his sword to strike and cut the monster in half. The brunette pulled out his sword and landed on the ground. A system window appeared that the level had increased and +3 strength. Flying monsters appeared behind him. He killed them. A system window appeared that the level had increased. The system window said that some deities were watching his fight with the hunting season with suspicion. The guy killed the monster. He turned around. A bloody mamba appeared in front of him. He smiled and thought that the more spectators, the better. A system window appeared that the deity hunting season was surprised by the number of unexpected guests. She was warning everyone who showed interest in him. The hero hid behind a tree and thought how many gods had already gathered there. He hoped that there was at least one worthy one. Changsun smiled. A system window appeared that he had reached level 10 and a secret class was available to him. He frowned and thought that in his past life he was a spearman, but this time he would go higher. Either the Dragon King or the King of Darkness would do, but this is not easy to achieve. He thought that if he had to choose, the Berserker was the best. He thought that the Berserker had a strong attack, but lost his mind, but this could be circumvented with additional measures. The guy smiled and thought that he needed to choose the Berserker to complete this stupid deal. His eyes widened. He thought that this monster was difficult to defeat even for level 20 players. A system window appeared where he was offered classes. He scrolled further. The system window said that the secret class of the Rune Keeper was available to him. The hero tensed up. He looked ahead in shock and thought that the Berserker class was not there. A system window appeared, saying there were 6 minutes left. A huge poisonous snake was crawling through the forest. The hero was hiding behind a large tree. He was puzzled. The guy frowned. When he agreed to the deal, he was counting on a Berserker, but there was no such class. The deity hunting season is interested in whether you will make it in time. 3 anonymous gods are interested in your choice of class. The guy frowned and thought that there was only one way out. 30 Rune Keeper, secret. Changsun clicked on the system window. He thought that drawing runes was, of course, boring, but in terms of destructive power, this class is more powerful. These abilities will be able to compensate for the lack of combat abilities. You have chosen the Rune Keeper class. A blue glow appeared around the player. Class changed. Glare was displayed in the man's eyes. Your agility has increased by 5. Magic power has increased by 5. A new characteristic, intelligence, has been added. Added a new stat, will. Class skill, beginner runecrafting created. The hunting season deity is amazed at your choice. An anonymous god laughs at your choice. The boy extended his hand. 2 glowing orbs appeared above it. Beginner runecrafting. As the skill level increases, the probability of successfully creating a rune increases and the production time decreases. Skill level 1. Category, class, active, creation. Effect, create runic letters. Beginner runecrafting. allows you to create runic letters on the intended object. The desired object will change from objects to people as the skill level increases. Skill level 1. Category, class, active, engraving. Effect, magic gift. The boy chuckled. This is just what he needed. He still has about 4 minutes. Chang Sun extended his hand forward. 2 glowing rings appeared around it. You have added an additional 30 points to the intelligence statistic. The brunette smiled, looking at his hand. You have added 25 additional points to the will statistic. He hid behind a tree. Eyes flashed from behind. The hero jumped out. In front of him was the face of an enraged red mamba. The player clenched his teeth and jumped back. A snake struck the place where he stood. Skill, rune creation for beginners was activated. The guy turned around. His eyes were glowing. The probability of success increases in parallel with the increase in stats. He put the blade in front of him and touched it. The hero quickly ran his hand, leaving a cut on it. The bloody blade vibrated. The brunette was focused. The guy dipped his fingers in the red liquid. He thought that the skill he was forced to learn from his elders would be very useful now. The man began to draw symbols on the blade of the sword. The rune engraving for beginners skill was activated. The player was attentive. The explosion rune was engraved. Then another one. Symbols appeared on the weapon. The guy extended his hand with the sword. Now everything is ready. The deity of the hunting season anticipates your next actions and laughs. The deity of the hunting season is interested in how the newbie knows about runes. The guy swung his sword. The blade glowed. You managed to create and engrave all the runes thanks to concentration and perseverance. The skill level has increased. As a reward, you receive a 5x explosion rune buff for 1 minute. The brunette grinned. The magic power has been expended. You are in a state of decline. The hero pointed the weapon at the enemy. The snake opened its mouth. There are about 3 minutes left. The guy screamed furiously. This time is more than enough. An explosion occurred in the forest. The players looked in the direction of the sound. Heseong looked ahead, puzzled. He thought that the sounds of explosions had been coming from the forest for a long time, but this one was much more powerful than all the previous ones. The people pointed towards the mountain. Smoke was rising behind it. They did not understand what was happening. A notification appeared in front of them. The Changsun player started attacking the boss. The boss was a bloody mamba. People were shocked. The guy with blonde hair was furious. He shouted that this idiot wanted to kill them all. The blonde frowned and said that he did the same in games too. He just does whatever comes into his head. He ran up to the lieutenant and asked him to do something. The man silently frowned. The young man panicked and shouted that they would all just die. The soldier, without turning around, repeated to everyone to stay where they were. The player looked at him in surprise. Heseong looked calm. He said that everyone would die if there was even the slightest destruction. The man frowned and looked away. The blonde gritted his teeth and cursed. The lieutenant squinted. He looked at the smoke-covered sky. Bright flashes were appearing in it. If he was right and this light appeared when he dealt a critical hit, he couldn't even imagine what this guy was capable of. Bright lights appeared every second above the forest. The soldier's face was gloomy. He thought they had a chance. The man stood in the direction of the battle. Noise and gusts of wind came from there. What was going on there? Flashes lit up the sky. The hero was fighting a huge snake. His face was distorted with rage. Another explosion. Then a column of smoke rose up. A new notification appeared in front of the players. You have successfully defeated the first boss, the Blood Mamba. The lieutenant was shocked. You have successfully completed Section 1 of the dungeon mission, Exploration. The temporary rating will be summarized. Dungeon rating. Total 5,000 points. First place, Changsun, 4999 points. Second place, Heseong, 1 point. Third place, no data. The brunette stood at the site of the battle among the smoke. Rewards will be given out according to achievements and ranking. The hero stood with his back to the players. The lieutenant thought that he might have witnessed the birth of one of the 10 kings. A red snake's head appeared from behind a tree. The players looked at it in fear. The mamba opened its mouth and moved forward. They screamed and jumped back. The monster fell to the ground in front of the players. Behind it stood the hero, armed with a sword. The snake was defeated. Heseong looked at him, stunned. Changsun frowned and looked at the people present. He asked if they were players. The military man looked at his interlocutor and answered affirmatively. The brunette frowned and said that he had already taken care of the boss and wanted to ask them to take care of the small fry. The man thought that this request was more like an order. Heseong nodded. The others glanced sideways at the hero. The lieutenant said that they could prepare a place for him if he wanted to rest. The boy grabbed the monster's corpse and dragged it aside under the man's surprised gaze. The runekeeper replied that he would look for a place for himself because they seemed uncomfortable with him. Everyone exhaled. They discussed whether he was really a tyrant or if it was just a superficial resemblance. The players laughed. Maybe he was a demon. The blonde boy looked tense. His face was distorted with anger. The protagonist looked calm. He chuckled and muttered that it was nothing new for people to call him a demon. Rest time before opening section 2 to 1 hour. The boy dropped his loot and looked around. The hero smiled and noted that it was not bad here. Changsun drew several symbols on the stone. The obstacle rune is engraved. A barrier appeared around the boy and the snake's corpse. Skill level increased. Skill, rune creation for beginners has reached the maximum level. A skill of a higher level is available. Skill, rune creation for advanced has been created. The brunette looked to the side and smiled. He decided that he should sort out the rewards first. 2 achievement rewards and 3 mission rewards are pending. Confirming achievement rewards. Trophies will be issued. Please select the desired category, skills, effects, items, achievement points. The guy smiled and said that choosing trophies at a low level is pointless and now he will be satisfied with a dragon fang. He clicked on the button, achievement points. The choice was obvious. You have received 10,000 points to karma. You have chosen the 4th position, achievement points as a trophy. You have received 5,000 points to karma. Current number of achievement points, 15,000. Changsun chuckled. The guy said that the only thing that unites the human world and the realm of the gods is that wealth decides everything. You need to provide for yourself before the opening of the game store. He looked at the system window and decided to check his status. Li Changsun. Divine name, Light of the Gods, unavailable. Title, Black Mamba Tamer. Allegiance, Underworld. Class, Rune Keeper. Level, 15. Strength, 36.5. Skills, Common Dagger Technique. Level 5, Rune Engraving for Beginners. Level 9, Rune Creation for Advanced. Level 1, Snake Eye. Level 1. Effects, Weak Poison Resistance. Level 5, Soul Draining Power. Level 1, Executioner's Sword. Level 1. Unique detail, the god's interest in certain achievements can be viewed. Additional stats, 50. The hero smiled contentedly and rubbed his chin. The fight with the Blood Mamba was worth it. He turned at the sound. The first reward of the mission, a dragon fang, is now yours. The deity of the hunting season is showing greed. Several gods began to show interest in you openly after the battle ended. Several constellations began to chuckle. The brunette chuckled. Deity hunting season warns them once again that if they covet what is rightfully hers, they will not escape the dragon's wrath. Deity hunting season asks what you would like to receive as an additional reward. The second reward will be given. The dragon's treasury was opened. The list of rewards, Anatizen Gold Ingot, Heavenly Cup, Almighty Stone. The guy looked at the options in surprise. He muttered that there were a lot of things here. After all, this was the dragon's treasury. Deity hunting season told you to voice your wish and added that all the treasures were quite rare. Some gods were surprised by the gifts of the hunting season. Some constellations showed interest in the treasures. The hero smiled and thought that this was not enough. Pabielsag would simply lead him by the nose if he accepted the reward now. The list was closed. You have not selected anything. The player smirked. Deity hunting season frowns and wonders what you are up to. Several gods have planted doubts about your hidden intentions. The reward will be exchanged for achievement points. You have received 1 million to your karma. Changsun looked away and said that he knows that he will be able to use his savings very skillfully later. Deity hunting season makes a displeased face and offers you to become a candidate for the priesthood. The brunette waved his hand and replied that he would like to gain experience first, and he has no intention of becoming one. The reward will be exchanged for achievement points. You have received 1 million to your karma. Current number of achievement points, 2,015,000. The guy smiled. Maybe it is thanks to the deal with the gods, but he really earned a lot. Deity hunting season flares up with anger because you laugh at her. The deity says that you will regret this and growls angrily. The hero only smirked. He narrowed his eyes and thought that there was no reason for weakness. Several gods brought popcorn, anticipating an exciting spectacle. Some gods noticed your reluctance to be a candidate for priesthood. Several gods who did not believe in you now express interest in you and joy. The brunette stood and looked at the flickering notification windows. He thought that if you could convince of your high value, then many entities would rush to your side. The guy grinned. If the conflict with Bel Marduk was not a rumor, then Tiamat will need more outstanding people. The hero smiled slyly. The deity of hunting season turned his head after looking at you with burning eyes. The player looked determined. Everything was going exactly as he planned. At this rate, he would be able to move on to the next step. Changsun squeezed the hilt of the sword and was ready to begin. There's a lot to learn from this monster. It made a cut on the snake's corpse. You received Blood Mamba Blood. You received Blood Mamba Tendons X5. You received Blood Mamba Eyes X2. Several gods are wondering what surprise you'll give them next. Rumors of the deal and your refusal of the hunting season's offer to become a priest have spread throughout the heavens. The gods interested in you have started connecting to channel KR9721 one by one. The current number of connections is unknown. The total number of interested gods is questionable. Forest, a safe area for newbies. 2 players were sitting under a tree. The long-haired guy frowned. He was wondering if he could do it. The other player turned to him and asked again. The young man answered if he could become a player. The short-haired guy jumped up and exclaimed that he'd gone crazy. The blonde guy said that the drunkard could do it, but they couldn't do it. He was furious. The other guy looked at him warily. The blonde guy said that he definitely could. He hadn't thought about it before, but here everyone can reveal their talents. The guy smiled confidently and said, "You'll see, a message from God." The owl deity, piercing the dim light, is interested in the abilities of the player Jeon Chungye. The dark-haired guy looked at the notification in surprise. The blonde guy grinned. A light appeared above them. The clouds dispersed. A bright flash. The administrator came in. A golden pillar of light hit the ground and hit several players. The silhouette of a rabbit was visible through the smoke. A white hair in a suit with a watch introduced himself as the channel administrator, Gerald. He greeted everyone and smiled. The rabbit continued to giggle, holding a large pocket watch. The players turned to look at him. They looked at the administrator in surprise, wondering where he came from. Gerald was wiping his watch and smiling. He said that he seemed to have accidentally disturbed their rest. He took his cane and bent down. Something had happened that he needed to report. The lieutenant looked at the newcomer questioningly. The admin put his paw on his chest and said that according to the policy of the Administrative Bureau, which is non-interference and providing a high degree of freedom to the players, they try not to interfere. The rabbit raised his paws theatrically and grabbed his cheeks. He continued that there was a big jump in the rating, because of which the higher-ups were angry. The hare smiled slyly and said that he would have to adjust the difficulty. The players looked at him indignantly. The admin snapped his fingers. The safe zone sign shattered into pieces. The difficulty will be increased according to the number of achievements obtained. The safe zone will be destroyed. The aggressiveness of the monsters will be increased. The attack power and defense of the monsters will be increased. The people were in a panic. They were very nervous. The soldier also tensed up. The man frowned and thought that it was the same last time. This is a reversal. He remembered himself in the past. There were mountains of corpses all around. Heseong frowned. That time, the gods and constellations asked the administrator to raise the difficulty. They wanted to see if there were any outstanding newcomers who could become priests. The lieutenant looked gloomy. Did he really have to watch people become victims again? The man was nervous. He wondered if the gods believed in the protagonist's potential. Changsun frowned as he looked at the notification windows. Due to the increase in difficulty, the remaining rest time was cancelled. The monsters were given more freedom. They are hungry at the moment. First, repel the attack of the hungry predators. You can start forming teams. Each team must have 10 people. Participants will receive equipment according to their contribution. After successfully hunting monsters, you have a chance to get fireballs. Each team must collect 99 crystals to advance to stage 2. The girl clutched a knife in tears. The fat guy next to her held a bat. They panicked and said they had never heard of such a thing. The first wave will begin in 5 seconds. 5. The administrator appeared behind the lieutenant. The rabbit clarified that he was the player Heseong. The man turned around and asked if he really knew him. 4. Gerald grinned. A glow appeared around him. He replied that the military man was the only one who left the dragon's lair alive. The man was of particular interest to the Administrative Bureau. 3. The rabbit grinned ominously and said that he would pray for the player. 2. 1. The administrator disappeared and left the man alone. 0. The second stage begins. Heseong turned around at the scream. Demonic wolves jumped out of the forest. The players rushed to run. They grabbed their weapons in fear. Someone tried to escape. Chunyi quickly crossed the crowd. The boy smiled. His eyes glowed red. He thought that this was his chance. The owl deity that pierces the dim light shows mercy to you. The blonde boy prepared for the wolf attack. An unknown deity shows mercy to you. The hero held a fang in his hands. You had obtained the black mamba's poisonous fang. He smiled and said that he would soon gain resistance to poison. The second stage began. The brunette looked at him in surprise. The gods interested in you are wondering what you will do in this stage. The god interested in you made a bet on how you would do this time. Changsun frowned in displeasure and muttered, "Has the selection already begun?" The hero put his hand in his jacket and said that he thought he would have more time. Is it because he won the bet with Pabielsek? The brunette looked closely at the notification window. It seemed that the bet had generated more interest than he expected. The guy studied the indicators. The biggest problem was with endurance. The hero took the sword and quickly ran. He wanted to rest and recover, but everything turned out differently. A large monster appeared next to him, all on fire. The brunette frowned. It was a fire lizard. In the first stage, there was poison against living organisms, and now it was fire poison. The guy ran forward. The creature moved parallel to him. Changsun frowned and thought, it turns out that next there will be ice poison, then metal, and finally corpse poison. The red lizard blocked his way. Flames burst from its mouth. The hero managed to dodge the fiery blow. He frowned and squeezed the sword. He needed to get to the accumulation of fiery energy. The guy ran closer and cut the lizard's side. The monster howled. Blood gushed. The creature looked at the hero. He dodged the next attack. The lizard breathed flames everywhere. The hero moved through the fiery funnel. He jumped on top and plunged his sword into the scales. Then he sharply cut the flesh. Fiery magma splashed. The lizard's head fell to the ground. The brunette landed and looked down. The player squinted and said that the stamina of a black mamba was no match for the stamina of this monster. It would be difficult to hunt flocks of such lizards. He stuck his hand into the cut and took out a red ball. The guy smiled contentedly. You opened the fireball. The brunette opened his mouth wide and shoved the trophy into it. The hero frowned. You successfully swallowed the fireball. You received weak resistance to fire. You received 20,000 units of fire energy. The guy breathed out flames. He ran on. The runekeeper thought that he needed to swallow more balls. This is the second condition for obtaining resistance to poison. The brunette bared his teeth. 8 trigrams of heat energy. He pushed off and jumped. There were many fire lizards below. Poison resistance is the unique ability of Changsun's old enemy, Antares, the scorpion of the 12 zodiac signs. It allows him to be immune to all poisons. It also gives him the ability to create poison to infect the blood. Therefore, although Changsun had every chance to defeat Antares, he fell under the curse of Gia, which destroyed his godhood and ultimately led to defeat. However, he ended up in the underworld. Thanks to Thanatos, the hero was able to learn more about the secret art of the fallen stars. The Lord of the Underworld said that this knowledge would be very useful when fighting almost all of the 12 constellations. The fallen stars were condemned and sent to the underworld. The 12 constellations made many enemies in pursuit of their goal. Among the fallen stars, there were those who did not like them. The so-called 10 elders shared their knowledge with Changsun, and the first of them was the shortest path to gaining resistance to poison. One fallen star claimed to have lost her daughter to Antares. She was the first to share her knowledge, so the hero nicknamed her the First Elder. The brunette swallowed several red balls. He sat on a mountain of fallen lizards and breathed out fire. The guy looked ahead resolutely and thought that with this level of fire energy, he could not light a trigram. He hurried on. He needed to find a base and get the balls of stronger and more stubborn creatures. Chunyi smiled. He cut a large red reptile with his blade. You have defeated the fire lizard. Player Chunyi is furious. The guy frowned and bared his teeth. He thought that maybe he could surpass this bastard. Dungeon ranking. The youth's eyes widened. First place, Changsun, 750 points. Second place, Chunyi, 565 points. Third place, Heseong, 150 points. The fair-haired man was shocked. How is this possible? The young man thought that his opponent was using a shortcut. The deity of Light 30 advises you to use a shortcut too. Chunyi smiled madly and said that he was ready for anything. He asked for more strength. The unknown deity said that he would help. Heseong stood with his sword over his shoulder. Tired players were sitting around him. They looked at the lieutenant with annoyance and said that this world was only for special people. They wanted to become as strong as him. The warrior looked away sullenly. He thought that everyone was tired after 3 days of fighting monsters, but envy of other players was starting to grow. The lieutenant looked tense. He understood such people because ordinary participants had gained incredible strength. And not one, but two. Chunyi came out of the forest. He smiled and said that he had received a new skill. The guy bared his teeth and said that God had answered his request, and now he knew how they could survive. A horned monster ran into the cave. It looked like a fiery ram. The monster bared its teeth and looked at the hero. The guy jumped up and cut off the enemy's head with a blow of his sword. A fireball came out of the monster. The brunette grabbed it and swallowed it. The hero turned around at the scream. The girl ran deeper into the cave. A bear was rushing after her. Tears came to her eyes. The slashing blow hit the monster. Changsun looked at the girl and asked if everything was okay. She screamed that she saw a monster. The guy looked at her with displeasure and said that it was just him. There was nothing to be afraid of. He looked at her in surprise and asked why she was alone here. The girl began to cry and answered that everyone was dead. The brunette frowned. The interlocutor added that her friends had been abandoned by someone named Chunyi. There was an owl tattoo on his arm. The blonde man said that he could share his divine power. The hero squinted and rubbed his chin. He told the girl that she had been deceived and that this was a demon's mark. She began to cry. The guy explained that this mark meant that she had sold her soul to a demon. The mark of a real owl piercing the dim light looked different. If a branded person dies, their life force and soul are taken away. The life force goes to the assistant and the soul to the demon. Chunyi absorbed it. He must have become very strong. The protagonist looked gloomily at the interlocutor's arm. He thought that this mark was quite serious. His face was distorted with anger. The brunette thought that if this was a demon, then it was so majestic that it surpassed the demon king in rank. The guy moved away from his companion. He was not so afraid. She ran up and grabbed him. The girl asked for help. Changsun looked away in frustration and thought about what to do with this child. He pointed his finger at her and asked if it wasn't enough for her that he saved her from the fire bear. The girl looked at her interlocutor resolutely and said that she was ready to wash, clean, and cook if only he would help her become stronger. The hero turned around displeased. She looked confidently into his eyes. The guy noticed something in her gaze. He asked if she wanted to avenge her friends. The girl reluctantly handed him a chocolate bar and said that it was her last treat. The brunette refused. Changsun crossed his arms and looked at his companion. He asked if she could do anything. The girl readily answered that she could do anything. The hero looked at her gloomily and suggested that they first work on the mark. The cursed player Shin Jingwing has died. Under the contract, you receive his life force. Chung-yi was attracted to dark energy. The cursed player Kim Mina had died. You will receive his life force under the contract. The blonde man chuckled. His eyes were shining. He felt that he was becoming much stronger. The unknown deity was happy to see his power grow. A player approached him from behind. The blonde man turned and looked at him with a wild look. The guy was scared and decided not to say anything. He nervously looked at his hand with the mark. The player, like the others, looked scared. He muttered that the mark limited his actions. Chung-yi turned towards the voice and was angry that someone was late. An injured man approached him and said that he found what the blonde man asked for. The guy with the short hair gritted his teeth and looked at his old friend with pain. He thought that the blonde man had turned them into slaves. It was like they were in a prison. Chung-yi smiled and moved forward. The players behind him were exhausted. He ordered them to rise and begin the attack on the boss. His face was distorted by a grin. Black marks appeared. The guy exclaimed that he would make the protagonist suffer as he once suffered. The SV deity stares at the fury of his charges. The girl looked up in surprise. At the moment, a certain number of people are connected to the channel. At the moment, a certain number of gods are showing interest in the channel. The girl ran forward. White funnels appeared around her. Many gods are watching players who are developing quickly. The girl pushed off the ground. You activated the Storm Run skill. She quickly ran away from the crowd of the dead. The eyes of the walking corpses were shining. The Captcha rune worked successfully against the zombies. Someone was cutting off their heads. The Captcha rune worked successfully against the dead. The hero dealt them cutting blows with a sword. The girl turned around and looked at him in admiration. She remembered how in the cave the guy noted that she ran fast. Therefore, she will need to run away and distract the zombies that will follow her. The brunette chopped off another zombie head. He turned around and asked if it was the last one. There were corpses lying all around him. The girl ran up to him and happily said that she had collected all the monsters within a 300-meter radius, as he asked. The guy looked at her and asked about the preparations. She looked at him with glowing eyes and replied that she had done everything, checked and made sure everything worked. The girl asked if there was anything else she could help with. Changsun calmly looked at his interlocutor and told her to run as far as possible. She would not be able to resist the monsters that would appear here. The hero thought that the girl had a heavy look. The interlocutor looked at him trustingly and agreed. The girl ran deep into the forest. The guy looked in the other direction and frowned. Black smoke was flying in his direction. The brunette covered his face with his hand. It's poison. The main boss rotting plague spider appeared on the battlefield. Paws appeared above the forest. The hero jumped back. The blow hit the ground. The girl turned around at the sound. She saw a giant spider. Changsun took out his sword and stood in front of the enemy. He touched his face with his hand. Then he pulled his hand away. His eye turned golden, like a wild beast. A mess of zombies. The dead groaned and stretched out their hands. The spider's legs were made of dead people and studied the stench. The monster made a sound. The brunette crouched to the ground from a gust of wind. He squinted. The deity of the snake that coils the world is impressed and will grant you something. Skill, snake eyes temporarily transforms into viper eyes. Like a snake that can instantly detect its prey, you will be able to skillfully assess the terrain, which will help you think through your next steps. Skill level 1. Category, active. Effect, capture key moments, sharpen your senses. The hero squinted and looked ahead. He thought that by giving him an advantage without any conditions, the god was showing that he wanted to see what the guy was capable of. The brunette opened his eyes. He will show himself. He got a sight. He aimed at the spider's paw. The guy sucked in the fire. The weak poison resistance skill was activated. A glow and fire appeared around the hero. The weak poison resistance skill was improved. The accumulated fire energy destroyed the poison that entered your body. Changsun smiled and moved forward. Achievement received. Collected 666 fireballs. Reward, fire attribute boost. Endurance +5. The hero bared his teeth and rushed at the enemy. He jumped towards the spider's paw and swung his sword. With a slash, he cut off one paw. The monster roared. The brunette jumped even higher and looked at the spider. Changsun thought that he would need a flammable binder to ignite the flame of the 8 trigrams. He grabbed a branch. A funnel formed around the monster. The guy decided that poison would suit him best. His eyes flashed. Among all the poisons, the poison glands of the plague spider are the best. The skill allowed him to aim for the most vulnerable spot. The hero swung and jumped. He thrust the sword. As soon as the guy pulled out the blade, poison splashed out. Chang-sun frowned and thought that his bite was strong. He stood on top of the monster. Poison gushed out of the zombies' mouths. The brunette jumped back. The guy managed to dodge. There was acid, and his level, which he had reached in the past 3 days, was not enough. The hero frowned. The first step. He turned and ran. The spider followed him. "You are leaving the battlefield." Chung-yi was breathing heavily. He stopped. In front of him lay the defeated zombies. His face twisted. Could it be Chang-sun again? His eyes widened. A major achievement was obtained. Dungeon ranking. First place, Chang-sun, 29,550 points. Second place, Chung-yi, 1230 points. Third place, Hee-seong, 550 points. The blonde man was horrified. An unknown deity says, "You will be in trouble if you continue to tarnish my name." The boy bit his finger nervously. "This is crazy. An unknown deity warns you that this is your last chance." Chung-yi frowned and bit his finger until it bled. He thought that an ordinary person could not grow so much in such a short time. The young man would do everything possible to be noticed by the god again, and he did not care what methods this bastard uses. Player Chang-sun fights the plague spider. The boy quickly ran. He promised that he would kill the protagonist. Chang-sun jumped off the hill. The huge spider loomed over him. The brunette turned around. The plague puck was in an agitated state. The hero remembered how the girl assured him that the preparations were complete. He kicked off. The monster jumped after him. The spider fell into the ground. Chang-sun chuckled and ran on. Symbols glowed on the ground. The explosion rune was activated. The pit the spider fell into caught fire. The hero watched the explosion. The plague spider succumbed to the fire. The zombies screamed and burned. The world snake god laughed loudly at the terrifying trap you set. The penetration rune was activated. Sharp stones protruded from the ground and pierced the monster's body. He howled. The world snake god laughed at the pathetic spider that fell into your trap. Achievement received, mouse in a trap. Reward, intelligence +5, weak trap skill. The hero jumped and grabbed the rope. He frowned and said that this was just the beginning. A bloody spider poked its head out of the pit. It let out a scream. The monster's eyes looked up. Chang-sun was hanging above it, holding onto the rope. The guy smirked and took the sword. He said that the enemy was definitely the final boss. The brunette cut the rope. Sharpened spikes rained down from above. The spider received blows to its shell and roared. The monster tried to run. The guy rushed after the fleeing spider. He caught up with the enemy and smiled. A new trap was activated. Sharpened stakes shot at the monster. They pierced its body. At this time, Chung-yi ran to the scene of the fight with other players. He looked forward in surprise. His eyes widened. The guy watched as the giant spider received multiple blows. The hero continued to attack. The blonde thought that they would definitely die if they got involved right now. The demon-possessed one bit his finger and frowned. He decided that he needed to choose a moment when they were both exhausted. Looking at the fighting protagonist, Chung-yi thought that they would soon weaken. The guy looked ahead. It dawned on him. He grinned. The blonde turned to the players and thought that if he pitted them against the hero, his chances would increase significantly. The people looked at the guy in confusion. The demon's assistant thought that the hero was trying to avoid casualties among ordinary people, which made his task even easier. Chung-yi frowned. He decided that it would be great to have an ace up his sleeve, for example, a hostage. The guy looked down and saw a girl running away. She was smiling and thinking how cool her savior was fighting. The blonde grinned and decided that fortune itself was smiling on him today. The protagonist was armed with a blade. He delivered a slashing blow to the spider. He jumped above the enemy. He looked at the monster's eyes. The guy plunged his sword into the monster. Critical hit. Flashes of light appeared around. You have successfully completed a series of strikes. The boy cut the enemy's body. You managed to bring the enemy decaying plague spider's health to a critical value. You destroyed the enemy decaying plague spider. The boy grabbed the poison glands. He stood with his hand outstretched. The hero swallowed the trophy. Energy accumulated around him. He shuddered. New level. The boy fell to his knees. The hero let out a poisonous breath. You have reached level 20. He was sitting next to the enemy's corpse. You have cleared the 5th and final stage required for Dungeon Quest, Restoration. The total points earned are being counted. Dungeon ranks. Maximum points, 10,000. First place, Chang-sun, 97,450. Second place, Chung-yi, 2,000. Third place, Hee-seong, 550. The Administration Bureau has awarded you additional rewards for your outstanding achievements. You have received achievement points. Several gods have taken an interest in you. Several gods have shown a strong desire to possess you. The dungeon will close soon. Several gods have shown a desire to speak with you. The sacred essence of the serpent that encircles the world mocks the belated gods and stars. The hero is still sitting on the ground. The sacred essence of the serpent that encircles the world asks you not to forget who first showed interest in you. Chun-Yi and his henchmen were hiding behind the rocks. The guy bared his teeth and thought that the hero was his. The blonde grinned and decided that the brunette was too exhausted to even stand up. He ordered the players to attack. They ran. The crowd of people approached the hero sitting on the ground. Behind him, the world turned scarlet. Chun-Yi looked at him in surprise. Chang-sun smiled. The blonde was horrified. Could he really be laughing? The unknown sacred essence burst into laughter because of the upcoming fun. The hero rose to his feet. A sound was heard. The Chun-Yi player and everyone nearby were trapped. The blonde looked forward in shock. The other players were scared. The guy was terrified. He shouted what it meant. The brunette turned to him and smiled. Chang-sun smirked and replied that he had miscalculated badly. All the guys ran to attack the protagonist on Chun-Yi's orders. The protagonist looked at the guys with disdain, holding a blade. The guy looked at them angrily through his bangs. He immediately began to cut the guys with his blade. He ducked and ran forward through the people who were trying to block him. A notification that a surprise quest had been created to escape the trap. The crowd of guys pointed their weapons at Chang-sun. The sacred essence said that it was watching the surprise quest with interest. The lightsaber slashes attacked the Chun-Yi guys. The protagonist flew to attack straight at Chun-Yi. The brunette looked at his enemy with disdain. The players came face to face with blades. The white-haired guy was horrified by such an attack. Chun-Yi leaned back in horror when his body was pierced. Chang-sun looked ahead with a malicious smile. He saw how his enemy bared his teeth in pain. The main character destroyed a stone mountain with his attack. Chun-Yi tried to run away from his enemy, covering himself with the guys. They were immediately attacked by Chang-sun's lightsaber. Chun-Yi watched what was happening in horror and realized that his enemy was too strong and he needed more power. A military man watched the ongoing battle from above. Hee-seong frowned at the battle and realized that as he thought, the gods had chosen Chun-Yi, whose original target was Chang-sun. Chun-Yi angrily waved his arms after the light attack. Hee-seong realized that Chun-Yi was just a pitiful pawn in the training of the protagonist. The military man remembered with horror his thorny path in the past. A tattoo appeared on the arm of the sarcastic Chun-Yi. He killed one player and received his life force under the contract. Streams of purple aura fluttered in the wind. Under the contract, he received his life force unsuccessfully. The guy realized with horror what was happening. The main character was immediately flying towards him with a sword. Red lightning discharges emitted from his menacing silhouette. He immediately delivered a light attack to his enemy. Chun-Yi opened his mouth wide from the sword strike. Chang-sun looked at his victim arrogantly. He immediately cut off his hand and blood splashed. The guy immediately fell to the ground. He howled in pain, holding his wound. He saw another player being absorbed by a dark aura. The guy watched in horror as these dark auras reached out to him. Streams of dark aura were absorbed into the protagonist and for some unknown reason, life force was leaving for another person. Chun-Yi watched in surprise and did not understand how this was possible. The brunette looked at his victim arrogantly and said his name, knowing that he had heard his name somewhere before. Chang-sun looked at Chun-Yi with disdain. The guy bared his teeth in pain and realized that he was recognized. The protagonist touched his chin and realized that nothing came to mind. Chun-Yi's eyes widened in shock. He immediately began to scream furiously about how the guy could not remember him, because it was because of him that he was kicked out of the esports club. Suddenly, the brunette was dumbfounded. He looked away with disdain and said that now he remembered. He recalled how he talked to this guy in the hallway. He remembered how Chun-Yi tearfully complained to him then. The protagonist began to walk towards the guy and said that he was the one who complained about being kicked out of the club and, what's more, shed tears in such an ugly manner. The brunette contemptuously curled his lips, noting that this guy was still as disgusting as he was then and now. Chun-Yi bared his teeth and became embittered from what he heard. He immediately took out his blade and ran towards Chang-sun. He was angry that such words were said about him because he was no longer who he was before. The sacred essence said that he looked at this pathetic creature without interest. The protagonist looked down on this guy. Chang-sun continued to look down on the pathetic guy. Chun-Yi, with tears in his eyes and confusion, did not want such a fate for himself. Many tears filled his eyes, and he realized that he had become his extra again. Notification that the sudden quest to escape from the trap had failed. The brunette immediately swung his blade. Chun-Yi opened his mouth in horror and screamed. Tears filled his eyes. He remembered watching the jubilant team of the winner of the competition. At that moment, the leader of the Chang-sun team was raising the cup. Chun-Yi remembered how he followed the protagonist with a bat chasing him. He understood that if he had not envied him and had not followed him, then he would not have been stuck in the gate. A red beam of light flashed past Chun-Yi's head, and everything that happened must be punished. Chun-Yi was lying on the ground with a bloody neck and a furious look. The punishment was death. The main character stretched out his hand with a blade, and the Chun-Yi player died. A purple aura emanated from Chun-Yi's dead body. According to the seal contract, the remaining life energy will be transferred to the owner. A powerful energy aura began to emanate from his body. The guys watched this and were shocked that his body was spewing out a huge amount of energy, and noticed that the energy reserves were overflowing. This entire energy was reaching out to the main character, and it would take some time to fully absorb it. All the guys watched in shock as Changsun was able to completely absorb this aura. This aura accumulated in the form of a circle on his neck. It was a magic circle that sucked in streams of aura. The brunette was drawing on the girl's hand with a knife at that moment. He explained that he had improved her seal, and now she was the owner just like Chungye. It was a tattoo of an owl on her hand along with a magic circle. He said that if this energy was directed towards her, she would not be able to absorb it and she could die. It was a glowing magic circle, a hieroglyph. The guy added that that's why he had applied the runes of transition nearby, and thanks to it, all the power would flow to him. This magic circle began to suck in the aura. The constellation of the snake, which wrapped around the entire world, advised him to absorb the incoming energy more slowly since it was very different from his. This constellation said that excessive greed would not lead to anything good, and also claimed that it was better to refuse some of the energy if necessary. Powerful streams of energy dug into the neck of the main character. The constellation was surprised that he was able to use seals of such a level and praised him for the idea of using a low-level rune to transmit energy from the owner to him. Changsun absorbed the dark aura through gnashing of teeth. He felt as if he had taken an elixir that had been brewing for hundreds of years, but the quality left much to be desired. Notification that the constellation admitted that watching the training was very fun, and, as expected, the constellation conveyed its congratulations to him. Brunette held his blade. He was aware that he was being tested and he was trying to figure out who did it. The constellation was thinking about what kind of reward should be given to him for the wonderful show he had given. The decision was made. The award was going to be announced in the coming seconds. All the people began to watch in horror as the dark aura engulfed them. Streams, auras began to lift people's bodies, the air, and the countdown was underway. Brunette watched the process intently. He saw how the bodies of people were pierced and lifted into the air. He had a choice in front of him, yes or no. Heseong was watching him, behind the stone. He watched the processes with a daze and understood that if they were not satisfied with the result of Changsun, they would simply finish off everyone to the last one. The brunette looked away with contempt. The main character watched this with empty eyes. The military man realized that the guy decided to take all the human lives. He bared his teeth in horror and realized that there was no point in refusing the gift of the gods, and there was nothing to even think about. However, the guy decided to press the no button. He poked the no button with a sad look and the countdown was interrupted. Yellow and red aura emitted in space. The constellation was very puzzled by his decision and said that he needed a large amount of energy, which it wanted to give him. The constellation also claimed that human lives were very useful material for creating magical energy. The protagonist looked ahead and stated that he did not trust those who sat at the top and were afraid of even their name being revealed. Heseong peeked out from behind the rocks and praised the guy. It was a red rift in the space of the yellow aura. The constellation tilted its head in confusion and belatedly noticed that their true names were hidden and chuckled slightly. A shining notification appeared that this constellation was revealing its hidden sacred name. In the same space, the constellation said that it was a demon following the abyss and looked at him with a sly smile. The protagonist looked ahead in shock, realizing that it was Mephistopheles. The brunette immediately closed his eyes in disgust. The constellation of the demon pursuing the abyss asked if he knew it. The guy realized that he had screwed up and replied that he did not know, because he was simply surprised that his sacred name had the word demon. A bright light in the dark space and the name Mephistopheles. He recalled that it was a black demon with shining vases. He knew that among demons, Mephistopheles was one of the most terrifying creatures, and even Tiamat came in status. The guy also heard that they did not want to reveal their essence to the outside world, because they preferred solitude. The brunette bared his teeth in anger. This constellation doubted that this was the only reason for his surprise, but also added that he did not care. Changsun did not understand how someone like such a demon could be here. The constellation demon pursuing the abyss wanted him to finally agree with the reason for his decision. The protagonist suddenly froze and was dumbfounded. Another constellation, Blessed Hunting Season, expressed dissatisfaction towards the demon pursuing the abyss to stop bothering his property. The protagonist looked away sarcastically. He realized it was Pilbasak, because he couldn't hear anything from her, and it seemed to him that she was already on her way, but now she was butting heads with a demon that even her mother would be afraid of. The protagonist held his blade proudly, looking away, and noticed that the dungeon would soon close. He was asked to beware of sudden jolts. The brunette looked away with disdain when he heard the girl's appeal. A brown-haired girl was running towards him from afar. Notification that the capture rune had successfully attracted attention to the target. The brunette stunned her way through the hypnotized people and asked the guy how she could find him later. Changsun waved his hand, showing a wooden blade. The girl immediately caught the wooden knife in her hands. He extended his index finger and said that if she followed the address engraved on the handle of this knife, she would be able to completely remove the seal. He stared at the girl and said that such things were beyond his power, so maybe they would meet again someday. The girl tried to get to the guy who should have disappeared. She covered her face and opened her mouth from the bright light. Notification that the dungeon was completely destroyed. Notification that all participants did a great job. The girl looked ahead with tired eyes as they searched for survivors. She looked over her hand in shock and realized that it was not a flash. She was in the city and the media and journalists were coming towards them. They immediately started asking people questions. The brunette looked ahead in shock when she was asked if everything was okay with her. Her mom and dad immediately ran to her from afar. They hugged each other tearfully, and she realized that she had survived. Tears began to appear in her eyes, and she tried to understand where Changsun was. She began to make her way through the black silhouettes and looked for the guy. She saw how people cried and hugged with happiness, realizing that there was no guy here. She looked ahead sadly, holding the blade. The main character was sitting under a huge moon at night. He smiled sarcastically under his hood. The constellation of the snake, wrapping around the whole world, said that she preferred a more energetic lifestyle, but peacefully observing the night sky was also not bad. The demon, pursuing the abyss, was still waiting for his answer. The brunette looked at the starry sky with trepidation. He understood for the old man, even if this outcome did not satisfy his expectations, he could still return home. The boy sat on the bridge and watched the city at night. The brunette's foot stepped on the ground. The divine being, the time of hunting, expressed extreme hostility towards the deities who were interested in him. At dawn in the city, Changsun walked along the highway. The divine being, the snake that coiled around the whole world, laughed, licking its tongue. The brunette walked forward under the hood. The divine being, the great devil who chased the abyss, ignored the hostility and waited for his answer. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the silhouette of Changsun. The time of hunting asked him to listen to it. The bright rays of the sun illuminated the morning city. The divine being, the great devil who chased the abyss, waited for his answer. The hooded brunette smirked slightly and realized that he thought he would succeed if he attracted 2 or 3 divine beings, but because he had trained quite well, many of them were interested. He thought that this must be the first time that all these gods and stars were attracted. A quest scenario appeared, choosing a god of protection. The protagonist walked along the sidewalk in the tunnel, a card with the choice of a star of protection. Players could choose gods of protection who would grant them blessings and powers, and he was asked to choose from their suggestions, to choose a god who would stay with him until the end. Hunting Time declared that it would be the best choice since it had excellent hunting skills and skill with a dagger. The protagonist put his hands in his pocket and walked along the tunnel. A divine being promised him the role of the first arrow. The rays of the sun penetrated into the dark space of the bridge. The snake that coiled around the world suggested that it was more suitable for him because of his character, as it was cunning and pursued power. The divine being promised him the role of a wise enlightened one. The bright light of the sun illuminated the silhouette of the brunette. The great devil who chased the abyss was quietly waiting for his answer. The divine being promised him the role of the last observer. Changsun looked puzzled. He understood that the most useful of all of them would be Pablsag, Jormungand, and Mephistopheles. He was about to come out from behind the corner under the color of the sun. He understood that the rest of the constellations were useless and not equal to these 3. 4 minutes passed. The protagonist frowned under his hood and remembered one constellation. He looked ahead sadly, when the divine being all piercing the twilight was very interested in him. The guy looked ahead with a tired look and remembered Minerva, who was the real owner of the seal and who, under the statement, possessed Mephisto. He imagined a girl with a huge sharp spear and shield. He understood that this was a god who was always fighting for justice, who was interested in him. The guy frowned ahead and understood that he most likely captured her attention when he overcame the temptation of the seal and saved the others. Thanks to this, the scale that was tilted towards evil found its balance. The scale of righteousness and evil, righteousness 40%, evil 60%. The main character walked along the bridge under the rays of the sun. All the constellations were waiting for his answer. 9 gods of tension were waiting for him to choose a defense star. When he does not have a defense star, he does not receive any blessings or powers, which automatically makes him weaker compared to players of the same level, so he was asked to choose as quickly as possible. Changsun suddenly stopped when the time was up. The brunette put his hands in his pocket and looked up when he was informed that he currently did not have a defense star. He took off his hood and frowned slightly. A new achievement emerged, that he was a charming man, having refused all the offers of the gods. He looked at the tall building. The notice that a number of gods were interested in him made him angry and sick of his endless greed. His fame increased and his achievements were estimated at 100,000 karma. He realized that it would be heavier than when he was in the dungeon. This was the tallest building in the city, the WPCFF Association, the World Player Council. He recalled various footage from the past, where there were rifts and people on the battlefield. This association was more famous for being an organization under the Unsecurity Management Bureau. It was made to effectively manage the dungeons and gates that suddenly appeared decades ago, which fundamentally changed the ecosystem of the Earth. This association building absorbed the rays of the morning sun. This association had great power, such as transnational status, as well as the power of investigation. Of course, this concerned the superiors who managed the association. The girl ran with the phone to the guy in front of the screens. The guy immediately started clicking on the keyboard, realizing that this was the work of the damn press, framing them. A bunch of notifications from the press started to pop up that it was the dungeon breakout that had been in the spotlight for the past 5 days, which ended up being closed. There was also a message that the association staff said that this problem arose when they were taking extreme precautions, and it was a small problem. The girl slammed her fist on the table and said that she had suffered for 5 days as the person in charge on the spot. The brunette Yun, being a third-class association agent, looked forward angrily. She talked about evacuating the residents, setting up a line of defense with the police and army, and ended up making preparations to support other countries in emergency situations, grabbing the leader by the collar, and received nothing in return. Her assistant coolly looked forward and asked her to look at the bottom article. They saw an article by a man in veil with an L on it. The girl touched her head with a tired expression and asked the assistant where he thought it leaked from. The guy replied that smoking was not allowed in the room. Yun clenched her fist in anger and asked the guy if he wanted to get punched in the face. The brunette crossed her arms and sat on the table, stating that she told him to carefully block all outside contact. The guy replied that it was not as easy as it sounded and the girl should have known that. The guy rested his head on his hand and stated that fortunately, the press only saw it as a headline and they did not pay much attention to the L letters because a newbie just came in, locked a 2-star dungeon by himself and disappeared without a trace, thinking that no one would believe it. Yun lit a cigarette and looked at the ceiling. She wondered about the civilian. Could the guy be a demon? The girl frowned sadly and said that they needed to contact him as soon as possible before the clans, and no matter how they looked for him, they couldn't find him. The brunette looked around in shock when they shouted that they found the guy. She immediately spat out her cigarette and asked where the guy was. Her eyes widened when she was told that the guy was at home. They looked at the guy running into the office when he added that the guy was definitely at home. At this time, the protagonist went home and took off his shoes. At this time, food was cooking on the stove. His mother looked at her son and asked him if he had time to eat. Suddenly, she was surprised. She saw that her son was hiding deep in his jacket and had his hands in his pocket. She tried to understand why he looked so awful. The brunette was sniffing the aroma of food and realized that for the first time in a long time he could smell his mother's delicious food and his consciousness was fading because of this aroma. His dog was touching his leg with its paw. Changsun picked up the dog and it began to lick him. He saw that the dog was happy to see him too, but he asked her to stop licking him. Mom replied that the dish was already ready, looking at her son. He looked back at his mother while the dog was licking him. She asked him to take a shower while she set the table. The brunette stroked his dog, realizing that he was finally home after so many long years and was able to return. A pile of food and snacks stood on the table. The whole family was having dinner at the table. The protagonist looked down and realized that it was she who had been avoiding clinging. His brother and sister closed their eyes and said that they were leaving. Changsun looked away with disdain and realized that since his father's family owned some sort of conglomerate, his father had inherited a large hospital and his mother's family consisted of famous scholars who either worked in the legal industry or as diplomats. His mother watched the older children leave and asked them if they would be out late again tonight. The eldest son replied that he had an operation that evening, so he might be a little late. Changsun realized that following in his father's footsteps, his older brother went into medical school and his older sister was into music and had won many awards in music competitions. The older children left through the door and the older sister stated that she was not sure she would be able to come back early since she had a concert in the countryside tonight. Compared to them, the boy had always strived for victories since childhood and was obsessed with games and was always accepted as an outsider. The brunette looked down with a sad expression and knew that, being the youngest of them, he returned after a few days and looked very unkempt, and he did not understand why they were not at all excited. He immediately tried a spoonful of rice. At this moment, he thought that they wanted to preserve good memories, and apparently he did not feel anything in this house. His father slammed his chopsticks on the table and asked his son how long he was going to remain silent. Changsun sat with a sad expression and remained silent. His mother looked worriedly at his father, who told her not to interfere. His father looked worriedly at his son and asked him about when the gate was opened. Did he know that his mother had fainted and they were looking for him, and people also said that he might have been carried into the gate. The protagonist chewed his food with a sad expression at this time. His father added that worried that he was in the emergency room, his older brother called every hospital in Korea, and his older sister helped his mother look for him everywhere and was unable to go abroad. His father got up from the table and said menacingly that Changsun looked like a poor guy, showed up a couple of days later and just ate in silence. The brunette sat with an offended look when he was asked if he was still able to eat. His father menacingly pointed his finger to the side and said that even animals do not behave like that, and told him that if he was going to continue living like this, then he should leave home and stop causing problems for his mother, brother, and sister. The father bared his teeth angrily when his wife asked her husband to stop, because most likely their son behaved like this because he was ashamed of what happened, and she asked Changsun to say something because his father was very worried. His father immediately grabbed his suitcase. He quickly headed to work. With tears in his eyes, he walked without looking back. The brunette watched from the side. The door to the house slammed shut. The protagonist sat with his hands folded. His mother was very upset and said that her son should have understood everything, that his father said whatever came into his head when he was angry and asked him not to take it to heart. The main character also looked upset and agreed with his mother's request. The main character looked closely at his mother. He saw how she curled her lips and lowered her eyebrows, and noticed the wrinkles on her face. The guy suddenly became sad, realizing that he had been so careless. He remembered how he sat at the computer when his whole family was watching him. He was just waiting for his family to worry about him, but he was thinking about somehow getting closer to them himself. A pile of food stood on the table. Mom asked Changsun to rest in his room. His mother's eyes widened in alarm when he apologized to her and asked him to repeat himself. The mother walked up to her son who was sitting on a chair. He apologized to her again and said that he would be more careful. Changsun went into his room and saw a mess. He immediately started picking up the trash, realizing that he had been living in such a pigsty, and it was really serious. Suddenly, he looked back. He saw a dog happily wagging its tail. He immediately hugged the puppy and thought about how he could untangle this mess. The clear sunny weather stood above the building, and he wanted to start with cleaning. A bunch of cars were driving on the highway. A sports yellow car was speeding along the road. The agent's assistant was shocked that it was a new model, of which there were only 100 models in the country, and asked her how she got this car. The girl was driving while her assistant was horrified. He wondered what was more important, where did she get the money with their salary? The girl said with a sly grin that she had worked a lot under the contract. She smoked a cigarette while driving and thought about how she could see what Elle looked like as soon as possible. At this time, the protagonist was lying on the bed in a clean room. He was lying on the bed with his eyes closed. The hunting time deity was interested in what he was going to do next, and she addressed him, saying that she would be able to help him improve his hunting techniques. The snake deity that coiled around the world told him that rest was also important. He remembered how his older brother and sister left home, so he remembered the sad looks of his parents. Changsun looked at the ceiling with a sad look. He immediately sat down and thought about how he urgently needed to show that he had changed, that he no longer liked to drink and hang on others' necks, that he was already an adult capable of doing what he should. He furrowed his brows and looked up, realizing that if he became a player, he would be sure that his family would slowly open up to him. He immediately lay down and pulled himself up to the puppy, realizing that this was a much better start than he expected, and he felt like he would be able to start the second plan sooner than he thought. The protagonist lay on his side and smirked, realizing that this ruler of the abyss would be here. He remembered standing before the god and asking who he was supposed to deal with first. Thanatos smirked maliciously and stated that it was obvious that it was the ruler living in his world. The protagonist stared at the rulers and asked who they were. Thanatos brought his hands to his face in glee and noted that they were quite familiar with him. After all, he was a tiger trapped in deprivation. The protagonist bared his teeth in glee. He lay with that evil grin next to the puppy. He imagined how people stood on the pillars and were illuminated by a yellow aura, realizing that it was one of his sworn enemies who was at the divine trial. He remembered the malicious grin from under the hood of that guy and still clearly remembered how he laughed heartily in front of him. He remembered that his worst enemy in a cape looked at the cheering crowd and wanted to get to him, realizing that it would not be so easy because the guy was cunning. Changsun knew that the guy was cruel like a tiger and caught everything on the fly, and also had many subordinates. In his phone, there was a tab with the tiger emblem. The white tiger was always next to him when they smiled and recruited into the clan. He carefully looked at this emblem and thought of the white tiger clan. Lights lit up on the empty street of the night city. He realized that as the gates began to open, a large number of gods and stars began to appear on the ground, and as a result, groups appeared that received blessings and baptism. He imagined the logo of the White Tiger Clan. The guy realized that the ruler of the abyss was the patron of the White Tiger Clan, and he was doing badly with the name. Just because he was a white tiger, he called his followers white tigers. The protagonist looked at his phone indifferently and realized that this was a huge clan, ranked first in Korea, and they were really huge. He saw that there was a recruitment for the clan, which would be recruiting players in a month. The brunette grinned maliciously, realizing that now he did not have the strength to start a war, so he wanted to start by slowly cutting off a piece from the very bottom so that no one would notice. He realized that it was necessary to finish all the preparations in a month at any cost. Bright sunbeams illuminated the tall building. Mom asked Changsun where he went. The guy answered that he would go to the park near the river and said that he would be back soon, so he asked her not to worry. It was a forested mountain. Mom noted that it was quite far. The protagonist arrived by taxi to an empty road. He looked at the dense forest. He immediately began to walk forward. The brunette walked under the hood and understood that no matter what, he should not be interrupted while he was doing it. Neither people nor animals should be disturbed, because not the slightest miscalculation was allowed. The guy ran past a wooden toilet. He looked at his rumbling stomach and realized that he probably ate too much delicious food after hunger. His stomach was not very good. He immediately surrounded the glowing core with his hand and understood that he could fix everything, as he did in the dungeon. The protagonist looked puzzled. He decided to take off his hood and go to the toilet, realizing that it would be better to do it like normal people, because his body would be in shock that he had not used the toilet for so long. Unpleasant sounds were heard from the toilet. Then he stood in a proud pose and realized that now he could continue. The guy immediately rushed to run on an adventure. It was a rocky area with trees. He stood in the depths of the forest and thought that this was enough. He began to swing the blade and let the blood flow from his hand. Drops of blood fell on the trees. A blue status window appeared and he used the stealth rune. Then this status window began to disappear. Changsun undressed and folded his clothes, realizing that they needed to be saved. The naked brunette swung his arms and was about to open the inventory. A blue funnel of his things was spinning around him. There was a bone spear carved from the ribs of a Bengal mountain goat, 13 pieces. There was also a small fire salamander skull shield, 21 pieces. There was also a poisonous mamba fang, burnt Bengal tiger claws, and an poisonous ice kite beak. All of these items were floating around the funnel protagonist. He then decided to eat the plague spider's poison glands. The naked guy raised his hand above his head, emitting a blue aura. He looked up and remembered how he stood in front of the priests in outer space. Changsun realized that there was nothing better than using poison as an arsonist to light a large bonfire, because the pure fire energy accumulated in his body was mainly known for repelling poison. He imagined an old man with ornaments on his head and realized that it destroyed evil, since it was a purifying fire that specialized in purification. He remembered how one ruler also sent streams of fire down near himself. That elder said, once foreign substances trying to harm the body are found, they will inevitably be burned to ashes, and the stronger these substances are, the stronger the fire will be. The protagonist looked ahead in space when he was told that only then will the fire become the fire of the 8 trigrams urn. The elder looked at him through his bangs and said, when the fire of the 8 trigrams urn ignites, all foreign substances will be purified, and there was no better way to purify the body than this. The brunette realized that since he had enough fire, he could start with the heart. A green stream of aura penetrated his body. He bared his teeth, feeling his body being pierced by aura. The blood mamba's poison fang hit his heart and the poison spread quickly. A notification that there was a low-level poison resistance that was activated and the effects were not enough. The protagonist screamed in horror as his body began to mutate. A notice that he urgently needed to get rid of the blood mamba's poison fang and begin detoxification. A notice that he had completely absorbed the blood mamba's poison fang and opened the hidden part. Changsun bared his teeth angrily as he looked at his hand. A notice that he had acquired the snake venom gene and could now produce some blood mamba venom. He had earned 50,000 karma points and was in critical condition. Another beam of green aura pierced his body. The burnt claws of the Bengal tiger had penetrated his liver and intestines. The hunting time deity was worried and wanted to know what he was doing, as it was asking if he had any item that could help in this situation. The snake that coiled around the world exclaimed in surprise after he opened the hidden part, and it added that he definitely had some aces up his sleeve and was interested in what would happen next. The great demon chasing the abyss was waiting for his answer. The protagonist, who had been mutated, bared his teeth fiercely. The owl piercing the dim light was rooting for him. A green stream of aura spread out from his body in all directions. The sting of the underground scorpion had penetrated his spleen, and he was about to die. Changsun was still sucking in the spider glands. The poison glands of the plague spider had penetrated his lungs, and he opened the hidden part. The protagonist immediately began to transform into a new appearance. A notice that all of his 5 major organs were filled with poison, and they were in conflict with each other. His poison status had greatly increased. The protagonist, in black form, opened his mouth. In black form of a monster, he was spinning in a green aura. Low-level resistance, poison was activated and was ineffective. He opened the lot wide, and a bright light lit up there. A red notification popped up that he urgently needed treatment, otherwise he would die. A notification that immediate detoxification was needed, and if the poisoning lasted, his body would be irreversibly damaged. A puff of fire appeared from the protagonist's mouth. A notification that his body was completely paralyzed. Mana was leaving for the fire dormant inside him. It was a funnel of fire core. The guy spewed a powerful flurry of fire from his mouth. His shell began to crumble and the fire awakened. His entire body began to incinerate, surrounded by fire because the fire began to rage. He opened the hidden part. Huge fiery explosions grew throughout the entire space. He raised his hand through the fire. He was congratulated for successfully lighting the legendary ancient sacred fire that had been forgotten. He could now use this fire. Consecutive notifications appeared that he had begun to recover and cleanse himself of poisons. A notification that all energy paths and blood had been purified, as well as the meridian paths. The protagonist stood in the raging fire, raising his hands. All his veins had been purified and his magical power organs had been restored. He had acquired the magical power of the brazier and mastered the attribute of fire and poison. The brunette smiled maliciously when the achievement notification popped up. Phoenix rising from the ashes, reward plus 15 to all stats, constant purification of the trait immunity to 10 poisons. The brunette was glad that he had finally gained immunity to poisons. He was about to poke his finger at the system window to open it. The protagonist's card with the divine name Light of the Gods appeared. He was also the patron of the Rune Keeper class. He also had a lot of acquired effects and unique parts. Changsun smiled wickedly through his bangs and understood that he needed to get a weapon. It was a huge residential building where the main character lived, who was visited. The sun's rays illuminated the black building when the agents were asked to enter. Ian stared ahead while the assistant was dumbfounded. They answered that they thought that the association really lived up to its name because it was very slow. The brunette watched as the big guy talked to Changsun's mother. The big guy replied that the people from the association came faster than he thought because they hadn't seen each other for a long time. She saw how the big blonde guy pointed his finger at his colleague. The brunette was the head of the HR department of the Sword of Wisdom clan named Wu Youngjun. The big blonde guy was the second leader of the White Tiger clan squad named Seo Youngkwon. The brunette bared her teeth in displeasure and frowned, realizing that she had not been careful enough. They were transported to the Sungsu district, a shoemaker's alley where people were walking. Cheese was stretched along the nugget stick. The protagonist ate these nuggets from the box, realizing that filling oneself with magical power was in no way comparable to filling oneself with food. He stared ahead and realized that because he had heard that the devil of the light of the gods was the king of weapons. He remembered standing in front of Thanatos, who told him that in that case, he would need a large selection of weapons when he returned and then he would need a blacksmith who would satisfy all his needs. The brunette frowned at the ruler and asked him if such a person existed. Thanatos looked at the guy sarcastically and replied that there was. The protagonist chewed his food when he was asked from the side to respond to look at their goods. The brunette walked up to the closed shop when he was told that they had been closed for 5 years. A large padlock was closed with chains. Changsun realized that it had been 5 years since they had been closed. He put his hands in his pocket and stood in front of the closed stall. He suddenly decided to look through the door. He saw that white smoke was coming from that padlock. For him, it smelled like sacred fire, which meant that someone had used a good brazier. The deity of hunting time was starting to get interested and, according to her, the smell of good steel was coming from inside. This powerful lock was thinning out white smoke from itself, and the guy realized that they definitely did not use a brazier inside. He immediately crumbled this lock. Then he lifted the door. He went inside and looked around, noticing many weapons. The deity of hunting time responded well to the aromatic smell of metal. With his hands in his pocket, he walked through the garage. The deity of hunting time said that it was beautiful and there is no place on earth more worthy of being called paradise than this. The protagonist looked ahead slightly worried. Hunting time screamed in amazement. He saw a shiny and rusty blade. Hunting time criticized him for looking at this strange weapon instead of other good quality weapons. He picked up the old blade and examined it. Hunting time asked him to quickly throw away this strange thing and go look at another weapon. The brunette stared at the rusty sword. Suddenly, he looked back when he was called. He saw a man with a dog. The brunette stared at them. He was a mulatto with long hair and glasses, and Changsun thought he was blind. The guy's mother held out sliced apples. The brunette looked at the guests with trepidation and said that she had prepared some fruits. The two leaders of different clans were slightly surprised. The brunette and her assistant were shocked that she was graceful. Yan was displeased and angry when the guys heard about the recruits who were supposedly worth their weight in gold. Youngkwon sarcastically adjusted his mustache and said that from the squad leaders to the department head, was there any point? The agent looked at the guests with awe and realized that it was strange, because these were not the people who came in person to recruit a newbie. Ian replied that it was different if they were talking about a super newbie. She imagined how the leader of the White Tiger clan was looked at with surprise. The girl realized that the face of the White Tiger clan, which was the strongest in Korea, was the leader of the Youngkwon squad. The guy wore a fake mustache because he thought that all strong warriors wore mustaches. Youngjun was holding a black book at this time. Eun understood that this was a 5-star sword clan, which started as a branch of a large corporation, and a 5-star group quickly grew into a huge clan, and their head of the personnel department, Youngjun. So the agent remembered Wu Hyabin, who was one of the survivors in the gate this time. The brunette frowned deeply, realizing that this was all for a simple super rookie. She knew that there was definitely something in Changsun. Eun was even angrier, realizing that Changsun was just one person. The agent was sure that the others would make sure that the others couldn't recruit him if they couldn't. The girl sat opposite the big guy and Changsun's mother. The agent turned to the leader of the White Tiger and asked him what brought them here if they were so busy. Youngkwon replied that if he didn't do it, people would think that he was a freeloader. They leaned towards each other angrily and looked into each other's eyes. The blonde asked the agent if she was going to get in their way. Eun asked her not to forget them, that they were the first ones to start bothering them by stealing their secrets. They looked into each other's eyes furiously. Youngkwon asked the agent if they had abused their power. The girl replied that it was most likely the White Tiger clan that was interfering with the government. Changsun's mother became sad and asked them if they had both come to recruit her son. The boys looked at their mother in shock and replied that it was exactly like that. The protagonist's mother sat idly by while they tried to persuade her. She closed her eyes and said that she heard them. She immediately looked at the people and said that her youngest son would be deciding for himself here, so she didn't think they should talk to her because she wanted to ask them something. The boys looked at her in shock. She frowned slightly and said that they had been told that their son had spent the last 5 days in the Jamsil dungeon, and she wanted to know the details of what had happened. An old sign hung above the stall. The brunette sat opposite the blacksmith, who asked him if he wanted to make a weapon. Yaya, wearing glasses, said that the guy was funny because he asked to make his weapon, even when he saw what state he was in now, and tried to understand where such trust came from. The deity, Hunting Time, nodding furiously, said that the blind man's words were true. Also, this Hunting Time added that most likely all these excellent weapons were not made by him. The protagonist stared ahead. The snake that wraps around the world said that she was damn noisy and asked her to just shut up and watch. Yaya took his dog and went to the exit. He said that if Changsun came here to laugh at him, then it was enough, because this forge had been closed for a long time. The brunette looked closely through his bangs and noted, although he said so to Yaya, but wondered if the brazier was working now. The blacksmith held the guide dog tightly when Changsun noticed the fresh calluses on his hands. The mulatto was about to look back, thinking that the guy was talking nonsense. The main character frowned at the dog and noted that the blacksmith was having some financial difficulties, and at least he shouldn't let his friend, who became his eyes, go hungry. Yaya was slightly puzzled by your back. The brunette stared at him and said that he would give him 10 million won for each request, and when everything was over, he would get another 5 million won on top regardless of the quality. He noted that if the quality did meet all expectations, he would give him a decent bonus. Yaya was standing next to the dog when he was asked for his account number. A notification came to the blacksmith that his account had been replenished by 10 million won. Yaya stared at his phone. The protagonist stared through his bangs and stated that it was an advance payment, not a prepayment, and asked him if it was enough. The blacksmith said with a sad expression that he could have had more. Changsun was slightly surprised. The blacksmith was holding a guide dog and stated that he needed another 5 million to pay the rent he owed. The protagonist immediately grabbed his phone. The blacksmith received a new notification that his account had been topped up by another 5 million won. The mulatto looked to the side, wondering what the guy wanted from him. Yaya looked away in confusion. Changsun looked at the blacksmith coolly and asked him to give him his promise. The protagonist casually crossed his legs and asked the blacksmith to promise that he would only work for him when taking his money, and asked him to call him boss. The protagonist sat across from the blacksmith. Yaya realized that Changsun wanted a 5-meter whip, a long collapsible spear, 5 large axes and 1 small hand axe, 4 different types of swords, and a shield, thinking that was all. The brunette noted that there was also a bow and some arrows, since he was also thinking about armor in the future. The main character went into his phone and added another 100 million won to Yaya's bank when he said that he couldn't do it. Changsun stated what kind of materials they were and asked him to tell him if he needed more, and also asked him not to say words like he couldn't do it because the contract would require him to pay 3 times what he received if he broke it. The mulatto was angry that he was in such a situation. Changsun looked at the blacksmith and said that he often heard this. Rays of light fell on the blacksmith through the window. He asked Changsun why he trusted him to do this since they met for the first time. The protagonist leaned back in his chair and stated that it was true, and what's more, no one had the huge disadvantage of being blind. The protagonist looked ahead with disdain and wondered if Yaya thought that the one who took the orders didn't have to ask questions of the one who ordered it. He explained that the blacksmith made the items and he paid the money, and he thought that was what a good contract looked like. The mulatto with glasses looked ahead and said that he would take his order, but it was too difficult to do everything and there wasn't enough time. He explained that he hadn't worked with iron for a long time, so he needed to get used to it again, and everything he asked to do was quite difficult to do and it would take him a long time to figure out how to do it. The blacksmith looked ahead with concern and added that there was another big problem. The protagonist asked with displeasure what the problem was. He presented his fire hammer and stated that he needed a special hammer to work his brazier, but he didn't have one. The brunette frowned slightly and asked about who took Yaya's hammer. The blacksmith was slightly horrified, saying that his older brother and his father's former apprentice stole the hammer, and after his father died, he joined a large clan and stole the hammer that his father used. The brunette put his hand on the chair and noted that this was not foresight and asked about where his brother joined. Yaya slightly frowned and said that it was Higoff. The protagonist was slightly upset. The blacksmith opened his mouth wide and said that they were one of the top 10 clans. The brunette stood up and leaned slightly, saying that he would get this sword for him and asked about this clan place. Yaya was worried, saying that it was extremely dangerous. Changsun looked away and replied that it did not matter because he also just had to take care of everyone there so that there was no evidence left. The blacksmith opened his mouth in shock, realizing that this was it, and he continued to feel drawn to this guy. He saw Changsun's grim grin, but he did not know the reason that this guy was the boss, and he felt that he could do it. The guys stood opposite each other. The blacksmith replied that this place was in Seoul, Junggyeonggu, Manhwa Mountain. They were transported to this place where it was already night. The columns on the stone fortress stood in a row. Changsun jumped on them nimbly. He saw a group of people walking into the cave. He realized that the blacksmith's elder brother was in this clan, and there was only one reason why they would recruit Jin Diwen, this scoundrel. He watched the scene closely. I realized that in order to open the tomb, Higoff had long been known to want to secretly clear the dungeon, arranged like a tomb. He saw armed guards guarding the entrance to the cave. He knew that this place was noticed, and the elder brother Yaya, in order to open the last room in the tomb, thought it was shaped like a castle. He realized that there was most likely a hidden part, and they recruited him because they could not find it. The guy looked ahead sullenly and tried to figure out what kind of place it was if it was so difficult to find, and there must be good items inside. He looked at the moon and thought that it was around 8:40 p.m. He started texting his mother to calm her down. He sat on his phone and wrote that he would have dinner on the way home. He went to the browser and was going to search about the Hyoff clan. He came across an article that said that this clan was closely related to a brutal criminal with a black silhouette. He frowned as he scrolled through his phone and realized that they were just a pawn. Changsun knew that even if he killed them all, it would not be a big deal. He looked to the side when he saw a message from the deities pop up. The owl piercing the dim light was pleased with his sense of justice and nodded. He received the special bonus of the Unbending Spirit. The message that it was Unbending Spirit and Blessing type, effect, Mind Immunity, Iron Will. The protagonist squinted and looked to the side. He thought that there must have been a misunderstanding, but if they were going to give him bonuses, it would be cool if it was the Recognizing Eyes or the Blade and Dagger of the Goddess. Changsun took out a mask from his jacket. System notification. The Hunting Time deity is happy because it looks like an interesting battle is brewing. The deity, the snake that wraps around the world, is looking forward to his battle with the clan. Changsun thought that he should hide his identity first. A blue glow emanated from the smiling mask. System notification. Laughing Hao mask, a defense item, obstacle to recognition. The protagonist held daggers in his hands, saying that although he did not want to kill them quickly. System notification. He put on the Laughing Hao mask. He took out daggers from the feathers of the ice kite. Changsun waved his hand, throwing daggers. The fighter looked up. The dagger pierced his head. His face was frozen by the ice dagger. The daggers turned the people into ice. The protagonist made his way past them. He took out his weapon. There was an explosion with lightning. The protagonist cut the people into ice. He squinted through the mask. Changsun said that this was not enough and trash like them should suffer more. Changsun slashed his hand. He touched the fighter's icy face with his hand. System alert. He used the poison blood skill, and now his body produces ice poison. Red poison moved across the fighter's face. System alert. The ice poison reached the victim, and thanks to the poison blood, the ice poison of the ice kite feather daggers became stronger. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily at the suffering of his opponents. He thought that the additional skill he received after gaining immunity to 10 poisons was poisonous blood, noting that he didn't think he would use it so quickly. A blue glow emanated from the protagonist's eyes. He said that since it wasn't just ice poison, but ice poison enhanced with poison blood, the effect was much stronger. The protagonist walked up the stairs. System notification. The deity of Hunting Time was enjoying what he was doing. The deity, the snake that coiled around the world, admired his recklessness and watched with interest. The protagonist told his opponents not to bother detoxifying themselves, but to simply die painfully. The stone doors began to close. The protagonist entered the room. System notification. He entered the dungeon of Bastilla's tomb. The protagonist's eyes sparkled brightly. System notification. He has visibility thanks to the laughing mask of Hao. The protagonist stood with his back to the distance. He thought that this was why Guiyao lent it to him. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He thought that he probably placed the brazier in front of the boss room so that he could quickly check the keys, adding that if he could get the rewards in the boss room, that would be great. Mold was growing on the walls of the dungeon. System notification. The dungeon mission to loot the tomb has begun. He must defeat the guardian guarding the Bastilla tomb and steal all the treasures in the last room where the owner of the tomb rests. Dim light penetrated the room. System notification. The tomb is divided into 3 large sections, and each section contains things to protect the owner's peace from tomb robbers. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. System notification. The deity of hunting time is waiting with interest for his next move. Changsun made his move. He slightly opened his mouth, looking to the side. System alert. The deity of hunting time asks in confusion what is wrong. Changsun told him to come out. The protagonist looked at the wall. System alert. The deity of hunting time says that there is no one there and asks what he is doing. The protagonist looked ahead with a dissatisfied look, asking why he will not come out. Brown-haired turned away, saying that if he does not come out, then he has no choice but to ask the administrator he meets. The protagonist stood motionless. The administrator peeked out from around the corner. Gerald said that he was much more impatient than expected, and he can calm down since everything is fine. Rabbit smiled sheepishly. He said that he was pleased to meet you, introducing himself as the administrator of the dungeon Gerald. System alert. The deity of hunting time wonders in surprise what that bastard is doing there. Rabbit smiled maliciously. He asked why she was reacting like that, commenting on how angry she was and how it seemed like everyone knew he was there. System alert. The hunting time deity lost her composure and asked what he meant by that. Gerald squinted upward, saying that it was true. The rabbit stared ahead in confusion. System alerts appeared. The hunting time deity looked at the other gods in shock. The snake god coiling around the world asked how a god could be so stupid and shook his head with a look full of pity. The great demon god chasing the abyss looked at the administrator. The owl god piercing the dim light smiled bitterly and consoled the hunting time deity. The hunting time deity gasped and screamed that it was impossible. The protagonist watched intently. System alert. The deity, the time of hunting, praised the administrator's ability to hide, which could deceive even the power of a god. Gerald said that he had never used anything like that. Changsun said that enough of this meaningless talk. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He asked that he was pursuing him to write a report. Gerald looked at the protagonist dumbfoundedly, asking what he knew about the report. Changsun looked up thoughtfully. He said that the training had already ended. Gerald widened his eyes. He thought that the report contained details that the gods wanted to know about, and it was something like an assessment compiled by the Administrative Bureau with precision, wondering how a newbie knew about it. Gerald sat down at his computer. He said that he probably knew more than an ordinary newbie and even rankers, adding that he needed to write about it in the report. The administrator looked at the protagonist with narrowed eyes. Changsun crossed his arms over his chest. The rabbit stared at the laptop monitor in shock. He thought that Changsun was a newbie who was the most talked about in the divine realm and that too many gods were interested in his report, and the Administrative Bureau was putting a lot of pressure on him, adding that he had figured him out and he was also too knowledgeable about the report, and that he had already written about half of his report. The administrator looked in front of him in bewilderment, thinking that if the recording rights were transferred to another administrator. The administrator let tears fall from his eyes, wondering what to do, noting that he did not think they would notice. The rabbit pulled out his eyes. The protagonist said that he could give him the recording rights. The administrator looked at the protagonist with admiration, saying that it was great. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that he needed a favor in return. The administrator looked at Changsun with a smile, asking what it was. The protagonist said that he would tell him later. The administrator looked at the protagonist warily, thinking that something was wrong with him. The protagonist grinned maliciously, saying that it would not be difficult, and he would tell him before leaving the dungeon. The rabbit closed his eyes, bowing his head. He said that he had no choice then, and however, he would not be able to do it if it was beyond his power, asking him to understand that. The protagonist smiled maliciously, saying that he didn't have to worry about it, and as far as he understood, the contract was concluded. Particles of light flashed between the boys. System notification. Player Changsun and Administrator Gerald made a mana contract. The rabbit bared his teeth, wondering what he even knew about a mana contract, noting that he was not a newbie, and no one would be surprised if he said that he was a veteran. The protagonist turned around, walking to the side. The administrator followed him. Changsun looked ahead with a serious look. System notification. The snake deity that coils around the world is delighted since there is someone more cunning than himself. Dim light penetrated the corridor of the room. Heat emanated from the stove. The fighter said that, apparently, the key did not fit this time either. The man punched the wall. The brunette looked at the fighters furiously. The head of High Elf's raiding department, Lee Seung. Yixing asked how many more times they would have to screw up before they finally got the job done. Yixing looked at the boys with displeasure. He said that they would be punished again, and at this rate, he would be sacrificed. The man opened his mouth wide. He said that this would not do and that they should drag Diwen there. The boys dragged Diwen down the hallway. Diwen asked them to stop. Yixing looked at Diwen with displeasure, saying that he heard that he had screwed up again. The man was kneeling, looking at the brunette. Jin Dhuen, Guiya's brother, who had stolen the hammer. Diwen begged the head for mercy. He pressed his palms to the floor, saying that if he could get some more blood, he could. Yixing kicked the man. Diwen bared his teeth, looking at the head. The head looked at the man furiously. He asked that hadn't he already provided him with everything he asked for, adding that with people, offerings, and even the sacred fire, but everything he did failed. The leader leaned over the brunette. He asked if there was one reason why he should spare his life, even if his life was on the line. Diwen said that the sacred fire he gave him was used in the new brazier he spoke of. Yixing bared his teeth, asking if it was his fault. Yixing turned away from the man. Diwen said that of course not, and it was all because he didn't have enough time and blood, asking for one more chance. The leader thought that he shouldn't have trusted a worthless person like him in the first place. He looked at the man with narrowed eyes, asking if blood was all he needed. The man bowed his head to the leader. Diwen said that out of the 3 stages of the lock, he had already successfully opened 2, but the blood ran out too quickly, so he failed due to lack of strength, and therefore he just needed more blood. The leader said that he would take him at his word. Yixing put his hands in his pants pockets. He said that if he screwed up again, he would definitely get him and his family and tear them all apart. Diwen thanked him. The leader furrowed his brows, asking why the materials had not arrived yet. The fighter said that he would check them. The leader turned around. System notification. New data has arrived. The ranking system will be updated. Dungeon ranking system window. 1 Jiang Yujin, 2 Go Seung 1, 3 Li Yixing, 57 Li Changsun. The man grinned in displeasure. The rabbit was typing on the keyboard. He looked at the laptop monitor in bewilderment. The administrator noted that Changsun was indeed a unique player, and a large number of gods and constellations, among which the hunting time were interested in him, and this time his unique combat techniques could also be seen. The administrator looked away in shock. Gerald ran to the explosion site, asking why he was so fast. The protagonist stood with his back turned when the ball was flying at him. Rabbit noted that he had cleared each of the 2 sections in less than 30 minutes, and he was not only able to cut a huge metal ball in half. The protagonist cut the ball. Gerald thought that he had also repelled arrows from all directions without even looking at them, and it felt like he had memorized the location of all the traps. Rabbit dodged the protagonist's attacks. He thought that from what he remembered, the KR 921 dungeon had not been cleared for 4 years, but this player would probably succeed. Rabbit, bleeding, sat at the laptop. He thought he knew it because he had been an administrator for a long time, noting that he was talented and had excellent senses as well as features. The administrator typed on the keyboard. He thought that he imagined how the battle between the gods and the constellations for him would become even more ferocious. The administrator's paws froze in mid-air. He thought that Changsun had outstanding abilities. Gerald looked away in admiration, thinking that it was so much so that it interested the 12 constellations of the 28 temples. The protagonist cut the wall with his. Gerald thought that he reminded him of someone. The rabbit imagined the guy with a shining weapon. He stuck out his tongue, thinking that he thought this would make a couple of gods frown after reading it. Gerald immediately began to type on the keyboard. He imagined how the guy was holding the enemy by the throat. Gerald thought that this was the light of the gods, the light that shone so brightly and ridiculed a huge number of gods and constellations. The rabbit imagined the protagonist, thinking that he was fallen. The protagonist stood on a pole. He looked behind him with narrowed eyes. A man stood in front of him, baring his fangs. The protagonist thought that it was the ruler of the abyss. He looked at him furiously, not understanding how he dared to mock him. The ruler of the abyss smiled maliciously. Changsun dodged the blades. He landed on the ground. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a determined look. System alert. The deity, the time of hunting, thinks that the air there smells foul. The protagonist stood with his back to him, smelling blood and thinking that there is something there. System alert. The deity, an owl, piercing the dim light, warns him and says that evil is emanating from every corner there. Changsun entered the room where the corpses lay. System alert. The deity, an owl piercing the dim light, is furious at the horrible sight and calls on him to bring justice. The protagonist squinted. He thought he heard that they were going to make a key for the boss's room, wondering what kind of victims. The protagonist looked away, hearing people. The villains were leading tied people down the hall. The guy said that's why the boss was always so angry. The fighter asked that maybe they should cut off a couple of heads so that they could work faster. The villains grinned maliciously. The brown-haired man said that they should hurry, noting that they were missing one person, and if they didn't hurry, that one person would be one of them. The brunette said that it was so annoying. The protagonist froze one of the villains. The brunette looked at his comrade, dumbfounded. The protagonist swung his blade. He cut through the frozen bandits. The brunette rushed at the protagonist, asking who he was. The protagonist cut off the bandit's arm. The brunette opened his mouth wide, screaming in pain. Changsun flashed his gaze. He plunged his sword into the bandit's body. Changsun looked at the villain, holding the sword in his shoulder. The brunette asked who he was, and how dare he attack Hyof. The bandit's gaze widened. Changsun looked through the mask with narrowed eyes. The brunette noted that these were not human eyes. Tears flowed from the villain's eyes. He begged Changsun for mercy. The protagonist looked at the guy with a cold gaze, asking that he wanted to live. The protagonist looked at the bandit frighteningly. He told him to then tell him what was going on inside, how many of them were, and how strong they were, and everything else he knew. The brunette held his hand, saying that there were about 30 people. The protagonist stared at the bandit. He thought that there were 30 people preparing the ritual, and the only one he had to be wary of was a man named Lee Seung. The bandit looked at the protagonist with hope. He noted that he had told him everything he knew, asking for mercy. The protagonist looked at the guy with an indifferent look, saying what about it. He took out his blade, swinging it. System alert. He took out a dagger made of a sharp fang of a Bengal tiger. Changsun said that he only asked him if he wanted to live, but did not promise to spare his life. Changsun attacked the villain. Blood gushed out in front of Changsun. System alert. Level up. The deity, the snake that coils around the world, said that it was an incredible thing and that she liked it. The protagonist stretched out his hand in front of him. System notification. The deity, the great demon chasing the abyss, nodded slightly at how cunningly he killed him. Soul sucking activated. The bandit began to dissolve into red particles. People watched what was happening, dumbfounded. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing expression. He looked away. People looked at the red haze from the protagonist. Changsun took a step further. He turned away from the people, walking away. People looked at the guy leaving. They widened their eyes, asking if he was a ghost. Fighters were walking down the corridor. The guy asked that they were asked to find Changsun. The fighter said that he had heard this name somewhere before. The brown-haired man said that it was a famous pro player. The fighters began to hide behind the wall. The guy said that he had heard that he was now just a vegetable. The brown-haired man noted that it must be someone else with the same name. The protagonist appeared from behind the wall. He disappeared behind the wall where a flash appeared. The guys asked who he was. There was an explosion behind the wall. Yisung looked away in confusion. He frowned, asking where the hell they were. Yisung's eyes widened in shock. System notification. The dungeon ranking has been updated. 1 Young Yujin, 2 Go Seung-won, 3 Lee Jeseung, 11 Lee Changsun. The leader looked ahead in horror. System notification. Changsun rose in the dungeon ranking. The leader looked away in confusion. System notification. Changsun took 3rd place in the ranking. Yisung clenched his hands into a fist. System notification. Changsun took 2nd place in the ranking. A silhouette of a man appeared from the shadows, asking for help. The leader looked at the guy in horror. The brown-haired man walked unsteadily towards the leader, asking for help. Yisung told him to come to his senses. Yisung narrowed his eyes. The poison was spreading throughout the boy's body. Sun said that a ghost was coming. A bright light appeared from the boy's body. The flash of light threw the leader aside. Thick clouds of smoke rose. System alert. He has a severe burn. He was poisoned with cadaveric poison. Fire was flaring up on Yisung's body. System alert. He was poisoned with acid poison, warning that his stamina was depleting very quickly and urgent detoxification was needed. Yisung held a small flask in his hands. System alert. He is close to death. Yisung looked at the huge explosion. With a burnt face, he looked ahead. The protagonist appeared in front of the leader. System alert. Death is approaching. The protagonist held out a dagger in front of him. The man blocked the blow with his sword. Yisung winced in pain as he blocked the blow. Changsun wondered why he was able to block it. Yisung began to swing his weapon, shouting that he would kill him. The leader was moving quickly towards the protagonist. Changsun thought that in theory, he couldn't see properly because of the poison. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He wondered why he was able to keep up with him using only his senses, noting that he must be able to fight. Yisung braced himself against his sword. System alert. His stamina is being depleted at an increased rate, requiring immediate detoxification. The protagonist looked at the leader carefully. He couldn't imagine that he was so capable even though he was level 30, wondering if he was using something to strengthen himself. The protagonist stood behind the protagonist. He thought it was strange that such a peaceful country still had a place for sacrifices and something so dangerous. The protagonist looked ahead warily. He thought that something was definitely wrong there, and he came there because of Iya, but he was becoming more interested in these secrets. The protagonist pursed his lips, thinking that the reinforcements from the headquarters should have arrived by now. He stared ahead, thinking that now it was time for the victims. The guy looked behind him, telling everyone that they should go there. The people ran into the room, locking the door. The brown-haired man looked ahead in horror, asking if this was the place that the masked guy had talked about earlier. The man said that it seemed so. The guy widened his eyes. He remembered the protagonist, how he left them. Changsun suddenly turned to the people. He looked at them with a serious look. Changsun told them to go in that direction, and through 2 doors on the left of them, turn into an alley, and there will be an open door, noting that they should hide there and lock the door. The protagonist glared at the people, telling them not to come out of there at all costs. Changsun turned away, saying that then they could survive. There was a knock behind the locked door. The guy asked what that door was. The protagonist looked straight ahead with a serious expression. He thought that he had explained everything accurately enough, so they should be able to handle it. Changsun's eyes flashed. System notification. He used 30 extra points on strength and agility. Strength 51 increased to 81, agility 49 increased to 79. A jar rolled across the floor. Changsun asked that he was looking for an antidote. Yisung suddenly grabbed the jar with the antidote. There was nothing in the jar. Yisung noted that it was empty. The protagonist appeared behind the leader, asking that he was a complete idiot, and how could anyone believe that? The leader bared his teeth. He swung his sword, but Changsun jumped up. The protagonist stabbed. Yisung blocked the attack with his sword. The leader could only dodge the attacks. He opened his mouth wide. Yisung swung his sword. System notification. The deity, the time of hunting, is enjoying this exciting battle. The protagonist narrowed his eyes with malice. System notification. The deity, the snake that wraps around the world, says that he is the most cunning person and enjoys watching his battle. Changsun swung his dagger. System notification. Skill, common dagger technique has reached the maximum level. High-level skill is available. Skill, supreme dagger technique acquired. The protagonist held the dagger in front of his face. The dagger rested against the enemy's sword. The sword in the leader's hand split into pieces. Yisung said that this was impossible. The protagonist slashed. Pillars of light surrounded the man. The protagonist stood behind the enemy. He swung his dagger. A red explosion occurred behind Changsun. A dim light penetrated the ceiling. Yisung was lying on the floor, bleeding, asking why him. The protagonist looked back at the man, saying that it was strange. The protagonist looked at the leader with a cold gaze. He said that if he was willing to take the lives of innocents, he should be prepared for his own to be taken one day. The leader began to dissolve in particles of light. System alert. Soul suction activated. Particles of light followed the protagonist. System alert. Purgatory flame activated. He successfully acquired the soul of player Lee Yi-seum. His stamina was restored by 6%. The protagonist chuckled contentedly. System alert. The deity, an owl piercing the dim light, admired his righteousness. The protagonist thought she was talking about righteousness, noting that it was funny. Changsun looked ahead in surprise. System notification. The deity, an owl piercing the dim light, bestows upon him gift, inner peace, type, blessing, defensive effects, protection of reason, constant courage. The protagonist wondered what this inner peace was. He narrowed his eyes in confusion. Changsun thought that even taking into account the unbending spirit, also inner peace, noting that he was not an apostle. The protagonist grinned slightly. The guy in the black cape was strangling the enemy. Changsun thought that he was always vicious and tough. The brunette squinted and looked away. Changsun thought that he was nicknamed the God of Evil. The protagonist grinned maliciously. He thought that although he was spoken of as a wise and intelligent god of war, despite the terrifying rumors about him, he was surprisingly sloppy. The protagonist stood with his back to him, holding a dagger in his hand. System notification. The deity, the time of hunting, expresses concern over the 2 gifts of the owl piercing the dim light, and rummages through his treasure chest to see what it can give him. The brunette thought that at least he didn't think he had become as lazy as someone else. System notification. Dungeon ranking, 1 Lee Changsun, 2 Yun Yujin. The protagonist stood in front of the huge doors. System notification. He walked towards the boss room. The brunette threw the dagger over his shoulder. System notification. The boss room is currently tightly locked. He must find a key hidden somewhere and use it to open the door. He picked up a bone spear carved from the rib of a Bengal mountain goat. The protagonist threw the dagger to the side. The dagger pierced Diwin's chest. Diwin looked down in shock. He fell to the floor, bleeding. The brunette said that he was running around like a rat. The brunette picked up the hammer. System alert. Unknown hammer. It looks like it was made of a meteorite after many years. Effect unknown, since he is not the owner. The protagonist looked straight ahead thoughtfully, noting the meteorite. The brunette looked at the huge door. He said that he should open the door that Hyoff had not been able to open for years. The protagonist looked behind him. He said that if Iya was there, he thought he could somehow forge the key, noting that there was no point in wasting time on pointless labor when there was an easier way. The protagonist looked sideways, telling Gerald to get out. The administrator appeared in front of the protagonist. He looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking why he called him at such a time. The protagonist glared menacingly. He said that they had an agreement and that he should open the door immediately. Light was shining into the room. Gerald said that he probably didn't know this because he was still a newbie. The rabbit grinned maliciously. He said that according to the rules, the administrator can't interfere with the dungeon's mission. The administrator looked at the protagonist in bewilderment. Changsun said that this was sheer nonsense. Gerald's eyes widened. Changsun said that depending on the situation, he could twist these rules as he pleased. The rabbit reluctantly walked to the door. The protagonist said that if he didn't want to, then he didn't have to, because he definitely wouldn't bother him with a report. The rabbit said that he understood and would do as he wanted. Gerald walked up to the door, from which a glow emanated. System notification. The deity, hunting time, clutching his sides, said that seeing the confused administrator was a real pleasure. The deity of the snake that wraps around the world admires his ingenuity. Gerald said that he might be punished for this, so he hoped that this would be the end of it. The doors began to open. System notification. The closed stone door was opened by the authority of the administrator. The rabbit looked ahead in surprise. He smiled bloodthirstily. Changsun looked ahead with a serious expression. Gerald said that he opened it. The administrator looked at Changsun with a bloodthirsty smile, telling him to hurry up now. The protagonist glanced sideways at the administrator. The rabbit watched as the protagonist entered the door. The door slammed shut and the rabbit giggled bloodthirstily. Changsun stood by the door with a dagger. System notification. He entered the boss room. The protagonist looked at the monster with an enraged expression. A huge red monster with eyes appeared in front of the protagonist. The monster's eye stared at the protagonist. The protagonist's eyes turned red. System notification. He was under the influence of a curse. A slight gleam emanated from the monster's eyes. System notification. The dungeon master is trying to steal his body. He must resist to the end and break the golden box on the altar. The monster told him to submit to him. The protagonist's eyes flashed red. System notification. If he fails to resist the curse, his body may be stolen, so he must be careful. Hypnosis has begun. The monster told him to worship it and tremble before it. System notification. Brainwashing has begun. The monster looked at the brunette furiously. He asked how he dared to disturb the king's sleep, ordering him to give him his flesh. Dust fell from the ceiling. The rabbit leaned slightly. He smiled widely, squeezing his eyes shut. Gerald said that he did not think it would be so easy, and the mission in this boss room was so easy. Tears flowed down the administrator's joyful face. He said that he must protect his mind from the dead master of the tomb, who has nothing but his own thoughts. The rabbit remembered how he opened the door. He said that from what he saw before, the master of that tomb. The rabbit saw a terrifying monster, noting that it was a monstrous bislay. The rabbit happily spun, wondering if an ordinary newbie could withstand such a thing. Gerald furrowed his brows in anger, asking how dare he play with him. The administrator turned away from the door, bidding farewell to the rude brat. The administrator smiled maliciously. System notification. Unbending spirit activated. His mind is well protected from external intrusions. Inner peace activated. His mind's defense has become much stronger. The rabbit's eyes widened in shock. He abruptly turned to the door. System notification. The dungeon mission has been completed. The final dungeon rating has been revealed. Dungeon rating, Li Changsun 175,550 points. The rabbit looked at the door in bewilderment, saying that this was impossible. System notification. Rewards will be given out according to the results. The door in front of the rabbit began to split into light. System notification. The dungeon will soon begin to close, starting a countdown. Gerald furrowed his brows, saying that it was true. The protagonist stood in the golden light. Gerald said that it was the rune keeper. The protagonist held a key in his hand. He looked ahead with a menacing look. The rabbit said that he had failed. System notification. The countdown has ended. The rabbit stood with his back to what was happening. System notification. The dungeon will now completely close. They all did a great job. The full moon was shining in the sky. The night was spreading over the city. Xiangsu shoemaker's alley. Changsun told him to take it. The blacksmith held a hammer in his hands. He pointed at it with a puzzled finger. Changsun ate a cookie, asking that he brought him his hammer, and now he can start. The protagonist handed the treat to the dog. Yaja said that it was good, but as he said, 1 month was not enough for this, and he needed to feel this hammer again because he had not worked with it for a long time. Besides, he needed to clean the brazier. The protagonist looked sideways at the blacksmith, saying that he had a week. The blacksmith looked at Changsun in bewilderment, saying that it would take more than 2 weeks for just one whip. Changsun said that he was giving him a month to feel the hammer and make a whip with a spear. The blacksmith looked at the protagonist, leaving in bewilderment. The protagonist said that for demanding so much, he would pay 3 times more. The protagonist picked up a rusty sword, saying that he would consider this as consent and would return in a month. He raised the sword, showing the blacksmith, asking that it was also for sale, noting that he would take it. Yaja looked at the protagonist in shock. His mouth was wide open. Yaja said that this was something that his father said had been passed down from generation to generation and that he would never sell it. a message on his phone. A top-up of 100 million won, the sender's name was Changsun. The blacksmith looked at his phone in shock. Changsun said that this was the fee, suggesting that he consider that there was also a fee for restoring the hammer, asking if that would be enough for him, and that he had used it as a poker anyway, so what difference did it make? The blacksmith was at a loss, asking what was wrong with that bastard. The dog approached its owner. The blacksmith stroked the dog's head. The blacksmith opened the doors. A brazier appeared in front of them. The blacksmith took off his shirt, saying that in any case, the past is in the past. Yaja smiled maliciously, holding the hammer in his hands. He said that he did not know what was going on, but he had to try. The protagonist walked down the street. The man said that Yaja was in Seoul now, telling him to try to find him. Changsun said that he heard that he was lost immediately after completing the Capricorn divine artifact. The protagonist stood in front of the man, asking that he was a man and not a god. Thanos sat on the throne, saying that, however, he was already quite old. The protagonist squinted at Thanos. The long-haired guy smiled maliciously. He said that Yaja was originally the name of one man, and it was passed down to his successors, adding that Capricorn, unknowingly, immediately after receiving the artifact killed him, noting that he did not know that his successors were still alive. The protagonist looked menacingly ahead. Thanos said that the problem was that many of the Yaja family's secret skills were lost because of him, and as a result, when the family continued to live in this state, it became greatly weakened. The blacksmith beat off the weapon with a hammer. Thanos said that of course, as the one who carries the legacy of Yaja, the weapons he creates are incredible and there are 1 in 1,000. The blacksmith smirked contentedly. The protagonist walked along the street of the city. He thought that Thanos had given him good advice, and in their days, Yaja would flourish from the hands of Choi Bu-young, adding that it would be more accurate to say from his hands. The protagonist held a key in his hands, thinking that it was Peter's key. He sat in the car, looking at the key. Changsun thought that if the dungeon was Bislai's tomb. The protagonist stared ahead with a cold gaze. He wondered that why the great treasure inside was Peter's key. The car was driving along the road. Changsun thought that it was too late, and his mother was probably worried, so he should hurry home. The man slammed his hand on the table. He asked what about the guy who locked the dungeon, did they find it yet? The guy said that they haven't found it yet. The man looked at the boys with displeasure, asking what they were doing, adding that they should find him no matter what, alive or dead. The man grinned in bewilderment. The head of the High-Elf Raid Department, Go Seungwon. Seungwon said to take the Peter key from him, no matter what it took. Seungwon bared his teeth nervously. He thought that if the real owners of the Bangwa Mountain Gate, the White Tiger clan, found out, they would be finished. Seungwon gritted his teeth in horror. He thought that they had to use human sacrifices to get Peter's key, so they had a secret agreement. The leader pointed his hand to the side. He told the fighters to scatter to the cars since they were heading to Mount Bangwa. The leader walked towards the exit with a menacing look. He said that he couldn't believe that not only was the dungeon closed, but the key was also stolen from them. Seungwon glared at the guys, telling them to move. The leader thought that if the White Tiger found out about this, his life alone would not be enough. Seungwon furrowed his brows. He thought especially Seo Jeongkwan, if that bastard found out, his entire family would be finished, adding that he couldn't just leave it like that, he had to find him at any cost. A bright full moon was shining above the building. A man was standing next to Jeongkwan. Jeongkwan's eyes widened. He began to emit a powerful aura. The protagonist's mother watched the scene. Yeon looked at Jeongkwan in shock, calling out to him. Changsun's mother watched the scene in surprise. Youngjun glared at the leader, asking what he was doing. The leader bared his teeth in anger. He waved his hand, dispersing energy. Youngjun looked at the leader in confusion, asking how he could use his evil tiger spirit when there was a civilian nearby. The leader looked behind him in confusion. Yeon held her hand out in front of the protagonist's mother. The woman looked at the leader with a displeased expression. Jeongkwan turned his back, walking towards the exit. He said that it was getting dark and it didn't look like Changsun was going to go home, so he would go. Yeon looked at the protagonist's mother in worry, asking if she was okay. The woman lowered her head, saying that everything was fine. She looked at the floor with a sad look, saying that they said that the awakened ones live in a completely different world compared to them. Yeon looked at the woman worriedly. Changsun's mother asked what it meant. It was true, and their youngest was the same. The woman looked sadly in front of her, saying that he was acting quite harshly, but inside he was very soft, and she wanted no one to touch him anymore, but it seemed that it was impossible. The boys looked at the mother worriedly. The woman told them to leave. The boys went down on the elevator. Youngjun noted that thanks to the leader, everything ended quite sadly. Youngjun narrowed his eyes. He said that they can't just leave without even looking at him, asking what they were going to do now. Youngjun remembered the girl who asked him to bring Changsun with him. Youngjun looked at the boys, saying that if they were going to stay there, they could ask the secretary to bring them coffee. Seokti smiled widely, asking for a hot caramel macchiato. Yeon hit Seokti's throat with her hand. Seokti, level 41, Yeon level 62. Yeon looked at Vanya with a serious look. She said that it was okay since they still had somewhere to go and, unfortunately, they would have to meet Changsun next time. Yeon hit Seokti's throat again. Seokti said that they no longer had work. Yeon thanked Youngjun for his concern. The guy smirked slightly, saying that it couldn't be helped and then see you next time. There was a number 1 above the elevator. Yeon told him to be careful when he went back, telling Seokti to follow her. Seokti hurried to follow the girl. He looked behind him in surprise. The guy looked at the brunette with confusion, asking what kind of serious expression she had. Then he turned his attention to his pocket. He took out his cell phone. There was a message on the phone. It said that this is a code red, and in Seoul, Yungning District, Manhwa Mountain, people who were supposed to be sacrificed have been found and are currently sheltering them, adding that they are at the relevant police station and are preparing for collateral damage, urgently requesting help. The guy looked at the phone with confusion, wondering what it was. Seokti ran to meet Eula. The brunette said that he would be left there if he did not hurry. Night spread over the city. The protagonist swung a rusty sword. He looked closely at the sword. System notification. Deity, hunting time, grumbling, asking why he took this with him. Changsun thought that this thing used as a poker in a mythical brazier couldn't be so simple. He brought the sword closer to his face. The protagonist thought that this was how to use the legendary divine artifact, the fishgut sword, and if he used the evil dragon's fang and the fishgut sword correctly, nothing else in the player world would be able to come close to them. A blue glow emanated from the beautiful sword. System notification. The fishgut sword, one of the 9 famous blades forged by the first Yaja, who was counted among the divine craftsmen. Divine artifact, attack power, immeasurable, effect, not recognizable. Because the requirements are not met, he will not be able to use the abilities and know the details of the divine artifact. The protagonist imagined a ruined city. He thought that the 9 famous swords that define Yaja are absolutely priceless, adding that when one of the 9 famous swords, the Calm Azure sword, appeared in Arcadia, a bloodbath ensued over it. The protagonist looked at the sword in bewilderment. He wondered that after that war, as he remembered, 2 empires and 6 kingdoms fell into oblivion, and who would have thought that one of such swords would be used as a poker? The protagonist imagined a rusty sword against the backdrop of people. He noted that the original owner of the fishgut sword was an assassin, so it is said that this sword has shed the most blood out of the famous 9, and it is considered an evil sword, full of incredible resentment and tenacity from its victims, but because of this, not much is known about its appearance. The protagonist raised the sword in front of him. He thought that it was also said that the first Yaja was called a divine craftsman because he could not stand blood. The sword glinted with light. Changsun said that he did not know whether it was the first Yaja or the successor bearing its name, but apparently all recognizable patterns were removed to erase it from existence, leaving it as a way to preserve the mythology. The protagonist looked away menacingly. The protagonist extended his hand to the system window. System notification. The deity, hunting time, giggled to himself, grumbled because he was happy to hold something so strange in his hand. The owl deity, piercing the dim light, looked at him with satisfaction. Changsun closed his eyes, saying that if there was a chance, it would be cool to collect all 9 famous Yaja balls. The protagonist took out his dagger, saying that he wondered if he would ever meet him. System notification. He took out a bone spear made from the rib of a Bengal mountain goat. The protagonist stood motionless. He narrowed his gaze. The protagonist threw the dagger to the side. System alert. He launched an attack. Changsun threw his dagger. His weapon was aimed towards the tree. The dagger pierced the tree. Youngjun tilted his head away from the dagger. He looked at the protagonist with annoyance. Youngjun said that although he had hidden his presence, he was going too far, asking how he could attack so suddenly. The protagonist rushed to attack the guy. He looked at him furiously. Youngjun looked at the protagonist dumbfoundedly, thinking about his eyes. The protagonist held his weapon out in front of him. The brunette took out his weapon. He blocked Changsun's strike. The brunette looked ahead in confusion, asking what kind of newcomer this was. The protagonist looked at Youngjun with an angry gaze. Youngjun fought off Changsun's attacks. The brunette gritted his teeth, thinking that his fighting style was rather rough and unconventional. Changsun held his sword out in front of him. The brunette thought that he was not making unnecessary movements. The protagonist rained attacks on the brunette. Youngjun thought that he was training in real battles, and that his blade was only meant for killing, noting that this was not a beginner. The protagonist swung his sword with a menacing look. Youngjun thought that he was like a first-generation player who had endured everything possible. The protagonist dealt slashing blows. Youngjun thought that he only wanted to test him. The brunette widened his eyes in bewilderment, thinking that he could be embarrassed if he made even one mistake. Youngjun gritted his teeth, not thinking that his niece would pat him on the head for this. A glow began to emanate from the brunette's sword. The brunette thought that he wanted to fight seriously now, and he had to do it. That was the only way he could stand up to that newbie. Youngjun raised his sword above himself. A system notification appeared. 10,000 notes were bent into arrows. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The brunette pointed a bright light at the protagonist. He stabbed his sword into the ground, saying that he surrendered. Youngjun raised his hands up in front of Changsun. Changsun bared his teeth in anger, asking what he was doing. Youngjun smiled slightly, folding his hands. He thought that he almost lost himself, wondering what he was thinking. Youngjun apologized for fighting him so thoughtlessly, and he only wanted to evaluate his skills. The protagonist looked at the sword stabbed into the ground. Youngjun leaned over to Changsun, saying that he seemed to have forgotten himself in his excitement. The brunette apologized for the misunderstanding this caused. The brown-haired man looked at the guy warily, asking who he was. System alert. The deity, hunting time, shouts to make an example of this person who so casually rushed at him and is looking forward to their battle. The guy put his hand under his coat, wondering if this was an informal speech. The brunette extended his hands to Changsun, saying that this was his business card. The protagonist held Youngjun's business card. He read that he was a 5-star sword, the head of human resources, Wu Youngjun. The guy tilted his head, smiling. He said that, to be honest, the reason he was looking for him was because he wanted to invite him to his clan. The protagonist looked at the brunette thoughtfully. He thought that their deity was a nameless giant god, and his real name was the King of Karma, and he was widely known as a rich man who guarded the vaults and wealth of house owners. The guys stood opposite each other. Changsun said that he was not entirely pleased to go through this, but more importantly, how did he know about him? The brunette grinned maliciously. He said that apparently he still did not know how popular he was now, and they were not the only clan interested in him. The brown-haired man looked menacingly in front of him. He thought that they acted much faster than he expected, and apparently, you can't look down on them just because they are players. The brunette closed his eyes and smiled slightly. He said that he would like to chat with him some more, but unfortunately, since he made an irreparable mistake that day, he will contact him later when he calms down. The protagonist looked at the guy leaving. Youngjun said that he could contact him anytime if he needed anything. System notification. The deity, the time of hunting, grumbles that he can't let go of that impudent guy who attacked him, and exclaims that her future apostle has no right to lose by jumping back and forth. The protagonist narrowed his eyes in displeasure. System notification. The deity, the snake that coils around the world, reproaches her, saying that if she wants to fight so badly, then she should go somewhere else. The deity, the time of hunting, takes offense, saying that at this rate, the snake that coils around the world will be the one she fights with. The deity, the snake that coils around the world, with a cold smile, says that she can always try. The deity, the time of hunting, furiously says that she will taste snake soup that day. The protagonist stares into the distance indifferently. He thought that in any case, he had a feeling that he had seen him somewhere before. Changsun looked ahead in surprise, saying that if someone like him was walking around there. Changsun turned to the side, asking that they were at home too, noting that she would definitely be worried. Blood was running down Youngjun's hand. The brunette gritted his teeth in pain. The protagonist's mother met him. The woman asked that he had not eaten yet, telling him to go wash his hands and sit at the table. The mother smiled slightly, asking that he wanted to say something. Changsun looked at his mother, calling out to her. The full moon was shining above the city. Changsun said that he had something to tell. The sky was lit up by a bright sun. A guy stood among the clouds of smoke with a spear. The man said that even such a small one can already show his killing intent. The guy looked to the side, asking the old man what was wrong, telling him to shut up if he didn't want to get beaten up. The old man said what a strange character he had. The brunette narrowed his eyes in displeasure. He asked what he was talking about, adding that if he was going to continue talking that nonsense, he'd better shut up already. The old man held out his sword with a sly smile. He said that this wouldn't do, and they'd talk after he'd taken a few hits. The old man smirked slightly. The protagonist opened his eyes, looking at the ceiling. A notification popped up on his phone that he had plans that day, an interview with the White Tiger clan. The protagonist lay motionless on the bed. His mouth slightly opened. Changsun noted that 1 month had passed since the White Tiger clan's notice of employment, and it was time to get down to business. Changsun wondered why he had dreamed of that particular thing. A crowd of people rushed towards the stadium with the sign. The sign read, "Admission to the White Tiger clan." Inside, a strongman was lifting a dumbbell among the crowd. The instructor extended his hand and asked him to place his hand on the device that measured magic. Changsun extended his hand to the device. A bright light came from the mechanism, attracting the attention of the crowd. The protagonist stood calmly among the smoke. The instructor fussed around the brown-haired man because of the broken device. Hidden by his clothes, the hero was bathed in the rays of the sun. A voice rang out, demanding to bring a better measuring device. This demand attracted the attention of the brown-eyed girl and her companions. The man with the spear turned in the direction of the scream. His interested look stood out on his bandaged face. The instructor, standing opposite Changsun, asked him to take the test again. In the crowd, a tall man asks his companion the name of the hero. The girl remembers his name. The girl with the bob hair stood with her eyes wide open in shock. Her enthusiastic scream rang out in the crowd. The tyrant closed his eyes, hoping to avoid attention. Behind the crowd, Jae-wol was watching the scene. Two men standing next to a brown-haired girl were mocking the hero, hinting that he was putting on airs and didn't look like a man. The girl turned around with displeasure and stood up for Changsun, saying that if all men looked like them, there would be no women left in the world. Standing in front, a girl with a bob haircut looked at the regressor with adoration. Behind her, the guys didn't understand why this guy came here, because it would be good if he continued to play with toys in seclusion. The brunette next to her noted that this guy had retired a long time ago and didn't understand what he was doing here. A notification popped up about the level 25 and SSS+++ rank of the main character's magic power. The shock of what they saw was reflected on the faces of the three. The spearmen watched the result intently. The entire crowd watched the hero's indicators in surprise. Screams echoed throughout the stadium. There was a sign saying second raid group. Youngkwon was sitting on a chair with a tablet. He was grimacing in thought. The news was covering the High-Off incident, which had been hushed up all this time. With the support of the association, prosecutors had managed to seize the clan's headquarters, and now they were searching the place because the body of the head of the raid department had been found. Yun was speaking at a conference in front of the audience. 21 cases had taken a victim in the past 7 years, and they were trying to figure out what led them to such a tragedy. The agent looked forward with an angry expression, and being a steel witch, she announced a severe punishment for High-Off. The emblem of a roaring white tiger. The white tiger had started a war against High-Off because the results of the investigation had been revealed. The mustache man looked away anxiously and hoped that there would be no more problems with the sect. Many wanted to thank the unknown hero in the Haho mask, a black silhouette of a man with a mocking mask. However, there was no clue as to who might be hiding under the man. The blonde man frowned, thinking that the stranger had stolen Peter's key. Light was streaming from the Haho mask. The examiner burst into the office with news that a super rookie had appeared. The head, with his back to the man, asked why he was shouting. The examiner stated that the directors had been called as well. Youngkwon looked back with displeasure and asked him why that was done. Standing to the side of the blonde man, the worried instructor reminded him of Changsun, adding that he was the rookie he had been waiting for a month with the Black Shamshir and Steel Witch. The dark-skinned man was excited to recruit the hero he knew from the jam sale gate. The room was lit by a lamp, and Youngkwon stated that because of those High-Off guys, he had no time for this kid. Encouraged, with a grin from Youngkwon that the tyrant had come to take the test, he asked about the result. Roaring with delight, the mustachioed man headed to the exam site. The roar of the crowd was heard on the exam site. News flooded the internet about the resurrected tyrant. Standing to the side of the examiner, Changsun heard the crowd. He stood with an impassive face. People were sitting in the stands. A smirk touched his lips when he looked away from the stands because they were discussing him very heatedly. The deity of hunting time was proud of the attention her chosen one received because his talent was first of all. The brown-haired man looked away emotionlessly. Among the empty stands, two figures in robes stood. The protagonist's gaze was riveted on them. A wave of golden energy rushed upward. The projection of a tiger above the two figures watched the tyrant. A cruel smile appeared on the brunette's face, noticing the projection. The snake that coiled around the world assumed that the tiger had something in mind for him. Checking the form, the instructor announced that the test was about to begin. The brunette and the bald man looked at each other, discussing the possibilities of summoning. The instructor noted that the test was a monster hunt, from red orcs to two-headed monsters, and they could summon anything. The examiner was shocked by Changsun's decision to summon the strongest monster. The crowd in the stands exclaimed in shock. Streams of energy gushed from the magic circle in front of the regressor. The head of the monster emerged from the streams of energy. The massive figure of Drake was preparing to attack, standing in front of him. In front of the threatening face of the Drake, the protagonist stood in the distance. The monster glared at the guy and a notification appeared about a tiger trapped in difficulties, wanting to evaluate the hero. The crowd watched in horror and asked what was happening. The projection of the tiger looked at the motionless hero with suspicion. The protagonist stood casually on the battlefield. The tiger trapped in difficulties decided that he would die. Standing there, the brown-haired man's face remained unwavering. The moment of his capture, when he sat on a column encased in a golden mass. The protagonist directed a look full of hatred back. There stood the figure of Huju, whose face was filled with malice. Chilling intent filled the gaze of the captured at that moment. The figure covered in a robe mocked the situation. A wild smile spread across the hero's face at the thought of how he would repay the offender. Drake, with his mouth open, rushed at the player's figure. Drake ran, his mouth open. The dark silhouette of the creature was moving towards Changsun's figure. The hero grabbed the tube. The man in the jacket threw the tube up. In the locker room, the hero looked at the figure who had come, saying that he had really come. Turning to the newcomer, he noticed his tired appearance. Yaja held the tube in his hands, saying whose fault it was in his opinion, adding that he would not say another word. Standing opposite each other, the blacksmith handed Changsun the tube. The protagonist asked what about that thing. The blacksmith said that it was there. The black-haired man screamed, frightening the dog. Changsun asked about the quality. The blacksmith said that he would find out everything himself when he looked. The open container lay on the floor. The man in the jacket raised his hand with a new product. Hunting Time was shocked. The snake that wraps around the world had rarely seen such a weapon. The hero connected two parts of the spear, the treasured long dihedral spear. Effects: spear blade penetration, cumulative damage, blessing enhancement. The artifact was of the bound type. The creator did not name the item. Changsun pierced the air with one end of the spear tip. He cut the space with the other tip. The notification spoke of excellent spear skills. The protagonist twirled the spear in his hands. Hunting Time was delighted with the man's skills. She was surprised by the blacksmith's skills. Spear handling skill was obtained. Yaja's face expressed disbelief. He stood opposite his boss, watching him. Changsun made energy attacks with a spear. The blacksmith did not know that he was a spearman. The protagonist threw a container under Drake's muzzle. The crowd watched in horror in the stands. The monster slammed its face into the floor. Blood gushed out in all directions. Drake roared as the spear pierced its eye. The people looked on in shock, not believing what had happened. The tiger projection was surprised. The man looked ahead with a smile. The leader of the first squad of the White Tiger Clan Conquest team, Park Sangho. Sanko said that the guy had amazing agility, and for a level 25, it was almost impossible. He watched the protagonist, saying that the accuracy of his strikes was also high, noting that he would have succeeded even if he used a bow. Changsun ran across the arena. The leader of the first team grinned, noting that he had to get that kid no matter what it took. The protagonist stretched out his hand with an unwinding rope. The rope, oozing with energy, unwound. A nameless cat of 9 tails, made to order, an artifact of the bound type, without a name. The man rubbed his chin with interest, asking what it was this time, and that he wasn't just using a spear. The spear was oozing with energy, spraying blood. The blade continued to pierce the monster's skin. The blinded Drake roared. Changsun pulled the rope. He flew up, holding onto the artifact. His hand was tightly gripping the thread. The spear was torn out of the wound. Flying above the monster, the hero disassembled the weapon into 2 parts. Then he closed it over his head again. Rancor jumped on Drake's head with the spear in his hands. Blood sprayed in all directions. The hero plunged the weapon into Drake's wound. The brown-haired man tore the spear out of the monster's head in a jump. He landed behind the shining monster. The hero jumped away from Drake's massive tail. His right leg found support. The crowd looked at what had happened in disbelief. The man asked what kind of weapon he had. Changsun stood in front of the beast, emitting an aura. The man said that he was level 25 and with such speed, noting that all the effects were gold, not a single silver. The man asked if all the hits were critical, and if he was even human. The brown-haired man stood in the light, lowering his spear. Lowering his hand, he activated the skill Poisonous Blood. Drake, struggling, raised his head. System notification. Paralyzing poison spreads throughout Drake's body. Paralyzed, he rushed towards the standing man. System notification. He is now paralyzed and the bleeding does not stop, high probability of death. A shadow covered the ranker's face. A powerful thrust of the spear released rays of golden energy. A wave of light washed over the hero with the spear. A wave of energy began to spread throughout the hall. The defeated monster disintegrated into particles. System alert. He defeated Drake. The brown-haired man smiled cheekily after his victory. System alert. Level up and spear skill level up. Beginner. Changsun looked at the tiger projection. Hunting Time congratulated him on his improving hunting skills. System alert. Thanks to the privileges, his strength increased by 5 points. A glow emanated from the lion projection. The deity, the tiger trapped in deprivation, was deeply impressed by the fight and wanted to get a new fang. The brown-haired man smiled maliciously. The leader of the first team said that he definitely needed to get that brat, telling the guard to bring him. A flash of light flashed above Sanko's head. He was disappointed to see what it was. With his back turned, the guy in the jacket noticed something. He turned around and looked back. A pillar of golden energy struck upward. In a golden whirlwind, the protagonist collided with the leader of the second team. An evil grin spread across the mustachioed man's face, asking what he was able to block his tiger's ability, and that he could even withstand his tiger aura. Changsun held his sword, glaring at his opponent. The blonde said that he was better than he thought. The protagonist thought it was disgusting, and how the ruler of the abyss bore. The blonde opened his mouth wide, saying that he liked him, calling him to himself, noting that he would raise him to be an unrivaled warrior. From the force of the clash, the energy began to spread even more. The blonde said that he would show him what a true tiger is. The protagonist gritted his teeth. He wondered if he should respond to his attack, adding that most likely, this way he could attract the attention of the ruler of the abyss, although he would still need it on the Crimson Mountain range. Attracted by the voice, the fighters looked around. The man asked why they didn't stop. Red energy pillars appeared. The man jumped and sent the opponents flying. Outraged by the interference, the blonde roared, asking why he wanted to die. Sanko raised his hand in response, baring his teeth. He said that it seemed that the stupid leader of the second squad never understood that it was necessary to respect one's superiors. Fighting for the hero, the two leaders clashed with each other with force. The leader of the second squad said that indeed, he was too stupid to observe their rules of decency, adding that there was nothing to be proud of, asking him to step away from the boy. The brown-haired man said that he was only taking what was rightfully his, asking since when did he become his. The people in the stands watched the events in shock. The spectators did not understand what was happening. The boy asked why the leaders of the two best squads were fighting each other. The man asked why they were fighting for that boy. Two men appeared in the arena. The leader of the fourth squad, Denoflees Yu Hyunjin. The leader of the third squad, Hamadurium, Kang Sungwoo. Sungwoo said that he usually doesn't like to get involved in the squabbles of the two leaders, asking what he can do if he wants him to. Hyunjin apologized, saying that he will also join the battle. The protagonist stood with his back to the action, watching what was happening. The blonde asked the squad leaders that since the management constantly coddled them, then all the squad leaders were equal. The protagonist grinned maliciously, thinking that a serious brawl was brewing there. Standing nearby, the third and fourth leaders were oozing with energy and wanted to take the newcomer for themselves. Youngkwon and his comrade opposite responded in kind. Changsun looked at the blessed Haju with disdain, thinking about destroying them. A voice rang out from the side about what the guys were doing. A blast wave, stronger, broke up the conflict. Sungwoo and Hyunjin bowed under the pressure of energy. Opposite them, Sanko and Youngkwon tried to resist. Coughing up blood, the first leader of the squad recognized who it was. A dark silhouette, surrounded by a wave of energy, came to the arena, shining with energy. The executive director of the White Tiger clan, Sigwin, looked at the participants of the dispute. The hero looked at the new figure. The deputy of the White Tiger appeared in close. Blood flowed from the brown-haired man's nose from the pressure. The hunting time felt great power. The young man's piercing gaze was directed at the high-ranking figure. As he walked forward, the old man grumbled in displeasure that the boys had decided to start a massacre over a person, and the leader here, instead of reconciling everyone, had instead joined the battle. He realized that no matter how many times he tried, he could not break through the aura. Resisting the force, the two leaders looked at the old man. Youngkwon realized that their fun had come to an end, because the CEO was on his side and he could not wait for the other leader's smug face to stretch out in surprise. Smirking at his victory, Youngkwon imagined that Changsun was already his. Standing in front of the young man, Sigwin declared that since this was the child who started it all, if he sided with one of them, the relationship between the boys would only get worse, and therefore he would take him himself. The four leaders were dumbfounded by the old man's cunning, the sign of the CEO's office, and he asked the boy to change clothes. The deity of the hunting time drooled over the hero. The brown-haired man changed his bloody clothes. The hunting time told everyone to turn away. The old man noticed the hero's muscular body. The young man put on a t-shirt under the old man's thoughts that the boy's body had been through many battles, and his muscles were designed for battle. Sigwin frowned because he had never seen anything like this and was trying to find out what kind of life the boy had. Changsun turned around at the director's words. With a smile, the old man reported the patron god's interest in the hero and therefore decided to directly ask him about his wishes. Standing in front of his interlocutor in a cloak, the young man was silent. With an inexpressible face, the brown-haired man rejected the old man's assumption, explaining that he had so much money that he could not spend in all his lives and he did not come here for such a pitiful reason. Standing at a distance, the CEO said his wish that he wanted to join the strategy department. The hero frowned and made his proposal, saying that he had heard that Sigwin directly controlled the department and asked him if he had thought about establishing ties with the authorities. Sigwin's face became embittered at the question. The old man laughed joyfully. Standing in front of the main character, he thinned the spill of energy. The youth was angry through the streams of energy. The old man glared at the ambition like a tiger. Changsun looked at the gray-haired man who spoke, who said that the strategic department was both the head and the backbone of the White Tiger. Sigwin stared at the hero, noticing that to get to this treasure, the guy needed to show himself in all his glory, and asked him how Changsun was going to do it. The brown-haired man's face expressed the seriousness of his answer and that he proposed a record on a black and red mountain range. The old man stood sideways, listening to the young man's proposal about whether a new record would be enough, because he heard that all the newcomers passed this ridge as trainees. Sigwin looked at the boy in bewilderment and noted that he would not have shown himself to be the best in training, but decided to go straight to the dungeon ranking. The brunette stared ahead and answered in agreement. With his hands behind his back, the director stated in front of the hero that in this case, no one could really deny his strength. The protagonist stared intently. The old man turned his back, and the boy thought that he was thinking. Changsun's face hardened in the realization that the old man still wanted something. The old man was shocked by the proposal to try to clear this dungeon. With a smile, he turned around to the proposal, answering that this would be enough, and noted that this place was already very old and they had long been looking for a new one for training. The satisfied brown-haired man added his proposal for a cleanup without drawing too much attention. He realized that there really was something in the black and red ridge that would help impress on the CEO's weak spot. The old man, smirking, replied that they would now have something to talk about. A smile appeared on the protagonist's face, and he asked something else. Standing with his hands by his side, he asked to use the library. The inspired old man appreciated the pursuit of knowledge, saying that it was the best library in the world. A skyscraper with an image of a roaring tiger, a message on a gold background, a resurrected tyrant. Popular search queries led by Changsun. My boy revived discusses the return of the tyrant. Messenger is surprised that their country has such a cool handsome man. Ranker who lives twice wonders where his haters went. Disputes about his activities. Mystical L turns out to be Changsun, causing a tsunami of rumors with his appearance and giving a short interview with the survivors. Miss Wu said on air that she was saved by Changsun. Heeseong gave a thumbs up after seeing Changsun earlier, saying it was cool. The sign of the CEO's office. Youngkwon asks for the guy to be given to him, crying bitterly. Sigwin, closing his eyes, did not understand what highway and road of life he was talking about, noting a gravel path in this case. He added that the blonde was part of the clan, and if he did not observe subordination, he could lose his place as the leader of the squad. The offended blonde, bowing his head, the blonde asked about the refusal. While calmly explaining, the old man looks at his interlocutor, added that the guy was already in the strategy department and had already made it clear that he would leave if he didn't get what he wanted, and asked why he should put such a person in the second row. The old man also asked him to just wait, because as soon as the training was over, Changsun would become his ward, and of course, he would distribute him among missions, and asked about who he thought the brunette would be paired with more often. The mustachioed guy was surprised to learn the executive director's plan. A room illuminated by the rays of the sun. Sigwin asked to stop distracting him when he began to be pestered with questions about the main character. The old man grinned contentedly, saying that in any case, he knew this would happen, so he decided to lock him in one place that the big guy hated the most. A few days later, announcement of the beginning of the training of the Hope of the White Tiger. The tyrant is preparing to write his name in history. They were trying to find out how far the SSS+++ rank would go. The foot stepped on the ground. The notification of the entrance to the dungeon of the Black-Red Mountain Range. Changsun stands on a cliff, looking at the mountain, thinking that he needs to clear it all. His mouth opened in question. Light sparkled at the top of the mountain. The hero looked at the mountain and recognized what it was. Leaves of bushes. A face peeked out from behind the branches. A powerful explosion of energy rushed into the sky. The sky turned pink. Changsun was surrounded by falling leaves. The wind disturbed the tree branches. He looked into the distance and saw a silhouette flying across the sky. There it was. He looked into the distance with a smile. His target. Several system messages appeared. The Black-Red Mountain Range has long lost its original appearance under the influence of the magical powers of an unknown entity. It is necessary to find and eliminate the culprits, and also return the ecosystem to its original appearance. The mountain range is divided into 8 zones. Each of them has its own heteromorphic organism, which you will not meet in the dungeon, so you need to be careful. In order for all participants to be able to track the progress of the mission, they will be given an inventory, a status window, and a skill window. A panoramic view of a forest with yellow leaves opened up in front of the hero. He was told that the mountain was once huge and black and red, perhaps it was. He folded his hands in the pockets of his coat and headed further. A frightening place. It felt like he had already seen something similar in Arcadia. Something caught his attention. He turned around and noticed that someone was hiding behind a tree. System message. Skill weak wind follows you. A man in a gray suit with an angry look tore off the bark, squeezing his fingers. The guy looked at the pursuer without emotion. Have they been watching him since the library? And he thought, Executive Director, what is he trying to achieve with this? There were several illuminated tables in the hall, with tall shelves of books on the sides. A few days ago, in the library of the Ferocious Tiger, the guy stood looking at the room. As Thanatos said, it was simply enormous. Changsun raised his head. Wasn't Huju the eternal nuisance that caused much discord in heaven? Thanatos sat on the throne, the others stood a little further away. That's right. Then what kind of aspirations did his followers who had received the blessing have? The guy answered calmly. Most likely, they would also sow discord everywhere. The long-haired Machina chuckled. That's all. They would extort and exploit, and then arrange an exhibition of the corpses of their enemies. All this was like a trophy to them, a great deed that would bring exaltation to their patron god. The man rested his head on his hand and looked piercingly. He told him to look into the library of the Ferocious Tiger. If he wanted, he would give him a whole list of quite useful things. The guy stood in front of the throne. He said he would find them himself. Thanatos looked at the other man. He doesn't even want to listen. He won't disappoint, he agreed. A sly smile appeared on the long-haired man's face. Sagittarius Zodiac Movement Technique. Changsun was very surprised by what he heard. Sagittarius Rook. His 6 combat techniques that allow you to become the light itself? No, his sacred power. Bright lights of light appeared near the man on the throne. The art of walking without a trace on the snow. The art of penetrating the ascending energy. The art of crossing the leafy river. The art of the elastic bow. The art of opening the grass and the steps of attack. The hero asked with a smile, does he want to say that Huju has one of them? But the Sagittarius couldn't know about it, because their war with the guy had not yet happened. Where did he get such information? Thanatos enjoyed this conversation and closed his eye, suggesting that he think. The hero frowned. From the fallen star, he looked over the shelves. He needed to find the steps of attack, although it won't be easy. He imagined the planets in the starry sky and several zodiac signs. The advanced steps were the sacred ability that allowed Sagittarius to become a zodiac. Before he became a star, he was an ancient distant old star called the God of the Machine. The divine ability of the advanced steps Shani that he learned allows him to instantly occupy a certain space and release his divinity, thus allowing him to become an absolute being. Wasn't this the reason the other zodiacs forbade Sagittarius from approaching their territory? The guy lowered his head. If only he could obtain these steps back then after awakening his divinity, no one would be able to stop him. However, there was a problem. The deity, the tiger, trapped in deprivation, was watching his every move. Changsun walked to one of the shelves and began to sort through the books. A voice came from behind him and he turned his head. The library was open 24 hours a day, but he was only allowed to use it for a week. He was also allowed to use all the bookshelves except the forbidden first and second levels. A man in a gray suit stood behind him. Books were not allowed to be taken out of here, he reminded him, and a blue notebook extended its hand. And would it give him an autograph? It was for his girlfriend. Cute, the man thought about the hero. Changsun turned away, taking the red book in his hands. He ignored him. In order to avoid the CEO and Huju, he had to be extremely careful. He was sitting on the throne in a red robe. After seeing the exhibition hall and the military library of the one-horned tribe, he had tried to make one too, hadn't he? Surely, just observing would have its fruits too. The hero closed his eyes. Unwavering spirit activated. He opened his eyes, his pupils glowing bright blue. Peace of mind activated. Changsun opened the book, sat on the floor and leaned on the shelf. A tall building stood against the night sky. How many days had passed already? He had no idea what he was doing there. The man peeked out from around the corner. Is he really reading? The hero was choosing a new book from the top shelves. He didn't even choose them based on any common criteria. Some were on spearmanship, others on swordmanship. The books he had read were stacked one on top of the other. There were also books on divine laws and books on simple breathing techniques or myths about gods. The gray-haired man smiled. He told him to keep a close eye on him and report anything suspicious. And what would a man report to the director? Changsun opened a new book and began to study it. All he could say was that the reason he locked himself in the library was because he was playing to the crowd. Endowed with talent, he wasn't too lazy to learn something new, and he couldn't believe his own thoughts. The monitor looked tired and irritated. He asked him to go home, and he looked at the guy. It depressed him so much. The guy's face was focused, his eyes glowed blue. He was in a state of concentration. By reading alone, he is able to understand and remember everything he reads. His speed of learning has increased. It is as if he has immersed himself in his own world. His ability to read between the lines and understand terms where it is difficult has increased. He is in a state of madness. Warning: he has learned too much information and is overwhelmed by it. He has a headache. Warning: he has exceeded the allowed amount of information. It is recommended to rest. The guy continued reading. Achievement received. Book Obsessed Maniac. Effects: Intelligence plus 10, Tenacity plus 5. Light reader title. New system messages. The deity, Hunting Time, is starting to get tired of his endless reading. The deity, the snake that wraps itself around the world, is interested in all the information he has received. He has mastered some of the knowledge. His understanding of the tiger trapped in deprivation has increased. He has mastered some of the knowledge. The hero turned the page. The deity, the tiger trapped in deprivation, looks at him with interest. Changsun looked back with a smirk. How stupid. In thought, obtaining offensive steps is not his only goal. Karma is a component of Huju. In other words, he is interested in his entire skill tree. The hero put the book on the shelf and selected the next one. The library was originally created by the White Tiger clan to show off Huju's greatness, but for the clan members, it is also a shrine that connects them with techniques. A significant portion of the books left here have hidden pieces of information from him. He will find this information and put the pieces together to fully understand what Huju really is. A bright glow and black smoke came out from the open book. After that, he will be able to figure out the weaknesses of the people behind him himself. The boy did not take his eyes off the pages. With the knowledge he gained, a new type of skill was created. A combination of new skills, 15, 16, 35%. His eyes glowed with a bright yellow light. Huju's destruction combat techniques, skill combination progress 39%. The hero returned the books to their place and scratched the back of his head. He thought it was time for him to leave. He had already learned everything he needed to know about the destruction combat techniques on the 3rd level of the library. So to replenish what was left, he needed to unlock the 1st and 2nd levels and get skills for achievements. But then he remembered something. However, they were not here. The hero stood in the middle of the tall shelves. He looked at the existing records 3 times, but there were no offensive steps. Are they somewhere on the 1st or 2nd level? He glanced at the shelves. He had 3 hours left. Should he try again? If there were words or sentences that he had difficulty understanding, then there was a small chance that they were on the 7th level of the library. The hero walked along the shelves, touching the books. The unwavering spirit was already at its limit. Peace of mind strengthened the wavering concentration. His willpower grew stronger. The deity, an owl piercing the dim light, supported his willpower. His fingers touched the covers. He felt something. His face expressed the utmost delight. Found it. There was another book in his hands. 100 dishes that can be made from monster meat. He wasn't sure if these were really offensive steps, but he knew there was definitely something valuable in here. He read it with interest. If you turn it upside down, it would read from the end and in a special way. He saw something he didn't expect. He looked closely. This place. Leaves fell to the ground. Chains formed a cage for a man. Black tears flowed down his face. He would leave a deep grudge in this place. Changsun held the upside-down book. Does he know what it's like to be betrayed by someone of the same blood, someone he considered his brother? He knows. A child named Moonsung gave him the opportunity to know what it's like. The hero was shocked to see this name. Something popped into his memory. A fair-haired boy dressed in a dark kimono with a weapon in his hand. Jeom Chunho. There was a tiger banner flying above the blonde man's head, and a man with a tattoo on his face behind him. They stood above the city and ordinary people. The man who founded the White Tiger clan with director Mr. O and was recognized as one of the 9 greatest black tigers in the world. He was also Huju's apostle. The hero carefully read the book. The author of this book wrote as if he was close to such a creature. Was Chunho somehow related to the author? He was lost in his own thoughts as he read. Chunho was one of the few mercenaries who made a name for himself in the gamer world. He had gone through hardships and created his own martial art, and Huju, who had long ago given up on him, took him as an apostle. But according to this book, everything was different. A man with long white hair was sitting on the floor among the chains. His name was Hanyu and he was Moonsung's mentor. Black tears were streaming down his face. Or rather, he was his mentor. The man remembered how he trained under the blooming Sakura. He had long honed his swordsmanship to become the successor of the Ilman clan. He looked away. A small boy with blonde hair folded his hands shyly. But one day, the master brought an apostle who was much younger than him. The boy watched without expression. They practiced against the backdrop of a cloudy sky. As the master's health deteriorated with age, he accepted the child as if he were his own brother, taught him how to hold a sword and later became his teacher. The man smiled as he watched him, but he had no idea what this ordinary, quiet apostle was thinking. The great fire beast looked at the two, and what their patron spirit, the tiger trapped in deprivation, thought of their clan. The beast's face looked terrifying. As its name suggests, Huju, the tiger trapped in deprivation, was a chaotic deity that thrived on battle, chaos, and fear. The teacher drew his blade from its sheath, holding it in front of him. From the perspective of such a being, their clan's choice to make peace and hide for the sake of training was unworthy. Almost drawing his sword, a bright pink glow appeared. Of course, he could find another apostle. A huge force erupted from behind him, splitting the earth. But the problem was that their clan handled the Huju doctrine the best. Chunho was shocked as he watched this. The pink ball shot forward. The opponent in the red cloak raised his hand. So he couldn't just choose another apostle. He defended himself against the magical attack, and bared his teeth. Under the cloak was a beast-like face with big eyes and teeth. Hanyu looked at him emotionlessly. Behind him stood Chunho. He looked at his teacher. Changsun continued reading with interest. So Huju's powers were intentionally sealed. He had heard about this before. There was a moment when his power had sharply decreased. The hero was lost in thought. He wondered why the god who relied so much on war had not shown himself for almost a century. He had to do something about the Ilman clan that Chunho belonged to. As he read, the man in the gray suit continued to watch behind him. After all, the stronger the faith in Huju, the more chaos and trouble there would be. Hanyu must have been against too much bloodshed and would not have allowed this to happen. That's why Huju chose Chunho over Hanyu. The observer was very tense. The hero reading the book upside down. Was he just trying to seem smart? The hand dropped the sword, blood dripping from it. Moonsung's betrayal must have been planned for years, because on that day, he couldn't even hold a sword in his hands. Hanyu looked at his hand dripping black blood. He had been poisoning it for a long time. A man towered over him, where he didn't expect it. Slowly, Chunho looked at his teacher, but in the end, perhaps to pay respect, he did not take his life. The boy averted his eyes from the shackled one. He cut the veins in his lungs, blocked the brazier of his magical power, and lured him into an underground cave in the Ilman domain. Hanyu looked with annoyance, trying to pronounce Moonsung's name. A huge beast stood next to Chunho. The sacred spirit no longer protected the teacher. The blonde lowered his head. From that moment on, Chunho became the new priest, and he could do nothing but watch his clan flourish where the Ilman once was. He was unable to leave the confinement after he disobeyed the teacher and went out into the outside world, and, unable to do anything, watched the chaos created by the new priest for the next 10 years. The flow of Sekiro was held in the wind. They flew past the confined one. He shifted his gaze. One day, he heard a voice, and saw a large flowering tree in front of him. Changsun was surprised by what he read, and he looked more closely at the pages. What is this? Is this it? The brunette looked at the shelves. There should be more somewhere. A system message appeared in front of him. He found the hidden part. The guy felt a new strength in himself. An unknown creature sowed its will into him. As a reward, his skill combination progress increased greatly. Skill combination progress 51%. The boy was shocked, thinking that Huju's combination progress would take a long time, but it had just increased by 12%, just because of finding a hidden part and analyzing it. A new information message appeared in front of Changsun. There were still hidden parts. He had to find them all and combine them. He opened the pages of the book again and thought, the person who did this was definitely not ordinary. A mortal would never do something like this. The hero looked at the pages carefully. There must have been divine intervention at some point, and most likely it was the voice Hanyu had mentioned. The hero looked around tensely. He still had 2 hours. He needed to find the remaining parts. He quickly ran along the bookshelves. Where could they be? Since he had deliberately made his will a secret, he must have wanted someone to find it. But he also needed to make sure that Chunho's followers wouldn't find him, so he'd have to try hard. The shelves flew past. Most likely, he would make it so that whoever found one piece could find the others. They were probably all in the 7th level section. The man in the suit was completely confused while the hero was looking for a book on the shelves. Why was he doing such nonsense? Changsun looked at the pursuer. The deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, believed that the hero would become his faithful priest, so he didn't ask questions about his actions. The guy noticed that the pursuer didn't understand anything. Touching the book with his hand, he froze in surprise. The deity, a snake wrapping around the world, looked at him with a knowing look. The brunette smiled contentedly. He found the right book. Cherry blossom leaves were falling on a chain. That man said that he looked like him, just like he was once handed over by a priest and exiled to this place. The wind disturbed the tree branch. Many years ago, he was swallowed by his own child and wandered endlessly in the underworld like a demon. Hanyu looked at the light. That man and he had the same enemy. The hero read the pages in surprise. Was he swallowed by his own child? Was Huju the child? He smiled as he read. What a secret, something no one wanted to reveal. He had found his weakness. He continued to study the pages. The beast rose, walking above the heads of the people. The man said, the one his teacher and he had respected for so long and was a deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation. To become a god, he had to become a monster, no, a demon, and swallowed his entire family. Rose petals fell from the tree. He said that he longed to see the neck of this demon snap. The blonde raised his hand to the falling leaves. A couple of petals touched his palm. So that he could rest in peace, the man showed him how to kill the tiger. Hanyu clasped the petals with his head down. Using this knowledge, he was able to regain his strength and energy. But after recovering, he began to avoid everyone and everything. The man stretched out his hand and rose to the light. He trained again and again to accumulate more strength. And thanks to the teachings of the man, he was able to fully concentrate on his skills. The blonde clenched the ribbon in his teeth, tying it to his hair. And that day, when the priest who had rolled through the light returned, he made a choice. The blade of the blade reflected the beam of light, just like the priest had once betrayed him. Hanyu fastened the armor on his hand. He was going to rise and kill this priest. The man stood in the Sakura leaves with a large blade on his right hand. And to overthrow the tiger trapped in deprivation, he took up the sword again. He moved across the rooftops with great leaps. However, the first thing he thought when he returned was whether he could do it. His foot touched the very edge of the roof of the house. He asked himself. Standing on the edge, the man looked at the city in front of him. Would he be able to strike a blow to the monster he had raised and taught like his own child? Hanyu looked into the distance. Changsun read without stopping. The blonde decided to leave his will here in the form of an obituary, in the hopes that the grudge of this man and his would be passed on. The man leaped towards the building with the lion logo on the facade. To the new generation, a message appeared on the blue screen. After finishing the book, Changsun closed it. He found all the hidden parts. His eyes expressed sadness. The strong will of someone whose name he did not know burned in his heart. Achievement obtained. The one who changed the grudge of the fierce tiger. Reward: intelligence +5, will +10, skill, claw of the ruler of the Black Mountain. A new information window has appeared. Claw of the Black Mountain ruler. There is nothing more terrifying on this land than a wild beast that has all of its claws. Skill level: first. Type: active, cumulative. Authority: currently unavailable. Effects: profuse bleeding, chain attack, cumulative damage, skill fusion. Hanyu rushed into battle, blood flying in all directions. Profuse bleeding: the effect is one level higher than continuous bleeding. A skill that suppresses the enemy's body's ability to stop bleeding. The enemy can die instantly. He spread his arms, blood stained the floor. Chain attack: the ability to activate a chain attack skill without delay. Chunho avoided a blow by dodging. Cumulative damage attack power increases as skills are used in succession. On him, Hanyu had already prepared a blade to attack him. Skill fusion: the ability to hide skills within each other or combine them to increase power. Hanyu shouted at him that he was a scoundrel. He just lowered his eyes. The hero thought. The Claw of the Black Mountain ruler is one of the many skills of the White Tiger clan. This skill is like a counter. The warriors bared their blades in the fight. Perhaps this skill is even better. After all, it comes from the same foundations. The warriors rushed towards each other, illuminated by different lights. As the skills of the White Tiger, Changsun opened the information window. Now no one remembers the skill of the ancient god. The current generation is very weak. He thought about it while searching for something. Although this skill really uses too much magic power, he will need all the skill to get one claw. The cloak fluttered as he walked. In addition, the more elixirs, the better. It seems that he will have to take them from the training institute. Behind him, many books he read were left on the floor. Behind the steps of the offensive, it seems he will have to come back next time. The sun fell on the book 100 dishes that can be made from monster meat. The top of the mountain went into the clouds. The dungeon is a black and red mountain range. Changsun walked through the forest. According to the information he found, the difficulty here is just hellish, but it seems the director wanted him to clear this place. The hero looked back. What kind of secret is hidden here since he is acting like this? He simply has to find out. The man chasing him ran from tree to tree. The skill weak wind followed him. The hero was already fed up with this. He needed to get rid of him. He let him watch him in the library, but now it was too much. The man in the suit whispered something to the hero, asked him to pretend that he was not here, like in the library, and let him concentrate on his training. The guy tried to ignore him. Right now, he couldn't get rid of Yujun, so as soon as he had the opportunity, he would deal with him immediately. He was approaching the line of the safe zone. The others were surprised to see him. He passed by and people began to whisper, "Wow, is it really him?" The two were nervous. I wonder what he will do this time. The other did not want to be compared to him. Changsun looked at everyone. As expected, there were no more than 2 or 3 useful guys here. The girl was impressed. He looked at her. The guy quickly turned away. He was embarrassed. But someone else caught his attention. A tall guy with a black spear on his back. His face was bandaged, and a badge hung from his neck. On the badge was the logo of the White Tiger. The new White Tiger trainee Beak Jael. The hero looked at him carefully. It seemed that he had received the blessing of another god. Who is he? A man appeared in front of the crowd. He got their attention by asking everyone to be quiet. Jael and Changsun looked at him. He shouted loudly throughout the forest. The 26th training of the White Tiger trainees is about to begin. On the flyer with the emblem was a description. The long-awaited White Tiger training camp begins. Those who are cats create a new legend. Where is the amazing person with a plus rank? The man held the ad in his hands. He was clearly annoyed. It was getting more and more problematic. The man in the dark suit was sitting at the table. The head of HR, Wu Young. Someone asked if he was listening. He was startled by the surprise. She started going through the options of what to answer, asking if they wanted him to get the photos that were no longer on sale. Since they were the main models of their company's commercial, he would try to get them even with autographs. In response, there was a scream. The man pulled his hand to the earphone. The interlocutor was upset that he was not listening to her. The call ended and he was very ashamed. He got up from the table and grabbed his head. What would happen if it weren't for the Jamsil Gate? Wu remembered his niece, how she grew up. Reproaching himself, who only listens to what he says. He would like to be there while she grows up. He remembered how Hyabin got into danger. Her parents cried. And he was so scared when he found out that the girl was right in the middle of the Jamsil Gate. Uncle sat at the altar and folded his hands in prayer. Instead of sending a rescue team, he prayed endlessly. Although it was obvious that the dungeon had broken through, the only thing he could do was hope that nothing bad would happen. He prayed to the patron giant with no name to protect his niece. While he was praying, someone called him from behind. telling him that the girl was okay. With a tear-stained face, he turned to him. Wu knelt down in front of Hyabin. He said that he really wanted to express his gratitude to her savior. He asked who he was. The girl looked at him with her pink eyes. She said that his name was Changsun. Immediately after finishing clearing the dungeon, he went somewhere. She thinks he did this because he did not want to be discovered. She thought it would be better to wait until he announced himself. Wu smiled, saying that he would recruit Changsun and specifically assign him to the clan that their company managed, and then she could thank him. The girl smiled happily and gave him a thumbs up, calling him the best uncle. Was she that happy about this? But he held his head in disappointment. After all, he couldn't even talk to him, remembering their sword fight, how hard it was for him, and how hard he attacked the guy. This was the first thing he did when they met. Wu picked up the phone. Most likely, he was angry. He gave him his business card because he personally wanted to recruit him into the 5 stars, but he expected the guy to at least call him himself once. Thinking about it, he was upset again, realizing that he had made a mistake. The hero was skilled with weapons. Who would have expected that he would go straight to the White Tiger clan without even calling the party stars? Plus, he's also a plus rank. That means he's a genius and can't be ranked any other way. The department head glanced at his hand. He should have noticed it back then, and slammed it down on the table. And after that, his niece kept calling him day after day, telling him that she hated him, and that the reason Changsun went there was because he didn't pursue him enough. The man leaned on the table with both hands. His older brother, his wife, and even the president of their company, their father, all started looking at him strangely. He couldn't help but agree that he had taken it too lightly. But he had been so busy, what could he even do? He thought the guy would hide himself all this time. Wu frowned. He couldn't focus on him because of what had happened. How could he recruit Changsun, who had already become a beast? There were trees with red leaves growing in front of the mountain. Someone asked if he had seen them. The girl was looking at someone, mesmerized, saying that he could die peacefully now. The guy noticed her drooling. The guy casually turned his head away. Would her appa like the way she looked now? And thought that nothing could stop her. She was so passionate when she said that she wanted to work with Changsun. To think that in the end, they, the ones who got the worst results, passed and even their leader passed. But something distracted him. A tall guy was standing next to him, looking into the void. He asked if everything was okay. These words brought the guy back to consciousness. He smiled, saying that everything was fine, and he walked on. It seemed that they were about to announce the rules of the training camp and they should stand closer. The host pressed the button in the blue window, repeating the 3 main rules of the training camp again. A blue screen appeared behind him, on which was all the information about the event. The training would last for 100 days. During the first month, they would learn the 3 main skills of the White Tiger and practice them. Also, at the same time, there will be mandatory practical training. For the remaining 70 days, the safe zone will disappear and they will have to survive using the 3 skills they have learned and practical knowledge. There are no rules for survival. Participants can team up with other people or survive alone. Points will be awarded for all achievements in the dungeon. The number of points they receive will depend on the rank of the monster they killed. The crowd listened attentively to the organizer. Apart from this list and anything else that violates the law, any autonomous actions and judgments are allowed. The sun was reflecting off the bald man's glasses. Now he would teach them 3 basic skills. There were 3 scrolls in the box: Tiger Aura, Tiger Step, Tiger Calamity. The guy in the white jacket held them in delight. He could finally see them. Now he could become a member of the White Tiger. The first scroll read as follows: Tiger Aura, the basic skill of a tiger trapped in deprivation. Can be used as an attack by redirecting external magical power. The skill level is 1. Like attacking, the effect is suppressive. The second scroll contained the writing of the Tiger Step, the ability to carry your energy just by stepping. Skill level 1. Like active, effect, attack boost. The third list described the tiger's calamity. Attack power increases like a tiger rips its prey into pieces. Attack level 1. Like active, effect, offensive boost. The organizer shouted for everyone to hear. Now that everyone has received their scrolls, let them tear them apart to obtain skills. The guy tore it in half. 3 blue windows appeared about obtaining the skills of Tiger Aura, Tiger Step, and Tiger's Calamity. A bright glow emanated from the participants. The coach with the tiger emblem on his t-shirt made sure that everyone did it. He would be their instructor, showing them how to use the skills. He told them to watch the counter carefully and take notes. Someone caught his attention. Changsun raised his tur, which everyone paid attention to. He said that he already knows how to use them all. This surprised the instructor and all the participants. He added emotionlessly that he heard that even during the training period, you can leave the safe zone if you have learned the skills well. The crowd around him began to whisper, "How? Already? He got the scrolls earlier. No way, they wouldn't dare to do such a low thing when there are so many people here." Jai-Al paid attention to him. Then how is he already familiar with the actions, stances, and everything? just by tearing the scrolls. No matter how talented this guy is, this is simply impossible. The blonde looked at the hero. The girl looked at him with delight. She said that this was all that could be expected from him. The guy in the green jacket smiled. There is no reason to be angry because the guy will definitely fail. At the same time, he thought, no one knows, but his father is an executive member of the White Tiger clan. He personally told him that Changsun did not receive these skills. The people parted for the guy. The coach ordered him to show the skills. He must be a fool if he thinks he can use the skills just by looking at them once. If it were that easy, everyone would be able to master them. The girl folded her arms in hope. Her brother didn't understand why the tall guy was looking at her like that. Changsun exhaled and let out a whistle, which surprised the guy in the green jacket. Flames rose up around the hero. The tiger step skill and tiger aura were activated. Flames burst out and engulfed everything around. His eyes glowed with a bright yellow light. Crazy. Not only did he release an aura, but he also made it in the shape of a tiger. The man was confused, and his eyes changed in surprise. Changsun held out his weapon in front of him. The tiger calamity skill was activated. The fiery head of the beast rose into the sky. Jael was surprised by what was happening. The other participants were shocked. The swing of the sword left a fiery trail. The coming wave of fire headed towards the instructor, passing very close. Another powerful explosion raised fragments of stones and left 3 burning ditches on the ground, hitting the monster in the forest. The instructor looked at the guy in shock. He looked calmly, saying that he tried it and it worked. The organizer stood in silent surprise, as did everyone else. The others behind him were angry at his success. The guy noticed some growling behind him. It was his pursuer standing there gritting his teeth. Was this the reason he did nothing in the library? There was anger on his face. He couldn't believe it. A genius who could learn skills that took 10 years of his life just absorbed them. Now it was clear why the director assigned him to the hero. Everyone turned when they heard him. It turns out that he didn't shirk only because he was not only a genius, but also worked hard in places where no one would see him to improve his skills. The man in the gray suit closed his eyes. He believed that in the library he only pretended to work and apologized. He bowed towards the boy, saying that he was amazing and respected him. Changsun looked at him indifferently. The people looked at him in confusion. Not only was he a genius, but he was also hardworking. If so, they would never be able to catch up with him. The 2 girls and the boy were also surprised. One with loving eyes said that she liked him even just because of his beauty. The boy smiled at the 2 new messages. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation looked at him with satisfaction from his deep understanding of the doctrine and promised to give him a higher rank if he continued to admire him. It seemed that he was starting to like it, the hero noticed. But the next message made him a little tense. The deity, hunting time, looked at him with a dissatisfied look. The first spirit wanted to give him something to cheer him up, and the second was full of indignation. The coach pointed with his hand. The boy said that he had proven that he was ready to fight alone. He replied that this was enough, he could move on. Changsun walked with his hands in his pockets. He crossed the line of the safe zone and headed deeper into the forest. The others watched him go, but their faces expressed anger. The sun illuminated the mountains and forests. A crunching sound was heard under Changsun's foot. Small bugs were crawling along the forest path. 2 blue windows appeared. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, was looking forward to the achievements in the dungeon and was already impatient to find out if the statement about clearing the dungeon was true. The guy looked at the crawling bugs, so he was watching him while he was talking to the director. The tall trees practically blocked out the sunlight. The air was very thick. With each breath, the body became heavier. They said that the ecosystem here had changed due to the influence of an unknown magical force. So they were talking about the air. The hero exhaled, trying to cleanse the air with the flame of the 8 trigrams. Ordinary players would have a hard time withstanding this. A strong wind arose. Stillness is activated. Changsun connected the 2 halves. Inner calm was applied. In his hands he got a spear with 2 sharp ends. The deity of snakes, entwining the world, looks at him with interest, waiting for what techniques will be used. Sounds came from the depths of the forest. The guy turned in their direction and created a fiery whirlwind. Tiger step is activated, directing it in the right direction. Earthquake is activated. Path recording is added. A powerful stream of fire headed in the specified direction, and a powerful explosion was heard. The monster flew up with screams. Changsun inspected the target. As expected, several more of the same monsters began to scatter in different directions. This is the habitat of one-legged ghosts. Ghosts jumped from tree to tree above his head. A purple aura appeared around the hero. The thing he was looking for was definitely here. The aura became larger, and the eyes glowed with a bright light. A magical wave rose above his head. He wanted to try it. The guy smiled widely. New message. The skill First Claw of the ruler of the Black Mountain is activated. He swung the weapon in front of him, creating a large wave. When monsters got into it, they started screaming, and they were incinerated. The wave spread, becoming larger, passing through the trees. New message. The tiger deity admired the power of the released claws. Changsun stood in front of the burning forest. It seems Huju has not yet realized, but as expected, the consumption of magical energy is too high. Burning ash flew past him. He thought about increasing his magical power. Changsun stood in the middle of the hot forest. He was sure that it was in the habitat of the one-legged ghosts. One of them pounced on the hero. A bright light split him in half. A fiery thread wrapped around his hand. The hero's pupils turned yellow and resembled a snake. Viper gases activated. He stretched out his hands, hitting several monsters at once. The hunting deity sincerely admired his fighting ability. The snake deity that encircles the world acknowledges his path of seeking knowledge, which is why he uses his gift so well. A magical aura surrounded him, and explosions could be heard behind him. He successfully cleared out the last lone ghosts. As a reward, he received the knee joint and the club of a one-legged ghost. Using another skill, the souls of the enemies rushed towards him. Soul suction activated. While using the skill, the hero noticed something. A pair of eyes appeared on the flower bud. The flower realized that it had been noticed. The guy smiled. The flower was trembling. The guy grabbed it by the stem and pulled, ripping it out by the roots. He got a screaming flower. It screamed and tried to fight back with its leaves. Screaming flower, a flower that is said to grow in the Seochin between life and death. It often starts screaming spontaneously and also has a potent deadly poison, so careless consumption can lead to illness. Type, ingredient, poisonous herb. Effect, yin poisoning. Holding the flower in his hand, the boy examined it. The boy stood on a star floor with images of planets. Several figures in cloaks were opposite. Did he want to transform the fire of the 8 trigrams? What a madman. And that's why he asked him for such a thing. The boy replied that he knew how to do it, and he was not going to use it just for recovery. Elder laughed loudly. Of course, he heard that he was strange, but not that strange. Wants the flame of the trigrams of the Heavenly Lord and his power, representing birth and creation, to remake them for chaos and destruction. He also wants the aura of blood red lightning. He didn't think he would chase a shadow. The hero folded his arms, looking at the elder. He wouldn't, but since that's how it is, he will help. The guy asked if he would teach him. Nothing would stop him from telling all the details. The guy asked to tell him about the method itself. The giant smiled broadly. It's quite simple. He must cultivate his flame power. True, this time he doesn't add fuel, but the fire itself. While telling the story, he himself ignited. Of course, if he adds a weak flame, it will simply be swallowed up without a trace, so they will need a vicious and cruel flame. His iron eye glittered in the light. He must find a monster called Ijwak and Jigwi, and then he will be able to obtain the flame of the end of the world. Changsun returned from memories. Jigwi, on the high mountain, there was a beam of light and a huge winged beast. It broke away and flew on. The hero smiled ominously. It was a Jigwi. However, instead of just leaving it to smolder in the fire of the 8 trigrams, he needed to turn it into a raging fire. The guy opened his mouth wide and brought a flower to it. With him, growing in the settlement of one-legged ghosts, a shrieking flower is food. He put it in his mouth and began to chew. The shrieking flower was absorbed. New system messages. The poison of death is spreading. The effect of immunity to 10 poisons has been activated. Its resistance has increased. He picked another such flower and absorbed it too. The fire of the 8 trigrams burns brighter and will soon cleanse him. Magic power increased by 0.3. He continued to eat the flowers with a smile on his face. He could both kindle fire and increase his magic power. Simply excellent. A scream rang out throughout the forest. More system messages appeared. He successfully cleared the settlement of one-legged ghosts. Reward, one-legged ghost skull, one-legged ghost heart. Laughing flower consumed. The boy continued walking along the forest ramp. Red-bearded ghost settlement successfully cleared. Battle-ready flower family discovered. Dark ghost group cleared. Achievement, mountain and forest killer, reward strength +5, stamina +3. Changsun crossed the river. The deity, hunting time, asked the beast how much longer it was going to just wander. The boy silently continued to eat the flowers. The deity, an owl piercing the dim light, looked completely immersed in its new adventure. He reached a high mountain with many waterfalls flowing out. Changsun climbed to the top and saw a giant empty nest. So it was there. The boy frowned. A Jigwi nest. He remembered his meeting with Elder. What kind of Jigwi monsters was he talking about? He replied that without a given body, it would be inappropriate to call it a beast, and since it has a body, it is not a spirit, so it is a rather strange monster. The guy was surprised. That is, it is lifeless. The interlocutor thoughtfully put his fingers to his face. Almost. Rather, it is a large pack of spirits. He imagined the silhouette of a spirit with bright blue eyes. It reflects flames and death. Changsun extended his hand. What about the core? Where would spirits get it from? Although there is something similar, the pink spirit looked closely. His right eye, it contains the bile of tens of thousands of ghosts. Under the influence of high temperature, it has greatly compressed and turned into a precious eye. The hero remembered Elder's words. If he uses it, he will be able to greatly change the fire of the 8 trigrams. Changsun jumped off the cliff into the nest. Since it left him, why not place a trap there? The instructor held the list of those who passed in his hand. The other instructor looked at him. 26 passed. It seems that this is the best result of all time. Maybe the students were motivated by Changsun's result, but they had to pass 40% in 10 days. 3 people walked through a dense forest. Is it really here? One of them asked. The second grumbled that only he could leave behind something like this. That's true. Evil smiles appeared on their faces. One of them suggested thinking about how they would torture the hero. Loud sounds were heard in the forest. The men flew engulfed in flames. The one with dark hair said that Changsun was nothing special, but was just trying to seem cool. The blonde smiled, asking if it was possible to pretend like that. Maybe the white tigers gave him something worthwhile, which now makes him superior to everyone. And how can you master a skill perfectly in less than a day? His partner turned with a tense look. What if the caretakers quickly recognized the tiger? The guy with the scar grinned. Although the white tigers claim to be super fair and up to all sorts of business standards, it's all a lie. In reality, they're the same as them. Killers. A group of people with a crazy look were holding daggers in their hands. In addition to the literal meaning, this word has another meaning, a person capable of anything for money and entertainment. The comrades supported this thought. The white tigers definitely gave the guy something incredible, so they will proceed from that. Well, if they didn't, then he made good money during his career as a pro gamer, right? Plus, he comes from a rich family. If they take everything from him, they will definitely not be left empty-handed. The fat guy ran behind. Will they really get away with touching a guy who, in fact, did nothing? The other 2 looked at him questioningly. The guy was surprised by such a reaction. Everyone stopped and he began to justify himself. He understands what he means. If they attacked without reason and their plans failed, they would have a lot of trouble. The sun could not break through the dense foliage of the forest, participate in the training of the white tigers and steal the illusion sphere. The stars were visible in the sphere. The guy added fearfully. Although the High-Elf were cornered by the white tigers, they could help them with the whole situation. They needed to get it at all costs. Fire masks appeared on the faces of his comrades. Another asked if he was worried that they would not be able to cope with a newcomer. He came close to his comrade, asking whether he wanted to die or try. He agreed to the latter. He slapped him and smiled. If he said something like that again, and will look for his head in the stomach of a one-legged ghost. The comrades flew up on strong magical energy. The guy hesitated a little, but a mask appeared on his face too, and in the same way, he went after his comrades. A crescent moon was rising on the high mountains, as a loud scream rang out, and a bright explosion appeared at the foot. The unleashed evil spirit fell into a trap. The spirit screamed, trying to escape, surrounded by bright flames. The penetration rune was activated. The paralysis effect was applied. The spirit was poisoned by acid poison. New messages appeared. The exposed evil spirit was defeated. The 2-headed stream fell into a trap. Changsun calmly watched what was happening. The fire dog fell into a trap. The striped bird fell into a trap. Thick smoke rose around him. The level has increased, and there is still no fire ghost. Only fire-type monsters. Carnage is taking place. New system message. The deity of hunting time says that the explosions are very beautiful, and laughs because he loves them. The hero did not pay attention to this. 10 days have passed, and he still has not reached the nest, but at least he got from the 29th level to the 32nd. He looked at the empty nest one last time, so the fire ghost had already left. He jumped off the cliff backwards. Was this a problem? Would he have to walk along the river again? He was falling towards the center of the nest, saying that he needed to remove something very important first. With great force, he landed in the nest, creating a huge explosion. Changsun frowned. Jael looked ahead. He held out his weapon, which was emitting a blue glow. What an unexpected meeting. They met face to face. The hero asked him what he was doing here and if he was spying on him. Changsun stood sideways to his opponent, although it was not so important. After all, he saw what the guy was doing here. His face showed determination. The hero would have to kill him. The weapon suddenly appeared in front of Jael's face, but he managed to block the attack, reflecting the blow. They clashed in battle. The guy looked at the enemy. There can be no mistakes. He can use a spear more than 3 meters long. He has good skills. He must be around level 35, 36. They met again, crossing weapons. Jael was engaged in combat. He is fast and accurate. He aims for the neck with great accuracy. The guy rushed forward, holding the blade in front of him. The blade passed very close to him. dangerous, the blonde decided to use the skill. This surprised Chang Sun. A black yura came from his hand, he held it out to his opponent. The hero managed to dodge the attack, and the blow missed. Dodged, Chang Sun had already raised his blade, and he swung. A bright wave approached Jaeal's face, and a bright explosion was heard. His face was covered in dust. The bandages flew off his face. Stopped, he thought. But why? The guy held the weapon at his pride. He turned to the enemy, asking how he was able to use the secret art of the shadow. Jaeal looked confused. How did he know its name? The hero frowned, remembering myself in front of countless monsters. Back when his whole life was made up of feuds and wars, the boy was illuminated by a bright light and smiled. He could only rely on them. He imagined the silhouettes of monsters. They left him because of his madness, taking away precious memories and relationships. The girl's eyes glowed pink, the goddess of carnage and destruction. The man's eyes glowed green, a dragon that had slept for 1,000 years. The third eye glowed yellow, an iron-blooded lion. The fourth emanated darkness, a wandering shadow. The shadow put its hand to its chest and smiled. His strength is quite unique, he said. Everyone else has multiple powers and divine powers, but he only has one. Chang Sun took away his weapon, a god with one power. He was the only one. Jaeal stood up and stood in front of him. The secret art of the shadow is a special term that only his comrades knew. This guy, how is he related to the shadow? He looked at the blonde. The tiger deity wondered about the skill that Jaeal had mastered. There was a big difference between the deity's secret shadow art and the skill that an ordinary person had developed, so he wanted to hear what he had to say. The blonde lowered his head, asking again how he knew about it. But the guy replied that he had asked the question first. Jaeal became angry and shouted. He would have to force him to talk. Jaeal opened his mouth, shouting loudly. Chang Sun attacked him with bright flashes. A glow appeared from the clash of weapons. The system reported that the troubled tiger deity was very pleased with the fierce battle between his two future servants. Surrounded by flashes, Jaeal furiously demanded an immediate answer. The brown-haired man clutched his weapon, thinking that it was important not to kill him until he found out about the secret shadow art. The system reported that the avid hunter deity was rooting for him, saying that she would not forgive him for losing to some weirdo. A bright glow flashed. The hero's weapons touched, surrounded by a flash. Jaeal's eyes widened in shock, thinking, a spear. The hero swung his spear. The white-haired man blocked his strike. His eyes widened in shock, thinking, what kind of power? Flames shot up from the strike. Bright vortices of power rushed forward. The power of the fire fluttered the hero's clothes. A notification appeared that the Skill Tiger Calamity was being used. The Skill Tiger Ball was being used. The system reported that the skills were merging. A fire tiger appeared next to Chang Sun. The system reported that the Skill Tiger aura was activated. The brown-haired man's eyes were burning with fire. The notification said that the skills were merging. The fire tiger opened its mouth. A notification appeared that due to the simultaneous activation of tiger form and tiger aura, tiger superiority had reached the ideal state. Chang Sun frowned with burning eyes. The flames from the strike spread in a circle. The gray-haired man, engulfed in flames, screamed. A powerful force slammed him into the wall. Surrounded by fiery whirlwinds, the opponent fell to the floor. Thick smoke covered everything. Jaeal bent over, coughing. His forehead was touched by the tip of the sword. He opened one eye, looking at the weapon. The system reported that the deity the avid hunter could not sit still, exclaiming that it was a spectacular fight. Chang Sun confidently clutched the spear next to Jaeal, who asked what he was. The notification said that the deity the troubled tiger once again imprinted him in his memory. Looking at the opponent, the hero said that he was a half-ghost, so he had a special ability. The name half-ghost is mainly applied to a person born from the relationship of a human and a ghost. Due to their special origin, they have a hideous appearance and special abilities, and are also said to be subject to a lifelong curse. The gray-haired man looked at the guy in surprise, asking how he knew. There were clouds of smoke around. The brown-haired man asked, "Is it so important?" He looked at him, thinking that all these burn scars were not because of the fire, but simply because he was a half-ghost. And he did not learn the secret art of the shadow, it was his innate ability. The brown-haired man looked at Jaeal, thinking that those traces of divinity that he felt must have been from Xerxes. The half-ghost's long hair was fluttering. The hero thought that Xerxes' life force had weakened greatly. What happened? Why did he abandon his son in the mortal realm? Jaeal looked down sadly. The hero thought that there was nothing to be done about it. He would have to take him with him, because there was no guarantee that Jaeal knew anything about his father. Standing next to the opponent, Chang Sun said that it seems he decided to try to cure his curse with Jigui's eye, but it won't work, so let him give up on it, the white-haired man exclaimed, asking what he knows. Confidently looking at him, the guy continued that there are many things more than him. Jael looked at him and asked what. Standing in the smoke, the brown-haired man said, "Isn't it obvious?" after he learned everything from exchanging a few blows. The hero looked at him, continuing that he most likely thinks that all these burns he received were from his ghost parents of the fire category. But Jigwee's eye will never cure them. Jael was surprised to hear that in the first place, his parents are not from the fire category, although his scars resembled burns, and because of which, most likely, he thought so, but in that case, he would not be able to use the darkness attribute, the secret art of shadow. Changsun imagined the silhouette of a dragon, continuing that secondly, Jael is closer to death than fire. His creepy aura is much stronger than that of ordinary ghosts. Looking forward, he asked, did he decide to eat him? The system reported that the deity, the world serpent, bowed its head before the new knowledge that he had just discovered. Jael looked at the guy, hearing that most likely he wanted to become a ghost or an evil spirit. The blonde looked down. The hero looked at him, continuing that it seemed that he was only guessing, probably thinking that maybe, after all, this is how he wanted to quickly get rid of the ugly scars. The crying guy bowed down, asking what he should do then. Changsun replied that he would heal him. Jael's eyes widened in shock when he heard this. The brown-haired man looked calmly, offering to make a deal. The blonde man looked up and asked in surprise, a deal. Standing in the smoke, Changsun said that yes, let him share this knowledge with him, but not only that, he would also need his help. The hero fell silent, thinking that he had definitely researched them like a madman, so he must know something that he did not know. Looking at the guy, Jael asked why he should believe him, to which he heard that he could show him that he could really cure him right now. The blonde looked at him in amazement, asking what. The dark-haired man calmly asked to extend his hand. The half-ghost froze in surprise. With the same expression, Changsun said whether he believed him or not, everything would remain the same for him. Jael extended his hand. Changsun grabbed his wrist. Holding his hand, the brown-haired man said that it would be a little hot, so he should be patient. A volley of fire appeared. The scarred guy looked at the flames in front of him in amazement. He opened his mouth, screaming from the bright flames. The calm Changsun told him not to open his mouth. If he inhaled, he would disrupt the circulation of magical power. Jael's hair fluttered. He winced in pain. Flames were blazing around. The system reported that the semi-ghostly state was changing. Fire appeared from his clenched teeth. The system reported that the curse was disappearing. The skin on Jael's face was becoming smooth. He thought that the ghostly features were disappearing. The notification said that his failures had come to an end. The heart was surrounded by bright flames. He thought that it was quite possible. Just a little more, if this fire reached the center of his ghostly abilities, his heart, then. The flames surrounding the heart darkened. The guy thought that then it was possible. The flames were becoming smaller. He mentally exclaimed that no, they were going out, just a little more. The skin on the white-haired man's face was smooth. He asked, "Is this?" Changsun asked with a gloomy look, "Why is he sitting?" Touching his chin, Jael heard the advice to look at his face. The palm reached for the crescent moon. Jael with clear skin looked at it. The system reported that the deity, the avid hunter, was surprised by such a change. The guy raised his palm, examining it. The notification said that the deity, the world serpent, believes that it is worthwhile to better study the effects of the flame of the 8 trigrams. The next notification said that the deity, the troubled tiger, heartily laughs at the positive changes of subordinates. Looking ahead, Changsun said that with his current abilities, this is the limit. He will constantly need treatment, but even so, full recovery is not guaranteed. The half-ghost standing in front of him asked what then. Changsun asked him to help him defeat Jigwee. Then they will have more firepower, which will also have a good effect on his full recovery. Looking at his interlocutor, the hero said that if necessary, they could make a mana contract. Jael raised his hand to his chin, saying that no, that was enough, he would trust him. The brown-haired man turned away, thinking that this guy was much more naive than he thought. The blonde-haired man looked at him, asking how to help him. The hero thought that he wondered what he would do. Turning around, he said that for starters, with an inscrutable face, he asked to speak to him more politely and thought that he simply could not come to terms with the idea of his friend's son speaking to him informally. Jael was taken aback by this and agreed. The system reported that the deity, the world serpent, clicking his tongue and saying that he was quite a boomer. There were sharp rocks ahead. Words were heard that in order to cope with Jigwee, first you need to understand her habits, how she behaves. The palm touched the branches. The guy replied that she mainly resembled a crow. He looked deep into the folded branches, saying that so, what if they thoroughly searched the nest? The guy stamped his foot. The heroes looked at the mountains of gold and weapons. Looking at the wealth, Changsun said that Jigwee likes to keep the trophies of her victims for herself. The system reported that the deity, the avid hunter, his eyes sparkling, said that there seemed to be a lot of worthwhile things here. On top of the coins were a dagger, a goblet, and other things. Words were heard that Jigwee did not just like shiny things, but truly precious things, and she was somehow able to recognize cheap things at a glance. Although she did not need it at all, and Jigwe soon forgot about these things. Jael touched the brown wall, saying that this bird usually flies around the area in a certain order, so if they looked closely at the trinkets they collected, they would be able to figure out where it was going next. On top of the jewelry was a bow, and the hero asked about it. It was a white dove bow. Changsun picked up the weapon, thinking that it had the properties of target piercing, with which it would pierce through absolutely everything it hit, and a quintuple arrow strike capable of launching 5 arrows in succession. The system notification said that an unknown hunter had created this bow from the wing bones and feathers of a large and strong flying beast. Bow type, attack power 100-300, target piercing effect, 5-fold arrow strike. The brown-haired man clutched the weapon, thinking that he would pick up a few things for himself and sell the rest. He looked questioningly. A ball covered in purple swirls appeared in front of him. They reached out to Changsun, who frowned, thinking that it was the familiar smell of death. He took the ball with his fingers. The system reported that it was an illusion pearl, a pearl made from a certain proportion of death flowers, destruction flowers, and something else. It smelled of the grievances of those who died from smallpox. Sphere type, effect unknown. Holding the dark pearl in his hand, Changsun thought, smallpox is a disease that people in the past feared as much as tigers. It seems he found something related to the white tiger. He hid the pearl in his pocket. Jael, standing behind him, said that he seemed to know where it was. The brown-haired man asked so quickly. The white-haired man looked at him, saying that it was easier than he thought. It seemed that Jigwe had been concentrating on eating for quite a long time. He could not be sure about this, but it seemed that she had used quite a lot of her power. The heroes stood among a pile of gold. Changsun said that in that case, most likely, she was going deep into the mountains, to a place where mystical creatures and monsters with strong souls lived. Looking at the blonde, the hero thought that he was not only naive, but also very useful, and out loud suggested not to waste time and go there. The heroes ran among the brown rocks. Sharp peaks towered. 4 days later, the guys ran among the tall bones. Changsun looked away. He imagined Elder standing next to him and saying that she had a huge hunger and greed much greater than he could imagine. The boys ran among the huge skeletons. Suddenly, they turned around sharply. Changsun was standing next to a cliff. A pink monster surrounded by fire appeared below. The system reported a 4th-class disaster. Jigwe is causing drought. The notification said that the deity, the avid hunter, is impressed by the size of this bird. The deity, the avid hunter, licks his lips because he thinks that hunting such a huge phoenix will be very hard. Fun. Changsun's eyes turned yellow. He squeezed the bow. The system reported that the viper's eye was activated. A huge pink phoenix flew up. Changsun pulled 2 arrows, surrounded by radiance. Golden lightning bolts appeared nearby. The system reported that the deity, the troubled tiger, is proud of the 2 members of his family. Spreading his name, he gives them a gift. The brown-haired man chuckled, thinking that it was so simple. His vision range increased. The eye with the yellow pupil opened wide. He thought that all his senses had reached a new level. The flaming phoenix was devouring the huge beast. Changsun pulled the bowstring, thinking that the ruler of the abyss would give something to enhance the senses. A system notification with an image of a deity appeared, saying that the deity, the avid hunter, was surprised by the gift of the ruler of the abyss. The system reported that the deity felt awkward about being gifted by other gods. The notification said that the deity, the avid hunter, was desperately trying to find a worthy reward. The deity was furious because she did not have anything worthwhile. The deity, the avid hunter, after a panic, came up with something. The blonde figure raised his hands, surrounded by a glow. The system reported that the deity, the avid hunter, bestowed upon him its authority as a reward. The figure disappeared, and rays from the bright glow fell down towards Changsun. He thought that Pablisag had made his move. The system reported that he had been granted authority. Changsun frowned. The notification announced that it was 100% spot on. The gift and authority of the deity, the avid hunter, had been bestowed. The system reported that he would not miss the target he had set. Skill level 1, authority type, reverse causality effect, spot on, consecutive strikes. The drawn arrow was surrounded by blue lightning. It flew straight towards the pink monster. Blue lightning pierced its body. The system reported that since it had the explosive lightning and lightning network skills, it could temporarily use thunderstorm. The monster opened its mouth wide from the bright glow of the strike. The system reported that he had dealt great damage to Jigwe. The white-haired man looked at it in shock. He stood happily behind the brown-haired man holding the bow, who thought that it was a gift given by the ruler of the abyss. The system reported that the deity, the avid hunter, felt victorious. It would confirm that another person would never have received such a strong power. Changsun chuckled, thinking that he finally had the fighting sense he had been lacking all this time. The notification said that the deity, the avid hunter, mocked the tiger trapped in deprivation, saying that he was completely useless. In the blue window, there was a description of the beast's senses. This was a gift given by the deity, the troubled tiger. He became like a beast during the battle. He has clear voices, sharp ears, a sensitive nose, dexterous hands, and a more sensitive tongue. All 5 of his senses were enhanced, as well as the 6th sense, which allows him to sense danger and helps him become a real beast. Skill level 1, type passive, active, effect sense enhancement, improved perception, 6th sense appearance. Jigwe was surrounded by bright lightning and flashes of fire. The system reported that the skill Super Strong Senses focuses all his senses on Jigwe. The flaming monster opened its mouth. The system reported that it has become much better at predicting her movements. Brown-haired quickly ran forward. The deity, the troubled tiger, is pleased with how he uses his gift. Jael, shocked, ran forward, thinking that this is crazy, it seems they can really defeat her. He smiled slightly, thinking that they will definitely do it. Changsun turned his gaze back. The system reported that an intruder has appeared who does not have the right to join the raid. 2 fire beams flew forward. A bright pillar of flame appeared next to the men. The heroes carefully looked straight ahead. The 2 bald men stood in a confident pose. One of them said that this was a safe area. Since only relevant personnel were allowed in, it was necessary for the trainees to retreat. There were flashes of explosions on Jigwe's body. The system reported that this was a critical hit. The weapon was surrounded by bright lightning. Critical hit. Phoenix screamed while engulfed in flames. The system reported that the skill's lightning burst and lightning net had increased in level. Jigwe opened her mouth, surrounded by lightning. The notification that the skill's lightning burst and lightning net had increased in level appeared again. The heroes stood in front of the 2 men with swords. The bald men wore dark glasses. One of them repeated that this area was protected and demanded that they leave. Jael, who was standing in front, was indignant, shouting that they had been chasing this monster for 4 days. Let them finish the hunt. The bald man with glasses said that he had warned them no one except for authorized persons could be in the closed area, so let them leave. A shining whirlwind appeared around him. He said that otherwise they would have to use force. They would not be held responsible for anything that happened after their warning. The guys looked at him sullenly, cursing in their minds. A huge explosion appeared next to them. A huge pink phoenix tried to escape from the fire. A scream was heard that Jigwe was trying to escape. The long-haired man opened his mouth, shouting forward, if he flies away now, they won't be able to catch up with her later, let them get out of the way. The man was clutching his sword. His twin said that if they didn't want to get hurt, they should stop immediately. The white-haired man looked at the bird trying to fly. He clenched his teeth angrily, while the brown-haired man looked calmly. Changsun silently turned around and looked at the others gloomily. There was a man in a suit hiding behind a rock. The hero thought that the director promised that he wouldn't have to interfere at all, so why didn't anyone warn him? Bright blue flashes appeared instead of a man. Changsun shifted his gaze, thinking that in the past, a white tiger had hidden here, and it seemed that the CEO was now trying to cover up some traces here with the help of these guys. He imagined a pearl surrounded by a purple glow, and thought that perhaps these traces were somehow related to the illusion pearl that was in Jigwe's nest. The pearl was lying next to the dead man's hand. The hero thought that perhaps Jigwe had killed someone who was involved in this mystery. Looking ahead, the boy thought that the servants were probably trying to get or destroy the remaining evidence, the illusion pearl, which meant that Jigwe might be hunted by other people involved in this matter. Changsun frowned, thinking that if he dug into it a little more, he might stumble upon something more valuable. The men stood in the settling dust. The brown-haired man asked if they were allowed to do whatever they wanted outside this area. The bald man answered that it was true and asked them to leave the area again. Changsun grinned and said that in that case, they don't have to worry. A flaming phoenix hovered above them. The guards in glasses looked at her in amazement. They covered themselves with their hands from the falling rocks. Jigwe, screaming, fell down. The hero extended his hand, surrounded by a purple glow. Dark flashes of power rushed towards the monster. The boy opened his mouth, which contained a fireball. The fireball spread flashes everywhere. Changsun stood in the midst of swirls of purple power. Rays of flame spread from his mouth. The system reported that the flame of the 8 trigrams had found a new source of fire and was rapidly trying to absorb it. Changsun remembered standing next to the huge skeleton and said that it seemed like this brat might have left a chick. He touched the dark carcass and said that there was some reason why it left its nest, and absorbing its fire had serious consequences. If it was not to feed the child, then he saw absolutely no point in it. Touching the half-decomposed body of the prey, he said that if they made good use of this knowledge, the benefits would be immeasurable. In addition, Jigwe is a mystical creature, or more accurately, an evil spirit, which is said to be difficult to hunt alone, even for rankers, so serious preparation is needed. Jael asked if he had any ideas. Looking at the white-haired man, Changsun asked if he had any, to which he was told that he had prepared a little in advance, but even if everything went well, there was no certainty that it would work. Looking at him, Changsun thought that since the chick had hatched, it meant that a power source was needed, which meant that its movement would be easier to predict. It was necessary to get to the right place first and set a trap there. In the present, Changsun stood surrounded by fiery purple vortices. He stood in the center of the fiery vortex, thinking that it was absorbing the souls of its prey. What a sight! The system reported that the power of soul-sucking was eating the spirit that made up Jigui. The hero stretched out his hand towards the monster engulfed in flames. The system reported that the fires of purgatory were on the spirit. The fire was spreading to other spirits connected to it. The fire covered Jigui's entire body. The fire was consuming Jigui. The mystical beast screamed as it was engulfed in thick flames. Jael covered his face with his hands to escape the flames. The system reported that the fires of purgatory remained stronger. He frowned and looked on, saying that he would eat everything he saw. He remembered Changsun touching the beast with his hand, saying that it was not that he was passionate about hunting, it was just that for some reason his excessive hunger left him no choice. He thought that the carcass would do as a welcome meal. Changsun showed his red-stained palm and said that he would smear it with icy and paralyzing poison. Longhair looked at him and exclaimed that Jigui would be unable to do anything against these poisons. Surrounded by flames, the brown-haired man thought that everything was going as planned. The monster was covered in bright flames. Changsun, thinking that she also absorbed the souls of her victims and used them as fuel to maintain her flames of death. He remembered standing in front of the big-eyed monster and thought that Jael had not said, but after killing the monster, he did not extract its spirit. He remembered how the purple phoenix ate its victim and thought that this spirit would enter Jigui's body and become part of her flesh, and when she tried to escape. The guy stood surrounded by purple rays of power, thinking that they would use soul-sucking to pull him back. With his hand, he directed the dark rays towards the blazing monster and thought that once the fires of purgatory were lit by the spirit, they would quickly spread to other spirits and become too fierce to stop. Jigui is a cluster of spirits. There is no way she can escape the flames of the 8 trigrams. He extended his palm, surrounded by a dark glow, thinking that the ashes formed from the burning of Jigui would be next to him. Traces of fire appeared on the boy's face as he clenched his teeth, thinking that the only enemy Jigui was most incompatible with, was absorbing her. The system reported that the flames of the 8 trigrams were continuously absorbing fire, and destructive properties were slowly being added to its regenerative capabilities. Notifications appeared that strength had increased by 1, agility had increased by 2, magic power had increased by 4, magic power had increased by 5, and the capacity of the mana vessel was rapidly increasing. Surrounded by flames, Changsun threw his head back. The notification window turned red and warned that uncontrolled growth could be equivalent to poison, and that he should stop using his power. A red information window warned that the speed at which he was absorbing fires was steadily increasing. The notification said that the characteristics of the 8 trigram flame were changing, and it was currently impossible to control. A notification appeared that the magic circuit was growing. Flames and purple rays were blazing around Changsun, who had his arms outstretched. A red notification appeared, saying that his magic circuits had exceeded the threshold. The flames were blazing brightly, and the system reported that the expansion had reached the limit. The strength had reached the limit. A shunt would be installed. The shunt had reached the limit. A new shunt would be installed. The shunt had reached the limit. The hero's eyes were glowing as he was surrounded by flames, and the system reported that no more elements could be added. Since his magic circuits could not use all of his magic power, a new change would be attempted in the current state. The brown-haired man frowned, and the system reported that the achievement had been unlocked. The one who absorbed the sun, reward, intelligence plus 20, willpower plus 20, magic power unknown, integrated magic circuit obtained. The monster surrounded by purple swirls opened its mouth. The system reported that the level of the soul-sucking authority skill has been increased. The soul will be extracted faster. The monster illuminated by the glow tried to fly towards the cliff. The system reported that Jigui was trying to resist. The shaved-headed men looked at it in shock, asking what to do. Changsun resolutely took out the artifact, thinking that she would probably bear it now. He put forward a bone cross with rays of flame. The system reported that destructive properties have been added to the flame of the 8 trigrams. Its properties will change. Bright flames surrounded the item. The system reported that the eternal flame is slowly peeking out. The system reported that the eternal flame is burning in the fishgut sword. The fire has awakened. Blood has formed. A notification appeared, saying that he has successfully completed the hidden requirements of the divine artifact. Changsun triumphantly opened his mouth and thought that this was what he had been waiting for, and exclaimed to make her cry. In the bright flashes of flame, the outline of a sword appeared. The monster opened its mouth. The hero thought that there was only one way to track down Jigui. The flames fluttered the guy's hair. He thought that he needed to completely remove the seal from the sword from the fish guts. The tongues of flame swirled in waves. He thought that this required a huge amount of all-consuming flame. Among the fire, the outline of a bone sword was visible. Changsun noticed that it was absorbing them with such greed. He brought his palm to the blade of the sword, thinking that there was something else. The movement of the cut lit up. The guy thought, blood. Rays of power and blood surrounded the artifact. The brown-haired man thought that these two things would completely release the sword that had been dormant for millennia. White lightning appeared near the sword, surrounded by flashes. The fish-gut sword was passed down from the first Guyaja to his descendants, always being kept closest to the brazier. Since the traces of generations remained on the sword, it was only natural that fire would take its place inside it. Also, before this sword fell into Yaja's hands, it had been through countless murderers and absorbed an unimaginable amount of blood. It was called the demonic sword or the death sword. The blood that had leaked from within could not be washed away so easily. Amidst the flames, the silhouette of the sword glowed. The system reported that the fire had awakened. The blood had formed. The hero had successfully fulfilled the hidden requirements of the divine artifact. Changsun confidently looked forward, thinking that after absorbing its fire and blood, it belonged to him. Red ribbons of blood surrounded the sword, engulfed in flames. Changsun fiercely shouted for it to tremble. The system reported that the certificate of the sword's new owner would be engraved on the blade. White lightning broke the seal of the blade. Brown pieces flew in all directions. The sword with the golden handle was enveloped in a black haze. Words were heard that the haze surrounding the sword began to form into skulls with crowns. Words were heard that he had released it. Let him take it. There was a shadow on Changsun's face. Dark ghosts flew away from the sword and vied with each other to beg him to take it. Jaial and the guards in glasses looked at it in amazement. The white-haired man stood next to a shining tornado. Crowned ghostly skeletons surrounded the hero, begging him to take it. The black fingers of the skeleton touched Changsun's cheek, which told them to be silent. The radiance swept the ghosts away. Bright rays spread even further from the hero. Bright symbols appeared on the blade and around it. The system congratulated Changsun on becoming the owner of the fish-gut sword. The brown-haired man squeezed the shining handle. The system reported that he was able to become one with his sword. Golden rays spread out from the blade. Changsun swung his sword, leaving a bright golden trail. The hero spun around, creating a golden whirlwind. Jigui screamed, opening his mouth, having been hit by the golden whirlwind. The system reported a critical hit. Jigui received a powerful blow. The pink monster's body crumbled from the bright radiance. Changsun held a dazzlingly shining sword. He swung, sending golden rays in all directions. The system reported that tiger flames burst out. A powerful flash collided with the monster's body. Dark purple swirls of power surrounded the hero. His eyes were shining. The system reported that the skill Black Mountain Monarch Fang was activated. Swift purple flashes flew out from his forward movement. The hero's body was shattered into pieces. Purple rays spread everywhere. They came from the hero's palm. Changsun stood with his hand outstretched, sending purple flashes of power everywhere. Among them, a bright blue crystal appeared. The system reported that he had obtained the right crystal eye of Jigui. The crystal hovered above the hero's palm. The right crystal eye of Jigui. It is the fusion of all the terrible and deadly energy of the demonic beast Jigui, as well as its fire energy. With this eye, one can observe the changes in the human world, as well as its counterpart in the afterlife. Type crystal. Effect: storage of terrible energy, possession of deadly energy, restraint of fire energy. Changsun was able to uncover the secret of the fish-gut sword. His understanding of the sword has greatly increased. The blade was surrounded by a purple glow. The system reported that the high-level dagger skill had increased in level. The next notification said that the high-level dagger skill had reached the maximum level. A higher level skill had been created. The highest level dagger skill had been created. A low-level longsword skill had also been created. The skill level had been increased. The high-level longsword mastery skill has reached its maximum level, and a higher level skill is available. Changsun clenched his fist, surrounded by a purple glow of power. The system reported that the highest level dagger mastery, the highest level longsword mastery, the highest level defensive sword technique, the highest level offensive sword technique, and all other sword techniques of the same category have been combined. The system congratulated the creation of the sword mastery. A notification with a deity image appeared, reporting that the deity the avid hunter was looking at the sword with great shock. The deity the avid hunter nervously said that she did not know that the poker could be an artifact. The deity the avid hunter closed her mouth, cursing herself for talking too much and advising her to throw away that poker. The notification with a serpent image said that the deity the world serpent simply nodded her head, saying that his knowledge in releasing divine artifacts was no longer surprising. The next notice stated that the deity the great demon of the abyss, watching over his growth, continues to await his response. The next notice from the deity the twilight piercing owl, blesses his righteous heart and the sword that suits him best. All the gods watching him are shocked by the appearance of the masterpiece of the divine blacksmith Yaja. The sword with the symbols on the blade shone. The fish-gut sword that the first Yaja forged is called the sacred sword. Due to the length of its blade, it can be used as a dagger, and after releasing its true form, as a longsword. At this time, its ominous signals can also be released. Fire left by Yaja's descendants, blood left by its previous owners. Grants its owner mystical power. Attack power is immeasurable. Effect bloodsucker and shell, storm of flame, the rest are unknown. He partially satisfied the conditions, now he can use his hidden abilities. He has not satisfied all the conditions to unlock all the abilities, he needs one more piece of the set. Next to Changsun was a shining sword. The system reported that a hidden quest secret Yaja appeared. Information window secret Yaja appeared. Type hidden. Description first Yaja, nicknamed the Divine Blacksmith in his entire life, was able to create 9 swords, each with different characteristics and features. Currently, they are known as the 9 famous swords. The fish guts he possesses is one of them and has the attributes of fire and blood. The famous 9 swords are not dogmatic entities, but organisms that cover each other's shortcomings and enhance each other's virtues. The more he possesses them, the more they will synchronize with each other, attracting hidden abilities. In this way, he must reveal and release the remaining 8 swords. The famous swords that find their pair will draw him into a mysterious realm. Someone may try to steal the fish gut sword from him, so he must be careful. Symbols appeared in the bright glow. The information window reported the conditions of the famous sword's owner's quest. There is no time limit. Completion conditions: protect the fish gut sword, find and obtain the remaining famous swords, release abilities through self-imprinting. Reward: unlocked abilities, the legacy of the first Yaja. At the moment, he has one famous sword that has fire and blood. Changsun looked at the glow with symbols in amazement. This glow emanated from his palm. The same symbols appeared on his entire hand. The guy clenched the shining fist, thinking that his right hand had become heavier. He resolutely looked towards the old sword. Looking forward, he thinks that until recently, he did not react in any way, so why not? The hero stood surrounded by bright flashes. The system reported that the amount of magic power is 221 plus 60. Changsun thought that he almost tripled the 76 he had at level 30. It felt like a great river was flowing through him. The heroes looked at the guy surrounded by a glow. The bald-headed guys looked at him in surprise. One of them said he couldn't believe that Jigwe was taken away from them like that. The other asked what they were going to do. The bald man frowned and said, "I wonder if they can pretend like nothing happened." The man thought that Jigwe was destroyed. The similar one was attacked while she was picking battle flowers. The similar one also had an illusory pearl, and it was during training. They can't let it fall into the wrong hands, so they need to kill it. Just in case, they need to inspect its nest. Turning to him, the hero told the twin that there was nothing to be done. The twin asked what he was talking about. The man frowned and said that they should beat him. A blue glow was spreading around them. The bald man asked if he thought it would be too difficult. He absorbed all the flames. Jigwe did not extinguish, but absorbed. How did he think they could defeat such a guy? The comrade objected that now was the time. Fireballs appeared next to Changsun's face, and a whisper of explanation was heard. Think about it, these two were obviously tired from fighting Jigwe. Even if he absorbed the all-consuming fires, he was obviously exhausted. The man behind agreed, and the first one said that they should defeat him now and find out about the illusory pearl, and if he did not give in, then just feed him to the beasts. Frowning, the man with glasses said that the CEO thought he was capable. What nonsense, a waste of time. The bald men turned around in surprise when they heard that someone didn't know that there would be 2 big fish, no, even 3. Changsun and Jael also looked in the same direction in surprise. 2 men appeared in front. The one standing behind added that there were 3 of them, Changsun and the treasure Jigwe, and the hunting dogs of the white tiger. The brunette asked, "Is it someone's birthday today?" The guys stood opposite each other. The bald man asked the opponents and then how they got there. Shinhee smiled and said that they just entered through the front door. The guards gritted their teeth and thought that there must have been a flaw in their checks. The dark-haired man looked at them with a smirk. Kipio frowned with a wide smile. Wookiang looked at the men confidently. One of the guards frowned tensely and thought that the problem was that instead of going to another white tiger dungeon, they got wind of this place and came to them. He frowned angrily and understood what this meant. Shinhee took out his mace and said that they had a lot to talk about anyway. The guard thought that they had already learned about the research centers here. The man activated the weapon. He spun the mace above his head with incredible speed. The guard frowned and said that if they were to clash with them, the outcome was obvious. The brothers ran in different directions, deciding that one would call for reinforcements, the other would buy time. Suddenly, Kipio appeared in front of one of them. They crossed their swords, looking into each other's eyes. The bald man jumped back. Kipio frowned angrily and said that he was just getting started, so they might as well have some fun. The high-speed mace was aimed at the second brother. It flew in an arc towards his back. Shinhee asked the man where he was going. The bald guy turned around in surprise. He blocked the mace with his sword. The blade shattered into small pieces. The dark-haired man swung his chain and said that the opponent should try to block the next one. The metal ball hit the guard's shoulder. Shinhee smiled evilly. The man noticed how the mace approached his face. The next second, his head exploded and flew to the sides. The brunette frowned evilly and said with a laugh that he was very weak. Scipio told him to be careful and not to kill for nothing for a valuable lead. The man turned to him and with an ominous expression said that they had nothing to worry about because they still had another one. The bald man charged. Scipio yelled at his ally and said that he was only making things difficult for him. Wookyung put his sword on his shoulder and walked towards the boys. Jael frowned and asked them what they didn't want. The man smirked and said that he didn't want that, but he couldn't help it, so they would have to fall by his hand. The hero smiled and said that he had no intention of dying. The ally looked at him in surprise. The man grabbed his sword and began to emit an aura, saying that he didn't care. Changsun raised his hand on his head and pointed to the sky. He frowned slightly and said that he would think about it if the enemy could dodge the next one. Shinhee turned to him in surprise. Scipio turned away from the battle and looked back at the boy. Wookyung looked up at the sky. A giant monster was heading towards them. The system reported the appearance of the monster boss. The hero smiled and said that it was lucky for him that they were laying eggs and that he wondered how the female would react to learning of her partner's death, then asked the enemy not to die. The monster opened its mouth and let out a loud scream. It began to emit a bright light, releasing fiery lightning. Attacks rained down on the ground, creating explosions. The bird quickly flew past. The men burst out of the smoke, not understanding what was happening. Scipio asked his partner to chase him away and tear up the whistle. While they were in the air, the monster approached them. A huge amount of dust and smoke rose into the air. The hero looked back at the explosion, listening to the screams of the men. He looked at his ally and said that the female was protecting the chicks, and the male was getting food, but since her mate was in danger, it would be natural for her to come. Jael looked ahead in surprise and wondered who his ally was. Changsun raised his hand. The ally asked him where he was going. The guy replied that he wanted to get more crystal eyes. Jael lowered his eyebrows and said that he was not in the best condition now. The brunette smiled and said that he was much better and his stamina had recovered. He slightly lowered his head. The ally said that it was still dangerous. The guy asked him not to worry. He took out a blue crystal. Raising his gaze, the guy added that he had his own methods. He put the shining stone in his mouth. Changsun frowned slightly and wondered if there was a point in absorbing the crystal eye after absorbing the monster's fires. Elder appeared in front of him and said that it was, and that he would grow his fires, so creating an artifact from the eye would be more effective, so it needs to be eaten to go from simply adding attributes to transforming the core. The man smiled widely and added that once the boy absorbed the crystal eye, the boy was enveloped in a powerful flame. The man finished the sentence by saying that he himself would become Jigwe. The system reported that the attributes of destruction and ghost were added to the fire of the 8 trigrams, so the properties of the flame were changing. The boy's face began to be covered with dark energy. The system added that changes would occur after the unification of all attributes, and also reported the creation of the death attribute, because the fire of the 8 trigrams became the all-consuming flame of the 8 trigrams. The flame swirled around him. The system reported that the boy became Jigwe. His strength increased by 2 units, agility by 4, and he also received the features of Jigwe. He smiled widely, opening his monstrous mouth. The system announced the mastery of the method of using the flame of spirits, the comprehension of poltergeist, and the comprehension of pyrokinesis, after which it reported that he could now use the first form of the all-consuming flame. The young man in the form of a bird quickly took off. The battlefield was engulfed in fire and dust. The guy was approaching them at high speed. He smiled maniacally, taking on the appearance of a monster. He began to descend straight into the thick of things. The men turned around in surprise. The system reported the activation of the Black Mountain Monarch on the VK. The guy's dark energy swept across the area. Clouds of dust blocked the view. The young man looked menacingly at his opponents, heading towards them. Shinhee was lying on the ground, his body pierced by a blade. The man was praying for death. The guy stretched out his hand and created a whirlwind of flames. The next second, the man's body shattered into small pieces. The young man turned around sternly. He stretched out his hand. His aura began to rage chaotically. The energy was gathering into a blue crystal. The system reported the absorption of the monster's right crystal eye. The energy slowly dissipated. The young man stretched out his hand to the crystal. The fire around him was weakening. The system reported an increase in magic power, an increase in the level of all-consuming flames, a strengthening of the poltergeist, the first forms of all-consuming flames, and an increase in the amount of magic power by 60 points. The young man looked at his hand engulfed in flames and thought that this time he received 60 points of magic power, and perhaps it was because of the second time, but he was starting to see the limits. He raised his head. The system window that opened reported that the boy received the achievement of a hunter who caught a legendary bird pair, for which he received 10 points of strength and 15 points of will, and also became a vessel of Jigui, which strengthened the attributes of the monster. He frowned confidently and decided that chaos was happening below now because not one, but two monsters, recognized as the rulers of the Black and Red Mountain Range, were killed one after another. He looked at the body of his opponent and asked if he said that he wanted to die. He approached the wounded man begging for death and said that causalgia was rumored to be the most terrible pain in the world. The man was scared but looked at him. The guy smiled evilly and asked him to tell him everything he knew in exchange for death. Jiao looked at the silhouette of his ally. He raised his eyebrows in surprise when he noticed the fireball. The guy stood in front of him engulfed in flames. The young man thought that it was as if he had pulled the core of the sun towards himself. The brunette frowned and said that it turned out that White Tiger hired them from high off to open the Black and Red Mountain Range. The man confirmed this with a trembling voice. The guy frowned and thought that White Tiger had started growing very sharply about 13 or 14 years ago. He imagined the guild emblem and thought about the 7 mysterious scriptures. The youth imagined the image of a sealed book and thought that they consisted of 7 scrolls, and the White Tiger had excavated these divine artifacts 20 years ago in a nameless dungeon, and that they had only managed to find 3 scriptures, but even they were endowed with unimaginable power and significant results could be extracted from them. The boy imagined a dark image of a large crowd of people and thought that the clan leader, the heavenly swordsman, was one of the strongest swordsmen in the world. But those who followed him were not so extraordinary. However, after a sudden explosive growth, they gained great fame and even became a clan famous throughout the world, and all this happened not long ago. He looked at the injured man and asked him what he would say about all this. The opponent said that he did not know it. The young man asked him to tell everything he could. The man asked to kill him after that. The boy smiled and said that he would decide for himself whether to listen to his requests or not, after which he ordered him to speak again. The man closed his eyes and agreed heavily. He turned his head to the side and said that each of the scrolls related to the 7 mysterious scriptures has different contents, and each of them teaches how to summon the power of various ancient constellations forgotten in modern times. The heroes frowned tensely and thought about the words simply forgotten stars. He imagined an explosion in space and thought that when light was first created at the beginning of space, there were not many constellations in the sky. He then imagined meteorites falling to the earth and added that back then, they were as weak as space but had tremendous holy power, though over time, each of them found their place according to the laws of this world. Burning objects flew across the night sky. The boy thought that traces of their existence dotted space and the world. He glared at the opponent and thought that they were called forgotten stars, and it turned out that their power could be borrowed. He frowned and wondered if the ruler of the abyss kept this a secret. The man looked at him timidly, gritted his teeth, and added that of the 3 scrolls he had found, White Tiger had only been able to open 2, and he had heard that the most important one was still unopened. The boy looked at him in surprise and thought that it was Peter's key. He imagined the golden key and thought that it probably opened the scripture. The boy lowered his head and asked the enemy why they came there, because it seemed to him that they did not come for revenge or terrorism. The man looked at him and said that they came to find the illusory pearl. The hero imagined the pearl engulfed in dark energy and thought that he really thought that there was something suspicious about the deep hostility towards smallpox that he felt. He turned sideways to the enemy. The man added that from the first scroll they received the method to create an unrivaled warrior. The boy imagined how different scriptures poured out of the book and thought that of the 7 mysterious scriptures, the first was written about a man who lost his soul after being possessed by starlight. The image in his mind changed. The young man imagined the silhouettes of men enveloped in an aura, and thought that people who lost their souls were stripped of their egos. But since this void was filled with starlight, they became amazingly powerful warriors, and were reborn as holy knights who faithfully carried out the orders of the stars. The young man again imagined the pearl enveloped in energy, and thought that in order to create such powerful warriors, wild flowers from the flower bed in Xiachen, as well as the crying and laughing flower, were needed, and with their help, an illusory pearl could be created. He frowned slightly and thought that this was probably why they made this place a training camp. He lowered his head and added that the Black and Red Ridge was geographically similar to the flower beds of Xiachen, and moreover, it was perfect for testing new members and selecting those capable of obtaining powerful warriors. The guy looked in front of him and thought that he could simply say that the people who disappeared in the area did not listen to the instructor's instructions, went beyond the safe zones and became victims of monsters. He imagined the image of the old man and added that the person overseeing these projects must be the second in command of the White Tiger, COO. The guy smiled slightly and added that after Basla's tomb disappeared and Peter's key simply flew away, the situation for them changed for the worse. He looked at the enemy and asked if they were going to show the White Tiger's true face thanks to the illusory pearl, because they must have more evidence besides this. The man closed his eyes and confirmed his guess. The young man picked up the blade and thought that now most of the secrets had become clear, but most likely there were still many things that this guy did not know. The next second he killed his opponent. The young man turned to the bald man. He smiled contentedly and decided to rummage a little more. He walked towards the injured guard and thought that this was the location of the research center where they created the illusory pearl and mass cultivated the powerful, then said that the man probably already knew what this was about. He touched his finger to his forehead and asked if he was right. The man looked at him in confusion and asked if he was afraid of the wrath of their patron god, the Dash. Changsun looked at him sternly and asked if the man was sure that the patron god was on his side. The man tried to argue with him. The system reported that the tiger deity had lost interest in the believer who had achieved nothing. The man raised his eyebrows pitifully. The wind carried sand past him. The youth looked up at the sky and said that the patron god needed a believer who was stronger and more resilient. The hero looked down at the man and added that he did not need a dying idiot. The system reported that the deity was laughing disgustingly, watching this. And suddenly the boy tore his ally's clothes. Jael asked him what he was doing. He looked down, hearing the request that he sit in the lotus position. The hero sank to the floor. The ally looked at him and asked if he was going to do it right now. The boy answered in the affirmative and said that he would heal him. Always flaws, and the boy frowned and decided that it would finally happen. They sat opposite each other. The hero said that studying the residual energy of the ghost born would take some time, and it was very easy to get lost in the process. He frowned slightly and added that even if in the real world it would take an hour or two, for him, it felt like several weeks or even months. Jael silently listened to his words that humbling such hysterical energy would exhaust him. The hero crossed his arms and added that, however, this would definitely end, so he couldn't give up, because if he thought about retreating even for a second, he would be demonized, which naturally meant. The ally looked down and finished his sentence by saying that he would turn into a monster or a ghost. Changsun looked into his eyes and confirmed it. He frowned and said that if he saw even a hint of this, he would get rid of him without a second thought. The youth imagined the city destroyed by explosions and thought that if he let the broken Jael roam freely around, a disaster would immediately begin. He frowned sternly, looking at his ally. The silver-haired boy smiled and asked him not to worry about it. The hero looked at him in surprise. He closed it and thought that Jael was acting as if he lacked self-awareness, but his will was very strong, and then suggested that they begin. He rolled up his sleeve and created a powerful flame. The young man waved his hand. The fire engulfed his ally's body. The system reported that the ghost born was covered in flames. The white-haired boy frowned tensely and screamed loudly. His body was burned by the bright fire. The boy thought that he should not lose himself or give up. The flames left only the silhouette of the young man. Jael's consciousness was transferred to the snowy desert. The boy stepped forward, thinking about where he was. He looked ahead with a calm expression. The young man noticed a boy walking heavily. He recognized himself in the past and thought that if he had to find himself in this place again, he would prefer. The young man fell to the ground, and suddenly, the dark-haired boy hurried to his aid. Jael watched as the boy helped him. He frowned slightly and thought that this was his memory and that he was in the world of his own subconscious. He narrowed his eyes and added that he did not want to remember those times. Little Jael quickly ran down the street while passers-by called him a monster and a beast. The boy ran to the trash can and greedily began to eat the contents. He climbed inside the cardboard sheets. Someone suddenly shouted and said that he was lying there. Strange guys began to kick him, insulting him in every possible way. The boy frowned in pain, receiving blows. Jael thought that if he had not been saved. The boy stood and looked ahead, finishing the sentence by saying that if he died, he would not have to keep such terrible memories. Suddenly, he heard someone's voice that found him. A dark silhouette of a man appeared in front of him, saying that he was looking for him. The silhouette raised his hand and said that the winds were very cold, so the boy should go with him, because he needed to leave before the winter became even harsher. Jael raised his hand and decided that he didn't want to be alone anymore. The dark figure kept his hand outstretched. The boy pointed his palm towards him. They almost held hands. The dark man said that he was doing the right thing. Jael suddenly twitched tensely, thinking that he shouldn't lose himself. He pulled his hand away and decided that he shouldn't give up. The figure looked at him and asked what was wrong. The boy turned around and started running away. He frowned sternly and decided that this wasn't the place he needed to be. Changsun watched him sternly with a sword in his hands. The owl deity smiled faintly at the boy's correct heart. The hero frowned and decided that they had passed the key moment. Jael sat motionless in place. The guy thought that this offspring of the ghost was very persistent, and he admired it, then wondered if he had begun to be demonized, because even if the hero had access to the entire Jigwe vessel, he was not sure that he would have been able to win. The young man turned around and decided that if his father was Xerx, then it was obvious, and he thought that he had time until Jael caught his breath. The hero raised his hand above his head and created a barrier, using the stealth rune and the rune engraving for those who continue on it. The system reported that everything within the specified area would disappear without a trace for all outside observers. The hero opened his eyes wide and decided that it was time for him to look at the pearl of the illusion of the research center, but before that, A lightning aura headed towards the running man. The guy activated his beast sense. The brunette turned around tensely, noticing what was happening. The guy decided that he needed to get rid of useless witnesses. A powerful beam of aura lifted the air and the leaves of the trees. It rushed through the forest at high speed. The man jumped off the cliff. The streams of energy followed him. He decided that he had to tell the CEO everything, no matter what it cost him. He frowned tensely and thought that while the opponent was concentrating on healing Jiao, he should run away. Chang Sun hung in the air above his head. The man turned around, noticing him. The guy frowned angrily. He attacked him with great force. The man grimaced in pain. Lying on the floor, the invisibility was revealed. He turned his gaze upward, noticing the opponent. The guy smiled ominously. The man grabbed the sword and stood up. Chang Sun his shoulder. He pushed the man with great force and down his body, stabbing the blade into the tree. His blow created a powerful shockwave behind the trunk of the plant. He smiled evilly and said that they met again. The man asked what he wanted to do with him. The guy smirked and said that he planned to finish him off quickly, but changed his mind because he didn't want the director to suspect him. The man frowned tensely. The guy took out a pearl and said that he had a great way to build relationships, so there was no need to choose the hard way. He pushed the pearl into the man's mouth. Yujin swallowed it. The wind carried dust around them. The system reported that the man's thoughts were paralyzed. His ego was removed, and he himself fell into a hypnotic trance. The man fell to his knees in front of the guy. The hero looked at him and ordered him to stand up. Yujin rose to his feet, keeping his head down. The youth frowned and said that it must be sad to lose his soul. He smiled slightly and decided to get down to business. The man began to carry out his various commands, sitting down, rolling on the ground, and barking like a dog. The hero's voice rang out through the forest. He ordered the puppet to kill himself. The man grabbed his neck with his aura-covered palm. The youth frowned and stopped him. The man dispelled his technique. The boy came closer to him and said that the researchers really did something incredible. If they were able to pull something like this out of low-level sculptures, then he had no idea how strong the others were. He looked into the puppet's eyes and ordered it to inform the CEO that no abnormalities were found regarding him, while acting as if nothing had happened. He stepped back, crossed his arms and asked if the man understood the order. The puppet confirmed it. The snake deity chuckled maliciously at the cunning plan, and the tiger watched and became interested in the aspirations. The boy folded his arms and ordered the man to leave. Yujin frowned and thanked the youth. He was suddenly engulfed in blue energy. The hero frowned and stopped him. The man looked at him in surprise and asked if the boy had any errands. The youth steeled his hand and asked if he could learn the technique the man had just used, then thought that it looked more useful than he thought before and that it might suit Jiao. Yujin raised his hand and said that it was a skill of the flying tiger storm lagging, and that the boy could use the wind for Kingong, invisibility, or camouflage, and since it came from the Degrin step, he would be able to use it. The boy placed his hand on his waist and asked him to teach him. The man replied that he did not have a skill book, so it would take quite a while. The youth frowned and said that he would figure out how to master it himself. The man began to move around a small space using the skill. The boy carefully watched his movements. The man turned around in surprise. Chang Sun spun around using similar energy. He turned to the puppet and asked him to repeat. His words echoed across his face. The youth asked him to repeat again and again. Blue energy spread through the air. The system reported that the hero had learned something new, using the tiger's tread as a basis, and as a result, he had acquired the flying tiger's lagging storm skill. The youth was surrounded by shining energy. The man said in confusion that he had been mastering the skill for several years, and it was enough for him to see it a couple of times. He bowed and said that the hero was indeed an amazing person. The youth told him to stop and leave. Yujin took off at high speed, agreeing with the order. The youth's energy increased. The system reported that his skill level had increased. His eyes widened. His hair stood on end. The boy had mastered invisibility and camouflage. He pushed off the ground with explosive force. The tiger deity laughed, being in absolute shock. The boy rose to the clouds. The hunting deity said that his movements are great for hunting abilities, so she will think about which one to give him. Shining energy descended to the ground in a continuous stream. The boy used the ability of the flying tiger's lagging storm. He stopped, standing between the trees. The young man touched the trunk and thought that a pair of monsters lay an egg once every 100 years. He took a step towards the former fire of the egg. The system reported that a nest was found. The source of the fire hung in the air not far from the ground. The system reported that monsters lay an egg once every 100 years, and it seems that it will take more time to hatch. The young man came closer and thought that the monster has 3 forms, but in truth, they are still a clot of spirits because they are spiritual beings that do not have physical bodies. In the center of the egg, a clot of dark energy was visible. The guy added that since their ancestors chose the form of birds, the descendants also adhere to it, but can change it based on the environment. He grinned slightly and thought that it was possible to redirect their nature in a good direction and increase their intelligence, because the balance of the egg's strength, underdevelopment, and health was just perfect, and it would be best if it became a spiritual bird. He opened his mouth and began to collect energy in front of his face. Powerful streams in the flame twisted around him. The system reported that the tiger deity was interested in how the guy was going to hatch the egg. The young man began to absorb a huge amount of energy. The deity also advised him to choose the form of a rare monster, perhaps a tiger. The guy closed his mouth, the remains of the flame scattered through the air. He closed his eyes. The hunting deity complained about the tiger's advice and advised him to choose a falcon or a hunting dog, which would be better for hunting, and also said that the young falcon or tengu were the best choice. The young man thanked them and thought that she had finally suggested something reasonable. He kept his eyes closed as the deities argued among themselves and their relationship worsened. He looked at his hand and touched his chest, thinking that the egg could use the internal flame and grow. He looked in front of him and decided that it was time for him to go to the research center. The boy took off at great speed. The entrance to the research center was visible between the trees, and inside there were a huge number of large test tubes. People were discussing the order of the executive director that they should just wait for the future decision. The man in the white coat slammed his hands on the table. He frowned angrily and thought that he had used the illusory pearl for the divine warrior's affinity. From the basic ability of the 3rd level, he had developed stellar coordinates, various divine ornaments and artifacts, and the authorities. He lowered his head and finished his thought by saying that despite everything he had achieved with the white tiger, they had sent an inspection department to him. He gritted his teeth and decided that it was because he had appropriated a little of the budget, but the executive director had told him to prepare everything first. A vein appeared on his forehead. The man thought that he had contacted him many times, and he had simply told him to wait. The scholar glanced at the soldiers and asked how much he had done for them. The man waved his hand and thought that the inspection board had said that the inspection would come today, and that the 3rd rank leadership would pay an official visit, and then ordered that all documents that could put them under suspicion be destroyed. He put his hands on his waist and decided that the customer and chief engineer of the Guildal project was the CEO himself, and of course anyone would be interested in this. He frowned slightly and decided that for someone like him, the association was very dangerous, and he was about to reach the rank of White Tiger soon, so he did not know if a 5-star blade would be suitable for this. The man held his head, exhaled heavily, and said that he had calmed down a little. He imagined money pouring down on him, and said that he would be able to make a profit. After all, everyone around him was influential. The scholar looked into the closed room and decided to make sure that he would have a few trump cards in his hand. He imagined the images of the guys and thought that this would be a shame for Jayal, but Changsun also interested him. The scholar went inside and said that no one knew where they went, but it would be great if he could inspect them and take them with him. He looked at the flask in which the man was floating and said that this guy was also not bad, so he would be content with this. The man turned to the side. A scream rang out in the room. People were discussing why the soldiers he had sent to return the illusionary pill had not returned yet. The subordinate said that he would immediately order them to find out. The man asked him to hurry, because if the inspection found out, it would be the end for them. The warm rays of the sun fell on the scarlet crowns of the trees. The guy flew past them at high speed. He frowned sternly, looking ahead. The system reported that the tiger deity believed that he was following in his footsteps, which brought joy. The majority of the hunt said not to talk nonsense and claimed that the guy's courage was similar to hers. The tiger told her that she should keep her fantasies to herself. The hunting deity ridiculed what was said and replied that he had better shut up, otherwise his mouth stinks. The guy looked ahead with displeasure, thinking about how long this would continue. The deities bared their blades. He stepped onto the ground in front of the flower field. The young man looked back and wondered if he had come to the right place. The hero looked at the giant gate and decided that he had arrived. The hero looked at the entrance to the research center. The stealth skill was activated. All sounds dissipated in the air. The guy looked ahead. There were blue flashes around him. He looked up seriously. Then he suddenly rushed towards the entrance. A flash of light slipped past the armed guards. One of them turned around in surprise. His partner asked what was wrong. The man turned to him and said that he felt as if something had just slipped past them. The other man didn't understand what it was, and the soldier decided that he had imagined it. The flash of light moved away into the distance. The guards didn't see it and were discussing how the inspection department was making them nervous. The 12th trap has been activated. The beast's sense skill has recognized that a trap has been used. The trap has not detected you. The snake's eye skill has been activated and is quickly scanning all traps near you. You have used the flying tiger's lagging storm skill on yourself. The skill level has been increased. The 27th trap has been activated. You have successfully passed all the traps without being noticed. The hero moved forward rapidly. The deity snake that entwines the world cannot hide its delight at your ability to use skills. The brunette looked away carefully. It seemed to him that something had happened. People were bustling about and running around with boxes. Changsun tried to understand why everyone was in such a hurry. He put his fingers to his ear and closed his eyes. Hearing is enhanced by the skill beast sense. You catch all the sounds in the area. The guy heard shouts that someone was going to come when they had a lot to do. The man ordered them to hurry up and put everything in order because if they were exposed, it would be the end. Someone complained about how they could become test subjects from testers. The hero frowned. He heard a voice exclaiming what those who went to get Jigwee's egg were doing. They should have brought the illusory pearl by now. The interlocutor said that they should accept the fact that they were working slowly. Their affairs were bad. Jigwee's corpse had just been discovered. The hero grinned. He listened to the panic growing. They were trying to figure out who killed him and how it was even possible. Someone reported on some guys. They were found unconscious on the training ground. No one understood what was going on. Changsun frowned and smiled. The voice said that they needed to clean up everything here before the inspection department arrived. The hero thought he had found what he needed. A flash flashed towards the illusionary pearl factory. He slipped through the closing doors. The guy was concentrated. A strong smell of poisonous herbs was everywhere. The poison of the crying flower was penetrating this room. A player invisible to everyone passed between people. They hurried and carried documents. The laughing flower causes seizures. The head of the tiger disaster is watching you. The hero looked ahead carefully. The effect of immunity to 10 poisons successfully neutralized all poisons. He approached the doors. The door is securely locked. Identity verification is required. The guy looked at the entrance. Please enter the pattern or code word needed to open. The brunette thoughtfully touched his chin. He was wondering how he could open the door since it was too early to make noise. He needed the code word. Changsun frowned and remembered Peter's key. The hero grabbed the cord on his chest. The guy looked tense. He let go of the pendant and thought that the ruler of the abyss was watching him, so he couldn't take it out now. The player concentrated. An idea came to him. He put his hand on the place where the code was entered. The identity of the Lord Master was confirmed. The doors swung open. The guy was surprised. The locking mechanism was disabled. The door was opening. The brunette grinned and touched his chest. What was wrong with this key? What kind of ability does it have if it can handle such things instantly? The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, was a little confused by how quickly the mechanism opened. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation has some questions about whether you have a talent for picking locks. The world snake deity clicked her tongue at the tiger deity trapped in deprivation, wondering how he hadn't figured it out yet. The world snake deity said that it was possible because this man was a fusion of 10 red striped snakes. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation nodded, indicating that he had gotten the gist. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation burst out in admiration for your courage and great talents. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation has great plans for you. The hero frowned and walked inside. He thought that the ruler of the abyss didn't realize that he had used Peter's key. What was he talking about? What other red striped snakes? The guy didn't want to hear that from a creature that was actually a snake. The brunette stopped. He looked ahead and narrowed his eyes. There they were. There were people in the liquid. The hero stood in a room filled with large capsules. His Majesty Tiger Calamity went berserk. The warrior became a ghost, a warrior sent by a god. Deity Tiger trapped in deprivation burst into laughter, seeing his fangs and claws lined up in a row. The guy frowned and thought that this was disgusting. Deity Owl piercing the dim light expressed great dislike for what appeared before her eyes. Deity Owl piercing the dim light looked at Deity Tiger trapped in deprivation. Deity Tiger trapped in deprivation smirked, asking what she was planning. The hero looked at the notification window in surprise. The owl deity piercing the dim light burst into anger and plead for justice. The surprise quest Owl's plea was created. Type, surprise. Description: the owl piercing the dim light was extremely disappointed by the evil and dark influence that the tiger trapped in deprivation spread in the human world. She also feels great regret for those who lost their lives while trapped in the machines. Therefore, the owl piercing the dim light begs you to grant them peace and tranquility. Restriction: quest giver. Completion limit: none. Completion conditions: 1. Eliminate all warriors sent by the god. 2. Completely destroy the illusory pearl production facility that creates these warriors. Reward: a blessing from the owl piercing the dim light that befits your results. The hero smiled in surprise. Would she really go that far? The boy furrowed his brows and chuckled. He thought that no matter how angry she was at the Abyss ruler, she would hardly be playful enough to give him such a quest. A blessing that befits his results? Does it mean that he will be able to obtain powers from her? The tiger deity trapped in deprivation is curiously awaiting your answer. Changsun frowned tensely. He thought that the Abyss ruler would then turn his back on him. However, if he refuses, then Minerva will finally disown him. The owl deity, piercing the dim light, looks at you with tension. The hero was nervous. The situation is so-so. He extended his finger to the button, refuse. Then he stopped and frowned. The guy smirked. The player turned around and said that he wanted to ask his patron god, the tiger, who was trapped in deprivation for something. The hero looked serious. The tiger deity, who was trapped in deprivation, cordially agreed to listen to you. The brunette said that he believed that the god already knew the reason for his presence. The tiger deity, who was trapped in deprivation, nodded his head in agreement. You can get straight to the point. The man smiled and wondered if he could just give them a vague hint since they both needed him. The guy said that he wanted to take everything that was here. Energy sparkled around him. An eye flashed against the dark silhouette. The hero said that he had no intention of letting other people have what he did not have. He asked what Tiger thought about this. The boy smiled confidently. He thought that he had already greatly interested the ruler of the abyss and was a sought-after candidate for priest. They would not refuse him. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, smirks at your obvious plans. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, says that he still likes you despite this. He also dreams that the family member whom you will be able to fool with your acting is a fool. The deity promises that he will not suppress your wild ambitions. The sudden quest tiger robbery has been created. Description: the tiger, trapped in deprivation, is eager to see what the new candidate for priest is capable of. However, if you fail to meet his expectations, you will be severely punished. Restrictive condition: none. Time limit: none. Conditions for completion: 1. You must take everything you see. 2. You must consume everything you take. If failed, divine punishment. If successful, 1. You will gain power over all the trophies. 2. Depending on how well you do, you can receive the blessing of the tiger trapped in deprivation. The hero chuckled. That's all. He turned around and thought, how is Minerva, the owl deity, piercing the dim light in delight? She says that she knew you would make such a decision. The brunette chuckled and thought that the goddess was so inept. He pressed the button, agree. Sudden quest owl's plea approved. The range of movement has been greatly expanded thanks to the combination of sudden quests, owl's plea and tiger's theft. Please dispose of all the god-sent warriors and destroy the relevant facilities. The hero looked at the scale of the work and grinned. He decided that he had been dragging his feet for too long. Camouflage activated. The boy looked towards the soldiers who entered. They asked who was there. The end of the world flames of the 8 trigram are enraged. Purple fire swirled around the man. The Jigwe vessel was equipped. Flames burst out from the player's back like wings. He spread his fiery wings. The soldiers were shocked. They did not understand where the Jigwe flames came from. The hero smiled ominously at the enemies. The boy quickly rushed towards the enemies. You summoned a hurricane of flames. The men were engulfed in flames. Their bodies were quickly destroyed. An explosion occurred in the research center. Everyone fussed and shouted that a fire had started. The explosion reached the people standing in the corridor. They were swept away by a wave of fire. The soldiers were panicking and shouting that they couldn't put it out. The wizards put out their hands to use ice magic from a distance to stop the fire. The flames broke through the ice barrier. The explosion continued to engulf people. The man with glasses looked at the entrance to the center. He was engulfed in flames. The scientist looked at the explosion in fear, not understanding what was happening. He turned around and shouted how the security service allowed this. Another explosion knocked him off his feet. The man fell to the ground. A subordinate ran up to him and asked if everything was okay. The boss asked how many people they had lost. Silence. The man with glasses turned to the man and nervously demanded an answer. The research center was burning. The survivors were coughing from the smoke and could not see anything. You have a burn infection. The soldiers were surprised. Their faces were covered with veins and black marks. They were scared. Warning: burn infection is rampant in this area. It is recommended to leave this area as soon as possible. The flames engulfed one of the soldiers. He called for help. Then the fire reached everyone present. A man with glasses appeared behind the hero. A bright light. The guy parried the blow with his sword. He looked at the enemy with a smile and said that it was not bad. The man frowned and asked who the hero was and who sent him. The opponent asked how he controlled the flames of the end of the world Jigwe. The guy's face began to open. The surrounding people were surprised. The hero looked gloomily at the enemy. The enemy recognized him as Changsung. The bespectacled man looked puzzled. He could not understand why someone who should be in a completely different place was now standing in front of him. The man bared his teeth. Did he really have to develop someone like him? Greed distorted his face. Perhaps in 5 years he will be able to create a clan like the White Tiger. He looked at the hero. Flames and shining energy swirled around the guy. The scientist got angry and swung his sword to stop the hero. The brunette blocked his attack. The flying tiger's lagging storm skill was forcibly deactivated. Stealth was exposed. Changsung dodged the attack. Something exploded behind him. The bespectacled man rushed at the hero and attacked with his sword. He defended himself with his blade. The guy frowned and was surprised. One of his enemy's eyes turned black and his face was distorted with hatred. He was a warrior sent by God. The opponents struck each other. The hero noted that not only ordinary soldiers, but also the leaders became warriors sent by God. I wonder if this happened to the rest of the White Tiger's leaders as well. The guy grinned. Actually, this is even good. This is a great chance to test the capabilities of a warrior sent by God. Your built-in magic circuits have begun to malfunction. Jigui's doomsday flames are blazing furiously. The brunette rushed to attack. You have distributed an additional 30 stats to strength. Strength 141. The opponent's face was distorted with rage. You allocated an additional 30 stats to dexterity. The brunette made several pinpoint strikes with his blade. The researcher was thrown back. He narrowed his eyes and smiled. The man could not believe that a newbie stood before him. Flames danced around Changsun. His eyes glowed. Your opponent's sword acquired ghostly energy. The bespectacled man smiled widely. His weapon radiated energy. The leader exclaimed that the heavens themselves had come to his aid. Tiger's death thickened. The protagonist frowned in displeasure. Be careful. The opponent swung his sword, creating waves of light. The guy ran forward, dodging attacks. He thought that each of them was incredibly strong. This annoying ghostly energy resembled a tiger chasing a man. This is His Majesty Tiger's calamity. The brunette turned to look at the approaching soldiers. They rushed at the hero with fury. Their eyes were black. The enemies were shouting that they would help their director. The player looked at them in surprise. They were also warriors sent by God. The guy swung his sword and created a circle of fire around himself. He decided to mix it with blood poison and create a fiery barrier of the end of the world. A fiery funnel formed around the guy and protected him from the enemies. Several blades pierced his defense. The hero was surprised. The warriors destroyed the barrier. The guy became nervous. He thought that if this continues, it will not be long before he is in the box. The brunette rushed to the side. The soldiers shouted that he must be captured. Changsun had to resort to the divide and conquer strategy. You are in the middle of a battle. Unbending spirit has been activated. Your wavering mental strength has been strengthened. Inner peace has taken effect. Now you can observe the situation from an objective point of view. The guy stopped in the corridor and looked back at the enemies. The soldiers blocked the way and shouted that they had caught him. The hero narrowed his eyes. The head of the research department was tense. He felt something. The man clenched his teeth. It dawned on him that they weren't the ones who had cornered him. This guy had deliberately brought them here so he wouldn't have to fight multiple people at once. Four Eyes looked at his men and ordered them to duck. It was too late. The soldier had taken several slashes. The scientist looked ahead with displeasure. A scream was heard. The hero mercilessly cut down the enemies. His blade had reached all the soldiers in front. Authority 100%. The target had taken effect. The deity of the time of hunting had allowed your effective use of her authority to turn her head. The military was under attack. The director's hand reached for the hero. He noticed it too late. Four Eyes grabbed him by the throat. The guy frowned. The man lifted the player off the ground and exclaimed that he had finally caught him. He bared his teeth and said that he was far superior to the hero in all levels and stats, so he should just give up. The brunette grinned and replied that he thought that since he had caught him, he could do whatever he wanted. The bespectacled man looked at his interlocutor with displeasure and asked what he was talking about. A glow appeared around the hero's hand. There were symbols on the wrist and forearm. The fish-gut sword appeared. A blade protruded from the player's palm. The second sword began to emit energy. The guy grinned. His eyes glowed. He said, "Scream." The dual sword sounded. Waves emanated from the hero. The crooked tooth of the evil dragon awakened. If the divine blacksmith Uyezi earned eternal glory after creating several masterpieces, then the demonic blacksmith Taudi created countless ingenious things so that the title of blacksmith was associated only with him. Even among the gods and stars, these two are famous opposing forces. It is impossible to decide which of them is the better craftsman due to the fact that both are valued for different things. The eras and places they worked in are different, so they do not compete with each other face to face. However, now, at this very moment, it is time to decide who is the best. The fish-gut sword, which has quenched its thirst for blood, sparkles, and the evil dragon crooked tooth, in turn, has begun to show its true value. You have fulfilled part of the qualification requirements. The head of the research department tried to reflect the blow. The evil dragon crooked tooth sparkles. The block has been removed. The enemy was pushed away from the hero by the wave. The evil dragon crooked tooth begins to show its true value. The bespectacled man's eyes widened. He was shocked. The blade in the boy's hands becomes larger. It sheds the old blade and shines. The hero raised the sword up. The sword sheds the old shell and grows larger. Evil dragon crooked tooth. Type, blade and longsword, divine artifact. Attack power, immeasurable. Effects, continuous bleeding, evil gluttony. Other effects cannot be determined because you have met part of the qualification requirements. You can use the hidden functionality. Since you have not met all the requirements, you need to complete them to access other functions. Changsun extended both swords to the sides. Flames twisted around him. The sound of dual swords. The hero crossed the blades above his head. The sword mastery skill was activated. The brunette closed his eyes and exhaled. Then he carefully looked at his opponent. He took a fighting stance. Sword mastery is a skill that can only be used by a master swordsman who has achieved the unity of swords. It allows you to use any sword that exists in the world. Those who follow the path of the sword will be forced to confront the forest that stretches at the end of the path. Level 1. Type: Passive. Effects: the right to own and use 10,000 swords. Achievement received: completely different legendary swords. Reward: Intelligence +5, Sword Mastery skill level up. Deity Time of the Hunt stared at you in surprise as you were able to unlock her divine artifact. Deity Snake Coiling the World stared at you with wide eyes as you used a method she never suspected. Deity Owl Piercing the Dim Light suggested that you use the weapon of the demonic blacksmith Touty for a righteous cause. Deity Great Demon Stalking the Abyss took an interest in your two famous swords. Deity Tiger Trapped in Deprivation praises you for obtaining a new set of fangs. The hero looked at the enemy from under his brows. The leader was astonished. He was sweating. The beast sense he received from his patron god told him to avoid the hero at all costs. If not, he would die. Changsun swung his sword. Purple flames followed the weapon. A wave of fire headed towards the enemy. The guy rushed to attack. The director barely managed to shield himself with his sword. The fire fell on him. His clothes were charred. The blade in the hero's hand sparkled. The guy looked closely at the weapon. It seemed to him that the sword was crying. He assumed that the blade was complaining that it did not want to end everything like this. The brunette turned his attention to the second sword. It was pulsating. The player smiled in surprise. Now the crooked tooth of the evil dragon was telling him to look at what he was capable of. The swordsman cut the air, causing flames. The fire spread along the corridor and reached its target. The man hid behind the sword. He tried to hold back the wave of fire. His weapon could not withstand it and split. The bespectacled man was nervous. The scientist clenched his teeth and thought that he needed to run from here if he wanted to survive. The fishgut sword showed its shiny blade. The crooked tooth of the evil dragon bared its fierce fangs. Both blades in the hero's hands glowed and pulsated. The guy thought that they were both proud and both thirsty for victory. The man rushed to run. The hero looked at the enemy darkly. He crossed his swords in front of him. The skill paw of the Black Mountain Monarch was activated. The guy sent a wave of dark energy at the enemy. The force was rapidly catching up with the fugitive. The bespectacled man turned around in fear. Explosion, purple smoke and flames everywhere. The villain's hand was burned. He was trying to say something. Despair is spreading. The man tried to crawl forward. The scientist muttered that he did not want to die. The annoyance is felt more strongly. Bad thoughts fill the area. The fire of the end of the world is fueled by anger and flares up stronger. The director crawled down the corridor. The silhouette of the player appeared behind him. His eyes flashed. The guy looked down at his opponent coldly. He wondered if these were his regrets. Where was he trying to crawl in such a state? The hero held the swords and followed the bloody trail of the enemy. The brunette decided that now, thinking of him as something other than a ghost born, there was no one for whom he should do this. For now, he would follow him and put off the killing for later. The bloody hand lay on the floor. The player was dead. Changsun looked at him. The man began to dissolve. New card, the fishgut sword was recalled. The guy raised his hand up. He only needed to raise his hand and the door would open, but he fell dead right in front of it. New card, the crooked tooth of the golden dragon was sealed again. New card, the door is locked. Please enter the pattern and password needed to open the door. The man raised his hand in front of the screen, wondering if it would open again. He put his hand against the screen. Something began to happen. He was looking straight at it. The door began to open. New card, the master's ID was confirmed. He lowered his head and thought that it seemed that this key was suitable for opening not only doors, but also other mechanisms. New card, the tiger deity trapped in deprivation stared at you, amazed at how you managed to get here. He raised his head. In front of him was a huge mechanism. He came closer, saw how the girl had tubes sticking out of her hand. They covered her entire body. He jumped up, straight to her. There were sparks everywhere. He landed on the very top. He lowered his eyes, looked at the girl. The mechanism began to turn off. Changsun looked at the girl and thought, what was the name of this girl? She remembered her with her friends. She was lying with her eyes closed, unconscious. I think her name is Shin Yunxiu. Was she turned into a warrior sent by God? He took her hand. But card, object is being analyzed, anomaly detected. His Majesty the Tiger Disaster was wary. He lowered his head and thought that no, she is not a warrior. There is something stronger and more fundamental here. The eyes praised him. He imagined the monsters, looked at the girl and thought, demonic beasts, monsters, goblins, and jigwe. Then he smiled, looked forward. That's what the CEO was trying to hide. He walked closer to her. It seemed like the warriors sent by God were just a stepping stone to this perfection, Gildel seemed. Then he lowered his head and thought, that was the name of the goblin leader. New card, you observe the object's condition more closely thanks to the skill beast sense. His eyes lit up. New card, His Majesty Tiger Calamity in progress currently completed 41%. The guy thought 41%, almost half. He studied the girl, her muscles. It was too little to consider her a warrior or a leader, but her physical body had become so strong that it was simply ridiculous to compare her to an ordinary person. Even her muscle fibers had hardened, and in her current state she would be able to eat most players alive. He continued to study her carefully. It was lucky that they had not had time to hypnotize and brainwash her. New card, a tiger deity trapped in deprivation. Watching you, wondering what you will do next, an owl deity piercing the dim light, asking you to help the poor girl. The guy exhaled and lowered his head. New card, you removed the glass pipe. Gildification was forcibly stopped. His Majesty the Tiger disaster began to rage since its supply was turned off. The guy began to pull the girl out of this mechanism. Everything around was shrouded in smoke. New card, tiger deity trapped in deprivation. Very surprised at your choice, owl deity piercing the dim light nods its head, saying that it believes in you. It orders you to hurry and move the girl to a safe place, and then provide first aid. The young man began to scream. Everything around was on fire. New card, the flame of the end of the world of the urn of 8 trigrams raged. Everything around was enveloped in flames. Cards appeared one after another. New card, the destruction has begun. You have removed the poisonous elements. You have removed the foreign substances. His Majesty of the Tiger disaster resolutely resisted the flame of the end of the world. He is trying to resist. His attempts were honest. He is trying to challenge you. His defense was destroyed. Treatment and restoration were presented. Early His Majesty quickly healed. All external influences were stopped. Another flame appeared, this time blue. New card, the first form of the flame of the end of the world and His Majesty Tiger disaster clashed in fierce resistance. The young man looked forward. The flame enveloped him. He thought that he needed to remove His Majesty Tiger and without action, and destroy all the negative aspects of the guild, leaving only the positive moments. The girl continued to lie unconscious. However, she must show persistence. He can only wait. He looked to the side. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation asks, where is your ambitious desire to take everything for yourself and leave? New card, the tiger deity trapped in deprivation mocks you for choosing to cure this child instead of using it. But the guy rolled his eyes and said that he did not say that he would not. Then he spread his arms to the side. A new card, the deity, the tiger, trapped and deprived, bowed his head, not understanding what it meant. The power, soul coercion, is activated, and all the ashes of life that you have collected over the past day will be absorbed. The dead people began to dissolve. One by one, they turned into ashes. All the ashes flew straight into the guy's hands. He absorbed them into himself. New cards appeared. New card, you absorbed the ashes. Your strength increased by 0.01. Your agility increased by 0.02, being mixed in the ashes. His Majesty the Tiger's calamity evaded your attempt to absorb it. This attempt was replaced by the power of your power. The fusion was forced to begin. You succeeded. You purified His Majesty the Tiger's calamity and were able to take it as material for the flame of the end of the world. Your magic power increased by 0.02. The guy looked up. The magic power volume is 325 plus 60. The deity, the tiger trapped in deprivation, laughing uncontrollably. He frowned and thought that the ruler of the abyss, but he is also a bastard. He really laughs like a madman at such things. He broke down. Now thinking about it, he remembered the conversation about how the White Tiger Inspection Department was going to come here. He looked away and remembered who killed. Is it even possible? How can he know? Is it possible? Damn, it seems there was something about some unconscious people who were found from above on the training grounds. What's going on here? He gritted his teeth, remembered how they said that everything needed to be cleaned up before the inspection department came. Then he frowned, looked ahead and thought that if they were really being watched, then the inspection department was under the management of Bronica, the CEO. He was a suspicious guy. The mind decided to come here. Then it was unlikely that the CEO would sit peacefully. His idea to close the dungeon under was supported only by superficial reading of mana. And what if the CEO was planning to remove his political opponent here? He also thought that if that bastard, the ruler of the abyss, laughed like crazy at this very situation. Suddenly, something dawned on him. Damn it, now is not the time to hesitate. New card, Jigui vessel equipped. Everything around was glowing. The guy was holding the girl in his arms. New card, skill, flying tiger's lagging storm activated, and all your strength was spent to leave this place. An explosion thundered, a bright flash of light. The people on the street did not understand what was happening, looked at the explosion and asked why no one was coming out. Did not they say that the inspection department had already entered the dungeon? The leaders should hurry up and get out of there. They gritted their teeth. Everything around was shining. What was happening? Another explosion thundered. They were thrown to the sides. They began to scream. They looked there and did not understand what was happening. Explosions were repeated one after another, and a huge wave of fire rose up. At that moment, the guy flew away, along with the girl. The man at that moment was watching the explosion. It was the White Tiger clan, the third commander of the Old Tiger, Quan Hyohi. He frowned, looked ahead and said what a mess. He spread his hands. The explosions continued. He turned around and asked if they found out what happened here. Agents in suits approached him and said that yes, it seemed that a lot of explosives were stored underground. The man looked at them and asked again about the explosives. Then his assistant explained that yes, with the Agni Yon skill, he found traces of the flame area of effect skills, fire demon forest, lightning bullet, and the like. The man was dissatisfied. It turns out they had settled everything themselves. Continued to look at all this, the brunette said that it seemed the fire was created by the Jigui end of the world flame. The man asked again. Then he frowned and thought that everything indicated that it was planned. He put his hands in his pockets. It seemed they did not wait for him to enter the research lab to blow him up along with everyone else. Curious why then they did not wait, by mistake or an accidental glitch. The brunette replied that he did not think that was the case. Well, the man replied that this old man, the CEO, was cunning. He would not have made such a mistake. He lowered his head and added that it meant there was another factor that he did not even take into account. Well, which one? Nothing came to mind right now. He went forward and said that in any case, we need to continue to inspect the territory. Suddenly something will become clear. The subordinates answered that they understood him. Then we turned around and said that by the way, he heard that a couple of rats dared to escape. The men tensed up. Then they bowed and said that they would immediately fix it. As the man was leaving, a new window appeared. Do you want to log out? He turned around, looked. It would be great if they gave him a hint, although this would never happen. Energy appeared around. Everything was enveloped in light. The man said that nothing could be done. He smiled and thought that he would have to deal with the executive director himself. I am sure that God also wants this. Yule looked ahead. He opened his eyes and thought where he was. Changsun was standing in front of him with a girl in his arms. He said that he finally woke up. Then he smiled. The guy looked at him and did not understand what was happening. He looked at the girl in his arms and asked if she was really his wife. At that moment, a mirror flew right into his forehead. The guy was in pain. The brown-haired man looked at him and said that he saw that he had fully recovered. If he was talking such nonsense, it was better for him to look at himself in the mirror. The guy took the mirror. He looked at himself. He was surprised. He touched his face. The wind was blowing his hair. At that moment, the brown-haired man smiled and said that he had worked hard. The guy smiled. Tears were welling up in his eyes. The girl began to come to her senses. They looked at her. She began to open her eyes. The guy asked if she was awake. She looked at him. Then she jumped back sharply and fell to the ground. She lay on the ground, closed her eyes and said that she seemed to be dreaming. She did not believe that the tyrant himself was holding her in his arms. Well, I hope she did not wake up. The guys looked at each other. They did not understand what was happening. The girl began to scream at the whole district. And was he really a tyrant? Did he save her from imprisonment? Then he squatted down and said that yes, she was looking at him. She wasn't drooling in her sleep or saying weird things or anything like that, was she? The guy thought that it was fortunate that she didn't seem to remember anything about the kidnapping. After which he looked at her and said that everything was fine. The girl asked again if it was true. And the guy thought that he was still sure that she needed psychological help, but she exhaled and said that it was such a relief. He stopped and said that it seemed that she was already feeling better and they needed to leave this place. It was not safe here. The girl was shocked. She looked at him and said, what is his blood type? He did not understand why she was asking this. And he looked at her and said that the third. She began to ask when her birthday was, her favorite food. The guy continued to look at her, answered that January 13th, stewed kimchi. Then he frowned and asked what she was asking. The girl's face changed. No, this is strange. She even remembers the date exactly. 2 years ago on August 23rd in San Francisco, when in the game against France there was a sudden turnaround with a score of 3-2. He said that most of all upon returning to Korea he would like to eat kimbap with kimchi. Then she stood up and started screaming. Was she right? She couldn't be fooled. She looked at the guy, frowned. Of course she was right. There was no way he, the embodiment of the word stupidity, would be so kind to her. He wasn't real. Who was he? Changsun's expression changed. Did he think he could leave her here? The girl was shocked. Then she smiled and said no, it was him. Since when did he like stewed kimchi? Yule came up and asked why she changed her mind. The girl raised her hand and said that it was enough to see his expression. The main character didn't understand anything at that moment. Then, she said that he almost refused him because she pissed him off. That's his style, there can be no mistakes. He was clearly not very pleased to hear this. Then she walked forward, waving her arms and asked where they were going. Maybe there. He looked at her with a smile. The guys went ahead and said that she was a fool. Everything exploded around. The guy ran through the forest and wondered where she had gone, and that was even assuming that they were there too. He looked up. People were attacking him and ordering him to stop dead. They surrounded him and said that this place was their territory. If he took even one step, they would attack. The young man frowned, began to ask to let him pass. She begged for it. The man stood in front of him. His name was Mr. M, Mr. Lim's boss. He looked at him and said that he apologized for his subordinates. They were too rude. They don't know why he needs to go further, but he really can't go there. He smile and say that it was still very dangerous there, they would start looking for his sister, so he should go back, and he thought that with this guy, he was already working himself to death here. What a headache. Then he frowned, thinking that when he checked a little earlier, he was the second rank in the dungeon, and he was 121st. Then he turned around and thought that the more time passes, the harder it will be to catch up with him. He should reduce the gap between them if possible, and people like him will only stand in his way. The guy continued to beg him, he shouted to do everything quickly, but the man turned around and apologized. As he left, he thought that guys like him are obstacles. He does not understand that the world of players is a jungle, and they are midges in it, flying to the light, although no, more like pigs. At this point, the young man overtook him and tried to run forward anyway. The man got angry. He frowned and thought that it was careless to enter someone else's hunting grounds. New card, the tiger's aura is spreading. He is now on his teeth, added that you can't go against the rules. Then he pounced on the young man, took out his sword and ordered him to retreat. The guy looked at him, he was no less angry and persistent. The man attacked him, struck him and shouted that he was an obstacle in his way. Then he swung, a girl appeared from above, she ordered him to get away from her brother, he was half eaten with the appearance of a squid. Then she suddenly landed right in front, her strength was incredible. Dust rose around, the man was in shock, the girl's brother too. She turned around and said that no one allowed him to raise a hand to her brother, he must go away. At that moment, the young man did not understand what was happening. His subordinates approached the man, he bared his teeth and asked what she just said. The girl looked at him and said that he should move away from her brother. He looked down and explained that something else after that. She smiled sarcastically in response, and at that moment she started to shower him with insults. She said that he looked like he had chewed on a squid. What was wrong? Oh, I get it. He looked more like dried sea anemone eggs than a squid. Oh, she hoped they would be offended by such a comparison. The man was furious. He looked at her and said that it was their team that was offended. Then the girl tied her hair and said that it was all a lie. They were the first to attack her brother. How could she interpret this as intimidation, a threat, an abuse of power? Should she have started with this? At that moment they pounced on her, all at once, shouting that they were going to rip out her insolent tongue. The girl got angry, looked straight at them, said that they were cowards, attacking one person as a group. New card, the tiger's aura flared violently. Fiery energy began to appear around the girl. Explosions began to thunder. The guys came up and said that they thought they should help her. But the brown-haired man lowered his head and said that they should wait. The comrade looked at him and asked what was wrong. He lowered his head and said that they should not interfere, they should stay behind. He himself thought that the tiger's aura had exceeded her rage, now she was filled with the royal tiger's disaster. He continued to look at the fiery explosions. She was completely unfamiliar with this, but she skillfully wielded it, almost as expected. It belonged to her from the beginning. He smiled and thought that if he continued to watch her, he would be able to understand what a Jita was and would be able to see if it had a negative effect. Some time passed, fragments flew. The guys looked at their swords, they were all broken. What was it? Why did it suddenly break? In front of them was a huge shield, it was a tower shield. The girl closed behind her and screamed. New card, as you progress in Tiger Walk, your strength increases. She sent it forward. It sparkled, your speed continues to increase. The girl was heading straight for them, and now the shield was right in front of them. New card, the shield strike skill burst out. She began to knock down these people, hitting them with the shield and the club. While she was pushing it, the men in front of her flew apart. Suddenly, one of them decided to attack her from behind, swung his sword. He also insulted her. The girl turned around, looked at him from under her brows and asked what he said. New card, Tiger Calamity burst out. Then she hit him with one hand so hard that he was thrown aside. The guys watched this silently from the side, they were shocked. After which the girl put the weapon right in front of them. They were shocked. This is. In her hands was a huge scary axe. This is a halberd. Yuncio stood right in front of them, looked and asked what was he going to do with her tongue. Mistram was very scared, and the girl was very angry. She came up to him and asked if he could repeat it. She has a very good memory. New card, Deity, Owl, piercing the dim light, supports the player demanding justice. The girl approached him. He thought it was impossible, some scoundrel whose rank does not go in comparison with his. She hit him on the head from both sides. He thought that she beat him. Another explosion thundered. The guys stood and watched this. One said that he saw. He had no reason to interfere. The protagonist smiled and thought that as she warned him when she regained consciousness, she manages to remain calm even after she understood these unfamiliar forces. The girl's talents are her poise and determination. Then he watched her. She was very determined. In addition, she has superhuman strength and senses that eclipse the flame. Her talents are blooming. No, rather it should be said that her hidden potential is blooming, which complements her physically. If she has such a level even without awakening half of the flame, then the real Jita must be even more incredible. Suddenly, something surprised him. He thought that he should stop. He remembered the man, remembered the mechanism. Isn't the executive director the only one who owns such a blade? Doesn't know what he's aiming for, but his ambitions are certainly not small. Then he smiled and thought that he would need to start carefully confirming what he picked up for Sarah. A projectile flew at the man's head. He fell straight to the ground. The girl was standing in front of him. Then she looked at her brother. He came up and asked what happened to her, and the girl replied that something. Her comrades came to them. The guy paid attention to them. He looked at Chang-sun. The girl was embarrassed, smiled and said that everything was fine. He saved her. The brother was shocked. This bastard came to his senses, then called him by name. Then he looked at his comrade and asked who was next to him. He didn't look like an instructor. Was he one of the students? They were standing in the forest and asked what he was planning to do. The guy turned and asked again. Everyone listened to him attentively. He looked at them and said that it was obvious they had entered the dungeon. His comrade asked in surprise if he really wanted to clear it out. Everyone was shocked. Grandfather's brother asked in fear, didn't he know? He imagined the mountains, said that at the top of the massive black and red mountain range, there are different levels depending on the zones. So the white tiger refused to raid there and now uses these lands for training. Moreover, they were only given 100 days. A new card appeared. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, doubts whether this is really possible. The young man folded his arms. A new card appeared. The deity of hunting time supports you. I believe that you can definitely handle it. He lowered his head. A new card, the snake deity, wrapping around the world, clicks its tongue at those who doubt you, asks, have they still not realized how cunning you are? A friend came up to him, looked at him and said that this was expected. How long did he plan to finish it? The young man turned and asked what he was talking about. He looked at him and said that clearing this dungeon would take time, so they needed to prepare. The guy asked again. He looked to the side, and energy enveloped him. He said that they would finish it by the end of the day. He stood there. Stones began to rise around him, all of them with purple flames. The guys were in shock. The entire forest practically caught fire with his energy. Some time passed. The sun was high. The man began to come to his senses, all beaten up, lay on the ground. He remembered how the girl beat him. He suddenly opened his eyes, jumped up and started screaming. Then he realized that there was no one around him. The forest was empty. He looked at his hands. Blood was flowing from his nose. How dare she fight him? Then he gritted his teeth. There was a huge bump on his forehead. How did she do that? Some kind of trick? No, she must be a half-demon. There will be no excuse. A skilled fighter like me would not lose to this girl. He would even defeat Chang-sun if he appeared in front of him. Stand up, look up and say that he needed time, and he would pay once for the true essence of that girl. He looked ahead, smiled. He would make it so that she would never be able to walk in the open in daylight again. He walked through the forest. He heard his assistants looking for him. They were calling him. He thought, looked away. They were all lying next to him, looking at him in shock. The man looked and thought how to explain this to him. Then he released his head. Even if their opponent was a half-demon, his position in the dungeon must remain intact. Can he kill them all so that they can't tell anyone or say that they were ambushed, then go with the team to chase the girl? He put his hand on his forehead. A disciple who was able to defeat a half-demon intruder after a desperate fight in the training complex? It sounds good. Then he frowned, smiled. Chang-sun must also be a half-demon, otherwise he would not have achieved such results. Then he began to laugh, looked crazy in his eyes. After exposing the girl, he will be next. He raised his hand and shouted that he was here. New card, the dungeon mission has been completed. New card, the final ranking will be calculated. Suddenly, something surprised him very much. He asked again. New card, dungeon rating. Chang-sun, 810,320 points. Moon-sung, 390,000 points. He looked at it in shock and did not understand what was happening. New card, rewards will be given out depending on your results and rating. At this moment, the squad was sitting at the computer. They were shocked. Clean up. It can't be. What just happened? Find out what happened to the person watching Chang-sun. Teleportation began. The dungeon is closing. They all ran to this place. People began to appear on the tops of the cliffs. Please beware of the shaking. The countdown began. 10, 9, 8, 7. A village of these people was visible. The countdown continued. 6, 5. The protagonist looked away. New card, the tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, is killed by this chaotic environment. All the people looked at the portal. 4, 3. Some kind of energy, like a funnel, began to appear. 2, 1. A man was watching all this through his portal. Everything around was shrouded in light. A bright flash occurred. New card, the dungeon will be completely closed. Everyone did a good job. The old man looked at this. He frowned. Then he looked down. The sword of the heavenly tiger. The news flashed on the screen, one after another. Exclusive, the black and red ridge that the white tiger guarded for more than 20 years was finally closed. Breaking news. An insurmountable and impenetrable dungeon fell into the hands of a tyrant. Urgent news. A genius has frequented the dungeon. He continues to throw everyone. The guy can become an even bigger tyrant. A message came in, an orphanage, our boy will tear it apart, he is amazing, he is overwhelmed with emotions, whatever you say, old man, the hospital is on the right. Unknown, what the hell is this, am I going crazy? Joy, Black and Red Mountain Range. This is the same place that the White Tiger used as a training center, the Devil's Lair, where every 10th disappears, which was to be expected but is known even among foreign players. Complex huge, you'll rather die of hunger than reach the task point. They say the guy has recently topped the rankings. Damn, even another person has given up there. How the hell did the tyrant manage to clean it up? Stack, I recently came across a video where this dungeon is still intact. It's just crazy, it takes a year for one person to clear it. Do you believe in this crap? It's obvious that the White Tiger is also a tyrant, and they planned it all. I can't even believe that you bought it. Here comes the conspiracy theory. I can't understand why these bastards are even alive. What do you think? How much is the Black and Red Mountain Range worth? Do you think they burned everything to the ground to make heroes out of a newbie? Wow, the White Tiger is on another level. Renin, they are in complete shock. Isn't it depressing? The lands they had for 20 years disappeared in an instant. Everyone who was happy about this situation. Write the letter X, long live the tyrant. I guess everyone who said this was a farce will hide now. The comments will decrease a bit. The guy looked forward, asked maybe that's enough. He was standing. His comrades were standing behind him. They were in shock. Two bald men with glasses were looking at him. They didn't understand what was happening. They got really angry, put their hands on the table. What is he thinking? They won the game here if he tries to challenge them. The guy was standing right in front of them. Then one of them got punched right in the face. The young man turned around. In front of them was Youngkwon. He gritted his teeth and stretched out his hand forward. The tiger aura was tearing furiously. He shouted, who is he shouting at? Does he want him to kick his ass? The man at that moment looked at him with fear and called the commander of the second squad. The man approached him and said that this is how he addresses him. Does he want to get punched in the face again? The man was scared. He looked at him and asked why the chief had come all this way. He was kneeling in front of him. The man took a step back and said to grab this brat. At that moment, his employee threw up his hands and said that they had not finished their investigation yet. The man asked again what other investigation. He wanted to say interrogation. In any case, he would go with him. This was not discussed. He literally blazed, squeezed the varnish and asked what was going on. Are there any objections? The tiger aura was tearing furiously, after which the man exhaled and lowered his head. So he turned around and walked forward, said that he would consider this a no, everyone should follow him. The guy looked at him, and the guys behind were delighted. The girl winked and said, isn't their opera cool? Her brother replied that she was. Then he looked up. He thought he was bluffing when he said that he could clear the dungeon in a day, well, seeing everything with his own eyes. He remembered explosions, a lot of magic, even though he was following the guy. He looked ahead and said that he never imagined that he could do it in just half a day. The man turned and said that these three could go after his team members, and the guy, he should follow him. They were walking down the hallway. The man turned, put his hand to his mustache and said that he assumed that these were the team members he had assembled at the training center. The boy said something like that. The man looked at him and smiled and said that, first of all, a team is a bunch of people barking at each other, and the center of the team is the one who is the smartest. That's usually it. And we looked at him and thought that he didn't think that the CEO's team was that way, but he said out loud that yes, he agreed, and then asked where they were going. The man looked surprised and smiled and asked if he had told him. Then he said that he was taking him to the meeting room. The clan leader said that he wanted to listen to him personally. The young man was very surprised. Did he really want to talk to him? They came to the end of the corridor. A man met him and said that he looked better than last time. He looked at him. His eyes were burning, the eyes of a tiered tiger peering into you. The guy looked at him without looking away, thought that he was sure, he was interested in a lot. The dungeon was closed a little after the research center was blown up. Although the director was fine, he should have received a report that he knew nothing. I'm sure he suspected him, but because clearing the dungeon in a day is just absurd, he will suspect. The guy came closer, looked at him, thanked him for everything and said that it was all thanks to the executive director. The man raised his head and said that it was all thanks to his abilities. He caused them a fuss. The guy lowered his head and asked, is that so? Then the man smiled and said, oh my god, it's not a rhetorical question. Not about the fuss. All the team leaders from the raid department are fighting among themselves just to talk to him. Then he laughed and said that there was confusion even regarding what to do with the reward he received for the cleanup. Probably because the gossip went beyond the clan, they received a couple of calls from the council members. Then he looked at the young man and asked if he had changed his mind. New card, deity hunting time, snorts, they say that he is fooling around, although he does not even know where his place is. The guy closed his eyes and said with a smile that this is what he wanted to ask him about. He looked and said that if he does not get into the unit they asked him to, he can just throw them a letter of resignation. The man raised his hand and said, "Okay, if he is a man, he should be able to handle things properly. He is gifted." But the whole company does not plan to just let him go. The clan leader still wanted to see him in person. Then he raised his hand, pointed to the door. He can forget his clan. He has a little interest in maritime matters, so they can go and greet him. They entered the elevator, looked forward. The doors opened. They walked out into the room. There was a bright light. The youth looked forward. The snake eye skill began to flash sharply. The beast sense skill warns you of danger. The youth looked back and thought that the ruler of the abyss said that he raised a good apostle, but his ability and talent are lower than the patron. For the first time in a long time after returning, he met someone dangerous. In front of them was a huge tree with many flowers. They came out into a flower garden. They walked forward. The old man said that the meeting room where the clan leader was located was connected by another dungeon. He called the magicians to move the gate in this direction. New card, the deity, the tiger, trapped in deprivation, became interested in the people who sneaked into his territory. New card, the deity frowns during the hunt, saying that the air in the dungeon causes discomfort. The guy walked forward and thought that this was really his territory. They came straight to the gazebo. A man was sitting on the roof. The old man said that on his command he brought the guy. The young man raised his head. A white-haired old man was sitting above, looking at him and said that he was the child who was called a tyrant. The young man was very surprised. He looked at the old man. He said that it seemed that their god has taken an interest in him lately. New card, the deity, the owl piercing the dim light, advises you to be careful because things are taking a serious turn. The boy was simply terrified. He thought he was warning him. The young man was shocked. The old man began to be enveloped in energy. A new card, Tiger Aura, puts you in great danger. The protagonist looked at him. He was tense. From the beginning he decided to attract the attention of many gods and stars, but the card, Beast Sense Skill, angered him that the current situation was extremely dangerous. He frowned and thought that he expected to face envy and danger, and coming from believers with their blessings. A god can also turn tricks to take possession of him. It is similar to what he experienced in the treasury in Arcadia. Then he bowed and introduced himself. The man looked at him and said that he did not seem like a bad person. The young man looked at him and said that he found it very funny that he was now greeting the 9th generation sword master. The old man continued to look at him and asked if he really found it funny. The boy raised his head and said that yes, just a couple of months ago he would never have thought that he would be here. Then he frowned and thought that he couldn't know what happened to him in the underworld, so he would rather think that he was just a lucky guy. But still, such an event caused too much noise for a simple coincidence. He had become incredibly popular recently, so it must have hit his pride. He looked at the man and thought about what he would do now, leave everything as it was, or take up arms. He was a high-level ranker, above the 9th. If they had to measure their strength, he would not defeat him. He smiled maliciously and thought that he was sure that the star gods who were interested in him would support him, and if they did nothing, he would be able to figure out how to escape. Then he frowned and thought about what he would do. The man passed by him and said that everything was clear to him. The guys were very surprised. The old man walked forward and said that their patron told him to give him a gift. He entrusted it to Shuen. He can take it on the way back. New card, the exit is open. The man walked into some kind of arch. There was a lot of light. At this moment, the protagonist looked down and did not understand what was happening. He turned and thought that he ignored him. He does not think at all that the King of the Void abandoned him. He is sure that the connection between them is strong enough, and his intervention will not break it. Frowned are these 7 mysterious scriptures. He looked at the old man walking. Whether it was sent by the god of war in Jita, he created something and expanded his community so the ruler of the abyss could give him the antidote of the sanctuary, or something like that. His eyes lit up. He thought what it meant. New cards appeared. Snake Eye skill activated. The deity, the snake that wraps around the world, passed your thoughts and found them understandable, so it will give you power. Your skill level has increased. The player information has been displayed. The man stood in front of something strange. There were many eyes, a jaw like a monster. New card, the oppressive disaster of the royal tiger swarms around him. Then he returned. The guy thought that he was much taller than Jita. The man looked at him with burning eyes and said that he would prefer that he stop staring so intently. The guy was taken aback. Then the old man walked on, disappeared into the light. The young man bowed and apologized. Then the tunnel disappeared. A bright light shone. The wind blew. The guy looked at all this and thought that he was not just higher than Jita, a level 2, clearly higher, and even so he only creates those god-sent warriors who are lower than him. He frowned and thought that this could mean that he intended to monopolize this power. He approached the portal. The ruler of the abyss just wanted to see his reaction, and the old man played along with him. As he entered the portal, he thought that it seemed that the ruler of the abyss had found his weapon in it, and this weapon was looking at something even higher. Then the portal disappeared. Everything around him began to shine. The guy thought about what he was looking at. He walked along the corridor. The old man smiled and said that the head of their clan was a difficult person in many ways. And the guy replied that yes, it felt like he was living in another reality. He himself thought that the Jeter Research Center silver foxes were nothing more than an unnecessary thing for him. He might even know about the CEO's plan. They continued walking. The man turned around and said that he truly gave off such an impression. He himself still found it difficult to understand his innermost thoughts. And the blonde hugged himself and asked the next time he went to the conference room not to invite him. Every time a chill ran down his spine, it even irritated him to death. The guy looked down and asked what gift they gave him. New card, deity of the hunting time. No matter what the gift is, it will never compare to the benefits she gave you. New card, deity, owl, piercing the dim light, listening carefully. The old man raised 2 fingers and said that he gave him a choice of 2. First, the arsenal. Second, the library, and everywhere the second rank is already available. The blonde was very surprised. The second, everywhere. Oh, and he can share one with him, and especially the arsenal. The old man lowered his head and said that judging by his look, he had already decided. The guy looked at him and said no. He was a little shocked. He replied that he was eloquent, of course, but who would believe it? He was completely calm. The boy raised his head and said that he had completed the quest and raided the dungeon that the tiger who had fallen into the trap of hardship had given him, so he was surprised that he had given him something even more amazing. The old man smiled and said that, so, has he decided? The boy looked at him and said decisively that he wanted to learn more of the ability. He had heard that there were many second-tier explanatory works that he had never seen. The men in the background were easy, and the boy thought that he had not yet detected the appearance of footsteps, so he would look for them again at the second tier. The old man smiled, handed over the key and said that of course he had foreseen it. They walked forward, so the old man turned around and said that he had heard that he had not chosen their patron yet. Is that so? The blonde man was very surprised. Then he asked what? He could not say such nonsense. There was no player who had not chosen a patron. But the young man continued to look at him calmly. The blonde man was thinking, does he think that without a god he would have come this far? The man was shocked, pointed at the boy and asked how he could be so strong then. Then he turned to the boy and asked him to say something already because the old man was talking nonsense. The young man simply remained silent. The man asked why he was silent. The old man looked at the boy and was also silent. He opened his eyes wide and said that this was impossible. Then he raised his hand, was even more shocked, said or maybe it's true. He was shocked, looked and said that this was some kind of nonsense. He looked at the boy and thought how he could show such results, not even having a patron. He was afraid to imagine how much more serious everything would be. Even a genius has limits, but this one. He clenched his teeth, he was shocked. The young man looked at the old man and said that it looked like a tiger needed him, trapped in deprivation. And the old man put his hands behind his back and said that yes, but not only he, not the gods would not abandon him. The boy smiled and said that many people had asked him to be their apostle. Was he really going to offer something that he had already refused? The old man frowned and said, did he realize how unreasonable his refusal was? The conversation continued. The young man looked him straight in the eyes and said, he was saying, if his reward was just to become an apostle, then he would sign his resignation letter today. He was already receiving enough privileges. The old man turned away and said that there really were no others like him. New cards appeared. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation winces but swears allegiance to you. The hunting time deity angrily asks the tiger why it is pestering its favorite. The owl deity casting a dim light feels discomfort and glares at the tiger trapped in deprivation. The boy closed his eyes, lowered his head. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation retreats, curling his lips. The old man lowered his head and said that they say that excessive greed and ambition are a feature of youth, but he should know that one day his ambitions will turn against him. And he looked the guy straight in the eyes. He looked at him. Then the old man turned away and grinned. He went ahead and said that he asked to wait for them on the first floor. He would show him the way. In response, the guy thanked him. The man turned and said that he should remember that their god is not as patient as it seems at first glance. If he does not get it, he will make it so that no one can. They continued walking down the corridor. The blonde approached the guy, tapped him on the shoulder and said that he must have a lot of thoughts in his head right now, but he must try to think positively. If he stays with them, he will be able to do many interesting things. Then he quickly ran forward, and the guy looked at everything and thought that they were just pathetic. And so a man in a pantsuit led him down the corridor. He said that for security reasons, starting from the second floor, they divide all the cells into categories. You can only enter and exit them with the key given to him. The guy picked up the key and said, which category of cells can he enter with it? And he thought that it would be unpleasant if he can't enter all the cells. The man turned and said that he himself didn't know, and he stayed behind. The young man went into the room. The man said after him that he had 6 hours to use the rooms. They would see later. A hologram appeared around the guy. There were many doors and rooms. A deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, claims that this place is a real treasure. New card. A deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, tries to tempt you, saying that if you become his apostle, then all this will be yours. He passed the doors and thought about the ferocious tiger, raised his head up, white tiger, half-blind tiger, bell tiger, mountain tiger, holy tiger, divided tiger, black tiger. All these rooms had different names. Then turned around, nightmare-eating beast, all of them come from the main tiger. New card, Lamba given a reward for the tiger robbery quest. In front of you now are 9 different paths. Each has its own special image of a proud tiger. Choose a path depending on the choice. The nature of your key will change, but according to the proposal made by the tiger trapped in deprivation, you will have access to all if you decide to become his apostles. The guy raised his head and thought, what nonsense. Smiled, frowned, he was irritated by this. He does not care about the name of the apostle. One day he will take everything from here. Inserted the key into one of the doors. He chooses this path. Looked forward and smiled resolutely. New cards started to appear. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, cannot understand your choice and only shakes its head. The snake deity, coiled around the world, ridicules the tiger, saying that he cannot understand with his empty head. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, scowled in irritation. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, told you that it is not too late to change your mind and asks if you want to open another room. New card, you chose the half-blind tiger. The guy stood in front of the door. He imagined this tiger and thought that, in other words, the half-blind tiger is a one-eyed tiger. His observation skills are worse than those of the other tiger, but his will to live is stronger than those of the others. He is a cruel and rude beast, a killer who does not need a shield. The reaction of the ruler of the abyss is expected. He is only looking for life away from himself, so he would choose the last of the 9 brothers. The boy smiled and frowned. The door opened in front of him. The stone gates of the chamber were open. He lowered his head and thought that everything would go well with the Jigui and the flame of the end of the world, and with the claw of the king of the Black Mountain too. He went forward, thinking that he really wanted to open the other doors with Peter's key, but no matter how simple the ruler of the abyss seemed, he would not allow it. He went inside, the door closed behind him. He thought that he would rob him in a way that he could not even imagine. The door closed, everything around shone. You entered the room of a half-blind tiger. Hey, the girl walked from side to side and asked what was happening. What was holding him up for so long? Did something happen? The brother tried to calm her down, raised his hand up and said that she should stand in one place for at least a little while. She turned to him. Her brother shouted at her that he would come back without her worries, so she could sit down. He was getting on her nerves. Did she really think that a tyrant would die so easily? The girl replied that he was not a tyrant. Then she introduced him, became embarrassed and said that she shouldn't call him that. She tried to pronounce his name several times, and she also said that he was so dangerous. Her brother was clearly uncomfortable listening to this. Then he looked at his friend and thought that they were making so much noise, and that guy was too quiet. Was this person really the one? He looked at the calm Jael and thought that his face looked like melted ice cream, and now she had turned into the face of Mr. Handsome. The guy stood there, confused. What happened? Who was this Changsun? What happened between them? He imagined these guys. There was something he didn't understand. No matter if it was good or bad, he had to figure it out. Then he looked at his sister, who at that moment was drowning in love. She was praying for him to return safely to her and thought that all this was necessary so that he could protect this fool. Suddenly a screen appeared next to him. He looked at it. It said, "The deity, the snake that coils around the world, tells you that you are thinking too loudly and disturbing the gods." The guy was shocked. Then a new notification appeared. "The deity, the snake that coils around the world, says that even if you rack your brains for the rest of your life, you will still not be able to get the information you need." The deity, the snake that coils around the world. Luca giggles and says that if it were not so, he would not be interested in him. The guy does not understand who they are talking about. He was shocked. Then he opened his mouth and thought, how does she know what he is thinking? A new notification. The deity, the snake that coils around the world, claims that there is nothing difficult in reading thoughts when they are all displayed on the face. Then new notifications appeared. A deity, a snake, wrapping around the world, joyfully moves its tail and says that your habit of doubting everything makes them similar. She also said that she has a proposal for him and asks what he thinks about it, also offers to take him as her own face when the situation arises. The young man lowered his head and thought if this proposal was really for him. But suddenly they were called. A man came out to them, and they looked at him. He approached them and joyfully said that so they did it. He is very happy. The guy got very angry. He remembered how he persuaded this man to help in finding his sister and thought that he was a liar and a bastard. Then he came closer. The guy thought that he just had to look at him, also joyful, bring them, after he refused to help. The girl ran to him and shouted joyfully. The young man was very surprised. He spread his arms to hug her, but she ran right past him. He turned around and did not understand what was happening, and her brother laughed. At that moment, Changsun came out. The man grabbed the girl right by the hand. She looked at him and asked what he was doing, and he got angry and said that this had never happened to him. The main character just watched this and did not understand what was happening. The man was very angry and said that recently she began to play harder to be with him, and now let him watch, and disappeared because she now has a new boyfriend. The girl looked at him and thought, what a goat, what does he allow himself? Then she turned her attention to the brown-haired man. She turned to him and tearfully addressed him. He just stood there silently. The man looked at him very angry and asked why he was staring at him. Then suddenly someone rushed past the girl. The guy held the man by the throat and lifted him up. He looked at him from under his brows. Everyone else was in shock. He clenched his teeth and asked him to let go. Does he even know who he is? Then suddenly he was very surprised. The guy was looking at him with burning eyes. He did not understand what was happening to them. Above him was a one-eyed tiger. This tiger enveloped everything around and looked into the man's eyes. But the card, you were caught by the eye of a half-blind tiger. The man did not know what to do with himself. He was terrified. New card, completely blind tiger, a tiger possessing only anger and a desire to kill. At the owner's request instills fear in everyone who is within sight of his eye. Type, special, effect, filled with a thirst for murder, instills fear. Tears flowed from the man's eyes. He was infected with fear. But the card, attention, you are in a state of severe shock. There is a possibility that your mental state will be irreparably damaged. We strongly recommend that you leave this area. Then this man peed himself. It flowed down his legs. Everyone around was shocked. They covered their noses and screamed that it stunk. What's wrong with him? What did this guy do to him? After which the young man threw him on the floor. He looked away and said that it was time for them to go. The girl shouted excitedly that she would do everything as he said. The man looked at him. He was ashamed and scared. And they all left. Other people ran up to the man and thought about what to do. It was very unpleasant and smelt. Then the girl leaned forward and asked if he wanted something to eat. The guy looked at her and asked again. The girl replied that since his training was over, they could go eat. Then he raised his head and said that they would today, another time. The girl was clearly upset and asked why. There was a bunch of paparazzi in front of them. They were turning to the guy. They wanted to know how he felt, having cleared an unexplored dungeon in record time. They walked forward. The journalists continued to shout that the White Tiger clan announced that they had grandiose plans for him. Had he already talked to the leadership about this? The young man continued to walk forward and said that there were too many prying eyes here now. The girl looked at him and thought that he had always been like this. They walked through the crowd. Journalists shouted that it was true that many foreign clans had proposed to him. There was some special reason why he chose the White Tiger clan. How he felt after this, just a few words. But he continued to walk forward with an unperturbed look. Everyone looked at him and could not believe that he was really a tyrant. At some point, fans appeared. They shouted that his skin was so white, shouted that they loved him very much. The girl did not like it. She was angry and thought, what the hell are they doing here? The guy turned around and told her to get in. There was a limousine in front of them. His friend asked if it was true what he seemed to him, and the guy replied that it was his car now. The CEO gave it to him along with the driver. They drove through the city. They sat inside and talked. The young man raised his hand up and asked what he wanted to say. The girl's brother didn't understand what they were talking about and asked again. Well, the main character looked ahead and said that when they were leaving the lobby, it seemed to him that he wanted to tell him something, or was he mistaken? The guy noted that he did notice it. Changsun raised his hand and said that he looked very restless. Of course he noticed. The girl's brother exhaled, closed his eyes. Then he looked at him and asked if he knew the deity, the snake that wraps around the world. New card, the deity is the snake that wraps around the world, was frightened when she heard his name being called. New card, the deity is the snake that wraps around the world, knocking its tail in protest against this chatterbox. The young man smiled, leaned on his hand and said that yes, he was alone because of the deities that interested him. The boy looked at him and said that he had spoken to him, told him to watch his every action, and report to him everything interesting that he noticed. New card, the snake that wraps itself around the world laments that all plans are finished. The protagonist rolled his eyes and asked if that was true. The boy continued to look at him. He said with embarrassment that yes, he was specifically asked to report in detail about things that could be secret. His sister was very angry at that moment. She grabbed his cheek and started yelling, "Why did he just say that now?" And the boy started yelling back that not much time had passed since then. They continued to drive around the city and yell at each other. He should have said it right away. His ear, she was going to tear it off now. Changsun turned away. He was bored. He said that they were simpletons. The guys looked at him and asked if he was angry, and he asked why he would be angry. The boy turned to him and said that he had conflicting feelings. The protagonist looked at him and asked if he had managed to find out anything. But the boy was confused and shouted that not at all. The young man lowered his head and said that it was nice. Then he looked at him and said that he had done nothing wrong, so there was no reason to feel guilty. The boy was shocked. He thought that this guy was a man with a capital M. A new card appeared, a deity, a snake wrapping around the world, says that this is not funny and buries its muzzle in the ring of its body. The boy looked at this and said that it is much more important what the deity offers you in return. Card, a deity, a snake wrapping around the world, peeking at you. The boy looked at it, frowned and said that it offered to teach him black magic. The boy was very surprised and asked again, but the boy raised his hands up and began to justify himself that yes, apparently this suits him best, to which the boy said to watch him. The boy did not understand what was happening, he asked again. But the protagonist smiled and said that the deity asked him to observe him and report on everything interesting. He can fulfill his request. New card, the deity is a snake wrapping around the world, blinking his eyes in confusion. The young man was shocked, he asked again. Then the protagonist introduced black magic and the dragon, black magic, which the snake wrapping around the world owns. One of the best disciplines called the Ouroboros formula. He can learn the basics, but to fully master it is extremely difficult. The fact that the deity offered to teach him magic means that it thinks highly of him. The brown-haired man was simply shocked, he could not say anything. Then the guy folded his hands and said that it definitely sees something in him. New card, the deity is a snake that wraps around the world, its mouth open in shock, surprised by your words. New card, the snake that wraps around the world grumbles, saying that you weren't particularly happy. The boy lowered his head and asked if he really had talent. New card, the deity is a snake that wraps around the world, claiming that the number of people who want his technique is more than enough to circle the earth several times if they all stood in a row. The boy then looked straight at the boy and said that that is why he must act and fulfill the deity's request. They then dropped the brother and sister off outside and drove away. The brother turned to his sister, she asked what he wanted to say. The boy said that from now on he was his fan. She raised her hand and said with a smile that he finally realized his greatness. If he wanted to know anything about him, he could just ask her. The boy turned and said if she really thought he would act crazy like her. After which she hit him. The guy screamed at the top of his lungs. His leg hurt. New card, deity, snake wrapping around the world, asks how exactly you got hold of such information. The boy crossed his legs and said that like him, he also had a secret. New card, deity snake angrily taps its tail, grumbling that it can't understand what you are thinking. The boy smiled and thought that he wanted to learn the formula, but rune magic was so difficult that he gave up. If Junkyu teaches him the formula, it will be very useful to him. Then he turned to his friend and asked if he lives in Noryongjin. Jael answered that he does. The boy looked at him. Then he turned away and said that he was lying. And then he shouted that no, even if it is cramped, he lives in a small studio. And he clenched his fist and said angrily that when he asked politely, he should tell him the truth, otherwise he would follow him and, if they found out that he was lying, he would cut off his head. The guy was scared and said nothing. They drove past private houses. The main character asked if it was true that he did not have a home, suddenly answered that it was so. And he asked where he lived before, and the guy answered that he needed a weapon, so he took it as collateral. Chang-sun frowned and thought that he was stupid. He knew what kind of life his son was leading. He should help him fully understand the ghost born. Then he leaned on his hand and said that it was very convenient. Jael looked at him and asked again. The guy turned and said that for now he would stay in his house. The young man was very surprised. They continued to drive. First they should buy him some clothes. Night, a high-rise building. The young man entered the room and said that he was home. His mother was standing in the kitchen, and she shouted that he had already returned. Didn't he say that he would be gone for more than 3 months? Because of which he came up, looked at her and said that the training had ended early. The mother replied that if she had known that he would arrive now, she would have prepared more food. The young man replied that it was okay, he could order something. The woman looked and asked if he really wanted to order. He had not been home for a long time then, no orders, along with them. Then he came closer and said that he had a request. The mother asked what it was. He looked to the side and asked what his friend was doing there. Let him come in. The mother looked and asked who it was. The guy replied that his name was Jael, he was his friend. At that moment, the guy entered the room, looked shyly at the mother and apologized for the late visit. The mother was happy, folded her hands, and if he really was her son's friend, he could not stand there and pass by quickly. The young man thanked her. Smile and say that he could relax and feel at home. They walked into the room. The guy looked around and thought that it was so spacious, such houses really existed. The view from the window was beautiful, you could even see the river from here. Then he looked ahead and thought that this guy lived in such a place. What else would you expect? The TV was showing the news at that moment. He thought that they were being shown on TV. The tyrant, Chang-sun, and his team walking next to him had been visiting the dungeon today, which had been considered impregnable for 20 years before. Even foreign channels were broadcasting footage of this incredible event everywhere. He turned around and thought that it was a little awkward to watch a report about them. Suddenly, something surprised him. A girl was lying on the sofa and eating squid. Then she looked at him. She stood up and asked who he was. Then her brother pointed his finger at the TV. The girl turned around and understood everything. Then she grabbed the remote, quickly turned off the TV and said that she was switching channels and accidentally stopped there. And the guy replied that he didn't care, to be honest. After that, the girl got angry and said that the young man was annoying her. She jumped up and ran to her room, slammed the door. Mom turned to her and said why she ran off to her room. They were going to have dinner. The girl shouted from the room that she was not hungry. The woman frowned and said that she was a pest. What a character, I wonder who she got it from. Then she turned and said with a smile that you couldn't tell from her behavior how much she worried about him. Every day she watched the video on YouTube from his entrance exam. At that moment, the girl climbed out of the room and started screaming for her mother to stop talking nonsense. Nothing and not every day. After that, they started arguing with their mother. Oh, is it really that hard to say something nice to your younger brother? He was gone for so long. She doesn't care and she won't go to dinner. And what is she trying to achieve with this hunger strike? The girl screamed that she didn't care. The guys looked at them. The main character said to follow him while they stayed in his room. They went into the room. The guy said in surprise, wow, so this is his room. After which the young man said that he is a brother. He turned around and told Jael to call him brother. After which the guy looked at him in surprise and asked again if this was his room. The young man turned away, rolled his eyes and said that everything is correct, this is his room. Jael looked around and said in shock that this is incredible, it is bigger than his house. At that moment, Changsun thought about what his father would hear about this. After which he saw many cups and awards, he was impressed. He looked at the huge computer desk with several monitors, at several consoles standing nearby. The young man took off his jacket and asked if it was true that he was seeing something like this for the first time. Jael replied that yes, he couldn't afford to buy something like that. He even had a ranker who had lived 3 lives. It was a limited edition. The guy turned around and said that the game was cool, he could play it. His friend picked up the disc and asked if it was true that he could. After some time, they went to the shower. Jael walked and thought that his bathroom was huge, there was hot water. He passed by the window and thought that they lived in different places. In front of them was a huge table of food. His mother said that there wasn't much, but he could eat everything, and Jael, on the contrary, said that there was a lot of food. He picked up a spoon. His mother looked at him and smiled and said that she wasn't sure if he would like it, but what would he say? The young man replied that it was awesome. She was very pleased. She laughed and said that she tried very hard, thanked him for his kind words. The guy looked at her with shining eyes and said that he had never eaten anything tastier in his life. She should definitely open her own restaurant. Then she looked at her son, said that she wished someone would also learn to say nice words. Well, the guy just answered dryly that the food was normal. Then she looked at his friend again and asked if he saw it. After such a reaction, you don't want to try? Then asked again what the young man's name was. He smiled and introduced himself. The woman smiled. Her eyes lit up. She asked if he wanted her to adopt him. She was sure that he would make a better younger son than the one from Changsun. The guy was taken aback. Then she became a little embarrassed and said that she was joking, maybe he wanted more soup. The guy answered with a smile that he did, and she left with the plate for more. The guy looked at her and thought that the faint sound of laughter and memories, he always wondered who it belonged to. He looked down and remembered the woman who said that he was her beautiful child. He thought that it was his mother's laughter. Then he lowered his head. The protagonist noticed that he was upset. Night fell. Jael was lying on the floor and Changsun was on the bed. He looked at the ceiling and asked his friend if he could sleep. He turned around and said that he could. The guy turned to his friend and said that he could say if he was uncomfortable. But the young man turned around and said that no, everything was fine. His floor was warm and the blanket was soft. Then he frowned. The guy asked why he couldn't fall asleep, and he answered that he was wondering too. After which the guy said that he seemed to have a lot of thoughts in his head. Jael replied, is it really that obvious? They were looking at the PlayStation. He said that he was not an idiot not to notice this, something was wrong. Well, my friend replied that no, everything was fine, he lowered his eyes and said that it just happened that way. Changsun looked at him and asked again. The young man turned away again and answered that yes, now he wonders if he has the right to feel comfortable. The protagonist asked who decides this, after which the guy sat up and tried to find an answer. Well, he interrupted him and said that no one has such authority, he decides for himself. The guy looked at him and asked again. The protagonist continued to look at the ceiling and said that he must define his own value. If he considers himself pathetic, then other people will do the same. If he values Utwo himself, they will start to. The blonde thought about it, and the brunette continued to look at the ceiling and said that this is how it is. He decides for himself what he can and cannot do. After which his comrade smiled and said okay, and the protagonist looked at him and thought that he reminded him of himself in the past. He remembered himself at the beginning of his career. He was a ghost, obsessed with fighting, who never demonstrated his true value. Only after losing everything and reaching the bottom, he realized his mistake. He imagined how he was taken prisoner. While the blonde sat on the bed, the brunette said after him that he did not want him to repeat his mistakes. In response, the guy thanked him. Then he looked at the ceiling and thought that such conversations should be conducted by a father and son. Where the hell is his father? A new card appeared. The deity of hunting time is shocked. The deity of the owl, piercing the dim light, looks at you affectionately. Day has come. Everything is also a high-rise building. There was a bowl with something strange on the table. The daughter came up and asked what this horror was. Mom asked her again what she said. Well, the girl raised her hand and said that she was talking about a loser in their house. The woman turned around and got angry. She asked why the girl calls her brother that. But she interrupted her and asked her to stop interrupting her and let her finish. Hasn't he been acting strange lately? Mom looked at her and asked what she was talking about. And the girl turned and said with a displeased face that after his arrival at the gate, he became a completely different person, stopped drinking, controls his emotions, ignores her when she tries to get him mad. Mom put her hand to her forehead and said that it turns out she was checking her brother's condition, not just humiliating him. The girl folded her hands and said that he was strange, as if she had suddenly matured, spoke less, thought more and perhaps developed more talent, although he remained a rude asshole. Then she lowered her eyes and said that the strangest thing is. Mom looked at her, did not understand what she was leading to. The girl said that, does not Mom herself see this? He used to. She looked up and said that he never had friends before. Mom was shocked. At that moment, she swung at her hard, and the girl said that suddenly, out of the blue, he brings home a friend, who, by the way, is cute. At this point he starts hitting her on the head and screaming, "How can you talk like that about your little brother?" The girl screamed for her mother to stop hitting her, it hurts her. Oh. The girl raised her hand. While her mother was hitting her, she asked her to stop. She needed something else, something very important. The mother stopped and asked what other stupid thing she was going to say. And the girl looked at her and said that she was serious, it was not stupid. She smiled, waved her hand and said that his friend's appearance was completely to her taste. Could she ask him if he had a girlfriend? She also said that since he tolerated her brother, he must have a great character. The mother started hitting her again and screaming that she was small. The girl screamed that it hurt her. At this point the guys passed by them. They did not understand what was happening. The girl began to fix her hair, and the woman asked if they were going somewhere. The brown-haired man turned around and said that they would go to a restaurant for training and eat so she could do her own thing. Then his expression suddenly changed. Mama smiled and told them not to overwork themselves. At that moment, his sister with a perfect hairdo turned around and told her brother not to be too persistent and laughed embarrassedly. The young man exhaled, and his friend was very shocked. Then he turned around and told them to worry. Jael bowed to them and said that they would be back soon. They left the building. The young man caught up with his friend and asked where they were going. He replied that they needed to change their weapons. He looked at him and asked again, and the guy asked if he was going to continue using the same worn-out salt. To which he replied that he had no money at all. At that moment, the protagonist turned to him and asked if she had forgotten what he told him last night. He determines his own worth. The guy looked at him with bewilderment, listened as the young man continued to tell him that a weapon was needed to protect himself and kill monsters. If he was uncomfortable holding it, then he could only realize half of its power. They continued to walk forward. The guy also added that this applies to armor, an amulet, and stones. He looked ahead and added that he should not say anything and should just follow him. He would take care of his equipment himself. He would test his abilities later, so now he needed to gather his courage. The guy followed him and answered well. He thought about the first turning point being the incident when he cured the ghost born, and he also connected it with the second turning point, both cases involving this guy. It was daytime. The man asked the guy what he wanted. Did he want him to make a new weapon? Did it look like he had a magic wand or something? He continued asking in his opinion, should a weapon just be made? After which 100 million was sent to the bank account from the main character. The man started shouting that no, it's not about the money, there's a lot of work. They were in some slums. Another transfer came in, again for 100 million. The guys were standing in front of the man in the fur coat. The guy asked if he really still didn't want it. And the man was hitting himself on the forehead and shouting. A happy dog was sitting at his feet. The young man stood there. He was in shock and wondering what the hell was going on. You could see the shock in his eyes. 100 million. And the same amount more. That's when the man shouted to the main character that he was the son of the devil himself. The guy looked at him and said that he asked to call him boss. The blonde guy raised his finger up and thought he was cool. The man looked at him and said that yes, he's a boss, a scumbag, so what does he want him to do for him? The guy raised his hand and said first, it's a spear. The man replied that if he wanted the same as he already had, he would break his skull before the metal melted. Well, the guy said that such an advanced one is not needed, a long mid-level spear will do. The man asked what is the weight and length. The guy started pointing with his fingers and said that the length is about 3 meters, and the weight, well, this. The man was shocked. He started shouting how to understand what he was showing there. He needed a normal reference. Then he turned around, called his friend and asked to give him his spear for a minute. A second later, the man was already holding the spear in his hands, asked what type of weight it was. Then he felt the guy and asked to give him his hand. He started touching his fingers, looking at his palms. He uses his left one more often. Why did he start touching his hands? His forearm? He said that he was not wielding a spear, but using it to stab the enemy. No, more precisely, he was spinning it and striking. Using centrifugal force and rotation to increase the force. He would not call it stupidity. Speed is important to him, even when using heavy weapons. He continued to touch his hands and thought that he would use his legs too. And the guy at that moment thought that the previous blacksmiths were arrogant, and this one. He looked at him and thought that he was definitely a master of his craft. No wonder that Changsun weapons are so amazing. Then the blacksmith turned to the guy and said, "What rank should the spear be made of?" He folded his hands and replied that it should be comparable to black or cold metal that has been refined at least 100 times. The man began to shout, "What kind of war is he preparing for?" But the guy calmly looked at him and said that he was just preparing. Then the man calmed down and said that it would take 15 days. The guy closed his eyes and answered that 10. The man got angry again and started shouting. Has he gone crazy? After ordering materials and casting, this is the minimum amount of time that he will spend. If he forges episodes, his hands will fall off. The guy also calmly continued to talk to him and said that they will not fall off. After which the man exhaled, calmed down and said that 12 days is the limit. The young man agreed. The man was very angry, clenched his teeth, and began to shout throughout the area. Could he not agree right away? Jael stood, clenched his lacquers and thought that he would have his own weapon. Changsun in front and asked what he was thinking about, and thought that now is not the time to be distracted by extraneous things. They stood opposite each other. The blonde answered that nothing, he was just a little nervous. The guy told him that it is not worth it, otherwise he will not be able to train properly. He agreed. New cards appeared. The hunting time deity watches your sparring with interest. The owl deity systematizes information about rewards. The tiger deity says that a fight not to the death is boring and temporarily stops paying attention to you. The guy looked at the notification, smiled and thought that it was true. In a moment he would bring popcorn and start drooling. Then I looked ahead and asked how much spiritual energy he was using. The young man hesitated a little. He came closer and asked if he was doing particularly well. The guy answered in the affirmative. Then Changsun looked at his eyes and said that the reason was clear. Jael looked at him and asked what it was. A new card appeared. The snake deity wondered what that sly old man was doing and tilted his head. The guy looked at him and said that his magical power should be used differently than usual. Then he came closer, said that the ghost born is supposedly a child born between a shaman and a ghost. He is also called half human, half ghost. This means that he has the character of demonic and evil energy, but the problem is that now he is no longer born as a ghost. He also added that it would be even stranger if the energies moved according to his will. Jael listened carefully and said that it turned out like this. A bright light appeared. The guy looked up and said that he just needed to use different ways of circulation and energy, not the only one he used before. Of course, this means that he will have to change everything from breathing to the smallest habits, and so. And at the same time, he thought that now Jael has shadow energy. He must make it so that it becomes his talent and special skill. If so, then there is nothing more normal than turning him into his father. He stood right in front of him and said that he must become his shadow. They were transported to the battlefield. The guy stood in front of him. He looked like a wandering cloud and asked what he meant by a shadow. He knew that his form did not retain a certain appearance. The young man looked at him and explained that yes, otherwise he would not be here. Jael looked at him and said that he could not even exist as a ghost, since his existence was closer to a non-existent god. Neither the great god nor the constellation could sense him, but he was different. The guy looked at him and asked what he was getting at. The comrade continued to say that in order to preserve the body, he pulled the shadow out of his body, created an artificial shell and soaked himself in it. His shadow, no, if his second energy had not left his body, he would not have been able to show up in the material world. The guy came close to him and thought about it. He frowned and said that in fact, it turns out that he is parasitizing on him. Jael also frowned and replied that he did not like this word, but it was close to the truth. And so they were back in the hall. The guy was looking at him and asking what he needed to do. New card, the snake deity says that he doesn't understand what you're trying to teach the cute boy here. But the card, the snake deity is intrigued and wants to see what new knowledge you'll show him. The protagonist stood in front of him and said that first, he needs to learn to control the shadow energy he possesses. His shadow seemed to be blurring. The boy frowned. As he said earlier, shadow energy needs to be handled differently than others. He needs to open a passage through which shadow energy can naturally circulate, to begin with, only in one direction. Jael looked at him and wanted an explanation about the passage. The boy replied that it was a shadow. He should try to place his feelings in his shadow. The blonde stood in front of him and tried to understand. The boy also added that he should think about accepting his shadow to himself. He looked down, frowning. He looked at his comrade. He told him not to try to pull it by force. He should imagine how he unravels the ball and gently pulls it towards himself. The young man tensed up. The day began to move towards him. She was getting closer and closer. Then he was a little distracted, very surprised. The protagonist began to shout at him to pull himself together. He should not lose concentration. After which the guy tensed up again. He continued to pull the shadow towards himself. The dark energy enveloped his body. It was as if it was covering him with a wave. Changsun shouted that he should not let his shadow absorb him. He should suppress it with all available means. The guy clenched his teeth. New cards appeared. Shadows are entangled. Shadow energy is influenced. He began to scream. Shadow energies are entangled. Existence is in complete disarray. He opened his eyes and said that this is difficult. He looked ahead, thought that he did not like it. He imagined himself in the void, in his old form, thinking, the first shadow he captured should have been this. He imagined his face. He can't do anything, but now he has to. Suddenly he opened his eyes. The shadows were all around him. They seemed to form a vortex right in front of him. The shadows are merging together. You managed to take over. The guy looked at everything and thought that he should do better. Since he chose not to follow him, he should take responsibility for the difficulties and humiliation that will come his way. He extended his hand forward. The shadows enveloped it. A whirlpool of shadows was created around his hand. Suddenly, the silhouette in shadows came as close as possible to him and asked, "Did you understand, Leon?" The guy looked straight into his eyes and replied that he should not worry. The monster from the shadows also looked at him. In a moment, his body was enveloped. The protagonist watched all this. New card, the skill of creating a shadow puppet was created. The shadow that you stole is analyzed using high-quality foundations of shadow energy. You have received temporary skills. You have received temporary abilities. You have received temporary talent. The young man continued to watch his comrade. New card, due to the large amount of secret information about the analysis is incomplete. Only 71.5% of the information is loaded. Skill, shadow puppet created. Jael was no longer visible at all. Only his mouth. New card, summing up, Jael, impossible to comprehend. Nickname, Jigui Vessel, can be comprehended. Patron, no. Class, Runekeeper, level 28. The young man stood literally in armor from the shadows. He looked up and said that this is the same. New card, unique detail, imitates the player Changsun rather poorly. Fifth, find out as much information about the player as you can, then you will be able to emulate the best. The boy stood in front of him and said that shadow energy is an energy that seeks to strike, so it is necessary to create an object to imitate. Jael looked at him and replied that this is why he told him to take his shadow. The boy smiled and replied that it was exactly like that. They stood opposite each other. The boy said that from now on he should try to imitate what he sees. Jael lowered his head, nodded. Changsun began to twirl the spear in his hands. Energy began to appear around him. This energy began to envelop Jael. He gritted his teeth and thought that he was having a very hard time. New card, the deity of hunting time would like to see your new martial arts form. New card, the deity of the owl, praises your comrade's affection. The deity of the tiger would like to make sure that you have mastered their divine ability properly. The protagonist began to perform tricks right in front of his comrade. Then he looked at him. He took a step forward and got into a fighting stance, started to twirl the spear. New card, Tiger Deity is watching your achievements with pleasure. New card, impossible to comprehend, impossible to analyze. Jael stood. It was very difficult for him. He tried to repeat, but he could not do it and he thought, what do you really want him to repeat it? New card, the level difference with the owner of the shadow is too great. The guy turned around and asked his comrade what he was doing. He should lift copy. He lifted the spear, but it was very difficult for him. New card, Tiger Deity regrets that you did not visit more stone rooms. It would have been amazing for you. The guy smiled and looked at him. Then he put his hand forward and said that they should begin. A one-eyed tiger appeared in new card. Tiger Deity says that something strange is happening and tilts his head. The youth created a whole whirlpool of energy. A huge fire tiger appeared. Tiger Deity, shocked. This tiger is right above the protagonist. He is very rap. But the cards, the tiger status is changed to a fierce tiger. The fierce tiger roars. The fierce tiger that came out of the void explodes. The youth frowned and was ready to fight. A new card, the tiger deity screams. What was he doing in the library? Day, the main office of the White Tiger clan. The meeting room, the 7th floor, the meeting room. The old man sat in the middle of the table and said that he would like to discuss how they should deal with this batch of bannermen. Everyone around them started to look around and think. Every day the news was getting worse, and they hadn't sorted out the previous cases yet. It couldn't be ignored. They looked at him and thought, I wonder what the directors were thinking. There would be fewer problems if at least half of all the training had already been completed. They all looked at him and thought that they needed to introduce a new training method. The old man looked at them. His eyes were shining. He was silent. He sat silently at the table. He looked ahead and his subordinates thought, Why was he acting so quiet today? One of them stood up. It was the director of the White Tiger clan, Yeonseung. He said that if they try to unite with Yuffo this time. The old man looked at him and asked what it meant to unite. How? The man looked at him and explained that he had recently heard that the Future Strategy Unit had found the location of the Phantom. The man asked what he was getting at. Then the principal smiled and said that if they were to join the Standard Bearer to capture the Phantoms, fortunately, they had already completed all their basic training at this stage. What could be better than participating in a real battle to gain combat experience? Shiwon looked at him and said, what if these bastards end up challenging the decisions? The man replied that since the management are people who know the things that are supposed to be done, the students just have to deal with the small fry. Moreover, he looked at him and smiled maliciously and said that who would believe these demonic creatures who commit unforgivable atrocities against gods and humans? The old man began to tap his fingers on the table. Then he bowed his head and turned to the leader. The man walked up to him. He asked what he thought of the principal's proposal. The man smiled and said that he thought it was quite reasonable. The old man then asked what was the possibility that he would end up causing them more harm. The man looked at him, smiled, and replied that even if they couldn't handle this, it would be ridiculous to consider them tigers. Then the old man folded his hands, looked forward, and said that it was fine. They would act on the director's suggestion to replace the rest of their training with an extermination operation. The students' evaluation and positions would be set according to their achievements. Then he smiled and said that in addition, Changsun, who cleared the dungeon, would be separated from the students and transferred to the Future Strategic Division. Everyone around was shocked. The CEO smiled and thought that this was how he was going to quit the game. Everyone was leaving. The old man turned around and called Director Yeonseung. Then he turned around. The man said why didn't he stay and talk to him? The director didn't understand what was going on. The old man folded his hands behind his back and said that he hoped so. He wasn't planning any nonsense. The director replied that of course not. Then the old man looked at him with shining eyes and asked if he could be trusted. And he shouted that of course he could trust him completely. Then the man looked forward and said that he was not the kind of person to value his subordinates, because he saw them as tools to be used and thrown away. Then he smiled and said that this time he had found a sword that he liked, but if the blade was damaged or broken, he would feel disgusted. The director was very scared. He fell to his knees. He began to bow to the floor and shout that he would make sure that the blade he planned to use would never get damaged, and would do everything necessary to ensure this. He would get rid of all obstacles, asked not to doubt his loyalty, begged them to believe him. The man looked at him and remained silent. Meanwhile, the director's office. The man entered the office. His son saw him and began to shout. His whole face was covered in blood, the soldier caviar blood. The father said that he must kill him, no matter the cost. The son came up to him and asked if he could ask why. But the man replied that he had originally wanted to say that he had humiliated him and that he wanted him to take revenge. Then he looked away and said that he had changed his mind. He had to kill him no matter what it took. He was a bastard who would always get in his way and overshadow him. He frowned, gritted his teeth, and said that he was asking to be killed not because he had humiliated him, but to take action and not let him bother him. The young man looked at him and said that he understood. Then he got angry and thought that it was true. To become a real man, he had to be tougher. After killing Changsun, get rid of that bastard too. Then he took a step forward and asked if his father had found out that that bastard had humiliated another person. His father asked again, was that true? The young man smiled maliciously and said that yes, the guy who had created that terrible team, Mr. Lim or something like that. The training continued. The protagonist stood shrouded in fire. A new card, a deity, a tiger, quietly peering at you. New card, a deity, a tiger, threateningly asking, what exactly were you doing in the library? The guy looked up. New cards began to appear. A furious tiger, filled with two characteristics, bravery and cruelty. Nothing can resist a tiger that horns mountains with just one roar. Category, skill, effect, a participant in war, increased superhuman strength. New card, an urban tiger, filled with two characteristics, heartlessness and brutality. The one who became a victim of his anger will not survive. Category, skill, effect, heartless splitting, irresistible greed. New card, a tiger, filled with two characteristics, kindness and speed, quickly assesses the environment due to its high intelligence. Great for hunting. Category, skill, effects, increased wisdom, quick thinking. Then a dialogue began between the deities. The cards appeared one after another. The snake god claims that you should have thought about the risk when you gave the participant one tiger. The tiger god asks, what the hell are you talking about? The snake god claims that since he was given one, he will take the rest by force. The tiger god frowned. The snake god says that you should give up since you lost the moment you contacted the player. The owl god nods in agreement. The great demon god agrees. The tiger god frowned even more. The protagonist watched all this and thought that they were idiots. Then he looked down and thought that it was not possible to say that they were wrong. New card, the tiger god became even more obsessed with you. The youth looked up, smiled. If so, then now he will not let him go no matter what he does. The comrade stood right in front of him. The Jael player pretends to be your divided tiger. Card, shadow step is carried out. The shadow play takes place. He walked forward. The young man thought that besides his friend was doing better than he expected. Then he looked at the scroll. Should he test this item from the research center? New card, unknown scroll was issued. New card, unknown scroll made of human skin, an ominous item that conceals many unknown curses, tightly sealed, category, scroll, effects, unknown. He looked at the scroll. He looked down and thought that he made of human skin. With the ability of beast sense, you analyze the unknown scroll in detail. The guy continued to think that the verse pours as the Jita was discovered. He no longer doubted that it was somehow related to the family of mysterious scriptures. Usually demonic documents have special properties. He looked at the seal and thought that if only he could check the contents. There were shadows around like demons. The incredible power of the royal tiger disaster was discovered. The boy was shocked. He thought, what kind of tiger disaster? Why is it here? He was enveloped in magical powers. The tiger deity is watching with admiration and wondering how you will overcome the royal tiger disaster. The boy gritted his teeth and thought that this was not just a recording, this was a real object. He stretched out his hand and thought, what did the director do? New card, the royal tiger disaster is in a hurry to swallow you whole. The tiger opened its beasts and jaws. The tiger house wants to swallow you whole. The shadows almost swallowed the guys. It was very difficult for him. He must do something. Then his aspen, he has a golden key. He tore the chain from his chest. The tiger deity carefully watches your reaction. The boy thought that the hell, he does not want to be discovered by the ruler of the abyss yet. The tiger deity is completely stunned by the appearance of the key in your hands. Yuno held the key in front of him. The tiger deity burst into laughter and said that he knew that one day the key would be in his possession. Peter's key was able to find the keyhole in the unknown scroll. The guy made the key and turned it. New card, the locking mechanism was hacked. The scroll rose up and began to shine brightly, throwing the guy aside. He stopped and looked at all this, did not understand what was happening. The king's tiger disaster was suspended. New card, the hidden contents of the scroll appeared. The scroll unrolled. The boy could read what was written there. New card, the sentence in the scroll twitched and looked for a way to disappear from the scroll. But nevertheless, the young man could read what was written there. He looked at the scroll. New card, you have acquired the fourth scripture of the 7 mysterious scriptures. At this moment, Jael turned and shouted, "Okay boy." He raised his hand. He stood right in front of Jael and looked at him. He was shocked. He thought that he was saying that it was dangerous and wanted him to stay behind. He answered out loud that he understood. New card, the fourth description, the fourth fragment of the 7 mysterious scriptures. It currently represents the power of the forgotten stars, so you must be careful not to be possessed by its power while handling the scroll. It contains a lot of secrets and tasks, but only when combined with other fragments can it be confirmed. The category is scroll. Relic, effects, contains wisdom. Other effects cannot be confirmed. The young man looked at it and thought, could it really be the fourth? He received 3 fragments of descriptions from the White Tiger clan. He remembered the old man. Clearly, he understood what he was missing. He looked at the scroll and thought that the director must have found and hidden the 4th fragment. Then he frowned and thought that this is why the Jita was forgotten, but how to understand all this? He looked at the hieroglyphs and thought that since it was the deity who created the royal tiger disaster, the contents must be extraordinary. He stretched out his hand and thought, it is unlikely that the ruler of the abyss will tell him voluntarily, but he also cannot keep this sinister thing a secret. A new card appeared. The deity of the great demon expresses great interest in the subject. The guy did not understand what was happening. New card, the deity of the great demon is waiting for your answer. The guy looked at it and thought that his answer, he was waiting for an answer to the proposal of modern training. The deity of the great demon claims that he is ready to make concessions and can give you valuable things. A bright flash of light appeared in front of the guy. He looked up. On the card it was written, with the effects of the advantage you can now understand the sentence on the scroll. New card, the deity of the tiger shouts that this is ridiculous. The young man studied the scroll. The deity of the owl sighed. The deity of the snake would like to see the contents of the scroll through your eyes. Suddenly the young man was very surprised. It was written there, my child, whom the light of the stars saved from becoming possessed. The child who would like to be reborn with my powers, and the child who wishes to follow me. Listen, I am very far from you, but also time is close. I will lead you. The snake deity claims that they cannot see the contents and beats its tail. The young man continued to read, thought that he could not understand completely since the beginning was missing, but he could make one crazy guess. New card, hidden condition deciphering the feature was fulfilled. New card, hidden condition search for information was fulfilled. He continued to look at all this. A new task was created, find the hidden fragment. A new card has appeared, Hidden Path in the Starlight, category, hidden, description, successfully deciphered one of the secrets of the family of mysterious scriptures. After determining a large number of difficulties because of this, you now have great knowledge of the royal tiger disaster and have proven that you have a strong mind and body that will not fail so easily. However, the secret that the 7 mysterious scriptures possess is much grander and deeper than you expect. Travel and gain the power, knowledge, and starlight of the 7 mysterious scriptures. You meet all the requirements to become the owner of everything it has to offer. Conditions: offer, decipher the 7 mysterious scriptures. If failed, pollution of the mind. If successful, the light of the forgotten stars. New card: do you want to start the hidden task? Yes or no? The guy frowned and thought. Dug fragment. Imagined moon. Imagined how he passed by him that time. He frowned and thought, so this is the kind of power he has. He must complete this task to gain the power that surpasses the power of the God sent and the Jita, the light of the forgotten stars that represents the 7 mysterious scriptures. Then he lowered his head, smiled, and thought that the director used him superficially. New card: the tiger deity looks at you to see what decision you have made. The youth turned and thought that the Lord of the Abyss, he only gave him this sweater because he thought it would be of little use in the hands of the director. Then he turned to Jael. Then he approached him and asked what he wanted. The boy said no matter what happened to him now, he must not interfere and must not allow anyone to enter here. He looked at him and asked what he was going to do. The boy smiled and asked if he could handle it. Jael lowered his head and said yes, of course. He thought to himself that he was a very mysterious person. I am sure he possesses mysteries that he cannot even understand. Most likely, now it is a matter of one of them. He also thought that then to the shadow he should blindly follow him without questions and doubts. The protagonist looked at him and smiled. Then he pressed the screen. New card: you have accepted the task. You will be invited to a random dungeon to complete it. The royal tiger disaster played out again. The tiger opened its jaws, scolding. The tiger house was created. The guy stood. He was enveloped in shadows, eyes, and teeth. New card: the owl deity would like to wish you a great victory and give you the rewards that she put off. An unyielding spirit, an inner peace united. The guy began to be enveloped in shadows. He said that he would return. Power was created. A whirlpool of monsters and ghosts appeared. A bright flash of light. A new card: you have entered a random dungeon, the cave of the reckless demon. These events ended the first season. New notification: you have entered a random dungeon, the caves of the reckless demon. The energy was everywhere. The boy thought if only he could go back. He lay on the ground and looked ahead. His eyes were empty, thinking that the moment a bright beam of light suddenly appeared in the sky. He remembered that day, a huge crack in the sky from which demons' hands crawled out. He remembered the battle, thinking about the day he abandoned him in the thick of a random battle. Standing with the ball and thinking about when he had to fight to survive? No, he had to fight just to fight. He looked ahead and thought that before he realized it, he had already defeated many constellations. He imagined huge monsters. Some called him the god of battle, others, a vile god. He stood on top of a hill. There was a mountain of corpses around, but because he fought only for the sake of fighting, he was the only one of his comrades who was able to return. He remembered the face of the girl. He knelt next to her and thought that even his beloved had died to save him. He cried. He was very angry. He took a huge sword, looked at the stars, moved by the spirit. He challenged the 12th constellation. He lay on the ground and thought, after all this, he was destroying himself with this insignificant core. He stretched out his hand forward. Everything around was in some strange liquid. He lay, looked to the side and thought if he could go back. The magic cubes were above him. He looked up and thought, at that moment when that color appeared, he would have thoroughly prepared. Flew into the air and thought that he would have thoroughly prepared for their murder. He looked forward and thought that he was killed them in the most vile way. The dungeon mission began. The guy walked forward. A new card. The theme of the mission is survival and battle, now in a deeply cursed king tiger disaster. He continued to walk forward. This curse will invite you to the underworld, the lair of the ghost, the guiding tiger, every 24/0. New card. The lair of the ghost, the guiding tiger, a labyrinth that consists of 9 floors. The guiding ghosts instinctively despise humans and do everything they can to kill them and turn them into their subordinates. New card. Survive countless attacks of the guiding ghosts. To completely lift the curse, you must capture all 9 floors. He stopped, looked ahead, standing in front of a huge cave. New card. We pray for your safety. The first mission is about to begin. The current location is the first floors, the first district. New card. Survive for the next 6 hours. The countdown has begun. The guy looked ahead and thought that the curse that is triggered every day is interesting. Then he looked down. The king's tiger without light is the remnants of the energy of the first owner of the scroll. In other words, it is the starlight. He imagined the previous owner. He bewitched the ghosts and took their souls. If the king tiger disaster caught you, your soul will turn into the path of the water ghost, your body will be infected, and you will become a dakini or a goblin. Imagine the eyes of this man, he was turning into a monster. Then he frowned and thought, so this is how Jael gained such power. New card, the deity is curious about how you will get out of this dungeon. The young man smiled and thought, let him be exhausted from fighting for several hours every day, but Minerva gave him something good. He stood looking forward, in the background lay a corpse. The monster approached him and said that this is a man. A new card appeared, the deity of the hunting time turns up his nose at this vile creature and advises you to get rid of it quickly. The guy turned around and thought, is he the only one? He closed his eyes, the first is the power that Minerva gave him. New card, Kalakagathia, truth, beauty and goodness do not exist separately. When all three are in harmony, you can use the Great Divinity. Ability level 1, type, authority, blessing, mercy, effect, mind immunity, unbending courage, overcoming difficulties. The guy looked at his hands. He didn't think the piercing eyes or the blades and blade of the goddess were bad, but it turned out that they were really useful. Then he smiled and thought, if the fight dragged on, it would be hard to stay focused. The body would be heavy from fatigue, but this freed him from the burden. New card, Owl Deity, blesses you to overcome your future difficulties. The guy opened his eyes and asked if it was worth trying. The monster flew straight at him and shouted that the man smelled delicious. He approached, swung and shouted that he would eat him. The guy took out his sword and parried the blow. The monster screamed, it was not bad, but in the end it will still end up in his stomach. They started the battle. He was able to block his blow, but it gradually feeds him poison, which will destroy him. Then the monster began to be enveloped in bright energy, but he screamed that soon the man's body will become heavy and he will fall. The guy looked at him from under his brows. The monster screamed. He said that he would become a guiding ghost like him. They fought. The monster thought that he should. The battle continued. He struck blow after blow. He should become the same, but why does not work? Suddenly the sword pierced his throat. New card, effect, immunity against 10 yards purified your blood. The guy stood on the monster and lowered the sword lower and lower down his throat. The monster did not understand how this happened. The young man continued to press on the balls and said, is everything here similar to him? He looked at him and did not understand what was happening. The guy smiled, looked at him with burning eyes and said, what a disappointment. Then he abruptly pulled out the sword. He didn't even have time to answer him. A ghost spirit began to come out of it. New card, low-level ghost Saw was killed. You have absorbed the King Tiger disaster that was in this ghost. Energy began to envelop him. Your physical body is changing. He thought he knew. New card, the current changes are incomplete. Kill more ghosts and raise more King Tiger disaster. He remembered the monster and God. If the King Tiger disaster defeats him, he will also become a Doka or a goblin. But if he wins and becomes the owner, then he will go down a different path just like Mu. Snow Teeth and thought. But he will not stop there. If the King Tiger disaster is a type of ghost, then he will be able to adapt to it as much as it wants. New card, effect, the first form of the end of the world flame has been awakened. The youth opened his mouth, the energy was absorbed into it. New card, the flames of the end of the world combined with the King Tiger disaster. The King Tiger disaster was purified, the King Tiger disaster strongly resisted. New card, effect, the first form of the flames of the end of the world flared up even more. Everything was shrouded in bright light. The King Tiger disaster cannot cope with it and begins to collapse. Purification and modification received. A new king was created. Achievements acquired. The king who absorbed the King Tiger disaster. Reward, intelligence +5, will +3. The youth began to change. The eyes of the tiger deity widened from such an unexpected turn of events. The deity of hunting time says that he does not know what is happening. The snake deity watches the sun enthusiastically says that the starlight from the forgotten star has turned into a new light. The boy began to grow claws. His eyes were burning. New card, you successfully absorbed the newly purified king. He was all ablaze, blazed and smiled. New card, magical power began and evolved from Jigwi to Bivhai. The guy said, is this the change that no one expected to see? New card, forgotten starlight found. Everything around was shining. He thought that Bivhai was an imaginary race known for eating tiger souls, and since it is related to the ruler of the abyss, he has now become his enemy. All the monsters turned around. The current situation is the first floor, the 12th district. The timer indicated at the bottom shows the remaining time to complete the mission. 8 hours, 43 minutes and 22 seconds. The monsters walked towards the bright light. The timer continued to decrease. The main character was in front of them in the form of a god, and they did not discuss who he was. He must be stopped. The guy thought it was fun. The battle continued. The ghosts died one after another. They saw how their commander was defeated. They shouted that the boss was killed. The fire flared up. They flew in different directions. The divine creature, a good hunting season, is happy and satisfied with your actions. New card, the divine creature tiger carefully watches your well thought out movements. New card, the status of a fierce tiger is activated. Swirl and the tiger roars, and the tiger emerging from the hole broke out. The young man flew forward on his demonic wings. He landed on the ground. New card, achievement received, Ghoul Killer, reward, strength +5, wise man, you have successfully cleared the first floor. He landed, transformed into a human, you entered the second floor. He again acquired the appearance of a demon, looked forward. Suddenly, something surprised him. There were even more monsters in front of him. Their castle was in the background. They looked at him with fear, did not understand what it was. Fear was spreading, enemies were infected with house. The guy was standing in front of them and they were discussing that it was a monster, it was not a person. He came closer, this time was up, paid attention to it. He looked at the screen, it was written that the assessment of the first day is SSS. Based on the assessment, a reward will be awarded, a return to reality. He woke up, Jael addressed him. He came up, was calm, the guy lowered his head and thought that it had really been 6 hours already, it was quite funny. Jael looked at him and asked what he meant, hadn't he just told him not to let anyone in and not allow anyone to touch him? The guy looked at him and was surprised. The young man came up and said that after these words his aura suddenly changed, but the guy asked again if he really just said that. He put his hand to his chin, imagined himself in a parallel world and thought that only a little time had passed in this world. This could be very useful, like holding his breath during a house fight or hiding if he received a critical injury. Then he imagined the scroll, what would be the curse of the other 6 scrolls, again related to ghouls, or a completely different mission. Then he frowned and thought that he received 3 mysterious scriptures and 3 more were not found, he simply had to find them. Then he turned around and thought, maybe the High Elf leaders would have some information about them if only he knew where they were. He looked at his phone, the director was calling him. Day, City, Bar, Non-Hyen Dome. The old man waved his hand and told him to come here. The guy walked forward, turned around and told Jael to wait at the entrance, he would be back soon, he agreed. He approached the old man. The old man asked who it was, the guy replied that it was Jael, they were going through their last training together. The man asked if he could be trusted, the guy replied that he trusted him whole. He asked if he had already started creating his own group. The guy replied that he was sure the more people they had, the better. Jael listened to all this in shock. Then the old man turned around and said that he was right, but they needed tools rather, they were people, tools that would not be a pity to sacrifice. Then he handed him a document, said that they should return to the other, as he promised. He took on his joining. There was a document on the transfer of personnel to the Future Strategy Squad. You were transferred to the Future Strategy Squad. The guy asked if he wanted to ask him for something. The man turned around and said that tomorrow they would announce new training for recruits. Here is the difference from him. The other newcomers have not yet taken the first steps. He added that, in addition, the training will take place with the remaining forces of the High Elf. They have already found out their location, so all that remains is to lure them out. The guy was surprised. He looked away and thought everything was going well. If he was lucky, he could find information about the family in the mysterious writings. Then he put his hand on the table and said, wouldn't it be too dangerous for newbies? The old man turned around and said that most of the raid team would be on this mission, as well as the association and other clans that agreed to help them. The new recruits would only kill the rest. It would be a good experience for them. The guy listened to him attentively. The man said that he would be part of the Copper Assault team. Now he understood what he was getting at. The old man smiled and said that of course, there were a lot of experienced guys in this team. The directors were unsure, but he highly recommended him. Why should he treat him like other trifles when he had already proven his skills to him? He said that he also attached information about the High Elf hideout to the document. The young man looked at the order. The man added that they were leaving in 5 days. By that time he must complete all preparations. Then he put on his hat and said that he would tell him more when the time came. The boy looked at him and said that he wanted to ask for something. The old man looked at him and asked what it was. Pancakes were sizzling on the stove. People were whispering. Was it a tyrant standing there? No, why would a tyrant eat at street stalls? The young man took the order in his hands. Phew, he almost choked there. Then he turned to Jael, said that they should not stop there. They both already had a long journey ahead. Suddenly, he shouted so loudly that everyone around him turned their attention to him. Day, Training Hall. 4 days before training, the boy was going through a battle. Monsters were shouting that he was a monster. It was that man again. Quickly, take the gate. What was the intelligence doing? 3 days before training, he continued to destroy ghosts. 2 days before training, he fought huge bosses. 1 day before training, standing on a huge pile of corpses. New card, you have 1 hour, 9 minutes, 4 seconds left. The monsters were standing right in front of him. He looked at them and said, is there anyone else? I'll start the arrow and said that they are small fish. I released it. The arrow flew straight at them, a real test, and flew over your heads and flew forward. Crashed into the door. A huge explosion thundered. The lightning explosion skill was activated. The arrow exploded. Ash and blood were everywhere. The main monster held his cheek. Everyone shouted, no, my king. He turned and said with a smile that the guy found out where he was. Interesting, very interesting. Then the king sat on his throne and told them to bring him weapons and armor. The monsters bowed and agreed. The king smiled and said that they can all go back. It seems that he will have to deal with this bastard. He continued to sit on the throne and said that he was a child of the Frisia family, the greatest Arkady family. No, he was. Now he was nothing more than a maroon killer from the curse of the 7 mysterious scriptures, and although his body had become almost worthless, his resentment was still strong. The monsters began to frantically put armor on him. He thought that he would subjugate all the ghoulie lairs and return home. They put on tension on his legs, on his hands, then he would collect all the light and ride off and become a god again. He put on his helmet and thought that he had already heard that some bastard had invaded their lands with such a grandiose plan, but seeing him now, he asked the guy's name. He sat on the throne in full gear, thought that for the first time in 100 years his blood was boiling not at the strategist, but as fired. All the monsters were in shock. The young man smiled. The king smiled back and said that he was clearly Changsun. He looked at him with glowing eyes and said that his name was Jin, a descendant of Frisia, humble relatives of the famous family of the Demon Kingdom. Then he walked forward, stepping on monsters and killing them. He walked and said that he was a creature that would become the king of ghouls even after his death. He approached the very edge of the tower and summoned Barbarian. He began to shout and send energy straight ahead. It enveloped him. He raised his head. He sat right on his monster from above. Everyone shouted that his majesty would go into battle. He even summoned Barbarian. Everyone must run away. He flew forward. He raised his sword. The boss of the second and floor appeared, the Maroon King of Assassins. The guy was ready. He looked straight at him, was shocked. The king also looked at him. Then he pointed his sword forward and struck. The young man reflected it. The battle was underway. They measured the strength of energy. New card, Divine Creature, Tiger happily watching an interesting fight. Monsters flew in different directions. Divine Creatures, a good season for hunting, shouts at you to destroy this selfish demon. The guy created a funnel of energy and jumped into it. Then he took a step forward, approaching his opponent. He bared his teeth, his eyes were burning. The only eye of the forked tiger is watching you. They stood opposite each other, watching. The king looked at him and said, how could he block his blade, even when he put the spirit of his pet into it? After which the guy smiled maliciously. The forked tiger status switched to the fierce tiger status. It began to blaze and approach him. The fierce tiger, climbing out of the hole, burst out. The king was angry. He shouted that he was a warrior, no, a fighter, no, and no, he is a fighting ghost, a ghost obsessed with the process of battle itself. But they pounced on each other. An explosion thundered. A loop of energy began to form. How could this guy resist the king? How could a human be capable of this? The monsters looked at the sky and did not understand what was happening. The battle continued. They struck each other one after another. The young man flew at the king straight from the air. Stones flew in different directions. The king's pet also screamed. The guy continued to strike, and the king and the monster attacked him. He swung and thrust his sword. Sparks appeared. The lightning network skill was activated. The monster began to scream. He wounded him. Then the king jumped off him and pounced on the guy. He swung his sword and tried to strike, but at that very second, the guy was able to dodge to the side. He looked at him with wild eyes, clenched his teeth. The skill beast sense warns you of danger. He thought that he needed to block. No, it's dangerous. The skill training storm of the flying tiger was activated, and the technique of lightening the body. The young man suddenly tore off. The king flew into the rocks. Everything around was collapsing, and the guy at that moment was standing right above his head on the cliff. The man smiled and said how bad it was. He could have caught him. New card, your stamina has dropped below 15%. We recommend that you rest. The guy was in shock. He had 3 minutes and 28 seconds left. He looked at his opponent and thought as if he was hitting a stone wall. What to do? Now he is not sure that he can defeat the Maroon King of Assassins, but he does not want to end the fight. How fun and so exciting. He looked at him from above. Then he smiled and thought, this situation annoys him. Does he want to try to force him to use it? Then he put his sword to the side. The king smiled and asked what he was going to do. Then the young man thrust the sword right into his palm and said that he was going to do something fun. His blood flowed in different directions. He pulled out the sword, and energy began to burst out of his hand. It created a huge sword. The sword in his hands began to shake. The young man screamed very loudly, made another sword from his own energy. It was very painful for him. He pulled his hand aside, screamed, howled, but continued to do it. After that, he already had 2 weapons in his hands. A sword resonance appeared. A fierce tiger bares its fangs. The man smiled sarcastically and said that the guy said he would do something fun, and it seems the situation really became more interesting. He had 2 swords in his hands, my evil dragon tooth and fish guts. They resonated. He decided to attack. The fangs of a furious tiger or bear. He flew straight at the king, approached him and smiled sarcastically. His eyes were burning. It looked wild. The king was waiting for his blow. Now they were as close to each other as possible. He began to collect energy. He raised his sword up. The young man looked straight into his eyes. The furious tiger status was changed to a wild tiger. The chaotic attacks of a wild tiger are raging. He was approaching. The king looked at him and raised his sword, parrying the attack. There was an explosion, there was a strong flash of light. And now the guy was already behind the man, the status of a wild tiger and changed to a blind tiger. The man did not understand what was happening. He turned around and saw the guy, a blind tiger, raging. At that moment, the king's pet attacked him. He ordered him not to retreat. The young man smiled maliciously. He swung, created a whirlwind of energy, and killed the monster. Card: you defeated the named monster. New card: you received the rib. You received the leash of the Scarlet King of the Killer. The guy looked forward. New card: you received +10 Royal Tiger Disaster. Then he looked up and thought that killing his beloved pet would affect the king more. But the king looked at him calmly. He did not flinch. His eye lit up brightly. The guy was surprised. The king began to attack. A big blow is moving. The guy stood, looked at him and thought, so before that the blows were small. The king was very angry. He gritted his teeth. At that moment, the young man raised his sword up and tried to reflect the king's blow. But he did not give up. He pressed even harder. And the main character was not going to give up either. His wild look said that he would only accept victory. Everything around was destroyed. The fight continued. A bright flash of light and explosions thundered in the sky. The king was wounded. He was bleeding. He looked away and was surprised. Well, then it turned out that it was not his blood, but the blood of the main character. He was seriously injured. His stamina dropped to 5%. You should leave this place immediately and rest. New card: 0 seconds left. The guy was shocked. He was in pain. The allotted time has expired. Day 5. SSS rating: the reward will be assigned according to your rating. Return to reality. The guy suddenly opened his eyes. Jael ran to him, looked and asked where all this blood came from. Changsun had a wound all over his chest. The guy ran up to him and said that they needed to hurry to the hospital. But he was in shock at that moment and heard nothing. Then he took out a large healing elixir, held the bottle with shaking hands and said that it was okay, this would be enough. The guy was worried. He offered to help. After which he began to pour this elixir on the wound. The protagonist was in great pain. He closed his eyes and thought that he almost died, but everything worked out. But the card: your stamina has risen to 5%, your condition has improved significantly. Jael tried to find out what happened, but the guy raised his hand and said that he was fine, nothing. Then he looked ahead and thought that in a fight with the Scarlet King, the assassin, it might seem that they were about the same level, but in fact he was at a very disadvantage. He lowered his head and thought, if the second floor was so difficult for him, then how difficult were the rest? To cope with this, he should at least get a blood mine or a reinforced bone. He looked up. Since he couldn't find a unicorn now, he couldn't get a blood spring, which meant that only a reinforced bone was left. He imagined a reinforced bone if he could achieve invincibility with it, but there was a problem. He had to meet the greasy king killer in 24. He imagined the king, thought about what he should do, walked forward and thought. He remembered the mountain of the Vile Yeti was in the snow region. Then all he had left was. Then something distracted him. It was a message from the director. For now he would focus knowing this and slowly think over the decision. The director wrote that he had to arrive at the destination tomorrow at 7 a.m. By this time he should finish all the preparations. Then he received another message from the blacksmith. He should drop by the workshop. How to finish training, the weapon is ready. He came out of the hall. There was a journalist standing there, shouting that he was coming. He had to do it to justify that bribe to a large corporation. I ran up to him, started taking pictures and saying hello. His name was Sohyun, a reporter from SBC. The guy looked at him with burning eyes. He stopped. At that moment, his camera started to break. The guys passed by, and the reporter looked at his camera. It was smoking and clearly no longer working. He turned around and angrily asked what kind of person he was. Then he added that players are not people. If it weren't for the monsters, the government would have killed these arrogant bastards a long time ago. Well, the young man with burning eyes silently continued walking forward. The guy looked at the spear and asked if it really belonged to him now. He raised it in front of himself and said that his own weapon was very beautiful. The guy turned to Kuznetsov. He promised that he would be there in 2 days. How did he finish so quickly? The man replied that it was nothing complicated. He just needed to make sure that the mass spread evenly over the mold. Then he asked the guy to try swinging it. The young man started swinging it, and the main character stood there watching and asked why he didn't engrave a couple of patterns. It looked too simple. Well, the blacksmith replied that no, that was unnecessary. Then the guy transferred 100 million to his bank. They were in the shop. He asked if that was enough. The man replied that yes, they could come tomorrow. Then the guy looked at him and said that besides, apparently, he wanted to tell him something. The blacksmith said about his weapon. Well, the guy interrupted him and reminded him that he was the boss. The man looked at him and told him to forgive him. It was so reckless of him. So what about the weapon for his esteemed boss? The young man asked if he needed more time, and the blacksmith said another month to be exact. He shouldn't shorten the order. The guy turned around and asked what the deal was. The man looked ahead and said he thought he'd need more time because he'd run out of materials. The guy turned around and said by materials he meant gold and steel. The man folded his arms and said yes, he couldn't find it no matter how hard he tried, and he couldn't use stale steel. He also said the weapon he ordered required steel filled with ice crystals, old seasonings. He said he wanted the weapon to hold its shape at high temperatures. The guy looked at him and imagined those crystals. That was problematic because in that case they'd need whole pieces of cold steel to make the shield. The blacksmith looked at him, raised his hand and said that for everything solid, they don't supply that kind of steel to the country. The guy asked if it was because of the altitude. The man said yes, he'd go over the pass this time. The guy looked up and said that he was planning. He thought he would see if he could get the basic ingredients to strengthen the bones while he was there. The blacksmith looked at him and said that regarding that, he believed that someone really wanted to see him. The guy looked at him. The man handed over the business card and said that his name was Hyungjul, a representative of the Fortuna Trading Company. He said that he had heard of him. He handed over the business card. The guy noticed the calluses on his hands. Maybe he was a blacksmith. He looked at the card and said that Fortuna was a pretty big company. He also said that he was Byung's younger brother. The young man looked at him and thought that he said that he knew a good supplier, but he did not think it would be someone so important. I wonder where he got access to such expensive metal. He said that he heard that he wanted to see him. Why? The guy looked and said that he wanted to hire him. The young man smiled and said, so he wants something from the pass. The man continued to look at him and said that then he can go straight to the materials. Does he know why the government decided to act on the pass? The young man looked at him and said no. Then the man moved closer and said that there is something called the monk's icy breath. The guy looked at him from under his brows, the first time he heard about it. Then the company representative said that this is the highest quality ice crystal. The second name is eternal ice crystal. The young man was shocked. They continued to talk. The man asked what happened. He answered that nothing. Then he looked at him from under his brows. He remembered the people in cloaks. They asked him if he had heard of a bone enhancer before. He said yes. The old man stood in front of him and said that these were the legendary skeletal techniques. The divine body or dragon body, they say they are performed by the gods of martial arts. These are the basic ingredients for them. Then he looked at the guy and said that 2 ingredients are simply necessary for a bone enhancer. He imagined fire and ice. This is a fiery heart and a frost crest. He also said that he heard that he learned to kindle a flame, then he will need a crest to keep his body from being completely sawed away. He imagined an ice crystal. He needs to find an eternal crystal. It absorbs pure moon energy. The young man lowered his head and thought that for this he planned to go to the Dungeon of America. But he said out loud that he did not know what the crystal looked like, but according to rumors it should be a very important component. The man looked at him and said that they also say that it can increase the level of strength by several dozen. After which the main character asked him why the government is looking for him. The man replied that they were sure that he would increase their strength when they were already in a difficult situation. They continued to sit in that shop. The guy asked if he really asked him to get the crystal. The man replied that he did. Then the guy said that by avoiding the government's appeal, he probably wanted him to avoid the clan, and the man replied that they didn't need extra people to divide such a valuable thing between everyone. Then he looked at him and said that of course he understood that it was so easy to trust him. Well, the young man interrupted him and said that he would do it. The man was taken aback, asked again about the order, said then we need to discuss the payment. But the guy stood up, looked at him and said that he didn't need the money. It would be better for him to ask him for something. The man didn't understand what they were talking about. Evening, city. The blacksmith was sitting on the roof of the house. His younger brother came to him, asked how it went. He asked why he was so unhappy, and the man replied that it was because he didn't want to be in his debt. His younger brother smiled and said, does he really regret making a new friend after so many years? The blacksmith began to object. Does he really want to say that his friend? The young man looked ahead and said that the conversation went well. Although it was cold, they parted ways on what each needed. Then he frowned and thought that although the breath of Agnya, part of thought, lunar record, drops of God's flower, he understood what he needed them for. Then he looked at his brother and said that not to mention his interest in items related to the 9 famous swords, where did he know such a person? It was getting dark. He wondered if he could really do it. Day X, soldiers with machine guns stood at the foot of the mountain. The girl looked to the side and asked what was going on with the first group. The young man approached her and replied that there was no news yet. She frowned, looked ahead and said that it meant they would consider it a failure. The man replied that this did not mean that nothing had worked out. The man then asked why she didn't want a cup of coffee before she went out. He walked up to them with 2 cups and said an Americano with 2 shots of espresso, 2 drops of hazelnut syrup for Agent Cha and a warm caramel macchiato for Agent Jin. The girl inhaled the aroma and said that he had an excellent memory. The guy smiled and thanked him. He then looked at her and said that things seemed to be going badly for them. She replied that they were giving them much more resistance than they expected, although it could just be the high difficulty of the dungeon. She looked at him and asked where his niece was. The man turned away and sadly said that she heard about the White Tiger clan and chose her path. The girl ran forward. She wanted to see her savior. She was very happy. The man turned around and said that speaking of the devil, here he is. The girl turned around and looked there. A whole crowd of white tigers was walking towards them. Among them was the main character. He looked to the side. They shouted at him to be careful. The head of the future strategy department, Jinho, was walking next to him. Well, he shouted that he would not let him go if he disgraced him or the managing director. Then the others came up to him and told him not to dwell on this greenhorn. It would be better to show this young man his place. He would get scared and wet himself. They all laughed at him. The guy turned away and just laughed at them. They were unhappy, angry, started shouting, how dare he cannot contradict the commander. The man grabbed the guy. He looked at him and ordered him to let him go. He continued shouting what would happen if he did not let go. What would he do? The young man frowned. At that moment, the commander was in shock. He started shouting and getting incredibly angry for him to move away from him. The man shouted at him, demanding that he leave immediately. Behind the hero's back, he did a somersault over his back and landed painfully on the floor. The others looked at it in surprise. He stood up and clenched his fist, cursing at the guy, saying that he was a hurricane fist. But in front of him, he saw something stunning. Changsun used the ability and a huge fire tiger appeared above him. Status activated, a half-blind tiger. His gaze was terrifying. Changsun only touched his fist with his fingers, which led to a bright flash of light. The poisonous fang of the half-blind tiger bursts forward. The bones in the man's hand were breaking. The clothes on him began to tear, and he screamed in terrible pain. The hero had already prepared the next attack, but someone stopped his hand. A tall man holding his hand name. He looked askance at them, telling them to stop. He calmly looked at him, saying that the opponent was the first to threaten him. In the meantime, he was already loaded onto a stretcher, but the man said, "Oh, he is his senior." The medics took him away, while both went in the other direction. The hero believed that the strategy department prioritized their possessions over their abilities. A new system message appeared. The tiger Constellation chuckled darkly. He liked the current situation. The man with the mustache laughed loudly. Now he was sure that they were the same. He was also crazy. The interlocutor with the unusual glasses noticed something, asking if he really hadn't noticed anything even after observing. He was surprised and asked again if all his actions had been calculated. The others looked at Changsun passing by, so he was saying that there were many candidates who wanted to fight him, and he decided to beat him so that he wouldn't be pestered and wouldn't have to fight them. The interlocutor clearly didn't expect such a conclusion. He laughed contentedly, cool, calculating with a wild personality. They really were alike. Someone called out to Changsun and he looked back. The red-haired girl smiled at him, asking if he remembered her. "Oh, hi Bin." The girl was happy when the guy said her name. He was afraid that he wouldn't recognize her after she became a player. He looked at the girl in surprise. He didn't recognize her right away because she had changed a little. He thought that he hoped that she was living an ordinary life and not a player. A guy in sunglasses approached her. He said that the director was urgently calling her. She asked again why. She smiled at the hero. She was sorry about what happened in the clan. She would greet him properly later. He watched them go. Come to think of it, wasn't the surname of the head of the 5 stars Wu? The guy in sunglasses leaned towards the girl. A member of the head of the government was spotted in this area. They were currently pursuing him. Changsun did not take his eyes off her. Jael approached him. He thought that it didn't matter. It seemed that she was doing well. He told his friend to get ready. His long hair began to rise, and he became just a shadow. The crowd of people ran. They found the red ghost. Why was he here? Shouldn't he be in the dungeon? The ghost was sitting on the edge of the building, so he was here. He turned around, his eyes glowing bright red. Du Woon, the head of the government, attracted their attention to the maximum. He looked at the crowd of people standing on the roof. System message. The Constellation grieving ghost looks at his follower with regret. Du Woon chuckled. Don't be sad, O strongest god. Everything was done on his initiative, he only asks him to look at him. System message. The Constellation nods silently. This surprised the red ghost. Several fighters began to climb up the roof along the wall of the house. He bent down with great force, and in midair, he knocked down several fighters with an iron fist. People flew apart like bowling pins. What kind of monster is this? He landed on the ground, creating a shockwave that threw people back. A bright wave was heading towards him. He managed to notice it. Tiger form. Has the White Tiger clan already arrived? The two warriors punched each other in the fist, creating a powerful wave. Yunquan laughed loudly. He always wanted to fight the red ghost, but he didn't know what would happen under these circumstances. This greatly angered Jael. Of all the clan leaders, he got the most reckless one. A man in a dark cloak walked among the ruins and corpses. There were already so many losses. He threw back his cloak and drew his sword from its sheath. As expected, he can't let things slide. Jael and Yunquan dealt powerful attacks to each other. White Tiger and Party Star Blade, it seems this old man has become a real celebrity. The ghost shouted at his opponent. For such nationally famous heroes, he has a special congratulation. He brought his hands together and jumped, asking why he doesn't check how skilled his subordinates are. The hero, meanwhile, ran along the high floor of the ruins. The voice told him that this was the wrong decision, but he thought otherwise. Storm hunting skill has been activated, allowing him to use the medium weight. The system message of the Cobra Eye skill quickly scanned his surroundings. Ruined houses rushed past the guy. What did he mean? He replied that the red ghost was just a decoy. The shadow followed him. He jumped off the floor. The real deal is here. The ghost walked out to the crowd of people. Jael shouted at him, telling him to just give up. How strange, why is he so calm? A fiery mask appeared on his face and he smiled widely. Not yet, he will show him the hell they had to endure. This shocked the guy standing next to him. A red storm appeared around the ghost. The girl was activated. A red whirlwind surrounded the people standing nearby. The girl's hand hit the railing. The comrade turned to the tense girl. What happened? He asked. It's a trap. Her face expressed fear. They tricked him. They dragged him into a trap that was prepared for them in advance. The sky turned red. Various pictograms began to appear on it. Youngkwon's eyes turned black. His pupils turned red. They shouted at him not to give in to hallucinations no matter what. The sorcerer's face looked crazy. Black tears came out of the warrior's eyes. He heard a voice in his head. It inspired him that if he had not been born, he killed his mother. He is a murderer. The guy spread his arms, watching what was happening. Kalakageisha is used, granting immunity to mental attacks. His eyes were golden and looked like a snake. The Cobra Eye skill illuminates the hidden path. Hyabin froze, tears welling up in her eyes. She heard voices that suggested to her that he died because of her, that he hated her. A creature made of bitterness and hatred tried to capture the girl. It suggested that they hated her. There were several creatures. They completely surrounded her. Why was she alive when everyone was dead? They called her to join them, but someone's hand broke the illusion. The creatures began to crumble into fragments. The girl came to her senses a little and turned her head. Changsun was standing in front of her. He asked if she was hurt. The guy looked at her, offering to follow him. Jael appeared from the shadows. A knight in dark star armor ran past. The girl was surprised to see him. The knight jumped down from the roof. The mage in the dark cloak was casting a spell. The shadow surrounded him, frightening him greatly. He screamed in fear of the approaching shadow. The knight grabbed the mage and threw him aside. He stood up and screamed back. He didn't know how they figured out his location, but he wouldn't say anything. Changsun frowned and looked at him. Jael continued to torture him. He had already asked to kill him. The hero used the ability and took the weapon in his hand. He wondered if he could keep his word. The tiger aura pressure skill awakens fear in opponents. The mage screamed, sweat pouring down his face. There were blood stains on the floor. System message. They installed the first seal. They need to find the rest and eliminate them, one of the 9. Changsun looked around. There are 9 illusionists in total. They have prepared well in advance. Divine being tiger trapped in difficulties thought he had prepared an interesting plan and laughed evilly. The hero smiled widely. In such a place, they had a permanent ice crystal. If he hadn't marked their location in advance, he would have failed in the dungeon. Divine being snake coiling the entire world said that such a trick was hard to notice and shook his head. Divine being, a good time to hunt, foresaw his actions. He looked at Hyabin who was standing next to him, asked if she wanted to go too. She happily agreed. He thought it would be safer that way. System message. Divine being owl-piercing midnight looked at him with satisfaction. The girl opened her eyes wide and looked at the boy, said that he was really incredible. He couldn't see anything. She wondered when she would become as steadfast as him. Changsun was a little embarrassed, asked why she thought so. Around him were huge eyes and terrible monsters that constantly reached out to him. That he could not see anything. But something caught his attention. A man with blonde hair and a long spear in his hand appeared in front of him. The man turned his head and looked at the hero. He looked the guy in the eyes, praising him and noting that he had grown up and he could rest easy. Changsun looked warmly at the grandfather who appeared to him. Authority, ideal virtue is shaking for some unknown reason. Warning. His immunity of the mind is weakening for some unknown reason. It is recommended to take control of his thoughts. A ball of fire appeared in front of him. Smiling, he turned to the girl, offering her to move on. The girl and Jael looked at him in bewilderment. They looked at his smile and did not believe it. Above the ruins of the city, the sky lit up red. A man walked among the ruins with a weapon in his hand. He shouted looking for Hyabin. He looked worried, hoping that nothing had happened to her. But someone appeared behind him, and with a scream, they pounced on him. The guy managed to dodge the attack. Youngkwon was under hypnosis, his eyes were black. The player took out his sword, asking the leader to come to his senses, but he pounced on him again. He doesn't know what he had to go through, but the team leader must not fall for the deception of feelings. A red ghost was watching their fight from the roof. He had an ominous smile on his face. He was only manipulating them, his demonic energy, as if teasing them. He just had to wait and eliminate the one who was left. Who will survive? The guy prepared a new attack. The divine being, the nameless titan, stands up. He warned that if he continued to behave like this, he would be forced to use all his strength. Since he is strong, he cannot promise that he will be able to defeat him without causing damage. Yunquan only screamed in response. The warrior frowned and prepared to attack. Blood spilled onto the ground. The guy's sword pierced Yunquan's chest. The ghost was delighted to see this. He shouted that this was the end, and jumped from the roof, deciding that this was the best moment to attack. The fighters looked towards the enemy. Finally, they caught him. The red ghost was shocked. Was this a trick to pull him out? They rushed to attack. Yunquan complained that his chest hurt because of the injury. The guy replied that otherwise the enemy might not believe it. The blonde shouted at the enemy that since he was the one to blame for the injury, he was dead. The ghost blocked with his hands, hiding from the blows. A powerful blow from the warrior threw him away. He landed on the road, realizing that now he would have to fight. System message. All seals removed. Du-Woon did not expect this and was shocked. The seal of the ghost labyrinth is destroyed, the fog is dissipating. The two attackers looked away, wondering how this happened. Both looked at the enemy again. They didn't know how, but they definitely wouldn't stay behind anymore. Du-Woon's face stretched out in anger. He cursed at them. He gathered all his strength into a fist, promising to show them why he was called the Red Ghost, and he let out a roar, destroying the road beneath him. Changsun stood on the ruins, watching everything. He looked down. Above the ruins of the city, the sky turned blue again. Then, with force, Yunquan hit the ground. He spread his arms and screamed. He was looking for Du-Woon, who had escaped during the fight. The wounded ghost hid in a crevice in the ruins. Someone said that he should be nearby. Blood fell on the stones. System message. The divine being, the sadly crying elf, looked at him with sorrow. Du-Woon held his hand, which now had no hand. He should not even think about coming back alive, especially if he wants to atone for his mother properly. The divine being elf wants to watch his last moments with sorrow. The ghost looked down with a smile, as he said he would not return alive. He would help him achieve what he wanted, even if he had to light the last flame. Du-Woon suddenly found himself in a different place. He had fallen into a mysterious trap. A red mask appeared on his eyes. He demanded that whoever was here immediately show themselves. A smiling hero disappeared behind one of the columns. The ghost saw him, and he was not happy. There was a bronze laughing mask on Changsun's face. Why did he recognize this mask? Blood appeared on Du-Woon's face, but he laughed. His eyes became bigger. The man who set up the arena. The hero folded his arms across his chest. A glow emanated from the smiling mask with a mustache. The guy with the weapon stood at the entrance. The subordinates and his clan. He moved his hand aside, saying that they were all just toys in his hands. Du-Woon's face was filled with anger, including his current situation. The man lit up again. The criminal who ruined all his plans. System message. The labyrinth runes that spread throughout the area have been activated. He was expressing wild rage. A brat who hasn't even reached level 40 dares to set a trap for him. Changsun was still standing in front of him with his mask on. His arrogance runs ahead of him. This made him even more angry, and he shouted that he would tear him apart. Du-Woon pounced on the hero. Changsun took off his mask and smirked. He noticed his smile. Had he already predicted his actions? His fist struck the blade of the sword, creating a powerful wave. The blade cut through the enemy's fingers. The jade fist of destruction was cut. Sacred item. He continued the attack, hitting the water. Blood flowed out from under his fist. The hero was covered in dark magic and fire. The Jigui vessel was activated and a firestorm was raging. Du-Woon was shocked. What an incredible aura. Changsun swung his arm to strike, and they clashed, repelling each other's attacks. Even if he was close to being an excellent fighter, he was suppressed. The guy looked at him with a mad look. He was simply a monster. The red ghost gritted his teeth. If he didn't kill him, he would become his daughter's problem. A dragon silhouette appeared behind him. Du-Woon looked confused. He had lost his target. Changsun stabbed him in the back. The opponent screamed in pain. Blood splashed onto the hero. His second hand flew off. So this is what despair is. Blood flowed from his eyes. The red faucet glittered, reflecting the light. Du-Woon fell into the water. Changsun smiled, ending the fight. He had changed. He had defeated an excellent soldier. There were several scrolls around the hero. He hadn't even read any of the 7 scriptures, and yet he was so powerful. The enemy's eyes resembled a snake's. The guy looked at him with a cold blue gaze. He must be no longer in the hands of the useless monarch. The boy stood over the fallen ghost. The divine being owl piercing the midnight claimed that evil people should be banished and praised the hero. He asked to kill him. The boy looked at him askance, saying that he still needed some information from him. The ghost lay motionless in the water, answering that he would not tell anything after he destroyed the lives of his children overnight. The hero smirked. He had used people many times because of his own greed, and now he wants to talk about justice. Du-Woon laughed. No matter what he said, he would not learn anything from nothing. He took the red button from his clothes, saying that he would ask someone else. The ghost loudly objected. The boy held a sign in his hand, the deputy clan leader, and looked at it carefully. He was sure that he wanted to save Quack Duan, right? The other person's clothes had the same emblem shining on them. She was engrossed in something. Someone asked to turn off take ignore him. The guy put his foot on the ghost's face, saying that only he would ask questions. If he wanted to save him, he should answer thoughtfully. He brought the sign to his mouth. 7 secret scriptures. What did she know about them? Yu Jin was sitting on a luxurious chair, asking if he was a spy from the White Tiger clan, but no, they would not ask. The guy asked her again. The girl frowned. The 5th scripture, he thinks she knows where it is. She grinned like that, and smiled. She thought she would be scared. If he wanted information, he would not be able to kill him easily, and told him to kill the ghost. In response, he said great. Yu Jin did not expect to hear this and grabbed the arms of the chair. He replied that he did as she asked and said goodbye. The girl was shocked. Anger and resentment appeared on her face. The boy used a skill. He made her angry and now she would come to find him. He flew up using the ability, thinking that the stats had improved while he used it in the ghoul's lair. He needed the ability for hand-to-hand combat, so this was great. New power was gathering under his feet. The power of soul blackmail was activated and Du Woon's ashes were successfully obtained. System message. Since he absorbed an object whose level was significantly higher, the level of soul blackmail was improved. He successfully absorbed the ability of the player Du Woon's Jade Strike of Destruction. The boy was surprised. Soul theft. System message. The divine being, the sadly crying ghost, despised him for stealing the ability that she gave to the follower. The boy quickly headed on, believing that Du Woon was a supporter of Lamishtu. Using his wings, he quickly covered the distance. Since he was not at war with the Zodiacs, he did not want to complicate his relationship with her, and he moved on. If the opportunity arises, he will apologize later. Amidst the grief, a cry was heard. The creature was a sad ghost. There was lightning all around. She had lost her follower. A group of people were walking along a ruined road. The girl turned her attention to them and turned to the elder. The people were heading towards them. She heard that the trap had been disarmed. Changsun 7, this madman, isn't he just a monster? He either eliminated or captured the MC's Yulianism that supported the seal. The hero walked among the crowd. When they asked how he did it, he replied that he was just lucky. The guy walked silently with the others. The dark-haired girl looked at him. She was standing further on one of the ruins. Someone was walking with a weapon in his hand. A man approached the guy from behind. He said not to clown around just because the leader was protecting him. He smiled strangely, saying that it was not strange that his head had rolled off in the middle of a sword fight. The boy did not even react. Did he dare to say anything in response? The man was angry at these words. Who knows when his head would roll off? He frowned and cursed at the boy. Another man came up from behind and called him. He frowned and said that he would like to share information about Changsun. This interested the man. The fortress stood among the snowy mountains. Yu Jin sat on the throne, thinking why he had to die like this. She was thinking. He left as he wished. A blue ball appeared next to her and landed on the floor. She found herself in the middle of the room. The crying ghost asked her if she wanted power and said that he would give her the opportunity if she wanted. The girl was surprised. A wide smile appeared on her face. She asked what she should do. The girl was surrounded by a bright light. The creature of the northern lights expressed concern. The sadly crying ghost neglected her patrons. The ghost would like to give her an ability. Black patterns appeared on her face and her eyes turned gold. A group of characters stood at the gray gate. The system reported that they had entered the peak of the Snowman dungeon. The dungeon mission was starting. The notification said that the mission theme was invasion. On the snowy plain, there was one castle called the Winter Palace. It was necessary to seize the castle to become the master of winter. Iyun looked ahead under the snow. The notification said that a blizzard was always raging on the snowy plain and the ground there was completely covered with glaciers. The snowmen lived here as if in their home and became experienced hunters. It was necessary to prepare for their ambush. The notification wished for victory. The heroes walked forward, covering their faces from the heavy snowfall. Someone asked why it was so cold. Even this winter clothing was not enough. People trudged forward through the snowdrifts. Someone said that this was crazy. They could not even see the thorn path. The heroes walked in several groups. Words were heard that the famous clan was going ahead. It was necessary to tear apart the ghostly Yujin. Yiyun looked away, thinking that if they continued to worry like this, they could easily fall for their machinations. Everything was complicated. It would be amazing if they could finish this fusion properly. She looked away. The girl looked at Changsun, wondering if he could show them something amazing and outstanding this time. The guy looked at her. The girl stood silently next to the gray-haired man. Gungquan patted the hero on the shoulder and exclaimed that it seemed that this witch liked him a little. Changsun thought that it was annoying. The mustachioed blonde smiled and said that there were quite a few men who wanted to hit on the Iron Witch. Most of them, of course, were almost shot in the head after a shootout with her. It was the first time she had shown interest in someone. He imagined a girl with a gun. Yi-Yoon, who is called the Iron Witch, is one of the world's elite scientists in the field of magic, and whenever her magic bulletproof revolver is loaded, it is like a cannon explosion. One of the few National X-class fighters, rumored to be the next gifted to become a supreme warrior. The girl looked back, since she is able to influence the president of the Korean Association. Even the large clans cannot neglect her. In essence, she represents the Korean Association. Dongkwon crossed his arms, thinking that he knew that he had a keen eye. Changsun remained silent. He jumped high, saying that since orders came from the leader, he will be out of order here. The blonde tried to stop him, but the hero was already rushing down the mountain. He ran quickly through the snow. The system reported that the flying tiger skill following the trail was activated. Someone asked what speed. The blonde touched his chin, saying that his greed would only get bigger and bigger. He had to get it before Ch1. Snow fell on the gray building of the Winter Palace. There was ice on the metal railings. Shouts were heard for them to hurry. This was not the time to be lazy. The man with the whip looked at the snow people, saying that they would not free their king until they found the permanent ice crystal. The man in armor looked at the cars with the red balls. The white monster's gaze was questioning. People were standing by the cars with the red balls. He thought he could not believe how much yawn of Igni there was. Are they trying to completely blow up this place? A group of snow people walked through the snowy cave. One of them asked the general, will he continue to watch the snow people suffer? Is he not thinking of taking the throne to save their kind? The general touched his chin, saying that there was only one king he served, and he was just his servant. The snowman sat on the white beast, saying that a servant had only one duty, to hope that his majesty would return safe and sound. Turning around, he shouted that although the people who took their king were trained, they would kill all the allied human forces. The white flying beast with the general flew over the gray castle. A red arrow appeared next to the item in the guy's hand. The system reported that the search rune was activated. The divine creature hunter season smacked her lips, saying that it would be much easier for her to hunt with such tools. The divine creature whirled and siring serpent clicked her tongue, saying that she must understand the manual of the runes in order to use them correctly. There were dark wings on the guy's back. He ran along the arrow, thinking that the assistant commander said that they were holding the king hostage in the young palace. Since the snowmen are loyal to their hierarchy, they cannot help obey Hyoff. The boy's eyes had black curls. He thought that the underground mine in the Winter Palace, the unchanging ice crystal lying in the center of the mine, and Higoff, and the snowman standing in the way, he needed to deal with everything in 3 hours. The hero ran faster, leaving a trace and thinking that he should hurry. Figures appeared at the snow cliffs above. The snowmen approached, baring their teeth, and ordered not to let the man survive. Changsun, surrounded by a glow, held swords in his hands and thought, why did this happen when he was in the biggest hurry? The system reported that the flame storm was furious. The figures of the snowmen were swept away by the bright glow. The boy jumped over the flaming snowman. Behind him were black and red wings. The hero turned over his shoulder. Stopping, he looked back and asked why they didn't come out already. There was a man hiding behind a rock, and he thought, how did he know? The gray-haired guy standing behind him told the green jacket guy that he was much stronger than what he was saying. He thought they should make extra payments. Turning around, he chuckled and agreed, telling them to make sure they took good care of everything. A group of people with swords ran forward. The gray-haired guy said that there was nothing that their squad couldn't kill. He could just watch everything from afar. The green jacket guy looked away and thought that Ju-Han had better do his job properly. He looked at the brown jacket guy and thought that the people from that Blood Wolf squad were quite reliable. The guy chuckled, thinking that the Gun-Ho division chief had given him a rather neat toy. Changsun stood there, looking at the approaching figures. His eye glowed yellow. The system reported that the beast's sense skill sharpened the senses to detect all hidden enemies. One of the guy's eyes was black with a yellow pupil. He thought that there were about 30 mercenaries and another 50 waiting behind them. The hero closed his eyes, thinking that he thought that they were escalating the situation to the point of killing him was very impressive, and out loud he called out to Jael. A black whirlwind appeared nearby. Without turning around, Changsun ordered the guy who appeared from the whirlwind to find them. Surrounded by flashes, the hero rushed forward. Changsun looked at the 2 blue circles in front of him. From them, the figure of Ju-Han appeared with a sword. The man with the scar smiled, saying that since the snowstorm was raging, he would kill him without pain. Looking at him, Changsun chuckled and said that he could try. In place of the hero, there were only blue beams. The system reported that the storm skill of the flying tiger following the trail was activated and the stealth technique was used. The eyes of the mercenaries widened in shock. A notification appeared that a trap with an explosive device was activated. An explosion was produced. Bright flashes of an explosion appeared ahead. A man standing to the side saw the explosion and shouted about his squad. What the hell? The man standing in front of the group shouted, insulting the others. The man with axes ran in front of the group, shouting that they could not deal with one person. He looked questioningly to the side. A wave of snow was approaching them. He shouted that it was an avalanche. A strong avalanche covered people. Cries for help were heard from under the thickness. Curls of fire appeared in space. Changsun hovered above the mountain. The system reported that he successfully destroyed all the enemies. Having landed on the ground, the guy called Jiao. The system reported that the divine creature hunting season claimed that she enjoyed watching his heated battle and her eyes were shining. The divine creature whirled encircling serpent claimed that his trick was more terrifying than evil itself and nodded his head. The divine creature tiger submerged in hardship laughed, mockingly saying that they were buried alive like fools. The figure of the white-haired man in blue armor appeared from behind. The men fell onto the snow. They were standing in front of Changsun towering on the hill. They looked at him in fear. The guy in brown pleaded, and the guy in green added that they would do whatever he said. They turned to each other and began to shout angrily. The dark-haired one shouted that he had actually done nothing wrong. He refused until the very end, and he kept dragging him into this. The second one replied that this was nonsense. He was the one who hired the squad and said that they should be confident. Looking at them, Changsun exhaled, hearing their curses. The guy angrily pointed his finger at his comrade, shouting that his father was the leader of Yonseum. Since he followed him, the mercenaries would be able to enter the dungeon. And also the future head of the strategic department colluded with him and gave him a strange flute. Looking at them, Changsun asked again. The hand was holding a musical instrument. Worm flute, using special sound waves, controls varieties of worms. Type flute, action control worms, causes mental disorder. The hero held the instrument, asking, was he trying to kill him by controlling the worms inside him or what? The standing guys raised their eyebrows and stretched out at the same time. Looking at them, Changsun said that he had already learned that the white tiger was feeding his charges worms in the training center, secretly hiding them in food. The boy's figure was enveloped in black and red swirls. He said that he had already burned everything in him to death. The opponent's eyes widened in shock, thinking that he already knew everything. Drops of blood splashed. The player holding the weapon turned around, saying to Gun-Ho and Yang Seum, the creatures that were dragging him down were so annoying. With wings on his back, he quickly ran on, saying that he had wasted too much time here. The system reported that the skill storm of the flying tiger following the trail was activated and the body lightning technique was in effect. Snow fell near the gray castle. Fingers touched the glow. A man with black marks on his face looked out surrounded by a red haze. The system reported that the divine creature sorrowful crying spirit was warning that the enemy was approaching. Changsun with wings stood in front of the gray castle. The system reported that he had arrived at the Winter Palace. The curse of the Ghoul Cave will activate in 40 minutes. The hero said that he should hurry and find the unchanging ice crystal. A group of people were making their way in the blizzard. A man said that it was too cold. The system reported that the divine being the snake that wraps around the world asked what he was doing with his magic and condemned his family member. Junkyu smiled contentedly, saying that it was warm. The magic was activated and the effect of the cold was reduced. The divine being the snake that wraps around the world let out a light sigh. The people in warm jackets were standing nearby. One of them said, "What's the point if the artifacts don't even work?" The other added that this is why the 5-star sword hasn't done anything yet. The guy in the hood looked ahead. The girl stood with a green backpack on her back. He wondered if Yunseo was really not cold at all. He couldn't even challenge her at the minimum level. He looked up thinking, where did Changsun go? He smiled imagining the hero and remembered his words that if it was him and Yunseo, I'm sure they could handle it, let them not shake too much. He thought he could do it. The girl calmly looked ahead. There was a green sign with a mask on it in front. Yunquan looked there and called out to Ebile, who said that it seemed like that was it. The blonde said that he thought something was too quiet, let them prepare for an ambush. The brunette with a bandage on his forehead shouted that all the snowmen were Hyoff's subordinates, let the Earth Myung family avenge their comrades. He turned around to look at Yiyun, who shouted to keep up with the group. A dark figure appeared in the sky. The system reported that the influence of magical power was spreading and suppressing the battlefield. The chaos curse was activated. The brunette frowned and said that they were approaching from above. The snowman stood on his flying beast. The system reported that the great general of winter had appeared. People rushed to attack. The man said that he was the great general of the bad guys that he had heard about. The snowman flew at the man from above. A bright beam of impact appeared. Jinseok blocked the sword, shouting that it would kill him. He was shocked to see how his blade shattered into pieces. The snowman's eye was shining. The man looked at him in shock. The man's body was crossed by a bright beam of impact. The system reported that player Jinseok was dead. The snowman looked to the side. He blocked the pink beam with his sword. Higoff looked at her. Yiyun held a revolver. Pink smoke appeared from the barrel. The girl frowned, holding the weapon. In front of him stood a gray column with an image of a man. Changsun stood on it in the palace. The system reported that he entered the Winter Palace. The divine being the snake that wraps the world sparkles with its eyes at the high-grade work of art. The divine being the owl that pierced through the twilight let out a faint but warm smile. Changsun looked to the side, thinking that the snowmen were an outstanding civilization that had achieved perfection due to their high intelligence, but were used by the gods in constellations, and eventually lost their power. The dungeon was a fragment of the world that had met its end. The hero looked ahead and thought that the reason why the hill was shrouded in bone-chilling cold and full of snowstorms compared to the real world was because of the meaninglessness of the gods and constellations after they met their end. The hero walked along the broken pillars, thinking that one could consider them unfortunate, but they were just moving puppets without a soul. The boy climbed the stairs, thinking that in the map he got after killing the illusionists, there was a vault under these steps. He stopped on the steps, looking at the snowmen and men who were shouting at them to hurry. The snowmen were carrying boxes with red balls. Words were heard that while their general was holding back the volunteers, let them finish mining. Let it flow more carefully. He wants everyone to die together. Looking out from behind the wall, Changsun thought, is this the yawn of Agni? The hero frowned, thinking that they wanted to blow up the mine to get to the unchanging ice crystal. Flames appeared around the guy. The man with the whip shouted at the workers to hurry if they wanted to save their king. The snowmen frowned. One of them said that one day he would kill all these people. They were amazed to see a whirlwind of fire. The man looked ahead in surprise and thought, what the hell? A figure shrouded in fire was approaching them. The light from the window illuminated the figure of a girl. Yujin, with black marks on her face, said that the bad person is here. Purple swirls of flame appeared around her. The system reported that the divine being the sadly weeping sprite swears to avenge the family using the power she gave him. Changsun's silhouette appeared among the red smoke. The system reported that he has successfully exterminated a large number of evil people. His achievement has been recognized and his cultivation is leaning towards good. Currently the ratio is 45 good, 55 evil. The guy looked ahead carefully. The system reported that he found a 100-year-old frozen iron vault. A blue glow appeared behind the rectangular ice flows. The system reported that the hero opened the breath of the Ice King. Changsun touched his cheek, thinking that he did not expect this at all. In front of him, white crystals hovered. He thought they were 8 lowland ice crystals. A notification appeared that the divine being good season to hunt was surprised at how pure the crystals were. Divine being the snake that wraps around the world asks if he wants to give up one of these crystals as an offer. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardship states that it would be obvious to offer it to the king who grants blessings. Divine being the owl that pierces through the twilight coughs and says that these crystals are very attractive. Divine being the great demon that chases after the abbas looks on curiously. Changsun thought with a dissatisfied look that he had no intention of giving them up at all. He stretched out his palms, sending out white whirlwinds, and thought that they would be quite suitable as components for creating divine weapons. The guy smiled as he looked at the crystals and thought that he now saw why they were holding on to the 5-star sword. Even he was weak, and why Hyoff wanted it so desperately. The hero grabbed the crystal, thinking that if you think about it, this cold comes from the permanent ice crystal. It is very cold. If not for the flame, it would be much harder. The system reported that the eyes of the divine being are shining. The divine being the good season to hunt is melting with happiness under the influence of the flame of the end of the world. The divine being the snake that wraps around the world looks in languid anticipation. Bright rays emanated from the crystal in the guy's hand. A notification appeared that the poison of incredible cold permeates the entire body. The smiling guy's face was covered in ice. He froze with his hand outstretched in an ice statue. The system reported the breath of the Ice King. A gift from the ancestor of the Snow People, the Ice King, remained for his descendants. It emits cold air and blue rays all year round. If you take it without the appropriate level of strength, then everything will end in imprisonment in the ice, so you need to be careful when handling it. Treasure type, component, effect cold spread, permafrost. The Ice King's breath exerts strong resistance. A bright explosion shattered the ice. The boy surrounded by fire clutched the ice crystal. The system reported that the first form of the Doomsday Flame was exerting measures. More bright swirls spread from the crystal in the boy's hand. The system reported that the resistance between the Ice King's breath and the first form of the Doomsday Flame had reached its climax. The boy with fire around his eyes heard a voice asking, "Who is he?" The crystal in his hand was shining. The voice asked, "Who is he and why is he trying to hold on to his existence?" Surrounded by swirls of flame, Changsun gritted his teeth when he heard that he was not even his descendant and ordered him to shut up. Red flashes appeared in the ice. The system reported that the flame storm crushed all resisting will. The resistance of the Ice King's breath fell. Changsun stood next to the floating white crystals and saw a notification that he had received 8 pieces of Ice King's breath and said that it was excellent. The guy's eye was black with a yellow pupil. He said that he thought there were about 10 minutes left. A figure appeared in the blue. Yujin was approaching with his hair flying. Looking to the side, Changsun said that a ghost had also arrived. He silently turned away. His eyes widened when he saw a notification that the dominant monster Ice King invited him to an unidentified space. Would he accept the invitation? Changsun was surprised when he heard a voice in his head saying that he was wondering who took the founder's life, but if he thought about it, it could have been a human, not one of their kind. The guy thought it was telepathy. A voice was heard among the blue ice floes, saying that there was no need to worry so much, he was just an old man who would die soon. The hero stood among the ice floes and heard that he only needed a second of time. Apparently, he still had everything ahead of him. He thought that there was no evil intent. An information window appeared in front of the guy, which said that he had received an invitation. He stood in front of the opening shining portal. When Changsun entered, ripples spread like water and a notification appeared that he had entered the lair of the Ice King. Brown-haired saw a throne with a creature sitting on it, who said that he really condescended to such an old man. He must be a good person. On the throne sat an old snowman. This is the ruler of monsters, the Ice King of level 90. The hero thought in surprise, his level is 90. The divine creature, the snake that wraps the world, asks, "What is this block of ice talking about and why is it mocking?" The divine creature, the owl that pierces trough the twilight, says that the king is right and nods in response. Divine being the tiger that has been trapped in hardships rudely notes that he is more of a fool than a good person. The old king closed his eyes and said that so many divine beings showed such a violent reaction. Although he may be on his deathbed, he still has a keen eye. Looking at him, Changsun wondered if he could see them. The Ice King opened his eyes slightly, saying that if he was referring to the messages from the rulers of heaven, then yes, although a few of them seem strange, it is not that important. Calmly looking at him, the hero thought he knew it since he used telepathy. He is of the highest category. Would such a being fall for a simple illusion technique? It is impossible. Standing in front of the throne, the hero declared that he was deceiving his people. The old man asked, "Is it really that way?" The brown-haired man replied that it did not look like he was suffering from hallucinations at all. The Ice King sitting on the throne laughed and said that he thought he looked quite young from the outside. Unfortunately, he was wrong. The crowned snowman asked how a person with such a broad mind had not yet figured this out. Where was that place? Changsun's eyes widened in shock. It was as if he was covered in a black and white filter. The system reported that the beast's sense skill had sharpened all senses. The space turned sepia. The hero said that this was the mental sphere. The Ice King bowed his head, saying that it was true. He might have been confused. Close to death, he had fallen victim to a woman called a phantom. The hero looked at the king, who said that because of this, his children were suffering now. He thought to himself that she must have been pleased with herself at the time of his death. Looking forward, Changsun asked for what reason he invited him. In his eyes, he should also be an enemy. The Ice King stood up and replied, "The poor children following this king. Will he be able to save his subordinates?" The snowman raised his hand, spreading white rays, and said that it was sad to see them aping just to save such an old and dying king. He asks for help. Of course there will be a reward. The system reported that the king's treasures had appeared. The Ice King pointed to a mountain of gold, saying that these were all treasures that had been accumulated over countless times. He would give them all away. On top of the coins stood a chest of gold and weapons. The divine being good seasoned to hunt would take care of the celebration for the treasures. The divine being the snake that wraps the world said that a dying mortal was quite good and clicked his tongue. Looking at the treasures, Changsun said no, he would refuse. The Ice King looked at him in surprise. He bowed his head, saying that the reason was that. He looked with tired eyes, continuing that they were just fragments of the world, shadows without a soul, remaining on this earth. The image of the treasury shattered like broken glass. Looking at the king, the hero asked, did he know? The Yeti stared back, asking how could he not know? This is a world that is empty, except for creatures of their kind. The boy in the black cloak thought that even if they were highly intelligent, the monsters in the dungeon did not understand that they were empty, and if they realized it, the system would intervene for the safety of the dungeon. He imagined the images of Yeti in the shards, thinking that the dungeon, the imprints of a world that no longer existed, a world that had met its end. He imagined the red planet among the shards, thinking that the creatures inside were also just traces of the existence of that time. A shining crack appeared on the plane. That was why all dungeons must be destroyed by any means possible. Because of their instability, there is no way to know when they will explode, and there is a possibility that the seed of the end could penetrate into the ordinary world in the form of poison. Changsun looked ahead, thinking that although the Ice King's circumstances were sad, Smooth Snowman Hill should also be closed. If he saved the snowman, he would not be able to close the dungeon. The Ice King looked at the hero and said that this was such a pitiful picture. The so-called he was breathing, thinking and talking to him here and now, to think that all this was fake even though it seemed so real. The snowman closed his eyes and shouted that the Ice King had already fallen and all that remained was a trace. Then what was he standing here in this place? He walked away, hearing Changsun reply that he did not understand what he was talking about. Looking down, the guy said that he was the Ice King. The monster standing behind asked how he could be the Ice King. The real king had disappeared. The man retorted that he might be the real Ice King, but he was also the Ice King. Turning around, Changsun said that he said that about himself, he breathes, thinks and speaks with him now and here. Then he is the Ice King, what else could he be? The snowman looked at him in surprise. The divine being good season to hunt said that it was too difficult to understand and rolled his eyes. The divine being the snake that wraps the world nodded and said that there was a deep understanding in their existence. Looking down, the king said that since he existed here, he was the Ice King, he should have rethought it, although it was such a simple conclusion. He thought that he had developed his mind a lot, but he still had a long way to go. Changsun looked at the king, who asked if he could ask him for a favor, and replied that he had to hear it first. The king closed his eyes and said that he would like to die on his own terms. Instead of this system and its mission being a violent violation of the laws, would he help him? Instead of answering, the boy waved his hand and blood gushed out. Changsun held a blade in his hand. Surrounded by drops of blood, he replied that he could definitely help him with this. Looking down, the Ice King said that it was the right decision to invite him there. Sitting on the throne, he managed to thank him. The king's image was shining with fire. The system reported that the Ice King's lair was closing. Changsun stood among the ice floes. A notification appeared that he had destroyed the Beast Lord, the Ice King. He received a significant amount of experience. His level increased. The wind fluttered his hair. The system reported that the divine creature, the owl that pierces trough the twilight, was comforting him, deep in thought. Changsun looked ahead. Among the snowy mountains, a notification appeared that the Beast Lord was dead. The commander of the king, who was holding back all the snow people, was released. Chaos broke out among the snow people who had lost their leader. A girl in a fluttering dress flew forward. The sadly weeping sprite, a divine being, approaches him. Yujin bared her teeth angrily, cursing and saying that it was the same man. It was definitely him. The man was coughing up blood from being choked. The snowmen held the man, screaming that they said that if they listened to them, the king would live. The monsters choked and held the people, asking why. The people looked at Yujin floating above, saying that it was the song of the flames of the underworld. A huge explosion was heard. The snowmen screamed that it was hot. A notification said that the sadly weeping sprite, a divine being, was with them. Yujin, with a crazy expression, laughed and wished for death, saying that they were vile monsters. The snowmen looked at the girl, saying that they would finish her first. One of them turned around and said that it was because of her that their king ended up like this. He turned to look at the red glow in the ice behind him. Changsun was approaching with wings on his back. He had a mask with a smile on his face. The monsters surrounded by smoke were screaming that they were hot. The guy in the mask was flying towards the girl. She opened her eyes wide, screaming that he had finally shown himself. The heroes collided, surrounded by the glow. Debris flew away. Frowning, Yujin asked how he dared to appear in front of her. She would kill him at any cost. A smile was visible through the mask. The guy said that he had finally shown himself. He grabbed the girl's wrist. Looking through the mask, he said he would show a trick. The girl's eyes were wide open. She asked what he was talking about. Did he really think he would survive after going to war with them? Changsun, holding her hand, said he would see. Yujin's gaze was surprised. She saw a notification that 24 hours had passed. The curse of the ghoul cave had begun. She looked to the side. The notification said that she had entered the ghoul cave. A 7-day quest had begun. She needed to survive the next 24 hours. The man in armor swung his sword at her. A timer appeared, which read 23595972. Yujin turned around in shock. The sword left a bright mark, cutting off her hand. The girl, closing her eyes, screamed in pain. Among the snowy mountains, notifications appeared that the ruler of the monsters, the Ice King, was dead. The commander of the king, who was holding back all the snowmen, was released. Chaos began among them. People in winter jackets looked at the notifications in surprise. Yiyun stood in front of the snowman with a sword. Baring his teeth, he said that their king was dead. The guy ran to the girl, shouting for her to go away. The brunette turned around angrily and ordered him not to come closer. Seokti's body was covered with a huge sword. He called out for the leader in shock, blood dripping from his mouth. Yujin looked on in shock, screaming his name. The snowman threw his sword over his shoulder and said that all this was the result of humans defaming their lands. He frowned angrily, saying that therefore they should also tear their king apart and enjoy it. The monsters on the flying beasts dropped explosive balls down. A huge explosion was heard behind Yujin. Shouts were heard that these were Igni pearls, they should dodge. The girl frowned angrily. The system reported that she was under the protection of the divine being, the owl that pierces trough the twilight. It introduced a girl in green armor. The gray-haired man smiled. The notification said that she was under the protection of the divine being, strife-driven war god. The fair-haired boy was holding a glass of wine and was under the protection of the divine being, he who inspires madness. She imagined a man with a red beard and was under the protection of the divine being, Vulcan or blacksmith. Yi-Yun was running with a gun in her hand. She extended her hand, aiming at the surprised Yeti's forehead. He blocked the bullet with his sword, leaving a bright mark. A bright purple flash occurred. The girl ran away from the explosion, holding the boy. Holding the bloody Seok-Ti, she asked him to hold on. The Yeti grinned, saying that she was the most annoying person at the moment. He angrily opened his mouth, shouting that he would personally kill her. Purple rays flew forward. Several balls surrounded by a purple glow flew forward. The armored ghoul was surrounded by a bright glow. The enemy stood on a cliff, swinging his sword. Looking down, the man in the golden helmet said that he thought it was strange that unknown people appeared from the sky in the middle of a battle. The flaming Yujin held the staff and heard him hope that she brought something useful. Her eyes turned white. She angrily shouted to him to make sure that she shut his mouth. Bright flashes flew from the combatants. Changsun sat on a rock. The system reported that the stealth rune was activated. The guy said that he was worried that they would team up, but fortunately they did not get along. In his hand, he held a glowing crystal. He said that he did not expect Lamishtu to give her the Song of the Flames of the Underworld. The system reported that he received the Breath of the Ice King. The brown-haired man brought the crystal to his mouth, saying that since he bought a little time, then I am sure it will be enough to complete the strengthening of the bones. The protagonist began to put a piece of ice in his mouth. A bright aura immediately began to erupt around him, a notification that he had absorbed the Frost King's breath. He was immediately stunned and his eyes widened as his entire body was covered in ice and he was poisoning his body with an excess of ice. The protagonist frowned and looked forward, emitting a bright light. The effect of the first form of the World's End Flame and immunity to 10 poisons were activated and the ice poisoning was neutralized. His magic expanded and new properties of magic were acquired, and they conflicted with the existing magic. Changsun began to scream under the streams of fiery aura, a notification that the detoxification had failed and the conflict had escalated. The deity of the hunting time claimed that he was in critical condition and was worried about him. The brunette bared his teeth strongly under the streams of aura. The world-twirling snake deity claimed that his act was insane, and it was not without reason. Notification that his physical strength was fading incredibly quickly. He recalled standing in front of his mentor, who asked him to swallow this breath and considered it nonsense. The old man looked at the boy and stated that he was aiming for a big conflict. Brown-haired was curious to know if it turned out that the mentor lied, then asked him to better prepare for the consequences. The mentor through his thick hair said that the boy should remember the basics of strengthening bones that he taught him. Brown-haired looked at the old man with disdain and stated that it was a flame implanted in the heart and the top engraved with frost. The mentor from under his bangs noted that this was so, and he asked him to place the flame he had already acquired closer to the heart. Changsun stood in front of a group of magicians and an old man. The boy suggested that if he were to restore the brazier of magical power using his heart as its base, it would be a good idea, but then his heart would burn. The mentor stood in front of the boy. He explained to Changsun why he needed to find the perfect point of contact to cool him down. The mentor stated through his hair that it was so because it was the point where the opposing elements would be in harmony and not conflict. He asked the brown-haired man what the properties of the flames of the end of the world were. The boy frowned and replied that it was fire and darkness. The mentor then asked him about the eternal ice crystals. The main character looked through his bangs and noted that it was ice and darkness, and he understood everything. He also realized that since the eternal ice crystal was created from the essence of the moon that leaked into the permafrost, the properties of ice and darkness were combined. The old man stood in front of his king and noted that both had a common denominator, which was darkness, and since he was acknowledged by the king of the underworld, he had managed to gain an extremely high level of control over the essence of darkness. Thanatos looked at the guy with a sneer. The brunette tore his clothes from the flow of powerful energy. The core of the brazier of magical power was moved to his heart, and the ice magic penetrated his bones to strengthen there. Notification that the structure was being adjusted. Changsun's eyes bulged, being in his reasoning. He realized that his physical body would become hard as ice and his heart would become active like an open fire, increasing the potential of the body to the maximum. He tried to figure out what the most terrible thing would be and realized that if it happened that he reconstructed his body, then he would have an ability that he did not have before. A powerful explosion of blue and fiery flames rang out. Then the blue core emitted light onto the fiery streams. The naked brunette stood in the space with blue flames. He realized that since he had structured everything, including his feelings and cognitive abilities, thinking, physique, personality, and contained fire and ice, the properties would not lean to one side. The main character looked upset, clenching his fists. He understood that he had created the perfect dish for himself, combining everything. Notification that he had opened the fiery heart and the cold peak. He also received a new feature of fortified bone. Fortified bone description card. It was a form in which he had a fire spirit in his heart and a cold spirit in his body. Only the strengths of both properties were used to create powerful immunity and immunity to decline in strength. Self-healing and tireless cardiorespiratory endurance, the special characteristics of these properties. The brown-haired man grinned slightly, frowning. The guy understood that when the majority and the Constellation saw this, they would go crazy. The protagonist crossed his arms sarcastically and looked up, looking at the pop-up notifications. The snake deity that wrapped around the world shook its head, claiming that it was no longer even surprised. Another owl deity congratulated him and thought about a suitable gift. The tiger deity that was trapped in deprivation was happy that its family member had become stronger. The message from the majority of the twins showed great interest in one of their faces. The brunette stunned, his eyes bulged. He immediately bared his teeth maliciously, realizing that it was Castor and Pollux. He looked out from under his bangs arrogantly and tried to figure out which of them it was. Suddenly, he looked back, puzzled. He looked to the side in a daze. He looked up and saw two magical funnels that looked like eyes. The great demon deity reacted sharply at the next abyss, burning through the underworld with his eyes. The same deity tried to reach him with its evil hands. He stepped forward, and the ground cracked. He immediately began to fall down with shards of glass. He looked at what was happening with a daze and was perplexed. The great demon deity reacted sharply at the next abyss and took him to his divine lands. He landed in a dark magical space. He began to look around angrily from under his brows, trying to understand what kind of place it was. A notification that his Viper Eye ability was activated. Suddenly, for some unknown reason, it was deactivated. All subsequent abilities also tried to activate, but were suddenly deactivated for some unknown reason. He stood in a dark space and thought that this was really a divine territory and did not understand why the demon brought him here. Brown-haired looked carefully to the side when Pale's gaze was directed at him. He saw the demon's blue magical gaze in front of him. Changsun was completely stunned and bulged his eyes to the side, a message that the power of Kalakagathia was having a hard time coping. The demonic blue eye looked at the guy and asked who he was. The main character in space camouflage tried to understand who he was. The demon answered the guy through the flames that he was an abyss. A bright light spread in the dark space. Lightning discharges began to sparkle in front of the main character. The owl deity, piercing the dim light, descended on the territory of the majority of Pale. The brunette looked at what was happening in surprise. He saw in front of him a divine girl with a spear named Minerva. The girl in armor snapped her fingers and told the mortal man that there was no place for him here because he was standing in the way of the hero and therefore asked him to leave. Changsun immediately began to fall into another space. He bulged his eyes in a daze. He saw how Minerva was heading for the demonic eye. The demon asked the girl not to stand in his way, but she answered the Constellation that his actions were contrary to the pact. She added that this guy had nothing to do with what he was pursuing. Changsun saw the blurred silhouettes of the demon and the deity girl. Notifications suddenly began to pop up. For unknown reasons, the connection with the Pale space was severely broken and the lost data was trying to be restored. The game system was reconnected. The protagonist found himself in a mountainous area and tried to find out what it was. Messages from deities began to surface. A deity reacted strongly during a hunt and asked if the master was injured. A snake coiled around the world asked how he was able to bypass causality. A deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, opened its eyes in rage at the possibility of losing its family members. A boy bared his teeth in disgust and said that it was disgusting. Changsun stood on the field under the cover of a fiery aura. A notification that Jigwe's vessel had been activated. The protagonist looked through his bangs with disdain and thought that it was a shame because he could have completed the strengthening of the bones. The brunette began to be enveloped in a dark aura and thought that he would not be able to resist Mephistopheles in any way, and he was too weak. He needed to restore his former strength or even surpass her. He immediately soared into the sky with the help of black wings. He wanted to first absorb everything that was here. His gaze was directed upward and the ability of the Viper's Eye found the target. A powerful beam of energy was directed at the mountain canyon. The red-haired girl at this time was fighting with the Viking. She angrily bared her teeth and Changsun understood that Jian Yujin was a magician, but the Scarlet King of Murders was a martial artist and it seemed that personal combat was difficult for her. The main character flew under black wings and realized that he could not let her die until the Mac girl told him about the 7 mysterious scriptures of H-San. The time remained 1936, 59 seconds. Yujin stretched her hand forward towards the blue magic. The deity, a sadly crying ghost, asked to know why he couldn't come up with a better tactic since he took her power. This same majority wanted to know if he was really a blood relative of her follower. The girl bared her teeth angrily and understood that she had to quickly defeat this king of murders and take the Hao mask. A healthy master of murders was flying towards her, and she understood that he continued to predict her as well as reflect them. The Scarlet King bared his teeth angrily, and the girl considered him a player trying to defeat the boss monster. This healthy warrior flew away in a white beam with the ball. He appeared behind the girl and thanked her for such an interesting fight. He looked at her with disdain, baring his teeth, and declared that as a reward after her death, he would make her his new vessel. Yujin looked away in a daze. Her red hair fluttered because she was flying backwards. A powerful energy beam pierced the ground. Smoke rose from the impact site. An exhausted girl lay on the ground. She bared her teeth with heaviness and stretched out her hand. Suddenly, she was surprised when her hand began to glow with an aura. The deity, a sadly crying ghost, rose from its place. The girl's eyes were full of mental pain. In her pupils, she could see how the King of Murders was flying towards her. Suddenly, a powerful fiery explosion occurred. The King of Murders ran into something incomprehensible with the ball. He looked forward with anger, recognizing the obstacle. The main character smiled maliciously under the mask and declared that Yujin was his. Changsun directed a stream of fire towards the healthy king. They fought each other in the fiery space. The Scarlet King opened his mouth wide and noticed that the guy had become stronger. From under the mask, Changsun grinned and declared that he had become much more than just stronger. He aimed a powerful barrage of light attacks at the Murder King. A powerful explosion in the sky sent them flying. The Murder King flew back along with his cape and asked what the boy did. The protagonist also flew back and said that no one knew. The masked boy was slightly confused that his enemy assumed that he came from outside. They stood opposite each other in a cloud of dust. The protagonist asked the enemy if he knew the structure of the cave. The big guy replied that he had suffered the curse of that place, just like Changsun. The Crimson King looked ahead and clenched his fists. He added that even if the boy went outside, he would not be able to stay there for more than a day, and no one would have time to become as strong as him, and he knew it very well. The Murder King grinned furiously and said that he must make him a member of his family, no matter what it took. He immediately swung the ball and flew at the protagonist. A powerful barrage of explosions with an aura was heard. The monsters on the ground looked up. These were the king's subjects, who were horrified. The King of Murders opened his mouth wide and laughed, because no one could have thought that he would have so much fun in this cave. He stared ahead and said that when he was a man, Jin, the successor of the Frisia family, he experienced the same feelings while in battle. At that time, the King of Murders stood on the ruins and looked at the building. The blonde grinned maliciously at that moment. Now he stuck his sword into the ground. The Scarlet King decided to sit down, leaning on the sword. He replied that it was very exciting. He was sorry that he spent most of his energy fighting this witch. The king slyly looked out from under his helmet and asked what Changsun was going to entertain him with this time. The character soared higher with the help of fire. In his demonic form, he stood in the shackles of a fiery aura. A silhouette of a roaring tiger appeared above him. He immediately soared into the air with his dark wings. The ability of the first claw of the Black Mountain Lord was bursting out. He immediately directed dark streams, auras towards the Scarlet King. The King of Murders immediately swung his sword. Dark energy began to press on the big guy. He began to scream in pain. The protagonist closely watched the torment of the King of Murders. The ability of the second claw of the Black Mountain Lord appeared. The big guy bared his teeth in bewilderment, looking back. He saw the silhouette of a roaring lion flying towards him. A powerful stream of light irradiated the Scarlet King. Energy brightly lit up the space. After what happened, the space was filled with clouds of smoke. The Scarlet King lay on the ground in the smoke. He looked forward with heaviness and did not try to find out what it was. The brown-haired man looked down on his enemy and said that it was a tiger claw. The Red King began to laugh loudly as his body evaporated. The protagonist arrogantly extended his hand and received a huge amount of Biwai properties. He absorbed all the dark matter into his hand and successfully received all the properties of Biwai. He defeated the last Biwai and could choose the next Biwai. He solemnly extended his hand and a notice popped up that he could make any candidate a member of his family. The brown-haired man immediately smiled maliciously and realized that he could create a loyal slave. It was a glowing mask of a mystical creature. Biwai was a mystical creature known for having absorbed the royal tiger disaster in the past and had a vile character and sometimes tested the strength of its master. The brown-haired man grinned maliciously and thought that he could make it a member of his family, which meant he could create a loyal slave. He imagined various moments from the past with a haughty look. The boy realized that he would need the help of the organization if he wanted to rise in the hierarchy like the 12th Zodiac or the ruler of the Abyss. He also realized that if the organization grew and its members were gods and constellations, it would become a society. The Biwai creature hovered above the puzzled character. He thought about how the absorbed properties of Biwai had reached a critical point, causing him to become incorporeal. He imagined himself channeling magic onto the girl with a puzzled look. Changsun knew that he should have made sure that he had no other motives and then started giving him some of his experience points. The brunette touched his chin in confusion and thought that he couldn't level up so quickly, all because he couldn't decide on the majority and he had Jayo all. He squinted slightly through his bangs. He remembered the warrior standing on a pile of corpses with balls. It was a blue-haired girl, shrouded in rain. At that moment, he ran to the girl's lifeless body, realizing that he was already experienced enough to understand how far he could go alone. The boy stared ahead and realized that there was nothing to think about. The Biwai creature hovered above the protagonist, who had chosen the Scarlet King of Murder as his Biwai. The mystical creature looked at its master in shock. The mystical creature began to absorb the blonde. The Scarlet King in the shackles of Biwai perked up. He noted that he would never have thought that he could awaken like this and realized that they wanted to try to make him a member of their family. Changsun carefully looked to the side and realized that this guy was strong and asked if it was possible to do this. The blonde squinted ahead and stated that there was no rule against doing this because this was a cave where the winner took everything. The Scarlet King explained that Changsun had won and therefore he could take him. The blonde looked away with disdain and stated that the recognition of him as his master would remain with him. The brunette looked away in bewilderment and realized that the guy did not intend to do this, but simply wanted to rest. The main character stood sideways to the Scarlet King and said that he would let him go. The brunette looked back and asked the blonde if he wanted to go home. The blonde looked at the guy dumbfounded and asked what he was hinting at. The main character enveloped himself in fire and said that he would not tell him meaningless things like that he was loyal to him. He asked him to follow him and did not promise to take him home now, but sooner or later he would do it. Changsun grinned slightly and said that he swears by this flame. The blonde looked warily through his bangs and said why would he believe it. They stood opposite each other. The main character crossed his arms and said that it could have been done just like that. It was better this way than doing something under pressure. If he had hope, then he would be less irritated. The blonde grabbed his head with a mocking grin and noted that the guy was a weirdo. He put his hands behind his back and looked away. The Crimson King said that he was sure that leaving here was better than staying here in captivity. The Crimson King looked away with a sneer and asked the guy to be careful, because he was not one to be submissive and hated being controlled. The brunette looked back mockingly and said that they would see. The blonde looked down on Changsun and said that the more he got to know him, the weirder the guy seemed, and therefore aroused his interest. The blonde decided to kneel down. The knight bowed before the protagonist, who was giving him freedom, and asked to give him a new name so that he could serve under it. The protagonist looked intently at the blonde and said that his name would be Jin Frisia. The blonde was slightly surprised, his eyes wide. He was numbly imagining his previous appearance and knew that his name was Jin. He was the heir of the famous descendant of the powerful Frisia family. Frisia tried to get up under the rays of light. He realized that he had met a strange gentleman. Light began to radiate onto the blonde and he was given a name. Being a member of the family, the name Biwai Frisia, from now on he would be his sword and protection. Healthy Frisia clenched his fists in front of his master and asked him about the First Order. Changsun waved his hand, giving his subject a spear. The brown-haired man looked sarcastically at Frisia and asked him to take it. Behind the blonde stood a whole crowd of silhouettes. The main character asked the subject to destroy them. Frisia looked at the guy in surprise. He realized that just moments ago these people were his subordinates, and now Changsun wanted him to kill them with his own hands, and for him it turned out to be more interesting than he thought. The blonde looked back angrily and realized that this was enough to check his condition. Frisia's current class was level 1, and he needed to reach level 10 and get a higher rank. His monster subjects looked at what was happening in horror. The blonde looked at them with contempt. He immediately jumped down from the cliff. Frisia grinned maliciously. Notification that a member of the Frisia family was releasing the main art of the family spear. He immediately began to kill monsters with streams of light. Changsun watched as his subject ran to finish off the crowd. His subjects did not understand why their king began to kill them after being resurrected. The protagonist looked away with a demonic gaze and realized that since this was sorted out, it was necessary to proceed further. At this time, the exhausted Yujin was lying on the ground. The brown-haired man sullenly looked forward through the black aura because his forked tiger eye noticed the witch. He needed to find out about the 7 mysterious H-San manuscripts. The protagonist continued to look ahead sullenly as the deities began to speak. The sad crying ghost looked at him with hostility and cursed him. Changsun crossed his arms as the deities began to talk a lot. The sad crying ghost swore to avenge her offense and scared him by choosing a new supporter to finish off the protagonist. He also added that he was sadly biting his nails while looking at him. Time of hunting added for the ghost to leave here because he was making a lot of noise. Brown-haired looked away indifferently and asked about Gerald. The naked protagonist crossed his arms as the deity Time of Hunting rolled her eyes and asked if that cowardly man was still around. The protagonist closed his eyes and noted that he knew all along that Gerald was watching. Time of Hunting claimed that that coward was definitely not here. The guy made a face of displeasure and called Gerald and said if he did not show himself, he would refuse any trade. Suddenly, a bright light lit up behind the guy. Fat Gerald tried to squeeze through the gate. The admin said that the elders continued to pick on him and not that he did not benefit from their connection, but added that from so much stress, he began to overeat and gain weight. Fat Gerald jumped to the ground. Hunting Time was amazed at where Gerald came from. The main character looked at the rabbit's hat and said that he wanted to block these messages. The admin was shocked and his eyes bulged. He thought that a pathetic mortal wanted to do this with the messages of the gods and considered him an oddball. The main character stood in front of the admin and explained that he did not want to see them, and if necessary, he would pay part of his achievement points for this. Fat Rabbit sighed. The brown-haired man looked haughtily at the pop-up messages from the deities. They found this situation funny. Changsun looked at the sweating rabbit, who explained that it was not that. Jerry began to get angry and bare his teeth, wondering who the guy was trying to impress. He grimaced and was horrified, thinking that he could lie and say that it was against the rules if it could be discovered during the inspection and he would be punished even more. The main character looked at the rabbit with a gloomy expression. The deity, the great demon pursuing the abyss, looked down from above for a while. Jerry was angry and puffed out his cheeks with displeasure. The main character continued to look at the rabbit with a gloomy expression, wondering what he wanted to do now. The demon with wings looked at the shining eye in the sky. The deity, a sadly crying ghost, raised its head high at the will of absolute evil. The deity, the great demon pursuing the abyss, looked on indifferently. It was the demonic appearance of a skull with horns. Another mystical creature flew up, growling along the way. The sadly crying ghost in a panic held his power. The deity, the great demon, pursuing the abyss, reached out after the look. The image of the demon with a skull pulled his hand from the sky. The main character, together with the rabbit, watched the thunder. The blonde at this time also watched what was happening. The Hunting Time was shocked by what he saw. The mouth of the lizard with a beard, being a snake deity, was silent. The deity, the tiger, trapped in deprivation, was silent, but still bared his teeth. The brown-haired man, together with the frightened rabbit, looked up. They saw that the sky was covered with thick clouds. With drooping eyes, the brown-haired man looked at the rabbit. The great demon, pursuing the abyss, slightly shook his hand and looked down again. The same great demon said that he got rid of the parasite, and now they could continue their business. Jerry sighed with relief. He began to walk forward, glowing with sparks. He guessed that as soon as he was called, his calmness immediately evaporated and it seemed that everything was over, so he asked to deviate. Changsun watched as the rabbit jumped into his portal. The owl, piercing the dim light, exhaled deeply. One of the twins' faces was very interested in what was happening. Changsun remembered with displeasure his subject, who thought of him as just a demon. The naked guy looked at the exhausted witch. Yujin sighed heavily and was horrified, and the guy realized that she was not herself. He, in the shackles of fire, looked at her maliciously and realized that there was no point in torturing her anymore. A stream of icy wind blew over the mountains. The main character cut the air with a blade, splashing the witch's blood. The naked guy walked with a blade from the battlefield and noted that he learned a lot from this fight. He looked ahead with a malicious glee and understood that the most important thing was that he now knew where the fifth of the 7 secret scriptures of H-San was hidden. It was hard for him to think that the White Tiger clan wanted to miss such an opportunity. If not for him, their plan would have come true. Frisia sat on a column, looking at the corpses of monsters. He completely captured the second floor and understood that everything he had grown was here, but he did not know that they were so weak. The current level of the subject was 4. The brown-haired man looked ahead with a malicious glee, when the subject was not surprised that he and his guys could not capture the 3rd floor. Changsun noted that the guy finished faster than he expected. He raised his hand, thinning the black aura. Frisia replied that he had a couple of ways, and if Changsun was finished here, he asked him to come so that he could show it to him. The guy replied that he would settle a couple of things and come to him. The protagonist pulled out streams from his hand, the aura because the power was activated, extortion of the soul. The witch's body was absorbed by the black aura because he collected the ashes of this player. Also a notice that he discovered the power of the Song of Hellfire without an owner. A notice that he used the purifying flame to burn the remains of this power and increase the level, the effect, the first form of the flame of the end of the world. An achievement was opened that swallowed the sulfur flame. The naked guy was shrouded in a black aura, a card with the manifestation of a willful ghost. It was his developed form of dead souls and fire and the addition of sulfur flame flowing through the poison. The personal card of the hero Changsun appeared. He immediately went on a journey in a powerful stream of fire. He hovered in the air with his black wings. Like a spark of light, he evaporated in the sky. He was already flying to the city from the sky. The brown-haired man looked down, hearing screams. He tried to land in the column. The guy landed on the ground, and the blonde was glad that he finally came. The guy looked disdainfully through his bangs, trying to understand what it was. Frisia was sitting on the column and the animated monsters were looking at him. The guy noted that what the protagonist gave him was very exciting. The blonde grinned and squinted, saying that it was easier to show than to explain. He immediately stretched out his hand and wished for awakening. Frisia activated the ability to revive. All the monsters immediately began to transform and come to life. The brown-haired man looked at his subject in bewilderment and tried to find out what was happening here. Frisia mockingly looked away and said that he himself did not know yet, because he thought that it could work. He tried and it worked the same way when he was the Scarlet King killer. The protagonist stood to the side, watching what was happening, wanting to know the details. The blonde noted that the guy knew that there were fools in this cave who were watched by the starlight. These monsters began to revive and walk. The subject replied that people who came here became these ghosts, losing their essence, and Belai was the same. Frisia looked at what was happening and noted that the efficiency was significantly lower compared to the time when he was this ghost, and there was a limit to the essence, how much he could absorb. The brown-haired looked away and asked about the limit. The blonde stretched out his hand to the side and said that he could resurrect those he killed like puppets, but if he tried to make them move, they would collapse. All the monsters immediately began to evaporate and crumble because the activation of abilities stopped. Notification that the revived ghosts lost their magical power and ceased to exist. The main character crossed his arms and looked at the evaporating monsters. In front of them were small and healthy monsters. The blonde explained that he could barely revive one after absorbing the energy of hundreds of ghosts like these. The revived ghost with horns on its head was a pumpkin. I noticed that it was a natural enemy of tigers and would not take damage from blades like spears and swords. Another healthy monster looked ahead, dumbfounded. It was a bamboo cow, a natural enemy of tigers, lived in a bamboo forest, was as stupid as a cow and had the same strength. The third one with a sharp nose on its head was a bow. It was a natural enemy of tigers, had incredible flexibility, making him wonder if he had bones. The main character closed his eyes, feeling the message of the divine. Hunting Time expressed its opinion that questionable family members were worse than no family members. The snake that coiled around the world wondered what kind of features they had as a new form of the dead. The owl piercing the dim light said that they were rightfully family members and they had nothing to worry about. The brown-haired man looked away with disdain, trying to understand if these dead people had a level from the death of the physical body and soul. The blonde man sat on a column, looking back at the protagonist and asked if he wanted to see this, to which he received a yes. The blonde man looked forward with enthusiasm and told everyone to wake up because they were going to the third floor. He asked them to try their best while the master was looking at them, and if his dead people were useless, he assured them that they already knew what awaited them. All three monsters rushed to run forward. Frisia stood in front of the brown-haired man and smirked. They entered the third floor, and the monsters, revived, ran forward. The monsters ran with a weapon at the people. The message that they entered the third floor and broke through the first section. People watched the explosions on the fortress. They conquered the second section and Frisia announced that she would capture the sixth section. The protagonist and his subject stood in a cloud of smoke. A message that the low-level guards had successfully planted a flag at the endpoint of Section 9. The protagonist smiled mockingly. A message that 126 experience points and 281 experience points had been obtained. The guy noted that this was little, considering that they had captured all the camps, and realized that making him a family member was a good idea after all. The two of them stood on the ruins and looked at the Chinese fortress. Changsun asked the subject about what he said, that the Azure Assassin, the king, was here. The blonde replied that it was so. Frisia looked ahead and smirked slightly. He explained that technically this was the real gate to the third floor, and right now there were no low-level ghosts there, but there were a lot of scarlet ghosts, so it would be harder to meet them. The brown-haired man stared ahead and asked the subject if he had managed to oppress them. They looked at that Chinese fortress, and Frisia replied that such was the difference in their abilities. The subject looked to the side and asked his master if they would agree that those ghosts were useful. The protagonist continued to look sarcastically and understood that it would be much easier to fight together. The message that he had 4 hours, 20 minutes and 49 seconds left. Half of his face was shrouded in shadow. The guy thought that if this bastard was the Frisia he knew, then he had hit the jackpot. He imagined a white banner with a dragon and thought that if this was the Frisia family from Arcadia, then divine blood flowed through their veins, because they were outstanding masters of martial arts, swordsmen and strategists, and an entire nation feared only one family. The brown-haired man imagined an entire family of blondes with red cloaks. He reasoned that the guy would be an ideal heir and did not understand why he ended up in that very cave. The protagonist stared ahead and wondered if the boy had touched the mysterious sculpture, hoping to claim victory over the other heirs. He imagined the old man underwater with a smirk. He was curious to know how he would have repelled the spirit soldiers if he had faced Munsiam. He knew that as long as Frisia was with him, there was nothing to worry about. The protagonist took out the ice block again under the Frost King's breath. He realized that those scoundrels were indeed useful, as his subject had said, and now he asked him to better finish all the preparations. The blonde stared at the ice crystal. The protagonist tilted his head, looking at the blonde, wondering how he knew about it, since there was no such thing in the cave. Frisia noted that his master might not have known, but his family was quite famous in Arcadia and of course, he had seen all the treasures that existed. This crystal of the king's frost breath thinned the aura. The deity of the hunting time smacked his lips at the sight of the ice crystal. The blonde knew that this was the most incredible crystal he had ever seen, and he was curious about where Changsung got it. He felt the divine power emanating from this stone, and he knew that it was unlikely that such a thing could be bought for a lot of money. The snake that coiled around the world claimed that it wanted to examine the object left by its ancestors. The main character held the crystal in his hand and asked the blonde to take it because he was sure that he could handle it. Frisia's eyes bulged, being shocked. He immediately began to laugh hard, assuring that he had never met such a funny gentleman, thinking that he really wanted to leave the fish in the paws of a cat. The brown-haired man looked through his bangs and said that he could be called crazy. He realized that he would have given the reinforced bone as well, but it was impossible since Jigwe was not here, and he was sure that Frisia's hereditary methods were just as effective. His subject immediately grabbed the crystal, which began to glow. However, Frisia assured him that it would be difficult for him to recognize him as his master. Frisia added that even after this title would mean nothing to him, although he received such an expensive thing. The protagonist stared into the blonde's eyes. He explained that he was not an idiot to want to be a loyal member of his family. Frisia asked if the guy would give him this crystal anyway. The brown-haired man looked sarcastically from under his brows and asked if he really didn't want to get the crystal. Frisia opened his mouth wide and was about to shove the crystal in, because he was surprised at how stupid the guy really was. Frisia began to be enveloped in streams of aura light since he absorbed the breath of the Frost King. The protagonist also watched the streams of light, a message that the cold air settled in his body, the cold and danger merged, and he was granted the element of cold. Blue streams of light aura stretched in space. One of the twins expressed great interest in what was happening. Frisia stood with a large sword under his armor. The crystal was completely absorbed, and the achievement was opened though I absorbed the ice and received the effects. The blonde, being under the armor, looked away. He evolved into an ice corpse and a family member created a new ability, Blizzard. Frisia grinned maliciously in a smile, a message that a family member created a new ability, Permafrost at 0 degrees. The guy immediately struck his blade, cutting the ice. He activated this ability. The stretching stream of ice went to the fortress. This ice attack began to envelop the fortress. The blonde grinned maliciously, realizing that the Azure King killer must have just gotten scared. Ice steam was coming from the fortress. There were 22 minutes and 13 seconds left. The Azure King sat on the ground from frightened by the sword strike. The Azure King bared his teeth in horror and asked how the Scarlet Assassin could become a human servant. The blonde looked at the Azure King arrogantly and said that he did not know how this happened, and noted that he himself would not give him any answers. The Azure King stretched out his hand in fear, wanting to talk. The blonde immediately attacked him with a sword. Frisia looked to the side and added that they would not talk about anything, because it was certain that he wanted to say some nonsense like capturing the third floor together. The message that the blonde was able to defeat the named monster of the Azure King assassin. The main character at this time stood in streams of his fire. The message that they conquered the 10th department and defeated one of the 4 heads of the 3rd floor. He began to receive 1,000 karma points, and many lords of the cave watched him. The blonde smirked under his helmet and understood that he was the only one working, and the other was just collecting fruits. Frisia then ran to attack with a sword on his shoulder. The naked brown-haired man watched everything from above. The brown-haired man looked down with disdain when his time was up, a message that the 7th day expert analysis had passed. The reward will be given according to the analysis and asked him to return to reality. The protagonist stared ahead, thinking about the expert level. As a reward, he received the ability to sense the properties of a hard dragon. The brown-haired man began to squint when they tried to call out to him. The protagonist found himself near the crowd. People angrily shouted at him, asking about what he did to the head of the clan. The brown-haired man looked ahead indifferently, turning to his subject. The blonde man in armor stood behind the master and asked about the order. He heard that it was necessary to get rid of people. He smirked slightly and said that he would be happy to do so. A pile of human corpses lay on the ground. The main character stood with his swordsmen because they had captured the Winter Palace. He looked to the side and said that he needed to look somewhere and he would go first. He entered the guest house from the Winter Palace. He walked forward sullenly under the freezing wind. He saw the dead body of the Frost King on the throne. It was the withered body of the Frost King. He reached out his hand to the dead man's face, realizing that he looked ugly. His body immediately began to evaporate under the cover of aura. The message that the power, soul extortion, was activated and the flame of purification burned the body of the Frost King. Purple flames stretched across the space. The main character absorbed the remaining ashes into his body. He realized that all this reminded him of himself who fell from Arcadia. He looked ahead with trepidation and realized that the king was not a fake. Suddenly, he saw some kind of letter. A bunch of flying monsters were hovering in the sky. The monster named the Great General of the Frost King activated the ability of the Tundra and dealt a crushing blow. Yi-Yun was his opponent and bared her teeth from tension. Player Yi-Yun activated the ability to create a demonic shrine. An icy space of light filled right between the fighters. The general of the Frost King walked away from the agent. The monster looked angrily from under his helmet and said that the agent was a strong woman, because he usually ignored all uninvited guests, since most of them were weak, but he acknowledged her. The girl frowned forward, glowing with an aura. The monster tried to find out what rank the girl was and whether she was a king. The brunette widened her eyes in shock, realizing that the general of the Frost King could distinguish between the underground and the rest of the world, being a monster. She immediately shouted a death wish at the monster and pointed the glowing barrel. A powerful burst of energy occurred after the shot. The brunette looked up when the monster flew past and said that even with such power, she was not a king. The monster threw his sword over his shoulder and said that he did not understand people. He hovered on his pet monster and said that if she was not a king, then she had no right to fight him. He bared his teeth angrily and said that he just wanted to kill her king for killing him, and he wanted to kill all the people here and those who came later. The main monster began to scream, glowing with an aura. He wanted to kill everyone outside and will continue to kill until the human king appears. A message that a surprise quest king killer has been created. A card explaining the king killer. Details the great general of the Frost King who rules over the mountains of vile snowmen swore an oath in the name of his dead king that his wrath would not subside as long as the human king lived. From now on, they must stop all snowmen, including the great general, otherwise they will bring misfortune to reality. Cards with the task condition. It was necessary to raid the great general and destroy all snowmen. In case of failure, the dungeon will be broken, and in case of success, the dungeon will close, and they will receive the great sword of the general. The brunette looked at what was happening in amazement. She imagined with horror how the gates opened in their human world. Youngjun ran up to the brunette from the side and said that they had to defeat the monster at any cost because they could not let him escape. Yunquan maliciously punched his fists and said that this matter was for him because he was the strongest. Suddenly, the head of the white tiger looked back at the two grinning comrades. Sang-ho wanted to get rid of this monster since he did not understand how they had not managed to defeat the middle boss yet. Youngjun grinned that there were 3 commanders and it was a shame. Yunquan immediately began to angrily shout at his cloak comrades. He asked them to go somewhere because this monster was his. They joked with him that now the blonde will be able to defeat it since the monster was injured. Suddenly, the commanders began to hover in the air under an aura. The brunette looked forward, surrounded by an aura. She assured that she would not be able to hold the spell for long, although she would be able to support the guys with magical attacks so that the 3 of them would defeat this king of monsters. All 3 commanders flew from above to the general of monsters. Youngjun angrily bared his teeth when they said that the battle in the air would be left to them. The brunette immediately pulled out his blade, wanting to attack from the ground with the 10,000 song skill. The brunette immediately began to run forward, emitting light onto the evaporating bodies. He looked ahead at the entire crowd of monsters and realized that there was no end to them. He bared his teeth angrily and realized that there were more and more of them. They needed another plan. Suddenly, an enraged monster flew from his back. He looked back with a grin, realizing that he was in despair. Hyabin revealed the ability of Storm Run and ran to support. A message that the blade of the god of storm would be stronger when hitting due to acceleration. The brunette watched as the monster was divided by beams of light. A brown-haired woman with a sword flew through his body. Lightning from the blade of the god of lightning flashed furiously. Hyabin looked away angrily and shouted for Youngjun to pull himself together and did not understand how he survived in other dungeons. The brunette immediately began to cry, saying that the brown-haired woman was better than him because his father gave her 2 blades and artifacts that were worth more than 100 billion. He ironically noted that he loved his granddaughter more than his son. The message that the deity of the hunting season gave them enthusiasm for their talent in hunting. The brown-haired girl stared ahead. The hunting season wondered why it did not recognize such talent from the beginning. It also whispered that her blade abilities would greatly improve if the deity trained her. The curly blonde opened his mouth wide, going to attack. The deity asked him if the girl was willing to learn, because such an opportunity would not come again. Hyabin looked ahead with wide eyes and wondered who it was. The nameless giant thought that it would be unnecessary for her to be interested in another god. The zombified people had their heads blown off. The main character deftly cut these zombies. The little girl watched as Changsun fought the monsters. She saw his despicable look. The adult brown-haired girl looked to the side and realized that her master had acted in the same way. She immediately rushed to attack from the bright explosion. The hunting time deity gaped at her incredible ability. The monster warriors emitted lightning bolts from Hyabin's attack. The hunting time deity was amazed by her extraordinary abilities, but was worried that she might have made a mistake due to inexperience. Hyabin looked back, seeing the energy beams. The hunting time deity's eyes sparkled at the sight of her blows. The brunette looked at the bright light with enthusiasm, happy that the deity reacted so coolly to her every action. The girl remembered how the black silhouettes of her friends rejoiced at her scarf. The brunette watched the lightning with tears in her eyes as she missed her friends. A message that a thunderstorm was breaking out. She immediately flew away from a powerful energy explosion. Purple discharges began to absorb the monsters. Due to the lightning, a significant number of snowmen and snow pterodactyls could not fight. The brunette looked angrily to the side, sparkling with lightning. Due to the strong storm, the snow pterodactyls could not fly and fell to the ground. Player Hyabin played up in the deity hunting season demonstrated its joy. The general of the snowmen angrily shouted at his subjects that they were worthless and ordered to deal with this man first. The monster with the name of the great general of the King of Frost turned his attention to player Hyabin. The girl saw a whole flock of monsters flying across the sky, a message that the snowmen concentrated their attack on Hyabin. Magic spheres began to appear in the sky. The guy stretched out his hand with a magic book. Light waves began to emit from his book. Player Jumju activated the ability of the Ouroboros formula and created a temporary trap. Powerful fiery explosions began to occur in the sky. Jumju scowled as he shouted the name of his comrade Yuncio. The snake that coiled around the world claimed that it had found a useful ability in a member of his family and angrily rattled its tail. Yuncio at this time ran to attack, wanting to take on this burden. The girl flew forward with a huge hieroglyphic slab. Player Yuncio activated the ability of the Tower Strike. A tall slab with a caricature appeared between the guys. Jumju and the girl shouted angrily. The brown-haired magician wondered what the girl had done because he had almost completely changed. Yuncio replied that she had simply eaten poorly and spent a lot of strength. The owl deity, piercing the dim light, expressed her admiration for their spirit and blessed them. The goddess directed her hands, glowing drops. The brown-haired girl looked at what was happening in a daze, absorbing the aura because her strength and energy had been restored. She immediately bared her teeth in glee because the effect of Gildal was activated and thanked the goddess. This huge shield began to increase in size. Yuncio created a huge wall. She looked ahead with a menacing look, telling the guys that it was now possible. System alert. The ability to attack the tower is breaking out. Explosions occurred around the walls. Hyabin looked ahead in surprise. Jumju looked back at the girl, calling out to her. Hyabin began to gather a powerful flow of aura. Huge explosions occurred from the side of the monster. System alert. Mass murder. The monster said that they were insignificant idiots. Yunquan rushed at the monster, asking where he was looking. The monster stared at the blonde, saying that he was not the king, so he should not interfere with him. The general attacked the guys. System alert. The great general of the Frost King appeared. Jumju looked behind him, dumbfounded. He released a green aura ball. System alert. Player Jumju has activated the ability of the Viper Curse. The Great General of the Frost King and the Great General Snow Pterodactyl is under the effect of the Chaos Curse. The General swung his weapon. System alert. The curse has been lifted. The Blindness Curse has been used. The curse has been lifted. The General attacked the fighter. Hyabin looked away in shock. The slash was aimed at the girl. She opened her mouth, spitting out blood. The girl was thrown into the cliff. She closed her eyes and clenched her teeth. The general suddenly landed in front of the girl. He looked at her furiously, asking how such bastards dared. Hyabin looked at the monster in fear. Hyabin asked the master if she could do it. A tear flowed from the girl's eyes. The protagonist said that it was more than enough. A pillar of light appeared from the sky. With a powerful blow, he landed on the ground. A huge pillar of light appeared from the sky. System notification. Player Changsun appeared on the battlefield. A pillar of light struck the ground. A powerful flame opened up in the air. People did not understand where this flame came from. The flame spread through space. The protagonist appeared from it. Hyabin looked at her master with tears in her eyes. Yiyun stood with her back turned, looking at Changsun. She slightly opened her mouth, wondering what it was Changsun. The protagonist looked ahead with a menacing look. The general looked at the guy who appeared, asking who he was. The protagonist smiled bloodthirstily, asking what he thought. The monster became furious, opening his mouth. He said that he was the scumbag who killed their king. The guys watched what was happening. Yunquan and the guys widened their eyes. Sangho asked that he killed the King of Frost. The guy said that it could not be. The brown-haired man asked Changsun that he killed the Frost King. The general furrowed his brows, asking the protagonist that he was the king of the humans. Changsun looked at the monster, asking that he was the king. The general replied that since he killed their king, he had to kill the king of the humans. The protagonist looked at the monster with a serious expression. The general said that if their king killed him, then his death was not meaningless. The monster looked at the protagonist furiously. He told him to answer him, asking if he was the king of the humans. The protagonist looked at the general with an arrogant expression. He noted that they had long outgrown the monarchy. The monster swung its fist, saying that it meant that it was no different from other humans. System alert. The great general of the Frost King activated the ability of Tundra. The brunette held out his weapon in front of him. System alert. The wild tiger status has been activated. Chaotic wild tiger strikes burst out. The protagonist faced the monster in battle. The people watched in confusion. The man asked what was wrong with that bastard. The brunette asked that he was as strong as the Iron Witch. The protagonist delivered a flurry of blows to the monster. The people began to raise their fists in the air, watching the fight. They supported the protagonist, telling him to win at all costs and show him why he was called a tyrant. The general looked at his opponent in confusion. He thought that this man was strong and he should try to defeat him in the air. The pterodactyl opened its mouth wide. The protagonist covered his face with his hand. The monster sat on its mount again. The fighters looked at the events with displeasure. The man said that he sat on the snow pterodactyl again, telling the tyrant not to let him go. The protagonist glared at the monster, calling for Jael. Jael appeared from the shadows, attacking the monster. System notification. Player Jael uses the ability Shadow Trace and tries to attack. The guy attacked the monster on the pterodactyl. The pterodactyl opened its mouth in pain. The general bared his teeth. The monster flew to the general, calling out to him. He grabbed the general by the hand. The monster lifted the general onto his mount. They soared high into the sky. The monsters rode the pterodactyl high in the sky. The general bared his teeth in displeasure. The monster asked the general what he thought he was. The general told him not to be afraid, since they had the advantage in the air. Changsun asked that he relied on a stupid snow pterodactyl. The general widened his eyes. Changsun soared into the sky on fiery wings. The general looked at the protagonist in bewilderment, asking that he could fly. Fire engulfed the protagonist's face. System alert. Firestorm. The brunette rushed with a fiery attack. System alert. The wild tiger status changed to a split tiger. The fangs of the split tiger burst out. The fighters watched the bright flash in the sky. They looked up in shock. The fighter said that something was falling from there. A fiery explosion lit up the sky. The protagonist stood on the monster. They fell to the ground with a loud explosion. The general closed his eyes, baring his teeth. He said that he could not die like this and must avenge the king. The protagonist looked at the monster with a cold gaze, asking why he was so obsessed with the king. The general slightly raised himself, saying that only by avenging him and killing their king could he take the king's place. The monster looked at Changsun furiously. He said that this was the only way he could gain power, and a king is someone who leads his people to prosperity. In order to lead his people, he must become a king. Clouds of smoke rose up around the boys. Brunette noted that this was why the Frost King did this. The general asked what he was talking about. Brunette showed the piece of paper, saying that he left a letter. The protagonist threw the letter on the ground. The monster picked up the letter. The brunette said that it said that he was giving the Yeti to him, since he had already met his fate and was going to leave this world, adding that it also said that he could lead them as he saw fit. Tears poured from the monster's eyes. System notification. The Frost King's great general became the new dungeon boss by the will of the Frost King. The Frost King's great general became the king. The dungeon boss said that his father was stupid. The dungeon boss opened his mouth wide. He asked why all this was necessary if he wrote such a thing, adding that they were just fakes and not even real. The protagonist cut off the monster's head. The monster's head fell to the ground. Changsun stood there with a menacing look. System notification. The monster is the boss. The Frost King has died. The dungeon began to disintegrate into golden particles. System notification. He completed the secret quest, the Frost King's last request, and the sudden quest, the King's assassin. As a reward, he received wealth and the Frost King's last will, the great sword of the Frost King's great general. The dungeon begins to close. A screen with the dungeons was visible in front of the people. The man asked that Changsun refused the goddess's blessing. The brunette said that it was true. The man looked back with a bloodthirsty grin. He said that they were going to Korea and he had to see for himself. The man's eyes flashed. He said that if he was simply incompetent and was rude to their goddess, he had to punish him with his own hands. The protagonist looked out the window at the night city. He turned his gaze to the side. Jumju thanked the brunette for inviting him. Yunseo grabbed her brother by the shirt. She asked that he had gone crazy and wanted all the stalkers to come running there, and why he was shouting so loudly. Jumju said that even the craziest stalker couldn't compare to her. Yunseo asked that he might just die already. The brunette smiled widely, holding a box of tea in her hands. She thanked the protagonist for the invitation, saying that she remembered that he drank only this during the Champions League in Las Vegas 4 years ago. Yunseo thought that he changed his hairstyle. The protagonist smiled slightly, thanking the brunette. Yunseo's eyes sparkled, asking what he thanked her for. Jumju said that he shouldn't fall for it, and that she took this gift from his fan because he was annoying. The brunette flew into her brother's face with her knee. The protagonist turned his attention to the side. Hyabin stood with her back, looking at the protagonist. Hyabin looked at the brunette in confusion, greeting him. The brunette smirked slightly, telling her to come in, adding that he hadn't set up anything yet, so it looked a bit boring. There was a prepared meal on the table. Changsun was standing on the balcony. Yunseo was holding a token in her hands. She told Hyabin to take this great item. Yunseo smiled as she handed the token to the girl. She said that it was only given to official members, but she would make an exception for her, and if she took a photo with it and posted it on social media, she would get access to all of Changsun's competitions and behind-the-scenes scenes, including explicit content. Hyabin took the token, smiling slightly, thanking the girl. The deity of hunting season looked at the token curiously. Yunseo looked at the girl curiously, asking how she ended up being a fan of a tyrant. The girl thought that Hyabin was amazing, and this is what it means to be healed. Hyabin looked up thoughtfully. She noted that she would not say that she is a fan, and rather she can be called his student, and he is her mentor. Hyabin looked at Changsun, saying that she wants to become a kind person like him. The brunette looked away. He smirked slightly, thinking that this was very good. The protagonist tilted his head. The deity, the great demon, who pursues the abyss, calmly watches. The deity, the tiger, trapped in deprivation, claims that he is bored. The brunette slightly opened his mouth, asking what is tormenting him with loneliness. The protagonist thought that, apparently, he succeeds in irritating him. Changsun looked at the night city. The deity, the tiger, trapped in deprivation, screams, asking what kind of nonsense he is saying. Changsun said that if it sounded offensive, he apologizes. The tiger trapped in deprivation warns that he will not forgive him if he crosses the line again. The brunette smiled slightly, thanking him. He wondered what the hell forgiveness was. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. The tiger trapped in deprivation says that where he lived before, there was someone who emitted similar energy. Changsun wondered what he was getting at. The protagonist looked ahead, dumbfounded. The tiger trapped in deprivation explains that he was incredibly ignorant and naive, saying that this was the reason for the downfall of that acquaintance, after he became a treat for the tired eyes of those around him, adding that he was respected for this. The protagonist thought that this was a story. Changsun frowned, thinking that he was talking about him. The protagonist looked ahead with a calm gaze. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, remembers that they first met in a meadow somewhere in Arcadia. The protagonist wondered if this was a horoscope or astrology of the purple star. The protagonist's eyes widened. He thought that in Arcadia, noting that this was the scumbag from before. The man with the tiger face looked ahead. He asked the guy that he was the psycho god of war who defeated Antares. The brunette sat motionless. The man asked him what he should do to become as strong as him. The god of war looked at the man with displeasure, telling him to leave there, calling him an animal. The man bared his fangs. He turned his back on the god of war. The brunette was sitting on a pole. He was among golden frames. A man with a tiger face appeared behind him. He bared his teeth in a smile. The protagonist looked ahead, dumbfounded. He thought that the ruler of the abyss was the first in line when the purple star astrology tried to kill him. The protagonist continued to stand on the balcony. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation wants to warn him, claiming that the truth about the heavens is that even the stars that seem to shine forever eventually fall. The protagonist wondered if he was the target all along. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation claims that he will support him and make sure that this does not happen, and advises him not to hang out with people who are a burden to him, saying that a lonely star shines brighter. The brunette looked away with a slight smirk, saying that he understood. He wondered what it was like to not hang out with those who are a burden and be left alone to shine like a star, noting that this was nonsense. The brunette looked away. He wondered what made him grow the twilight of the gods. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation finally says that he should understand his words since he is smart. Changsun looked away with a serious expression. He thought that the chance of this bastard knowing who he is incredibly small since the NATO's defense system is not that bad, adding that he can't tell if it was purely a coincidence. Changsun looked at the city at night. The tiger trapped in deprivation asks about his plans. Changsun thought that since the ruler of the abyss can't be sure, he will save it for another time, telling the deity that 1 month. Changsun smirked contentedly. The deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, shook his head, not understanding what he was talking about. Changsun said that during this time, he planned to become a ranker. The deity asked if it was possible, and warned that he would never forgive him if he harmed himself. Changsun looked away with a smirk, thinking that not only was it possible, it was also very easy. The brunette said that he knew that with his current strength, it would be difficult to become a ranker, so he was going to obtain the 5th scripture. The brunette held a jar in his hands. He said that once he gained this strength, asking what he thought, wouldn't becoming a ranker be very easy. The hero closed his eyes. The deity asked if it was okay for him to take on another curse. The boy thought that this was a pitiful concern, saying that the more difficulties, the greater the benefit. The deity acknowledged his logic. A pillar of light showered upon the protagonist. A deity, a tiger trapped in hardship, praised his bravery and bestowed another boon upon him. A white car was driving down the road. Youngjun was driving with tears in his eyes. He said that his Hyabin had joined Changsun's team. He drove the car down the road, saying that she had told him that he was a nuisance. A deity, a nameless giant, said that children would become independent without warning. The protagonist held a blue crystal in his hands. He said that the nameless spear and Jael's spear would be strengthened by it, asking the blacksmith to remake them. A message appeared in the background of the garage. The blacksmith asked Changsun what he wanted him to do so that he could spend his nights without sleep or rest. The message said that 100 million won had been transferred to the blacksmith's account from Changsun. The brunette asked what he would say to this now. There was a pile of gold coins in the room. System alert. The king's treasury has opened. The boys stood in front of the gold. System alert item list. 10,000-year cold iron ingot 32, 1,000-year cold iron ingot 126, black iron ore 61. The snake deity that coils around the world does not believe that a pathetic monster could collect such treasures in just a few generations. The tiger deity trapped in deprivation licks its lips, drooling. The protagonist asked if these materials were enough. Iya said that he had made something incredible. Iya stood next to the silver ingots. He thought that the ore was okay, but the 1,000-year and 10,000-year ingots, adding that the 10,000-year cold iron ingot the size of a fingernail would be enough to create a new powerful weapon. The blacksmith smiled contentedly, thinking that this would be enough to create the rest. Iya thought that he wanted to create a masterpiece that no one had dared to do before. The protagonist looked at the blacksmith, asking if he agreed or not. Iya called him a damn bastard, saying that he was in. The brunette narrowed his eyes, saying that he was his boss. The sun was shining above the alley. Iya called the protagonist a damn boss. There was an announcement on the board. The protagonist was promoted to the position of team leader. 5 days later, Chuan was sitting at the table. The brunette told the CEO that the head of Changsun had arrived. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious expression. Shim frowned. He thought that he better stop acting like this. Who knows when his head might fall off his shoulders from the sword slipping from his hands. Shim walked past the protagonist. The CEO told the commander that he could go free and to try not to screw up during the business trip. The commander gritted his teeth, thinking that first one thing, now another. A black aura emanated from the commander. He thought that first Changsun, the business trip to the States and the elders, wondering what he was planning with these monsters. Shim frowned in displeasure. He thought that this bastard would definitely bite his head off one day and he should meet Director Kim first. The old man held a crystal in his hands, saying that it glowed brighter than he imagined. The tiger deity, trapped in deprivation, drooled at the breath of the Frost King. An icy glow emanated from the crystal. The CEO said that since the Constellation lusted after it, he did not need to try to estimate its value, noting that it was a good job, asking if he had any questions. The old man folded his hands in front of him, saying, for example, how to use it. The brunette said that he had thoughts on this matter and if necessary, he was sure he would share information with him. Chuan looked menacingly at the protagonist. He said that he really was incredibly smart, asking that he was not curious to know the secret that he was hiding. The hero stared at the old man, saying that he was curious. The deity, the tiger trapped in deprivation, quietly looked at him with curiosity. Chuan clapped his hands, saying that he would show him everything now. The guys appeared among the mountains. System notification. They entered the area of the illusion of the player Chuan. The deity tiger trapped in deprivation looks at the territory of a member of his house with a sly smile. Changsun looked away with a malicious grin. The owl deity piercing the dim light frowned and said that she saw something unpleasant again. The protagonist thought that he had created an illusion area very simply, and no wonder he was the only great demonic mage in the White Tiger clan. The protagonist narrowed his gaze, wondering if there were a few more of them before. System alert. The King Tiger disaster vibrated violently. There was a crowd of men in front of the guys. The brunette noted that there were about 400-500 of them, and he also felt traces of the fourth scripture. Changsun wondered if he blew up the Silver Fox Research Center because he had finished deciphering the mysterious scripture. The old man closed his eyes, asking how it felt to see his soldiers for the first time. Changsun said that they were majestic. An aura began to emanate from Chuan. He said that he knew it, and he correctly understood that they were similar to him. The old man's eyes were emitting black flames. Chuan asked him what he knew, what rank their clan occupied in the world. The hero lowered his gaze, saying that he thought it was in the top 20. The protagonist looked ahead with a serious look. He thought that he had hidden his identity well on the outside, but now he did not hide the fact that he was a demonic person. Changsun lowered his gaze, thinking that since he showed it to him, it meant that he decided to trust him. Chuan looked back at the guy. He said that it was 27, and they did not have anyone who would be rated as a king, and they did not do anything that would affect the world, so they were given such a rank, asking what he thought about it. The protagonist looked down thoughtfully. He thought that the White Tiger was strong enough to be reckoned with in Arcadia. Since Monsoon with the rank of a duke was trying to become a king, it was obvious that they would have to try harder. The hero said he disagreed, even though he had never been to another clan. Chuan stared ahead with a stern face. He said he was right and it was funny, and to think about it, they were still in 27th place, despite fawning for so long, asking what he thought would happen if their ambitions grew. The boys looked at the crowd of fighters. Chwan said he had no desire to limit their clan to just Korea, and wanted to let them rise higher and move on, adding that he wanted every tree and flower to tremble in fear, just from the sound of their roar. The fighters gaped. The deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, laughed maniacally. Chwan said their constellation protector wanted the same, and very soon many would fall at their feet. The protagonist furrowed his brows, asking what he planned to take them to the outside world. The protagonist asked if he thought the world would criticize him for becoming a demonic person and following the path of justice. The old man glared at the boy. He said that everything became unimportant in the face of absolute power, and he showed him everything he had, noting that it was time for him to respond in kind. The old man held a purple sphere in his hands. Changsun thought it was a dream pearl. He looked at it in confusion, asking what it was. The old man held out the pearl. He said that it was something that would turn him into something like them, adding that although no, this devilish thing would turn him into a greater warrior, and all the directors and heads had gone through this process. System alert. Pearl of Lost Dream. An enhanced form of the Dream Pearl, an orb that smelled of those who had been defeated by the Tiger Calamity. The old man looked at the boy menacingly, said that he would guarantee that he would become the strongest of them, asking him to accept it. The protagonist looked ahead in confusion, wondering what he should do. The fighters opened their mouths in anger. The protagonist held a pearl in his hands. He thought that this was a new form of the Dream Pearl, and with closer examination he might be able to figure out the secrets of the tiger disaster. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. A voice called out to the owner. The protagonist wondered what Jin Frezia was. Frezia asked why he didn't give it to him. The protagonist stared at the pearl. He wondered what he should do, adding that the flames of the willful ghost would burn away any poison, leaving only purified energy. But the new form of the Dream Pearl contained a powerful royal tiger disaster, and with closer examination, he might be able to figure out the secrets of the tiger disaster. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. A voice called out to the owner. Changsun wondered what it was. Frisia. Frisia asked why he didn't give it to him. Frisia grinned maliciously in the protagonist's shadow. Changsun asked why he needed it. The blonde said that it would make him stronger, not to mention that her constellation method was in his mind as well. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He asked Frisia that he wanted to purify the summoning of the gluttonous baboon, and how to give it to him. Frisia told him to just eat it, but not to purify it, since he would take care of that himself. The protagonist put the pearl in his mouth. System alert. He has consumed the Pearl of Lost Dream. A dark aura began to emanate from the protagonist. Alert. The enhanced King Tiger Calamity is spreading throughout his body. 10 poison immunity is trying to get rid of the foreign body. Voluntary refusal. The protagonist pressed his lips together. Alert. Family member, Frisia, wishes to take the enhanced King Tiger Calamity in his place. The enhanced King Tiger Calamity was suppressed and absorbed by Frisia. The blonde grinned contentedly in the protagonist's darkness. The blonde said that everything was ready, and he would share the results with him later, adding that if anything similar appeared, let him know. The old man clapped his hands. Alert. The illusion area was closed. Chwan grinned maliciously, asking how he was doing. The protagonist looked at Chwan with a sly grin, saying that it felt great. The CEO laughed, saying that usually everyone was fussing, saying that it was terribly difficult to digest this power, but it seemed to be doing well. Changsun asked if it was possible to obtain it again. The tiger deity trapped in the deprivation showed a mysterious smile. The old man looked at the boy with a grin. He said that of course he would reward him with this for every achievement, and soon the Jainic State Association would start a global war, and their White Tiger clan would participate in it as an ally and show the world their exploits. A man stood in the background of powerful fighters. Jainics, the players of that association, not only train to clear dungeons, but also study weapons and artifacts, and this mega clan is ruled by the Golden Monster King, one of the 10 kings in the player world. The protagonist looked at the old man curiously. He wondered what this battle for supremacy was and who they would fight. Changsun asked what he would need to do. The protagonist stood with his back to Chwan. The CEO said that he should use his fame and influence in the States. Changsun said that is, he wanted him to bring attention to the White Tiger clan. Changsun smirked contentedly. He thought that he was all for it, and the more attention he got, the greater his presence in the White Tiger clan would be. The protagonist narrowed his eyes. He wondered what this rise of the White Tiger meant, adding that if he played this card correctly, something great could come out. And in order to absorb everything for free, he needed to immediately lay the foundation by thinking several steps ahead. The protagonist looked at the old man with a confident look. He said to first let him visit a stone desert with a cold wind in France, and once he captured it, he would head to Chicago, the city of the apocalypse, adding that if he became a ranker after that, it would be a sensation. The old man opened his mouth wide, bursting into laughter. He asked what those uncaptured dungeons were, noting that he would become a star. The CEO closed his eyes, saying that if he wanted to, then so be it, but there might be unknown dangers there, so he would send an escort with him. A beautiful sunset could be seen above the city. The tiger deity, trapped in hardship, rejoiced at the impending hardships of his subordinate. On the card was a photo of Jumju's future planning department. The guy smiled contentedly, saying that he couldn't believe that he was part of the future planning department. Yunseo and Jael looked at the guy. Yunseo told him to hurry up. Jumju watched the boys fight. He looked ahead with confusion. Jumju said that the team was just officially formed, asking that they had already started training. Brown-haired looked to the side. Changsun said that there it was. Jumju asked the leader what kind of weapon this was. The protagonist was holding a weapon in his hands. The leader said that he could call him brother when they were alone, adding that he had recently prepared it and brought it to test it, asking that it looked strange. Jumju said that it was not at all. The protagonist walked up to the lieutenant. Yunseo thought that it was no wonder that they said that his appearance was trending right now, noting that he looked great. Brown-haired wondered if they were recruiting idols for the team. The leader looked at the boys. He said that they would be testing the work of Team L that day, and for that, they would have a real fight. The system windows opened in front of the guys. The leader said that there was a sudden matter from the CEO, and one of their clans that was involved in mining recently had a collapse while mining monostones. System alert. They must rescue the workers who were in a difficult situation after the mine collapsed in the Bluestone Island dungeon. Time limit, 5 hours. Reward, fame 100%, a large amount of mana. The protagonist looked away with a smirk, saying that they would go there once they checked the details. The plane was at the airport. Incheon National Airport, Terminal 2, arrived. Seokdi held a sign in his hands. It said that they welcomed Lochem P. Wolf to Korea. A muscular man walked towards the guys. Iyun looked at Wolf with a slight smile. She greeted the Blue Wolf of Enlightenment, saying that she was ordered to give him a task while he was there. Wolf noted that she could speak German. The man smiled widely. He said that he couldn't believe that the Iron Saint who was blessed by their patron saint was taking the time to see him, adding that he had a good feeling about this trip. Iyun looked at the blonde man in confusion. The man told her to let him meet the tyrant. The agent furrowed her brows. She thought that the damn people from the association would know about this, and Changsun would find out abroad. And what's more, the White Tiger clan had blocked almost all means of contact, wondering what she should do. The agent glared at Seokdi in anger. Seokdi told the agent that he seemed to have mentioned the tyrant, adding that he was on a rescue mission in the Hwashin mine. Yiyun thought that he was such a useless idiot. The agent smiled and pointed to the side, telling him to follow her. Wolf thanked the girl. The brunette looked ahead with a menacing expression. She thought that she couldn't ignore the request of a high-ranking officer who had flown in from far away because of his personal feelings. She glanced sideways, thinking that every time she met Changsun, she couldn't shake the feeling of danger. Yiyun added that it was life-threatening danger. There was a fiery cut on the wall. The protagonist looked at the wall. Gangwon, Hwashin. The leader asked how many workers there were. Yunseo said that there were about 20. The worker looked at the guys in bewilderment. He said that he couldn't believe that the director sent newbies, asking what they could do. The protagonist looked straight ahead. The worker said that although he had heard that the guy was at the ranker level. The worker asked if he believed it, noting that it was probably just embellished in the media. A flame raged in front of the protagonist. System notification. He entered the Bluestone Island dungeon. The boys appeared on the seashore. They were walking on the sand. The boys noted that the sea looked great. The protagonist turned his head to the side. He said that you never know what might jump out, noting that they should not let their guard down. Changsun looked away, calling out to Jumju. The brown-haired man created a particle of light. Alert. Player Jumju uses the ability Snake Rescue method to raise a ball of light. Yunseo put a shield in front of her. Changsun called out to the girl. Yunseo asked that she just need to stand like this. An arrow flew out of nowhere. Jumju looked ahead in confusion. The arrow pierced the guy's head and he fell to the ground. Yunseo looked at her brother in horror, calling out to him. The protagonist looked at the girl furiously, asking what she was doing, noting that she should pull herself together. The boys looked towards the forest. Yunseo put a shield in front of her, and arrows were flying at it. System alert. Player Yunseo used the shield enlargement ability. The arrows began to bounce off the shield. A particle of light appeared above Yunseo's head. An energy sphere flew to the side. Lightning burst into the forest. A bright light appeared from the forest. Jumju stood up, pulling out an arrow. Jumju frowned. The World Snake deity was disappointed that her family member lacked agility. The boy said that although the patron said so, he knew for sure that the magic core would protect him. The World Snake deity was looking at his mistakes. Jumju smiled sarcastically, saying that he was not thinking about that. The boy began to imitate his sister as she called him. Yunseo told him to stop. The protagonist stared into the distance. Yunseo asked her brother to stop, asking why he did not just die and why he was still alive. Changsun said about winter. A shadow began to emanate from the protagonist. A knight appeared from the darkness. The boys watched the explosion in the forest. The knight was dragging the monster with him. The boys watched in surprise. The knight landed on the ground. He placed the elf on the ground. The knight noted that they were told that they needed to interrogate it, so he caught it and brought it here. The boys looked at the monster in confusion, wondering what an elf it was. The protagonist furrowed his brows. The deity of hunting season shook his head, wondering why an elf suddenly showed up there. Changsun told them to look at the eyes, noting that it was no ordinary elf, but a gray elf. The boys widened their eyes in confusion. Jumju asked how. The monster lay motionless on the sand. Changsun said that gray elves may look like elves, but they are not of that race and are more like interceptors created by a monster called a parasite to suck out the energy of other creatures. Yunseo looked at the leader in surprise, asking what a parasite it was. Jumju looked away in confusion, asking what he was sent there for. The monster remained motionless. The leader said that in order to create a gray elf, the original one must be at least in the adult stage. The protagonist looked at the monster warily, saying that he had obtained a lot of nutritious food for such a small dungeon. The snake deity that coils around the world narrowed his eyes, saying that the appearance of a gray elf is a very rare phenomenon. The protagonist stood with his back to the dense forest. He thought that there were no monsters in the water around the island and there was a cave with mana stones, so people often go there, adding that it was impossible for the parasite to grow so much and still remain unnoticed. The protagonist squinted in front of him, thinking that he had a guess. He looked in front of him from under his brows. Changsun thought that this was only possible if she was in on it, and if she helped destroy this world and created this dungeon, then it was possible, adding that there must be something else. The guys stood motionless on the shore. Changsun said that they would retreat for now. Yunseo said that they hadn't even seen the trapped people yet. The protagonist reached out to the system window. He said that judging by the gray elf that had appeared there, it was safe to assume that the parasite had taken over the island, and if they went against all their might, they would endanger other people too. The protagonist poked his finger at the system window, which asked if he wanted to exit. The system notified that they couldn't exit. The protagonist's eyes widened, not understanding what was happening. System notification. For some unknown reason, all communication with the outside world had been cut off, asking them to try exiting after completing the quest. The quest had begun. Type search. They must find and collect the pure demonic core hidden on the Blue Rock Island. The system wished them luck. The protagonist looked ahead in bewilderment. He looked at the guys in confusion, saying that he would act according to the original plan. The sunlight was slightly breaking through the dense forest. An explosion occurred among the trees. System alert. The state of the Furious Tiger has been applied. Activated. The Furious Tiger comes out of the hole. The protagonist stood among the corpses of the gray elves. The protagonist looked away in confusion. He thought that this was strange, and usually gray elves are created by a parasite, so they do not bleed. There were dead gray elves lying on the ground. Changsun thought that these looked like real living creatures, flesh, muscles, skeleton, and they have everything, even a little blue blood. A dim light emanated from the monster's face. Changsun thought that it was even more strange that they had fragments of divinity. The leader frowned, thinking that only one parasite could do this. The protagonist imagined a black silhouette against the background of a huge tree. He noted that this was a divine tree. Changsun imagined an elf girl. He thought that only one god could grow such a tree. The girl looked away with a menacing look. The protagonist noted that this was the goddess of murder and destruction, who was once his comrade, Kali. The protagonist looked ahead with an enraged look, wondering why there were traces of her presence there. He frowned in displeasure, wondering what had become of her. A dim light was visible in the cave. People were asking if there was anyone there, asking for rescue. The guys rushed into the cave, saying that the White Tiger clan had come, and that they should not doubt, since they had come to save them. The people opened their mouths. They said that they were alive, asking for rescue, and that they should remove these damned stones. The protagonist put his hand in front of him, telling him to stop. Changsun narrowed his gaze, turning to Jumju. The guy created a glowing sphere. Jumju's player activated the ability Magic Lightning. A bright sphere illuminated the room. The people looked like dead people. System alert. The magical lightning brightly illuminated the cave. This place is teeming with unknown dead people. The protagonist looked ahead with displeasure, noting that this was a trap. The dead person extended his hand. Changsun noted that the roots of this tree were stuck in the dead people. Light emanated from the roots. The protagonist thought that they led to the same place. Gray elves appeared out of nowhere. The protagonist frowned in irritation. The leader thought that the wayward ghost could easily burn them with his flames, but there was a chance that there were survivors. Darkness appeared from the protagonist's body. He told Winter to create a passage. Jael rushed to the side. He hit the ground. The protagonist pursed his lips, looking ahead. He rushed underground. Changsun looked ahead with shock. Frozen roots appeared in front of him. A silhouette of a monster was visible in the roots. The protagonist thought that it was the personified form of a fully grown parasite whose ego was held by roots. The monster looked menacingly ahead. Changsun noted that these were elven roots. System alert. He found the boss monster of elven roots. The protagonist raised his gaze, noticing its crown. He remembered the appearance of Kali with a similar crown. The dungeon boss looked at his opponent furiously. Changsun thought that it was very similar to the one Kali wore. The protagonist held spears in his hands. The deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, looked around the dungeon with great interest. Player Changsun took out the unknown spears. The dungeon boss tilted his head. The protagonist wondered if it was possible that one of the divine trees grown by Kali had lost its way and ended up there. Changsun thought that this was a wild guess, but judging by the fact that the ruler of the abyss was so interested, anything was possible. The protagonist raised his head, looking at the elf. The protagonist thought that first Xerxes, and now even Kali, noting that it was hard to believe that this was a coincidence. The protagonist connected the two spears together, thinking that something sinister was happening there. The elf rushed to attack his opponent. The system notified that the raid on the boss had begun. The protagonist blocked the monster's attack. The dungeon boss waved his hand. The leader stared at the elf, thinking that he was sure that Kali's energy was emanating from him. The monster swung his hand. The leader thought that especially from the crown, and not only is its shape similar, but he can literally feel its divinity, adding that it must be a copy of the goddess's crown and it is at least treasure level, if not sacred. The protagonist repelled the boss's attack. He thought that means he must be at least a bishop or priest of Kali. The protagonist waved his spear. The deity, a tiger trapped in deprivation, watches this with great delight. One of the deity's faces, the twins, looks at the new events happening to him. The leader looked up in irritation. He thought that the ruler of the abyss and even the twins were interested, not only because it was just a fight with a strong guy, noting that there was definitely something between Xerxes, Kali and them that he did not know about. The boss began to attack Changsun with the Grey Elves. Changsun surrounded himself with fire. He thought that in order to find out, he must defeat him at any cost, and the tree born in fire, noting that of the 5 elements, wood is the only one that cannot resist fire. System notification. The incarnation of the wayward ghost was used to cause a firestorm. Flames were coming from the protagonist's face. He said that he would burn them all to ashes. Yuncio defended herself with a shield against the Grey Elves, saying that they would all die. A sphere of lightning was hovering above Jumju's hand. Jael charged forward with an attack. System alert. Player Jael activated the ability Shadow Tsunami. The guys watched the scene. Jumju said that he was an unusual player. Jael was floating in the air. He looked to the side with a menacing gaze, saying that if someone wanted to attack him, then go ahead. A black silhouette appeared from behind the ice wall. Jael looked ahead with a menacing gaze. The knight attacked the guy who blocked his attack. The knight looked at the man with a menacing gaze, asking who he was. The brown-haired man held a weapon in front of him. He said that he was Lieutenant Heseong, a B-rank player and a soldier of the Awakening Forces under the command of the Military Defense Forces, noting that he was trapped there while trying to save the buried workers under the orders of the association. The guys crossed their weapons. Heseong said that he answered his question, and now it was his turn. The lieutenant asked if he was a human. The knight removed the helmet from his face, saying that he was Jael, a member of Team L of the White Tiger. The lieutenant looked at Jael in shock. He asked that they were Team L and that it was Changsun who was leading it, which meant that he was there. The boys stood in front of the lieutenant. Heseong said that the wounded were in dire need of help. Jael said that their commander was not with them yet. The ground beneath the boys' feet began to vibrate. Frisia smirked slightly. He noted that Changsun had told them to go alone, and he had also said that there would soon be chaos there, so they should be careful. Jael narrowed his eyes to the side, thinking that this voice was accurate. Jael asked how they could trust his words. Frisia looked away in confusion. He wondered what he had found out about where he was, adding that he thought of him as a simple dog begging his master for praise. Frisia closed his eyes and smiled. He thought that even if he was a loyal dog, he had his own will and brain. Frisia said that he could not believe him if he did not want to. Jael widened his eyes, asking Frisia to wait. The knight looked ahead warily, wondering if he was telling the truth. The knight lowered his gaze. He wondered if Changsun would do anything if so. The lieutenant watched the knight. Jael looked behind him, asking the lieutenant where the survivors were. Fire gushed out from Changsun's wide-open eye. He said that a tree born from the fire of the 5 elements would always lose to fire. A firestorm raged due to the use of the servant Jigwe. The hero released a beam in the shape of a cross, cutting through the flames, wanting to incinerate them all. The figure of the roots was at the center of the firestorm. The creature, being eaten away by the flames, roared in pain. A pillar of bright flames shot up from the center of the mountain. Changsun tilted his head back, watching the figure falling from above. The elven roots hung in the air, grinning in anger. The creature opened its mouth in a piercing scream. A horde of similar creatures rushed to its aid. The protagonist stood there, frowning, watching this. "Frisia," the brown-haired man said. From the shadows behind the tyrant's figure, a swordsman in armor appeared. Staring intently at his opponents, the knight raised his sword to strike. He waited for the hero to summon him. With a swing of his sword, the summoned one caused a wave to sweep away everyone in its path. Changsun flew up on wings from the hole in the mountain. The elven roots, screaming, looked at the injured arm. Gritting their teeth, the roots on his injured arm began to grow. The tyrant stared at his opponent. The more the creature was injured, the stronger it became, the tyrant thought. The hero lunged with his spear, which hit the monster's root shield. The protagonist, intercepting the spear shaft, thought about his headache. The brown-haired man activated the false shard mode, pointing his sword forward. The hero lowered his hand, cutting the monster's body with a beam of light. Writhing in agony, the creature suffered wounds. An intricate knot began to appear at the site of the wound. Changsun, looking at the creature in front of him, was shocked by its healing. The elven root struck with its fist, trying to hit the shocked hero. The brown-haired man's face distorted, looking at the enemy. He realized that not only did the monster begin to recover faster, but the recovered part became harder. Kali had always surpassed him in terms of traditional arts. Flashes of blows flew over the treetops. Perhaps, since he is a priest of Kali, he has an advantage in this area, the hero thought. The tyrant looked at the enemy from under his brows with irritation. He pondered as the root's recovery only became faster, the physical difference continued to increase. The shadow-covered figure of the elf's roots loomed menacingly. Changsun thought that he had only gotten to this point due to his superior element. The brown-haired man lowered his hand to the ground, spreading flames. He realized that he would have to suppress the enemy with a gap so huge that he could not cope with it no matter how hard he tried. Shrouded in flames, the protagonist extended his hand forward. A huge snow-capped mountain. At the top of one of the hills stood a girl with her back to Changsun. It was difficult to catch up with martial arts alone, the hero told the witch. The brown-haired man grimaced and stared ahead at the girl. He asked why her power had changed and what it was, and could he use it. Turning around, the girl directed her gaze to the side and stated that this was her last weapon. Kali told her to listen carefully and asked him to only use it in case of real danger. The girl asked him to just know that among the living, only the hero saw this power. Putting his leg forward, Changsun inhaled the flames, throwing his head back. The hidden part was revealed. Himavat breathing. A breathing technique known only to practitioners of the snowy mountain Himavat, a sanctuary ruled by the goddess of murder and destruction. Created to replenish the oxygen deficiency and is suitable for enhancing energy. It can negatively affect the body if it is fully studied. One breath provokes the hidden power, extracting even more, the brown-haired man remembered. Holding a spear in his hands, the tyrant continued to inhale the flames. If the ruler of the abyss or the twins are watching the hero, they will not understand what it is, because Kali said that all witnesses are dead. Right now, he will overpower him in an instant before a full-scale explosion of magic. Continuing to inhale the flames, veins covered the hero's face. Fiery clots flew to the sides from the hovering protagonist. The breath of Himavat was used, provoking hidden powers. The protagonist thinned the streams of fire, entering the berserker mode, and also the mode of insanity and delirium. Provoking his hidden power greatly increased all stats for 5 minutes. Looking intently in the direction of the enemy, Changsun activated the Kalakagathia skill, allowing him to wield the magical power inside him. The protagonist pointed his spear at the elven roots. These 5 minutes were actually the limit of time for him to use up all his hidden powers before dying, he thought. But in his current state, the hero can use 5 seconds of this time. Floating in the air, the mage directed the fiery streams at the creature with his spear. The hero had to finish it off in this time. The monster flew, dodging the fiery beams. Several attacks hit the monster's body, and it roared in pain. 1 second had passed, and he needed to kill it quickly before its wound healed, the brown-haired man decided. The concentrated hero looked at his opponent. The viper's eye focused on the target's movement. The man counted down 2 seconds. Changsun's body twisted as he dashed towards the enemy. The Black Mountain Monarch Claw skill exploded. The hero thought for 3 seconds. The elven roots writhed in pain as they burned his left side. The hero hovered above the monster amidst a firestorm. The Black Mountain Monarch Claw skill is furiously angry. 4 seconds. A wave of fiery energy struck the priest Kali. He stood above, watching the smoldering remains. The final 5th second, the hero finished the countdown. The feat is complete. Embodiment of destruction. Reward, strength +5. The level of the Black Mountain Monarch Claw skill has increased. He has successfully defeated the boss monster, the Elven Root. The hero's face touched with fatigue, he exhaled. The constellation of the hunting time bulged its eyes at the hero's demonstrated skill. Himavat's breathing state was forcibly interrupted, and all stats have now been restored. He has used up 45% of his stamina. He has used up 61% of his mana. The brown-haired man is anemic. The serpent that coils the world constellation says that activating latent abilities would normally incapacitate a person, but this comes with less risk, making one curious about the mechanism. The burnt remains of elven roots lay on the ground. His bark-covered face was motionless. The hero, standing next to a fallen enemy amidst the raging flames. The hero couldn't believe that he had used a technique taught to him by Kali against her own priest, noting that it was truly amusing. The owl that pierces the twilight constellation worries about the tyrant's fatigue. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation watches your energetic performance in amazement. The Tiger constellation, trapped in difficulties, laughs, saying that the brown-haired man is indeed the chosen participant, considering how easily the man defeated such an opponent. The Great Demon constellation that chases the abyss is curious about what the protagonist plans to do with the subject he has defeated. Changsun looked at the attorney with drooping eyes. The leader thought that he had pacified it for now, but now he needed to find out what happened to Kali after he was sent to the trial of divine punishment. Standing in front of the creature's corpse, Twilight thought that with the twins and the Void Monarch watching over him, the protagonist couldn't interrogate the priest. Suddenly, the elven root opened its burning eyes. The shocked hero stepped back. The protagonist wondered what was happening to him. Laughing madly, the creature began to recover. The tyrant looked at the priest in shock, thinking that the opponent was not looking at him. The burning roots gushed out around, turning to the vile gods. The bottomless eyes of the creature stared ahead. The creature said that their vile game would not last long, and when the dead god arose, he would destroy them all, adding that the apocalypse they all feared so much. The risen figure raised a branch in front of the brown-haired man. It will overtake them along with the darkness, it said. The hero soared upward, dodging the monster's attack. The skill beast sensed danger. The eye of the viper advises to flee. A blinding flash. The boss monster, the elven root, is dead. The hero soared in the sky, watching the magical tree in the distance. The parasitic tree, filled with energy, was growing. The elven root sacrificed the divine and magical extract inside itself to strengthen the parasitic tree. Changsun flies away from the writhing tree. Following the rule, the parasitic tree evolves into a new form. The protagonist glared at the tree, thinking of the divine tree. A quarry, the sun shining through the clouds. A voice rang out in the space, saying that there was no news and he would soon suffocate. A man asked why they hadn't arrived yet. Another asked that they didn't think something had happened inside. 3 workers stood there, arguing with each other. A worker asked how he could say that now, adding that he should watch his words, asking that he wanted them to be killed. Denying what he had said, the other pointed straight ahead. They stood in front of a gate pulsating with energy. The man looked at the gate in confusion. The eldest worker asked the others to make an association because this was a breakthrough in the dungeon. The 3 men were surprised to see a car drive by. 4 people arrived at the quarry. A woman who had just arrived looked at the gate. She thought that even considering the breakthrough, the management was too complacent. The blonde man with glasses stood watching the breakthrough. He guessed that this was a dungeon higher than 4 stars. The brunette looked at the boy. She repeated the blonde man's question, addressing Seokti. Seokti denied the guess and said that the dungeon was number 1. The blonde man thought with a smirk that since it was 1 star, there must be another dungeon open somewhere else, noting that they said there was a tyrant there. The parasitic tree grows even more. One of the faces of the Gemini constellation urges him to stop enjoying the view. The Tiger constellation, trapped in difficulties, smiles while watching the star, saying that this creature seems to be interested in the hero. Changsun hovered on its wings in front of the tree. Massive energy leakage from various areas of the dungeon. The enveloping process has begun. The hero's face distorted in worry, wondering if his team members were able to evacuate. Changsun stood on a cliff opposite a growing tree. The Tiger constellation, trapped in difficulties, was struck by the rebellion of a mere mortal of whom only a ghost remained. One of the faces of the twin constellation had a cold glint in its eyes. The tyrant thought that the elf root definitely said that his dead god would rise again and bring an apocalypse and darkness. He looked up and watched the scene with curiosity. The hero thought that in other words, Kali was already dead and Gemini was to blame for this. The brown-haired man's face distorted in sorrow for his friends, wondering what happened after he was sent to punishment. After all, others did not suffer because of him. The parasite tree was pulsating with energy. A new boss, the divine parasite tree, was born. The tree began to move. The monster boss, the divine parasite tree, decided that the energy from the dungeon was not enough to achieve its goal and was looking for a new source of energy. The monster tree directed its roots to the side. He discovered a new server, planet Earth, which exists outside the dungeon. The parasite divine tree began to spread its roots across the ground. A breakthrough in the dungeon began and the mission was changed. The mission theme is cutting down. The parasite divine tree, which began to spread across Blue Gem Island, is now destroying the ecosystem and sees at an insane speed. It plans to invade the outside world as well. Cut down the tree. If you fail, the parasite roots will cover the ground. Changsun stood in front of the raging parasite roots and thought that it was all his fault. The tyrant's face was full of determination to bring the Kali priest back. The protagonist stood in front of the knight. Frisia said that the idea that the master expressed seemed interesting, asking about the tyrant's desire to bring back the priest as a new chosen member. The man replied that if the parasite tree spreads across the ground, then everything is over, adding that he must destroy the parasite tree and bring back the elven root. The protagonist with a tired face thought that the tree would go to the sky, where the gods and stars live. One of the faces of the twins is outraged by the arrogance of the mortal. Frisia was shocked. The tyrant told him to find it. The knight asked what he was talking about the elven root, noting that it was just ridiculous. The brown-haired man's face became serious, and he replied that this was an order. The knight looked indignantly ahead. He wondered what an order was, and he was ordering him, adding that for some reason his words had weight, and he seemed obliged to follow them. Changsun stood with his back to the departing blonde. Frisia shouted that he would do as he wished. Standing on the hill, the protagonist wanted to get there first. The tyrant pulled his bow with all his might, equipment with a white bow. The Viper's Eye skill marked the target. A flash of fire moved away from the hero. A beam of energy flew into the parasite tree. An explosion rang out from the treetop. Authority activated, 100% hit rate, the projectile hit the target. A chain of explosions passed through the trunk of the parasite. The lightning explosion skill and lightning net skill caused a large-scale fire explosion due to a chain reaction. Chain explosion achievement obtained. The tree stood engulfed in flames. Taking a look at the problem, the hero noticed that the enemy's growth had stopped. With an embarrassed expression, Changsun wonders how gods can be such children. Constellation Good Time for Hunting rubs his nose, bragging about the amazing powers she granted. Constellation Snake Coiling the World questions her words and claims that he was the one who brought about this result. Constellation Good Time for Hunting jumps up and down, asking what kind of nonsense he is talking. Constellation Snake Coiling the World brags that without the target settings, everything would be useless. The Constellation Good Time for Hunting asks if the snake that wraps around the world wants to be crippled. The snake that wraps around the world laughs at her. The protagonist stood in front of the roots. The boss monster, the divine tree parasite, went berserk. The tyrant fires a powerful arrow. Hitting the tree creates an explosion. He partially destroyed the divine tree parasite with just 2 arrows and also gained a lot of experience. The skill First Class Archery has evolved into the skill Masterful Archery. The brown-haired man soared up above the roots of the tree. The protagonist pointed his hands with daggers towards the monster boss. Using the skill Reaching for the Flying Tiger, he can now run through the air. One of the faces of the constellation Gemini is glad that he punished the unbeliever who dared to bare his fangs at them. The man's eyes take on a serious gleam. The tiger constellation, trapped in difficulties, smiles in surprise, happy to enjoy the spectacle. Soaring upward, the tyrant flies above the clouds. Changsun hung in the air inside the hole. He entered the hole of the divine tree. His gaze rushed forward in shock, realizing that there was someone there. A figure sat on the top of the tangled roots. A winged creature sat on the body of an elf root. Grinning predatorily, it looked straight at the hero. Opening its mouth, it laughed, saying that he did not expect to see a new guest here. The protagonist's face is frozen with tension. The divinity of the twins illuminates the entire sky. The skill of Animal Sense urgently warned of danger. The creature raised its hand with a whip, said that the patron speaks, noting that it is usually necessary to express respect when seeing him, but he is magnanimous, so he forgives him. The hero's face changed, and his eyes expressed concern. The tyrant wondered if he was an apostle, immediately dismissing the idea, adding that he might be on the level of a high priest or an archbishop, and whoever the creature was, he held a high position. A predatory grin spread across the face of the feathered monster. He said that he would clearly demonstrate to him the consequences of blasphemy against the patron and grant him the grace to spread the patron's teachings where the hero lived. One of the twins' faces smiled. The monster screamed contempt for those who rebelled against his master, adding that the tyrant was the same and he would send him to the dead god. The son of the twins' high priest wanted to return the divinity of the dead god. Blood gushed in all directions. Changsun looked warily at the son of the god. The hero noted that he was a strong opponent and he did not know if he could defeat him in his current state. The tension grew in his eyes and he thought that there was really no way to defeat this harpy and return the elven root. Looking at the destruction, the guy noted that he was a strong opponent and he did not know if he could defeat him in his current state. He wondered if there really was no way to defeat this harpy and get back the elven root. The monster was standing angrily. The brown-haired man listened to Jean's words with a surprised face that there was one way, and first, you need to extract the pure demonic core. The protagonist rushed forward, thinking that it may not be easy, but if there is a chance to use it. The system noted that the tiger's order status was received and his thought process was accelerated, and the stats increased to the maximum after activating the Kalakagathia ability. Changsun's eyes turned white. A notification appeared that the stats that are currently lacking compared to 2 unspecified enemies were temporarily replenished. Strength and agility were increased by unknown. The monster turned around. The guy was rushing towards him. It was noted that the breath of him that provoked hidden powers, and he reached the berserk state. The monster's eyes widened. The brown-haired man was flying with 2 blades. The notification said that the tiger deity, the truth in the trap is superfluous, was watching his actions with renewed interest, and one of the faces of the Gemini constellation belatedly noticed his behavior. The protagonist crossed his blades. There was horror in the eyes of the harpy. The couple watched the pillar of flame, asking what was going on. Wolf frowned his light eyebrows, saying that these were all monsters. The system noted that the boss monster divine tree parasite of an unknown level was growing. The girl gritted her teeth, thinking that this was just a dungeon rift. She looked ahead and thought that even this monster was still growing, and who knows what will happen if it migrates the entire earth through this gate. The brunette lowered her head, thinking that there was no need to even imagine, and it was immediately clear that something cool had happened. Seeing the crazy flames ahead, she mentally asked how they could catch such a monster. Suddenly, a bright light appeared. The man and the girl looked on with shocked eyes, asking what was going on. Yi-Yun saw a notification saying that the player Changsun was going wild again. The blonde smiled, noting that it was the tyrant. He took off his glasses and said that he hadn't planned on joining the raid, having traveled all the way to Korea for business. But before he could get what he wanted, he needed to clear out the dungeon. A bright light appeared in front of him, and the system responded that he had used the werewolf transformation. The man acquired the form of a beast. The brunette jumped on his back. As they rushed forward, a stream of notifications came in, saying that blessings were with them. Wolf loudly noted that the blessing of the saints was incomparably more powerful than most high priests, not to mention the blessing of not just a goddess, but all the gods of Olympus. The girl's eyes lit up. As they approached the fire, she said that there was one survivor at 32 burners northwest. The werewolf smiled and said to be careful, because if she fell, he would not pick her up. There was a black and purple energy around Changsun. The system noted that the abilities of the first claw of the ruler of the Black Mountain and the second claw intersected, and one of the faces of the Gemini constellation shouted that it could be dangerous for a family member. A powerful energy rushed towards the enemy. The harpy looked on in horror. A magical attack fell on him. He began to disappear in a bright light. When there was nothing left of him, the information from the notification said that the sun, the high priest of Gemini, was now dead, and the boss monster divine parasite tree was destroyed. The system noted that the player had accomplished a great feat and received the divinity of Gemini, an unknown god, and a large amount of experience points and merits. The boy's eyes closed as he thought about it. The claws of the Black Mountain ruler given by Hanyu called all 5 claws, but with his stats, he could barely use 2, and he thought of opening them at the same time, but the consequences would be too much for him. Falling down, the boy thought about how he gave everything he had, and the sting of hidden forces provoked. The system responded that one of the faces of the Gemini constellation said that it was impossible, and got up from his seat. The protagonist continued to fly down, thinking that he could not begin to imagine the Black Strike. It was noted that the divine tiger, trapped by the extra, clucked and said that he did something crazy again, and the divine time of hunting stared at the furious explosion. It was said that the deity of the snake coiling around the world laughed, and the deity of the owl placing the dim light worried about his exhausted body. A black dot flashed in the sky. Jean said that he almost died, but at least they had a pure demonic core. The dungeon quest was over, the reward counting began. The administration bureau was conducting a new investigation. The gods were shocked, and the stars were smiling. As the guy continued to fall, it was said that the dungeon would soon be closed. The countdown began from 10. The brown-haired man was caught. He opened his eyes slightly. He saw a man with long hair who said that he was a man who fell after losing his wings. Closing his eyes, Changsun heard that the unknown person did not care. The protagonist was unconscious. A girl was looking at him. He thought that he was warm. A shadow fell on the girl's face. The guy thought about the sharp and pleasant body odor, about the grumbling voice in which you can still hear anxiety. He began to open his eyes. The player stretched his hand, thinking that for some reason he was experiencing an unfamiliar feeling of melancholy. The man grabbed his hand and shouted that he was finally awake. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. The sun was shining on the tall building of the clinic. The protagonist sat up and asked about Lieutenant Packer Hesiom. The white-haired man answered in the affirmative and asked if he knew about him. Changsun looked away and mentally noted that he was the second lieutenant he met during training, and he believed that he had been promoted. Introducing the man and his squad, the woman said that when the divine tree parachute grew, they were dangerously close to being swept away by its vines. Remembering the werewolf, he said that then. Introducing the wolf with the girl on his back, the man said that in the middle of the disaster, they were saved by a huge wolf imp. The protagonist jumped up, asking about Yiyun. He was asked not to get up so suddenly. The system noted that the deity of hunting time was happy that he had realized. The deity of snake reproached her, saying that he also saw everything, and the deity of hunting time pretended to listen to the god. The brown-haired man on the bed asked why she was there. The white-haired man replied that she probably wanted to meet him, but in the end she entered the dungeon after seeing the risk of a rift, and she was also the first to help him when she was exhausted. The protagonist imagined Yiyun and thought that he had fought with his son very high in the sky, and wondered if she really felt it and could detect mana waves from such a distance. He wondered how close she was to mana. The guy frowned, thinking that there was more. Thinking back to the brunette, he thought that they had only exchanged a brief greeting on the vile snowman hill, but he felt the blessings of several gods from her, and it was hard to consider her an ordinary person. Changsun looked ahead, thinking that the special other face hidden behind the blessings and mana, and he was sure that it was also looking straight at him. He thought that it was not a bad idea to meet Yiyun and study this, and he should thank her. The brown-haired man lay down on the bed, realizing that it was important for him to rest now. The system noted that one of the faces of the Gemini constellation was looking at him attentively. The protagonist frowned, thinking that he was curious about how the Gemini would respond to the loss of a high-ranking family member. The car drove along the night street. The voice from the yellow car said that she was ready to do all this right then and there. They asked why not stay since she saw the awakening. While Yiyun was driving, she was told that hearing words of gratitude from the tyrant was a big deal. She asked if she knew that they even dedicated part of the show to that day. The girl frowned in displeasure until she asked if she was just embarrassed to hear gratitude. The brunette hit the passenger with her hand while he was saying that he didn't know that the Great Iron Witch was so modest. The system noted that the owl deity was nodding its head, saying that bragging about serving justice was indeed a headache. The fire god deity said that it didn't seem to be that. While plaintive cries were coming from the car, the deities were communicating with each other. The brunette frowned, mentally noting that she was sure that the guy had seen it. She imagined a gloomy silhouette. The girl lowered her head and wondered who this Changsun really was. The quest Curse of the Ghouls lair on the 4th floor, District 32, had begun. Jean, standing in front of his friend, asked if he was okay. The guy replied that it was unlikely that the moisture would let things slide because he was unwell, so he didn't really have a choice. The blonde laughed and said that he liked this attitude. Looking at him, the protagonist asked what about the pure demonic core. The system noted that the deity of hunting time was very curious about how he would use the pure demonic core. Jean smiled widely and said that he knew this would happen, so he prepared in advance. He asked if he could imagine how tired he was of running around looking for it in such a short time. The snake deity was searching through his storage to find a way to control a dead family member. Changsun crossed his arms and asked if he had found one. The blonde replied that he knew that even if he washed his eyes with holy water, nothing would change. He said that he simply could not feel it. The boy frowned as the deities agreed with these words one by one. The man smiled and said to feed the pure demonic core to one of them, and that was all that needed to be done. As they stood in front of each other, the protagonist said that he did not understand. Jean asked how he created everyone here, including him, and he replied that he used the Tiger King's calamity. The blonde asked him to be more specific. The brown-haired man began to tell him about the refinement of starlight in the Forgotten God. He understood what it was. Looking at the monsters, he said that all the family members in Ghoul's lair were created from the refined starlight. He frowned while his companion said that in other words, the King Tiger disaster does not care about the elements or characteristics, and without an element, it is an empty vessel. Changsun asked if it was true that it was up to him to choose how to fill the vessel. He thought that this was expected and that it was right to trust Jean. Looking at the blonde man's smiling face, he thought that even when he was a seed of the gods, he was lonely without other family members or gods, so he was unable to delve deeper into this topic. The man said that he was good at creating strong vessels, so there was no need to worry. The guy mentally noted that on the other hand, Jean had learned to rule from a great family and even ruled thousands of ghouls in the ghoul lair, so he should be quite experienced. The protagonist pushed the core into the monster's mouth. The system noted that a member of Jean's family, Zavik, was trying to absorb the pure demonic core. The monster began to transform. The system noted that he had merged with the core and the divinity he possessed was reconstructed, and all of his stats were changed. An element and ability were issued. The guy looked at the monster. The monster screamed loudly. The system noted that the nature of the elven root was slowly rising through Zavik, and the absorption rate was extremely high and carried the memories of the personality from his past lives. He ran towards the protagonist. He frowned, thinking that in his past life, he was the high priest of Kali and also thirsted for revenge. and since this was the case with the blonde, he expected such a reaction. He asked if his comrade was just planning to watch. The man grabbed the monster by the head. He looked at it with angry eyes, asking how he dared to bare his teeth at his master, and said that he would make sure that he would never dare to behave inappropriately again. Blue energy began to flow from his hand. The protagonist thought that Zabik was a family member that Jean had resurrected, and Zabik's body was borrowed for reincarnation. His stats were redistributed, and there was no doubt how long he could resist. Sounds were heard in the cave. The system asked Chang-sun if he was going to give him a name, and he said with displeasure that he wanted to, and that he would call him Elfin Root. A humanoid monster was sitting on the ground. A notification said that the name had been successfully set, and from now on, the family member would be his weapon and protector. The brown-haired man looked at him and noted that he was said to have the divinity of a dead god. He said that the status of a dead god must be quite high for him to serve as his high priest. He asked how it was that he died and asked him to answer clearly. Elfin Root gritted his teeth and asked why he was interested in this. The boy closed his eyes and replied that it was because he could gain more power. He noted that he did not have a specific patron. The monster raised its head and asked again. It looked from under its brows and thought that if this was not related to the horoscope or Zaiwaidu, then there was a chance to find new light on the path filled with darkness. The creature sat on its knees and began to say that before everything was destroyed. It looked up and said that there was a star called the Twilight of the Gods. The boy's eyes widened. Elfin Root said that he fought with several stars, including the 12 zodiacs, and eventually ended up in a divine court to determine punishment and died there. He said that most of the stars agreed with the judge's verdict, and only a few were against it, and one of the protesters was the patron he served, the goddess of murder and destruction. The white-haired girl had addressed him in the past. She had looked at him askance and said that he was her stupidest friend, who had also abandoned her, but still a friend she should not have let go. Elfin Root looked with surprised eyes. He stood behind Kali while she said that she knew what he wanted to say, but she could not ignore it, because all this began with the 12-10 zodiacs and then asked to leave. The creature refused, saying that he could fight too. The girl looked at him and said that she dismissed all the priests, including him. She went ahead. The monster sat and said that he was not sure that this was luck. Looking at the grim face, he said that however, the goddess was not alone, and there were those who decided to stay by her side. Kali walked forward. Elfin Root looked down at Chang-sun and said that although she had never told him about them, he did not know how things developed for the goddess and her companions. The brown-haired man gritted his teeth as he listened to the words that it angered several stars in the sky, and in the end, the goddess had to die. The monster looked down and said that the gods who accompanied her must have suffered from grief as well. He looked up and said that since then, he had mixed with a fragment of the destroyed world, wandering around, finally opening his eyes in a place teeming with magic. The guy with a gloomy face thought that the 12 zodiacs were scum, and the misfortunes that happened to Kali and the Xeroxes were related to them. Frowning, he thought that no matter how strong the goddess was, it was not warm to rebuild the 12 zodiacs and the entire horoscope ruled by the heavens. As he imagined the creatures, he thought that he was the first to abandon them, and yet they tried to save his life. As the wind blew through his hair, the protagonist asked if revenge was his goal. Sonya's back was to Elfin Root. He listened that this was also part of his plans, but the first priority was the resurrection of the goddess. Chang-sun turned around and asked if it was possible. The creature, with a distraught look, began to shout, saying that the most important thing was faith, and that this was the inevitable desire and duty of a true priest. The boy began to think that gods were beings based on foresight and laws, and as long as there were believers who worshipped and priests who collected divinity, revival was possible. He thought that this was why the underworld did not kill gods or stars, but imprisoned them. The brown-haired man frowned and thought that, theoretically, the revival of a god was impossible, but it was easier said than done, and once a divine being lost their divine status, their divinity and powers would be gone. He imagined the girl with the shards of the mirror. The protagonist looked to the side and asked if it was true that the more divinity one had, the stronger one could become. Elfin Root's eyes turned black as he began to say that it was true, and that his goal was to gather divinities and reach the level of an apostle. He said that Chang-sun might not have a patron, but he was sure that several stars were interested in us. The monster frowned and said that he was not asking for help, but asked not to get in his way, because tomorrow he would decide everything himself. He added that if he was interested in his strength, he could guarantee that it was a good deal. The brown-haired man looked at him and said that he would help him until then, and in return, he would have to completely submit. Elfin Root's eyes widened when the guy said that it would be impossible to leave him anyway, and without ruining him he wouldn't be able to do whatever he wanted. The protagonist looked at him from the side and asked if it would be better to rely on him and have a chance for the future. The monster stirred. he saw the silhouette of a goddess behind the guy. Tears began to well up in his eyes. Slamming his palm on the ground, the creature began to say that it, the 26th branch of the gods of murder and destruction. Changsun turned to him while he greeted his new master. As they looked at each other, the system noted that the elfin root family member had sworn allegiance, and the master-servant relationship with the family members had become stronger, and loyalty had increased by 15 points and dependence by 10. The monster looked askance. The notification said that the guy had received absolute command rights. The protagonist looked askance, mentally asking, could this right really have been transferred to him, despite the fact that this monster was a member of the Gene family? He thought that this did not change the elf's desire to kill or rebel against him, but obliged him to actively help him with his desires. The deity of hunting time was happy at the prospect of gaining an outstanding family member, while the deity of snake was hesitant. The deity of owl watched him with a gentle smile, and the deity of tiger laughed. The brown-haired man frowned, mentally noting that he was now curious about how the twins would react to elfin root becoming a member of his family. The blonde smirked. The system noted that one of the faces of the deity of Gemini was smiling slyly, seeing how he accepted the traitor who dared to cross his path. A caption appeared on the large screen that the deity of Gemini was giving the protagonist a new mission scenario. The task was to choose a patron, and the description said that one of the faces of the deity Gemini had been watching for the past few days and was indignant at how he had harmed the high priest and accepted the heretic who dared to rebel against him, and was now reaching out to him instead of undressing. Everyone looked in surprise. The system noted that the twins were making an offer to the guy. The brown-haired man frowned. The twins offered to become his apostle. Jean, with an indignant face, exclaimed that this was simply ridiculous. The information on the screen said that by accepting the offer, the hero would take the highest status on Earth, how to imagine the 12 zodiacs, and would be able to master everything he wanted. The twins warned that if he refused, they would punish him with death. A bright light appeared in space. The system said that the twins' offer had spread throughout the entire heavenly kingdom. While imagining the zodiac circle, the protagonist mentally noted that the 12 zodiacs were the stars among the stars that ruled over huge cults, even in Arcadia, the great beings closest to the emperor. With his brows furrowed, he thought that he knew that the 12 zodiacs would one day be interested in him, but he never thought that they would offer him to become an apostle. Many gods were surprised, and most of the stars were intrigued. Imagining a person under the zodiac circle, the protagonist thought that if he became an apostle, he would instantly surpass the limits of a human, because a demigod is much greater than a low-ranking god. Changsun grinned, mentally noting that he had made him a stunning offer. The information on the screen said that he had become famous in the heavens, and his fame had increased by 1,000 points, and 15,000 karma points had been obtained as achievement points. The administrator noted that he was screaming from the requests coming from various gods and races, begging for information about Changsun. Elfin Root looked on with surprised eyes, thinking that he couldn't believe that his new master could become a member of the Gemini family, which meant that they would be under their control even if he resurrected the goddesses by gathering divinity. The deity of hunting time in a fit of rage shot arrows at the deity, telling him not to spy on her man. The deity of snake looked on in horror, and the deity of owl told him to be wary. The deity of tiger bared its teeth and spread its tail, and one of the Gemini faces ignored them. All channels were temporarily cut off except for the Gemini channel. The guy frowned, thinking that he was crazy. He wondered if he just disconnected them because they got on his nerves. He thought that he had been quiet all this time, so he thought it was Castor, the older brother, but it turned out to be the crazy Brent Pollux. The brown-haired man looked at him with a gloomy gaze, thinking that whoever he was, it would not affect his decision. He was thinking about how to answer. He stuck his hand into the blue screen. The protagonist took out a large helmet mask, saying that he restored it because it looked good. Looking at the item in his hand, he read the notice that it was the appropriation of the Gemini divinity, which he received as a reward for the goddess crown. It noted that its rank was raised from a sacred item to a holy relic. Looking at the crown, the guy mentally noted that this was a holy relic containing the divinity of two incompatible enemies, Kali and Gemini. One of the Gemini faces screamed at him, demanding to know what he was doing. Changsun smiled smugly, thinking that when the twins turned their attention to him, Mephistopheles was the first to react violently. He thought he should try it. He put on a mask, asking if it was okay to be taken away from him. One of the twins' faces froze, realizing his intentions. A huge blue face appeared behind the guy. The system noted that the pale shrine was open, and the great abyss-chasing demon god raised its head. The guy looked away with a smile, mentally noting that he was right in that Mephistopheles, who said he had no interest in the affairs of this world, was greatly interested in him for some reason. A giant demon silhouette appeared behind him. The system noted that the great abyss-chasing demon god was quietly watching a certain star. One of the twins' faces was puzzled by the new member's appearance. The protagonist smirked, thinking that even Pollux would not act thoughtlessly in front of Mephistopheles, And as he expected, Mephistopheles clearly had a power to be reckoned with, and even the 12 zodiacs would not mess with him. A bright flash appeared in the sky. The system noted that one of the Gemini faces realized the other face's predicament and declared war. Rays began to ooze out from the glowing spot. It was noted that the shining light of the completed constellation was destroying the world. The great demon looked up. The rays began to hit them. Darkness and light clashed in a fierce battle. The protagonist gritted his teeth, thinking that just the collision of the energy of two stars was enough to cause tremors in the body. The connection with the disconnected channels was restored. The red-haired girl pulled the bowstring. The deity of the hunting season, with an angry expression on her face, aimed the bow at the definition of the constellation. The deity of the hunting season grins and screams, asking how dare he humiliate her. Changsun froze with shocked eyes, wondering at Pabelseg. He thought with a mad smile on his face that this meant that even the primordial dragon Tiamat was involved. Imagining the male silhouettes, the system noted that one of the Gemini faces was frowning, and the other Gemini face was saying that he should have been more careful. The huge monster began to grin. The brown-haired man mentally noted that Tiamat was now preparing to go to war with Taurus, the head of the 12 zodiacs. The protagonist thought that technically he was also at odds with Gemini. Changsun narrowed his dark gaze. It was noted that the snake deity was tired of the antics of the constellations and sharpening his scales. The owl deity asked if the horoscope could settle the instability that had just appeared. The tiger deity grinned, and the vile and evil purple star astrology deities focused their gazes on one side at the call of their comrade. The blue dragon deity appeared. Then the red phoenix deity appeared, standing next to him. The shining eyes of the supreme palace fence deity appeared, squinting. The man smiled wickedly, mentally noting that even the supreme palace fence, one of the 3 purple star astrology stars, was here. He thought that no matter how much the purple star astrology was in conflict with horoscope for control of the heavenly realm, it would not react like this because of the call of the lower ruler of the abyss. He wondered if they were planning to destroy the leaders of the other side if the opportunity arose. A bright flash shone in the sky. It was noted that one of the twins was stupefied. The tiger deity was warning them that if they did not leave, he would take it as cynicism. One of the Gemini faces turned red with rage, and the other advised him to retreat because now is not the time. One of the Gemini faces nervously turned in the other direction. The guy took off his crown. He smiled wickedly, thinking that it was a pity that it was all over. He mentally noted that it could have ended in a great war between horoscope and purple star astrology. The blonde guy turned around a little. It was noted that one of the Gemini faces paused for a moment to show dislike for the person who humiliated him. The guy extended his hand. The hand touched the protagonist's shoulder. His eyes widened. While the glowing hand held the brown-haired man, it was noted that one of the Gemini faces had reached him, and its divine power was spreading throughout his body like a cold, heating him up. The brown-haired man looked on with shocked eyes. Divine power began to spread throughout his body. Veins began to bulge on his face. Seeing bright flashes of energy, he mentally noted that he could not master the divine power of the 12 zodiacs with his current body, and even having immunity to poisons and the first form of the end of the world flames were useless. Pollux waved his hand. It was noted that the tiger deity roared, asking what the hell was this. One of the Gemini faces coldly replied that it was simply paying due honor to the mortal who possessed his divine power. The guy, blazing with energy, shrank. He trembled and clenched his teeth tightly. The other face of the twins disappeared, said that the person would gain remarkable talent if he could handle this honor, otherwise the divine body would melt his soul. The protagonist thought that his body was burning. It was noted that the divine squad of the Supreme Palace was disappearing, saying that it had a good time and that it remembered his name. The blue dragon retracted its tail, and the red phoenix folded its wings. The blue eye of Mephistopheles flashed. It was noted that the great demon was looking down on the guy from above its silent sanctuary. Changsun continued to blaze. A sphere descended on him from above. The great demon deity granted him its privilege. Blue energy splashed over the guy. While it was hovering around, it was noted that stigma was imprinted on him. The blue eye lit up. A seal appeared on the hero's shoulder. While he was kneeling, the great demon said that it would be easier for him to observe him this way. The eye disappeared and the pale sanctuary closed. Jean ran up to his comrade and asked if he was okay. The deities began to calm down, discussing what was happening. The protagonist covered his face with the crown, thinking that the tug-of-war between cosmic beings was beyond his imagination, and thanks to this crown of the goddess, he could barely stay in place. He began to read the characteristics of the item, where it was noted that by putting it on, the player can hear the thoughts of the tree and herbs that can help pump his spirit and help advance to the next level, and that now it was paired with the divine power of the twins, and its effect was doubled. Elfin Root held the crown in his hands and asked if Changsun was really returning it to him. The brown-haired man looked with a grin and said that he did not plan to become a parasitic tree, and he did not want to control the trees, and it would be better if each of them understood exactly the area of his implementation. He thought that all those hardships had not been in vain, and in the end he had obtained the stigma, a divine mark necessary for training the spirit. Looking to the side, the boy thought that in order to use it properly, he would need. He frowned when he read that the owl deity was looking at him with a pitiful look. Was she asking if she could do something for him, someone who faced hardships and adversity at every turn? His eyes widened when the owl deity invited him to dinner. The boy asked why so suddenly. The hunting season deity began to say that she was against it, while the snake deity, on the contrary, supported it. Jean leaned towards the hero and said that from now on he respected him. Changsun asked what he was getting at. He looked at the elf, while the blonde said that he could not believe that he was invited to dinner by the god of battles, about whom only rumors were known. The protagonist asked him to stop talking and told Elfin Root to help the man raid the ghoul lair. A portal opened as he accepted the offer. The brown-haired man said he would be back soon. The two companions looked at him with a smile, and the blonde asked to bring ice cream on the way back. Changsun's eyes widened, and he wondered if it would be there. Charging into the nest, he saw large white wings. As they enveloped him, he thought about how the owl is known for defeating the twilight full of the unknown and the irrational, and the only one who illuminates them with the light of civilization. He thought that it was the goddess of troops who blesses heroes and warriors who go through hardships. The player wondered why she suddenly invited him to dinner. The wings released him. He mentally noted that he expected the gods to pursue him, but this happened much sooner than he expected. The guy looked ahead, thinking that besides, Mephistopheles didn't seem to mind, but the mortal use to the sanctuary violates the principles of cause and effect, which can lead to serious consequences. He thought that this only confirmed how great the gesture was. The protagonist saw an ancient palace ahead, saying that he was expecting something luxurious and grand, but still in a complete daze. Approaching the huge doors, he noted their size and asked how he himself could enter. The doors swung open. A large man met him and said that the goddess was already waiting for him. They walked along the corridor. Changsun, with a tense face, thought that there was an excellent mixture of severity and freedom, and this was the best sanctuary of all those he had been to. When they stopped, the man said that a guest had arrived. The red-haired girl asked to enter. A crowd intervened at the protagonist. The owl deity named Manhwa said with a smile that she was glad to meet you. Various creatures looked at the guy. There was discontent on their faces. The brown-haired man frowned, thinking that these were, for a long time, the heroes who had received her blessing and her family members, the army of victory. The goddess smiled sweetly and said that it was better to eat right away while the food was still warm. Standing in front of her, the guy thanked her for the invitation. The man looked displeased. The group of creatures was tense. The player grinned nervously, thinking that they were staring at him. With a displeased face, he listened to the indignant cries. The female voice said that he needed to spin the mana over a narrow surface and release it at once. The male voice replied that then yes, it formed grains, so she needed to spread it over a large area. The girl called him a fool, saying that he was wrong, because if you abuse it like that, it will end. In front of Changsun, an old man and a sorceress were arguing. The man was unhappy with the insult. The brunette exclaimed, asking how many more times she had to repeat herself for him to understand. She screamed with an angry face that he was a brainless mountain of muscles. The man clenched his teeth, noting that this was being told to him by a nerd whose head could be blown off with a blow. The guy with the meat in his hands watched as their foreheads collided. He took a bite, asking if he should intervene. His eyes widened when the food turned out to be delicious. The system noted that he had consumed the meat with the blessing of a swordsman, and his strength increased by 0.5. The brown-haired man was surprised by the irreversible increase in stats. Notifications appeared saying that his fatigue had disappeared, his energy had increased, his wounds were healing faster, and his health and mana were fully restored. When he began to shine with white light, he thought about how all the wounds were disappearing, and not only the ones he received on the Bluestone Island, but also the ones he got after the fight with the twins. The player mentally noted that the goddess wanted to show her concern in this way. The girl placed her face in her palm, saying that she was worried that he might not like her treat, but she saw that he liked it. The player chewed the meat and said that it was delicious. The old man raised an eyebrow in confusion and said that this was too much. He said that he had asked many times beforehand. Manhwa looked away with displeasure and said that she had arranged this meeting so Badu could ask himself. The man turned away and said that he was just about to do so. He approached Changsun and said that he had a question for him. Looking down, he thought that he should first know what he wanted and then deal with it. The old man asked how he knew the thing he owned. The protagonist looked at him and asked what he was talking about. Badu grimaced and irritably said that he was talking about the fish intestine sword. Looking at the guy with anger, he said that from the outside it looked like a worthless bronze sword, but he acted as if he already knew what it was from dreams. He asked where from. The brown-haired man frowned and asked why he was interested in this. The man smiled widely and answered that it was because they also had one sword. He asked if he had heard anything about the guiding sword. The player looked with displeasure, trying to understand why he was talking about himself in the plural. He asked again about the sword. Looking at his shining hand, he thought that since the fish gut sword was reacting, it meant that he was not lying. The system noted that he received a hint of the day of the hidden quest. He needed to track down the guiding sword and return it to reveal a new secret of the fish gut sword. The protagonist grinned and thought that he could not have known that he had completely missed a clue to the quest, which he was not sure he would complete in such a place. Manhwa looked at him and said that it seemed like he didn't know about the owl's nest. She said that there were members of the arsenal and that the members of this nest shared the weapon and borrowed it when needed. The man looked at her with surprised eyes as she said that the rewards from dungeon raids, items from the wards and byproducts were in the possession of the nest. The goddess said that Badu made the most significant contribution when he found the guiding sword. Looking at her, Changsun noted that it was clear to him. He thought that it was not strange that Manhwa had such a great sword, and given her status and reputation, it would be strange if she did not have it. The red-haired girl smiled sweetly and said that Badu had gone through great trouble to obtain it, but he apparently found the fish gut sword quickly. She noted that he had a sense of rivalry. The man pointed at the player and indignantly asked how she could call this bastard his rival. The girl propped her face with her hand and said that she thought it would be better for him to stop this conversation now. She asked if that wouldn't make him less sharp-sighted than that bastard. The old man frowned and asked again how he recognized him and did he have some kind of talent or ability. The guy said he just saw him. Badu's eyes widened. He asked again. Looking at him, the brown-haired man repeated that he just saw him. He mentally noted that he shouldn't tell him that it was all thanks to his experience as the Weapon King during his time as the Twilight of the Gods. He turned away as Badu loomed over him, sending curses at him and asking what kind of answer was that. The goddess looked at him and asked him to stop. She said that she also had a question and asked if he remembered what they were arguing about. The protagonist turned his gaze and asked if they were discussing the effectiveness of the slash ability. He said that the words about how a melee attacker should use mana when fighting ranged enemies. He asked, was that right? The girl agreed. The old man became a fist and said that it was necessary to spread magic from the shield, concentrate on defense and wait for the enemy to falter in order to inflict a slash. The brunette with a dissatisfied face exclaimed that this was nonsense, that in this way he had exhausted mana, so he needed to reduce the area of mana release and improve the sharpness of his slash. She added that accuracy can be mastered, and by rounding the shape of the slash into a spiral, you can increase the area of damage. Changsun's eyes widened. He mentally noted that the slash is a technique that collects magical energy to deal with enemies at a distance, and it is similar to Tiger's Calamity and the Claw of the Ruler of the Black Mountain, so the topic of discussion is relevant for him as well. The red-haired girl touched her chin and asked him for his opinion. Badu approached her and indignantly asked if she really wants to know what a mere mortal thinks. The boy curled his lips, wondering if she was testing him. He thought that she was stirring up the competitive spirit of her family members while trying to test his abilities. He thought that since he was fed well, he should repay equally. The brown-haired man looked at the heroes and said that they were both wrong. He raised his head and began to say that the combat form of the slash was hidden in his aura, so all he needed to do was shape the aura so that it would hit the enemy at a distance. When the indignant old man began to shout that it was easy to talk, the red-haired girl asked if he could show him. A purple light and white spheres appeared in the protagonist's hand. The man and the sorceresses looked with shocked faces. The brunette with round eyes said that he had only been a player for a couple of months, and she spent 3 years perfecting it, and then she was called a genius. Changsun launched the spheres upward. They flew quickly. He sharply clenched the aura into a fist. He began to raise his hand. The guy hit her on the wall. Energy like a whip oozed from the fingertips. Everyone froze in shock. While the main character held the aura, there were shouts that no one had ever seen mana used like this before, and they tried to understand what principle he used. The goddess smiled and said that she thought this explained how he recognized the fish gut sword. She asked if he had any questions left for Badu. The old man closed his eyes and answered that he did not. Entering the room, the goddess said that this was the nest's armory and asked him to look around. Walking forward, the guy thought that there were a lot of divine relics here. The girl asked if he liked anything. She smiled and said that if so, he could take it. She took the net and said that it was the web she received after arguing with Arak. The red-haired girl showed the shield and said that she used it in the fight with Medusa. The brown-haired man looked around the armory, thinking that any of the treasures here would dazzle the beholder. The jellyfish on the shield said that someone building had finally arrived, and then asked if he wanted her. The protagonist stood and listened to the voices of the relics, asking to take them specifically. He narrowed his eyes and thought that perhaps because of the understanding he had gained from sword mastery and spear mastery, he could clearly sense the thoughts of the divine relics. He turned around when the voice said that he was here. Changsun saw a red sword. Seeing his hand shining, he mentally noted that the fish gut sword was reacting to it. The stone on the sword flashed, and he repeated that it was here. Energy began to ooze from the guy's hand. The system noted that he had found the guiding sword, and the fish-gut sword wanted to get closer to it. The stone was shining brightly, and the weapon asked why he was standing there and not taking it. The brown-haired man frowned, thinking that the legendary sword that turns its owner into a king, and it is not for nothing that they say that all 9 great gods are attracted to each other. The sword continued to call him. The protagonist thought that it seemed to be pressing on him. Manhwa passed behind him and said that she could give it to him if he wanted. She approached his back and began to say that of course it would be difficult to give it away forever since family members would be against it, but it was definitely possible to lend it. She said that she would lend him anything he wanted, and with any of these weapons he would become invincible. The red-haired woman perked up when the protagonist said that he had to decline his offer. She looked surprised and said that she was sure that any of them would help him a lot. Changsun turned to her and said that everything was true, but nothing in the world was free. The goddess smirked, thinking that she hadn't expected worldly desires to make him hesitate, but he had managed to get around the obvious trap with his ignorant behavior. The boy furrowed his brows, mentally noting that the guiding sword being here was important information, and as long as the mineral wanted it, he could always take it. He turned to her and said that he had a question. The girl said that she would try to answer. The brown-haired man asked with a serious face if she knew why Mephistopheles was obsessed with him. The red-haired woman smiled faintly. She turned and said with a smile that she had actually been waiting for him to ask that question since she had invited him to the shelter. She said that most likely, the reason she had even called him here was because she had something to say on the topic. The protagonist looked at her when she said that he looked very much like that person. Looking at him, the goddess added that he was the person Mephistopheles had been looking for a long time. Changsun asked her with a sad look, "Who was this person?" Introducing the guy, Manhwa said that he was familiar with death and played with fire freely. The guy flew into the sky. Remembering him in the sky, the girl said that he was gloomy like the night itself. Changsun flew forward in his memories. The goddess said that he had a natural talent for combat. Imagining space, the protagonist darkened and wondered if she was talking about him when he was a twilight ghost. He mentally noted that at that time, he was not familiar with Mephistopheles at all. The red-haired girl smiled and said that he was very similar to the abyss, and because of this, he could not help but draw his gaze to Mephistopheles. The guy frowned, thinking of the abyss. He thought that the divine name Mephistopheles was the great demon that chased the abyss. He guessed that the abyss was a person. The girl said that this was probably why he tested it during the first training. Looking at her, the brown-haired man asked who it was. A question was written on his face. Manhwa answered, but nothing was clear. She sighed in displeasure and said that she knew it would be censored. She noted that in any case, such a person exists. The protagonist darkened and thought that there were practically no cases where the system interfered with awareness. He mentally noted that he would either need more causal connections to understand who Manhwa was talking about, or to gain the right to him. Imagining a dark silhouette, Changsun thought that this meant that he was something so great that the principle of causality did not work for him, and the abyss that he knew was a fragment of the universe before the beginning of time in the deepest places. The guy wondered how this even resembled him. He mentally noted that he never thought that all the things he had dismissed as useless during his time as the twilight of the gods would come back to deal with him. Standing in front of the goddess, the player thought that if he restored his channel to the underworld and asked its king, he could get a general idea. He said that it was difficult. The girl began to laugh, saying not to worry too much and just follow his path, although she could tell something for sure. She smiled sweetly and said that okay was completely different. The brown-haired man's eyes widened. The goddess asked him in surprise what happened. Frowning, the brown-haired man said that nothing, it was just now. A portal began to appear on the side of them. A man jumped out of it and shouted that an enemy had appeared on the territory. The guy and the girl froze with surprised faces, asking who it was. The protagonist immediately became gloomy, thinking that the Owl's Nest was the territory ruled by Manhwa, who had a great divine status in Olympus. Lightning sparkled in the sky above the building. Changsun thought that someone had invaded the heavenly forbidden land that no one could even step on by mistake. A large bright flash began to appear in the sky. The system noted that when the day was coming to an end, the night slowly awakened and covered the sky, and the stars that screamed in the darkness began to shine. The constellation Gemini began to appear. A guy jumped out from there, and it was said that the constellation Gemini was trying to get into the Owl's Nest shelter. Castor smirked. The heroes went outside. The goddess gritted her teeth. She looked at the bright flash in the sky. The hack began. Many stars shot out rays. The red-haired girl frowned angrily, asking how dare he. She began to spread her wings, shouting that of course he was eager to vent his rage. She asked if Mephistopheles had scared him so much that he dared to enter his sanctuary and try to steal her guest. A large shield of white wings opened up. The girl asked if he dared to despise her, the great deity of Olympus. The stars began to hit the shield. It was noted that the owl deity and the constellation Gemini began to ask about the territory. The stars exploded, trying to break through the defense. While everyone was running, the red-haired loudly said to take their positions, because when the barrier falls, the caster family members will appear. The goddess looked back and asked Serena to send Changsun back to the lower realm. She asked if the head is external teleportation. The brunette created a seal, answering that now she is completely blocked by starlight, so entering new coordinates will take time. Mindra furrowed her brows and said that those rats wouldn't be squealing if the master deity was here. She shouted that they had planned it all. The girl gritted her teeth and asked Castor how dare he snarl at her. The twin's eye appeared in the sky and he said that she was too complaining for someone who was supposed to be a goddess of war. His eyes widened and he noted that they would have to see who would laugh last, and that after her it would be the turn of the pale star. The blonde clenched his fist and said that they should be the ones shining in the great night. He punched, telling the goddess of the old era to sleep. The twin deity tried to descend. Everyone froze when he failed. The heroes looked up in confusion. The system noted that the twin had partially succeeded in transforming. The fist broke through the barrier. Dark energy was seeping out of it. Warriors were starting to break through the gap, and the boy was telling them to attack. The goddess waved her hand and ordered her army to fight them. The heroes jumped up. They started to fight. Castor looked at the protagonist. The boy frowned and thought it was strange. Streaks of light appeared around him. The system noted that the beast's sensibility was quickly scanning the surroundings. Mindra and the blonde looked at each other. The brown-haired man mentally noted that these two, the twins, would never thoughtlessly start a war, because they do not do that if they are not sure of their victory. The protagonist's eye glowed yellow, and he thought that the twins' involvement in what could become an incident that led to a full-scale war between the medics Olympus and Horoscope meant. He turned his angry gaze, noting that it was not just about anger or retaliation. Frowning his dark brows, Changsun thought that Pollux was nowhere to be seen, but these two were called twins because they were always together when doing something important. The girl waved her hands, telling her children to go. A weapon appeared in her hand. Armor appeared on her body and a large shield appeared in her other hand. The goddess flew up. The boy was startled, hearing a voice asking him to take her with him. He turned around abruptly. He saw the guiding sword. Badu was swinging it in his hands. The old man struck, wishing for death. A dark aura erupted from the sword. A stream of energy flew towards the red-haired girl, and the protagonist shouted at her, asking her to leave. Mindra turned around. The brown-haired man frowned, and the Tiger Commandment status activated, increasing his speed. He mentally replied that this strike was meant to injure the great god, and with his current abilities, it would be difficult to block it. Changsun covered the goddess with his sword, mentally noting that he would need to draw out another power from the outside to repel it. The man frowned, ordering him to get out of the way. The boy's sword flared, and he thought that the one given to him by the twins and Mephistopheles. He used stigma. The brown-haired man clenched his teeth tightly. He thrust his sword forward, mentally noting that he would use their divinity to balance the power. A bright flash occurred. It collided with the dark energy. The protagonist knitted his eyebrows, saying that he would release it using a slash. He swung his sword, shouting that he would then repel it. Changsun struck the enemy attack, and the system noted that the ability of the first claw of the ruler of the Black Mountain was renewed. He repelled the blow. The old man grinned in anger. The boy was breathing heavily. His stats were falling. Black blood flowed down his hand, and he thought that this was a trick he had never used before. He received the great achievement of a mortal who awakened divinity. The reward was plus 30 intelligence and plus 25 willpower. It was noted that from now on, he could use a small portion of the starlight of the stars and could draw out the darkness of the primeval times. Mindra began to fly up, asking Badu what he was doing. The heavenly punishment of Promachos fell. It struck the man with lightning. The old man's face began to burn, and the guy screamed that it was stigma. He was asking if the protagonist had neutralized his blow with divinity and compensated for the rest with the divinity of the stars. A silhouette of a blonde man began to appear from the hot body, asking how a pathetic mortal could use divine powers so masterfully. Pollux with an angry face asked who he had made a contract with. Changsun stared at him tensely, wondering if he had been disguised as a member of the Mindra family all this time. A system window appeared, and the second face of the Gemini constellation descended in full force. Pollux looked forward and said that at first he thought his elder brother's prank was stupid, but now he thinks otherwise. Anyway, it was impossible to destroy him with the puppet's powers from the beginning. Changsun looked at him. The man clenched his fist and told the hero to come to him. The boy clenched his fist. The huge monster smiled. Mindra raised her spear to strike, and cut off the monster's arm. She frowned and asked how long he was going to humiliate her. The woman raised her spear and asked how long he had been hiding among her family members. Pollux stuck out his tongue and said that he couldn't say. Why would he answer? Mindra readied her spear and said that if he was not going to open his mouth, she would open it for him herself. The god's hand glowed and he told her to try it if she could. The hero watched their battle. Pollux smiled. There was an explosion. The guy covered his face with his hand. He frowned and thought that because of their depleting energy, he had a hard time even standing. The brunette created a protective field. A system window appeared that he had received the blessing of the goddess. Serena frowned and asked the hero if he was okay. He answered positively. The girl turned around and said that it was not because of him. She raised her hands and said that it was fun. A system window appeared that she was trying to lower him to the lower realm. Changsun looked ahead. The system window said that due to the distance to the destination being too far, it would take him 5 seconds to leave the nest. Pollux's eyes widened. A system window appeared that one of the faces of the Gemini constellation was trying to catch the player. The guy gritted his teeth. Changsun frowned and thought that he couldn't believe that they were doing this just to catch him. His eyes lit up. He thought that he had to trick them somehow. A vortex of energy began to swirl around him. He thought that even if that blow had used up all his energy, he still had pitch darkness. He thought that this was the ability that the twins feared the most. Pollux extended his hand. A system window appeared that the ability had been used. It was drawing his attention to the limit in proportion to the pitch darkness. The hero smiled and thought that Manhwa said that the person Mephistopheles was looking for was similar to him in many ways, then the absolute darkness should be similar. The guy raised his hands up. A system window appeared that the advantage given by the deity tiger, who was trapped in deprivation, was unlocked. The system window said that he had obtained the power of the path of the demonic beast. A system window appeared that he had awakened a new use of the stigma. The pitch darkness was unlocked. A light source appeared. The brunette opened his eyes. A system window appeared that the gaze of Inferno was opened. Castor looked at him in shock and said that this could not be. How did this lower mortal unlock the pitch darkness? Pollux frowned and said that he was sure the pale star did not have time to help him. Manhwa frowned and asked how dare he be distracted in a fight with her. She began an attack. A system window appeared that a spear flash was released. The boy gritted his teeth. He looked to the side and screamed. The hero was standing inside the whirlpool. His eyes were glowing. He had summoned Elfin. Roots began to appear around him. The spirit grabbed the sword. The boy looked forward and said that he not only saw him off, but even gave him such a gift. He frowned and said that he would try to make good use of the guiding sword that they both gave him. A system window appeared that the time was up and he was being returned to the ghoul's lair. The brothers looked at him and screamed. The spirit said that he had accomplished a ridiculously impossible feat. Elfin and Jean looked at the sword in shock. The hero frowned and thought that he had made the twins screw up big time. A system window appeared that one of the twins' faces was roaring with rage, and the other was destroying everything around. Changsun closed his eyes and said that it was too noisy. A system window appeared that one of the faces of the constellation Gemini warns that it will not hold back its anger towards the mortal who has disgraced them so much. Another face of the constellation Gemini forcibly suppresses the first one's anger towards him. He took away an object that was sacred to Gemini. Jean looked at him and said, he literally made 12 signs of the zodiac his enemies. Is he not afraid? A system window appeared that a preliminary order was sent to the community of gods, the horoscope. The hero looked forward and said that he was not afraid. Did he really think that they perceived him as an enemy? Rather, they were interested in him. A system window appeared that various constellations of the horoscope began to investigate this incident. Everyone was shocked by what he did. 241 constellations offered to become his patron, and 19 constellations offered him the position of an apostle. Jean looked at him in shock and thought that in addition to the gods and constellations offering to become patrons, the 12 constellations offered him the position of apostle. The brunette looked at the spirit and asked where he was. He smiled and said that he did well. Elfin looked at him and thought that if he followed him, then maybe. His eyes sparkled when he thought that then he would really be able to revive the goddess. Changsun took the sword when he thought that he would follow his new master without any conditions. The spirit looked forward and thought that his courage was incomparable to that of other people, but wasn't that too much? He looked with loving eyes and thought what difference did it make? The hero said that it seemed that he couldn't use the sword yet, thought that it was so noisy in Pollux's hands, and now it was silent. The guy frowned and thought that he was testing the abilities of the new owner. He looked at the sword. A system window appeared that this sword could not be unlocked. Changsun looked at his hand. A system window appeared that a new ability had been added to his sword. He said that it was the ability to use the blood spilled on the sword to strengthen the fire. The brunette frowned and thought that just holding the guiding sword helped him level up. What would happen when he recognized it as his owner one day? He thought that he was already anticipating what it would be like to use both of these swords to respond to the twin sword. The sword vibrated. The guy looked at it and thought that he must be lonely because only the number of divine swords increased. He picked up the sword and thought, to be recognized as the owner, you need to demonstrate your abilities, right? Jean said that while the owner was finished in the owl's nest, he and Elfin captured the entire 4th floor. but starting from the 5th, the passage will not be easy. The hero asked what the reason was. He answered that the territory of the ghoul leader begins here. The hero looked ahead and said that he was a scarlet assassin who used blood magic on a ghoul who ate a human to evolve into a superior ghoul. He thought that if the Scarlet Assassin was only good when it came to physical ability, then the ghoul leader had innate abilities. The boy frowned and thought that the ghoul leader they occasionally ran into on the 3rd and 4th floor was much stronger than the Scarlet Assassin or the Reapers. They had to get used to this place to survive. That's why there are so many here. He looked at the blonde and said that he understood why he said that it would be difficult from here on. The blonde replied that from here on, there would be many blood clans in the territory that use blood magic. Changsun's eyes widened. He asked again. Jean looked ahead and said that the ghoul leader creates groups, blood clans, each of which specializes in something different. Since they are all different, each must be approached differently. The brunette smiled and said that judging by how much he knew, he himself was trying to become the leader of the ghouls, right? The blonde narrowed his eyes and said that they were scum that he would have to go against one day. He did not just build up his strength for nothing. The hero looked at him and asked if he knew anything about the location and strength of the 5th floor. He replied that all the information he had gathered so far would be useless in a place where there were always battles. Changsun looked at him and said that he could see that he was eager to go there. The guy smiled and thought that the size of his army should not have changed much, but the strength has increased many times, so he feels confident, unlike the time when he was going against the Scarlet Assassin. The hero looked ahead and said that they need to catch someone to interrogate. It seems the target is heading towards them. He replied that it is the army of the infamous Blood Clan known for its great maneuverability. The winged hussars galloped towards them. Changsun jumped down and asked if it was true. He frowned and said that since he knows them, they are not small fry, they must know a lot. The guy smiled and thought that now he will test the abilities of the genie, Elfin, and the effects of the guiding sword. Someone asked Mr. Wolf if it was. The man turned around when he was told that Changsun had agreed to accept him. He smiled and said that he had waited for 4 days and was curious how much longer he would have to wait. He approached the girl and asked if she had any business with him. She asked if she could ask for an autograph. The blonde smiled and said no problem. If a lovely girl asks, it is an honor for him to serve her. He walked forward and asked her what was wrong. Did he do something wrong? The brunette replied that his expressions were too outdated. She said that she thought she was going to throw up. The man smiled and said that they would finally meet that person. He hoped that he was worth their weight. The girl asked if he hadn't seen it in the dungeon. He replied that he hadn't gotten a good look at him then. Wolf looked ahead and said that it would be great if he lived up to their expectations after what they had seen. The brunette said that he was amazing, even though she had only seen him from afar. She said that the scene of him tearing apart the parasite tree and the Gemini priest made him look like a messenger of God from old fairy tales. She looked ahead and thought that she couldn't believe that this person wasn't a ranker. Even if it was the will of the goddess, she just had to cheer him up. The VIP room of the hospital. Wolf walked into the room and said that they had finally met. He introduced himself and said that he was from the Illuminati. He smiled and said that he was sorry that he had to force him to arrange a meeting. He spoke good English. The boy looked at him when he thought that he was exactly as he imagined. The man looked forward and thought that there was weight in his voice. His gaze was full of strength. He was like a mighty tree. He was the embodiment of what the Illuminati were looking for. He asked if he was preparing to be discharged. Changsun looked at him and said that he had plans abroad. The blonde smiled and said that he seemed to be doing well, as expected of the rising star of the White Tiger clan. The brunette frowned when he said that they would get down to business. Wolf looked at him and said that today the goddess made a prophecy. The boy looked up when he was asked to hand over the head of the Illuminati clan. 4 days later, someone asked how safe the plane was. How could he even trust his fate to such a thing? The driver looked ahead when someone said that he understood that this was his first time going outside of Korea. He replied that he doubted that he understood. Changsun looked at the guy and said that he risks his life every day and cuts vile monsters into pieces. How can he be afraid of airplanes? He replied that this is completely different. A system window appeared that his spiritual distance with the guiding sword was reduced. Changsun thought that he was difficult to get along with. A system window appeared that their closeness had reached a turning point. He was now able to access some of the thoughts inside the sword. The hero thought that he showed quite good skill, which is expected of a famous sword in the Ghoul Cave, but the creation of nobility and passion for the direction is also very good. He thought that just by adding magical energy, he was able to put pressure on the enemies. The guy looked at the sword and thought that the problem was that this was all. He was only told to get closer, which was somehow weak for a sacred relic. He wondered if it was because of the legend of the king's symbol that he took all his actions for granted. The system window appeared that his mana input was stopped. He thought that the sword refused to acknowledge him as the owner. Changsun thought maybe he should just break it, but he was no longer the twilight of the gods. He looked at the sword and thought that he should just wait for it to acknowledge him, but if it didn't happen soon, he thought he would break it into pieces or throw it into the lava and remake it. He smiled and thought that Minerva was clearly wonderful. She could have asked for the guiding sword back, but instead she told him to keep it. The hero looked forward and asked what prophecy he was talking about. Wolf smiled and said that until now the prophecy was full of metaphors and riddles that could be interpreted in any way, but this time it was different. It was a prophecy aimed at him. Minerva said that this is the only gift she can give him as a friend. In the future she will always be by his side. The man smiled and said that she is always by his side. Does this mean that the goddess wants to be his closest ally? He raised his hands and said that the one who can stand on her side better than others understands her will and spreads her gospel on the earth. In other words, he was pointed to the head of the apostle who will lead them. The guy smiled and thought that she said friend. Does this mean that she considers him a comrade in arms, the one who annoyed the twins who desecrated the shelter? He thought that the buns and stars he knows would never call a mortal a friend for fear of belittling their dignity. It seems he understood why he is respected and revered by countless believers. He looked away and thought that this is not usual, but he thinks that he understood her words completely wrong. Wolf beamed. The hero thought that he was not going to retreat. It seemed that it did not matter anymore what he said. He clung to his idea and did not listen to anyone. He did not even want to imagine how tenacious 30-year-old men can be. Changsun looked at him and asked if it was okay or normal for him to make such decisions on his own. He had not even joined the clan yet. If he made him the head, he was sure it would cause a negative reaction. He thought that the old members would never leave a newcomer like him alone. The Illuminati did not have a separate head. They were under the control of the Council of Elders, so there must be endless interest in playing inside him. He smiled and said that even if God directly descended from above, the Illuminati must have their own rules and order. It was easy to predict that he would not be welcome there. The man smiled and said that he did not receive the divine answer he spoke of. The Parthenon received it directly. His smile widened and he said that no matter what kind of talk they had about being worthless, they would not dare to harm him alone. Since this was the will of the goddess, no one could do anything about it. The hero thought that even within a high-ranking clan with the rank of Duke, it seemed like he had the dog of power in his hands. He did not intend to join the Illuminati, but it would never be a bad thing to unite with a force of such magnitude. He looked at him and said that for now he was completely satisfied with his current situation. He should decline his offer. The man raised his eyebrows and said that he did not need to give an answer right now. He replied that he would be lying if he said he was not interested, but even so, he did not want to cross the line and become greedy. He closed his eyes and said that the instructions of the goddess were very valuable to him too. Naturally, he was interested in how to make this transition as natural as possible. Changsun frowned and said that if the goddess considered him her friend, the Illuminati would also be his friend. Then that meant that he, the Duke of Blue Wave, was also his friend, right? The man smiled when he said that he wanted to say that they should form an alliance between their groups, between his team and the Illuminati. They, the White Tiger and the Illuminati, they had arrived. The hero thought that after all, no matter how much power the White Tiger had, it was not enough to neglect the Illuminati. He was sure that they would be a great support for him in his future endeavors in the White Tiger. Changsun turned and said that he would have to take off his shoes when he boarded the plane. A system window appeared, and the Constellation hunting season shook its head as it watched him. The hero smiled. The boy shouted that there was an article about them. The news said that they were going to Europe. Yuncio reached for the tablet. She was told to look at her tablet. She replied that hers was charging. She smiled and said that she expected this from her darling. He always shines no matter what he does. The guy said that Changsun was coming. The girl asked where. The guy smiled and said that she bought it and that she should give him the tablet. She kicked him. Changsun looked forward and asked what they were doing here. The brunette raised his hand and asked to save him. The girl laughed. A system window appeared. That the constellation of the snake that wraps around the world looks at the member of the house with indignation. Yuncio frowned and said that she would smash his skull if he continued to do all this crap. Hyabin held the suitcase and said that she came too. The girl hugged her from behind. Young wiped away his tears and asked Changsun to take care of her. The guy looked at him and said that he could not resist the will of his niece. He asked him not to worry, she was also precious to him. Young bowed. The group of players went forward. The man looked at them and said that the younger and newcomers, as always, were holding everyone back. Kang Wuchan frowned and thought that because of Changsun, he was constantly sliding down the slope. He looked like a laughing stock because the hero caught him at the moment when he let his guard down. He thought that this time it would be different. The elders would be with them on a business trip, so he would deal with him in front of witnesses. The guy looked at him. He smiled. Wolf appeared and asked if they knew how long he had been looking for them. The brunette looked at him. The hero shook his hand and asked if he was going home today. He replied that he had booked a new ticket to talk to his friend on the way back. Wuchan looked at them in shock and thought that although he did not understand a foreign language, He definitely heard the word friend. Could they really be friends? He had heard rumors that the Duke of Blue Wave was trying to book Changsun, but there were so many rumors around that he took it for a lie. The hero smiled and said that traveling with a friend is always more enjoyable. The man thought, did he really return to headquarters because of him then? Does that mean he is a friend of this big shot? He miscalculated. The man frowned and said, even if he is the Duke of Blue Wave and a high-level ranker, how dare he ignore him? The old man walked over and said that they are already here. Changsun looked at him. He thought that they were the ones the CEO was talking about. He called them monsters, representatives of the White Tiger, first-generation players who laid the foundation of the White Tiger clan. Bu Youngjin said that they must be the kids who have been pushing the company to the max in recent days. One look is enough to tell that they will make excellent soldiers if he adds them to his army of corpses. Yi Honggak said that he shouldn't say that. They will think that he is serious. Eagle Hyunryung said that they are chattering like women in the market again. The system window appeared. The Constellation hunting season frowned, asking why this place is full of people with an ominous look. The protagonist bowed and thought that if the future strategic department is the brain and spine of the White Tiger, then the Chamber of Elders is the hidden claws and fangs. The rumors surrounding them are full of cruelty. Are they really going with them? He looked up and thought that the executive director would not be easy to convince the evil monarch warrior Hyunryung to come. It seems he asked the smartest of them about the greatest chance to get the fifth scripture from the family of mysterious scriptures. The man extended his hand and said that he must be the Changsun that Director O spoke of. Did he know who he was? The hero thought that it was the old monster, the first and elder of the chamber, who decided to execute thousands of people screaming in agony and after they were imbued with demonic energy. He smiled and said that he had heard stories about him. It was an honor to meet him in person. He replied that rumors were always full of bad fame. The guy looked at him and said that his life must have been interesting. Just such rumors appeared. The man frowned. He began to glow green and said that he weighed them very similarly. He should be careful that his life does not become like his. A system window appeared that the King Tiger Calamity was trying to penetrate his body. The brunette frowned. A system window appeared that the ability was activated. It judged the external invasion as a curse. A firewall was established. They held hands. The boy thought that the King Tiger Calamity was mixed with his mana. He was a god-sent warrior. He looked ahead and thought that his ability level was almost like that of the Duke rank Joachim. His level was around 80, the highest level I had seen recently. The man smiled. The hero thought that he undoubtedly surpassed Gildal as a demonic person. He frowned and thought about how many people were sacrificed in their formation. After all, these guys should not be spared either. Shiwen turned around and said that now that they were done with the introductions, he would give a brief explanation. Hyunryung looked at the boy darkly and thought how he could reflect his tiger calamity. He thought that these damn old men did not even deserve to live. The old man said that this trip was to create close ties with Europe before their clan went to America. These three people would help them a lot, but they must not make any mistakes. Shiwen smiled and said that he hoped to see their names in the tabloids when they met in America. The man looked away and thought that the CEO was pretending not to see him. He couldn't believe that Changsun had risen so much in a couple of months. He frowned, thought that it couldn't be put off any longer, and told him to remember what he told him and to pass it on as soon as they arrived. Wu Chan asked what it was. The brunette looked ahead and said that one was for the Illuminati. He was sure that they weren't too happy about Changsun either, so he was thinking of starting a fire, and the other was for the Dark Method, a letter for the King of Assassins. His eyes widened. The man turned and told him not to make a mistake, and once he passed it on, whatever he gave him, he was to burn it immediately. He looked at Changsun and thought that he had destroyed the King Killer's disciple and the army of black ghosts on the mountain of the Vile Yeti. Even someone like him would not be able to escape the wrath of the world's greatest living killer. The man frowned and thought that fire must be fought with fire. Even if he managed to escape the King Killer, he would not escape fatal wounds. Shiwen looked at him. He frowned. Air France Incheon, Paris. The flight attendant looked at Jiao and told him that he needed to put on his shoes. The hero laughed. Hyunryung adjusted his hat and said that they were neighbors, and he wondered what to do if he got bored during the flight. The guy turned around and thought that his friend had changed his seat because of the old man's threats. He looked away and thought that he would have to face him in France anyway, so he needed to figure out all his strengths and weaknesses. The old man smiled as he thought that the fact that he was opposing his ability had aroused his interest. He said that he hoped to receive many instructions from him in the future. The old man replied not to burden him with obligations. The brunette frowned and thought that the observers were much better than he thought. He had to hurry with the secret map. The good news was that he had figured out how he could easily speed up the process of creating it. He thought that firstly, he had to advance further, being seemingly unbridled free, but gaining a unique sense of camaraderie when the battle ignited. The absolute loyalty they showed towards Minerva was something he could never dream of as a solitary god of war and evil. He thought that the only way to unite the family members quickly was the Ghoul Cave. If he could unravel all the secrets of the fourth scripture, he would definitely have a chance. He thought that he needed to increase his combat power by a huge amount, at least twice as much before he could obtain the blood lightning. The hero looked ahead and thought that he needed to learn how to use the Hell Gaze. He thought that the moment he used the pitch darkness for the first time, he knew with full confidence that it was the second power he needed along with the blood lightning. He remembered that even the twins were afraid of it. It was a trump card that increased his strength 3 times. He frowned and thought that he needed to establish a connection with Mephistopheles again. A system window appeared that the curse of the ghoul cave had begun. It said that he needed to survive for 72 hours. Changsun rushed forward and thought that he might not be able to figure out the identity of the pale star that Mephistopheles was looking for, but he was sure that it would tell him to look for something to meet him. The hero frowned and thought if he could use this position correctly, he would surely be able to obtain the method of mastering the pitch darkness. They were in a crevice. Jean and Changsun looked ahead. This time he got 3 days in the cave. As he thought, the duration was growing. This time was enough not only to strengthen the family members, but also to contact Mephistopheles. The guy turned around and turned to his friend. The blonde smiled and said that he was busy as always. When he returned, he would show him an interesting spectacle. The hero frowned and asked again. He smiled and asked if he remembered the ghost horse from the Winged Hussar. He learned to control it. If he added horsemanship to everything, there were many things he could do with it in terms of tactics. Changsun looked ahead and thought that an army riding ghost horses sounded like a great idea. He frowned and thought that he would put it off until later. For now he was going to meet him. A system window appeared that the tiger constellation trapped in deprivation was warning him not to make unnecessary noise. He smiled and he thought that the constellations had picked up on the fact that he was trying to meet Mephistopheles and were actively trying to stop him. The brunette opened his eyes and thought that a power that even the gods and stars feared. He thought that even if Tiamat and Bel Marduk were so wary, it was worth it. A system window appeared that the tiger constellation was furious. A system window appeared that he had successfully destroyed the gaze of hell using pitch darkness. The system window said that he had entered the state of the constellation. The hero entered a state of suspended animation. He thought that since Mephistopheles himself had given him the pitch darkness, if he used it to provoke the hell gaze inside the stigma and looked inside himself, he would be able to meet it. Changsun looked up and said, as he thought, he had been watching him all along. He said that he had a request for him to take him as a disciple. Mephistopheles looked at him and asked why. The hero looked at him and thought that it was neither yes nor no. He was just curious. He had to convince him. He said that he was sure that he had already proven his worth. He was a pathetic mortal. He had found the hell gaze and even escaped from the twins. He said that he had heard from the owl piercing the dim light that he was looking for someone. He would be a great help to him. Changsun thought that he had not received any system messages about it, but he was watching him. He could be looking for the abyss in him, or as Minerva said, he was very similar to the person he was looking for. Whatever the reason, he was able to dive into the great deity of Olympus's sanctuary. He couldn't just let him go. Brunette said that simply observing without direct intervention was not enough. He said that he would continue to grow in the future and eventually become useful in a wider area. He offered to look through his eyes, just say the word and could do it at any time. The demon said that in that case, he should become his apostle. The hero said that he didn't want to become someone's subordinate. Mephistopheles said that he did the same thing to the ruler of the abyss. He looked at the man and said that it wasn't that bad. The hero thought that he must be unhappy that he was doing the same to him as the ruler of the abyss. At least it wouldn't offend him. He thought that even if he showed him how to use the pitch darkness, whether he could master it or not depended on his talent. Mephistopheles said that there was no need to rush to decide. He would first check how talented he was. The system window appeared that the scenario task to obtain qualification in the pitch darkness was created. Changsun thought that the relationship was a master-disciple, not a deal proposal. It seemed like he wanted something else. Did he establish such a relationship with the person he was looking for? A system window appeared that he needed to pass 3 tests from the great demon. The guy thought that he had received the desired opportunity. He thought that he had asked to be his disciple, but he thought that this would be a more beneficial exchange. He believed that Mephistopheles wanted a closer and more emotional relationship with him. A system window appeared that the sectional task was starting. The hero looked at the screen and thought who would be the messenger. The demon said that when he passed, he could come to him again. Changsun made an exit from the pale sanctuary. His pupils narrowed. Hyunryung leaned towards him and asked if he was okay. He answered positively. The guy frowned and thought, is this really reality? He was sure that he had just been in the lair of the ghoul. A system window appeared that he had received an achievement and the time given to him had expired. The brunette looked at the window in shock and thought if he was given a reward for clearing, then 3 days had already passed. He put his hand to his face and thought that although the time flow in the shrine was different, was it really that different? He thought that it just showed how high Mephistopheles' level was, but didn't that also mean that he would be far from raising his powers? He wouldn't even be able to pass the test. A window appeared in the system that the constellations were wondering how he didn't get stuck in the pale swamp. The evil community was interested in him. Changsun frowned and thought, were they really interested in this? He thought that he knew for sure that Mephistopheles' stigma had become much clearer than before. He looked ahead and thought that he could barely unlock it by focusing on it with all his might, and now it was closer to becoming a feeling. The amount of pitch darkness had increased several times. He thought that this was more than enough to combine with the abilities and strengthen them to restore the 72 hours he had just lost. Hyunryung looked at him in shock. Energy was created in the guy's hands. He asked what it was. A system window appeared that a mysterious reason forcibly unlocked the inventory. The hero smiled. A system window appeared that an attempt to hatch an egg occurred. He looked at it in shock and thought that it did not react in any way, even though he fed it so much food. But why did it respond now? Someone began to hatch from the egg. Changsun looked at the tail in shock. He thought that the egg should hatch, and the divine bird, the supreme hunting bird, should appear, the one that gives courage and buffs to the owner and his comrades. He remembered the conversation with the demon and wondered if this was the messenger. A system window appeared that the egg holding pitch darkness in its mouth hatched. A small black flame dragon inside the pitch darkness appeared. The brunette widened his eyes. The dragon smiled. He flew closer and made sounds in an unknown language. A system window appeared that the eyes of the constellation burned during the hunt. The hero stretched out his arms. The dragon stuck out its tongue. Everyone ran to see what the noise was about. Hyben looked at the beast and said it was cute. What kind of baby was it? Changsun looked at her and said he had a divine beast egg with him for a while. It hatched from it. The dragon rubbed itself against it. The flight attendant approached him and said that he might disturb other passengers. The guy looked at her. Her eyes sparkled. She said she would try to calm them down. Could she take a photo with him? A system window appeared, saying that the sectional task had been updated. The hero looked at the screen and thought that he hadn't expected this at all. It would be impossible to get prey on the plane. The girl handed over a cookie and said that the dragon looked hungry. She raised her eyebrows. The brunette said that it had just hatched. Didn't he need food for babies? He looked at her when she said that he was a dragon. Would he be able to digest it easily? He asked, what do dragons eat anyway? The beast lay on the palm of the hero. He thought that it looked very hungry. What should he feed it? He tensed up and thought that except for the dragon of the low-ranking species, dragons are difficult to meet even in the dungeons, so nothing is known about them. The dragon clenched his teeth. Changsun looked at him in shock. His pupils narrowed. He thought about what he should do. The guy took the cub in his hand and thought that he only knew about dragons, that they were very smart from birth, and that the great ancient dragon, the ancestor and progenitor of all dragons, and the small black molten dragon inside the pitch darkness resembled the great ancient dragon, but the aura it exuded was completely different. The cub opened its eye and squeaked slightly. The young man added that Mephistopheles sent it, which means it must be different in some way. The young man frowned and decided that it might have divined the ryanthropy, the highest level of the ryanthropy. The blonde frowned slightly and apologized, saying that he had little knowledge about the dragon race, and once they landed, he would try to ask someone. The youth glanced at the cub and thought that there were still 8 hours before landing. The small black flame dragon inside the pitch darkness was in extremely bad shape, and he was also hungry. The cub curled up. The system reported that the boy and the dragon's relationship was gradually deteriorating, and that improving the relationship could harm the bond with the small dragon, and the boy also risked failing the sectional task, the test to verify the skills. The youth frowned tensely and thought that Mephistopheles had sent a messenger to check his pitch darkness, which meant that the answer might be hidden in it. The man in the hat peeked out from behind his shoulder and said that this little one was a demonic dragon. The boy looked at him in surprise and asked him how much he knew about dragons. The man smiled slightly and said that not much, but he had raised a similar one at one time. The stranger introduced a huge dragon and said that demonic dragons are one of the representatives of high-ranking dragon races that scream contracts with demons or become vicious for an unknown reason, which is why their behavior is different from the behavior of ordinary dragons, because they begin to feud with them. The young man frowned slightly and thought that since the dragon is imbued with demonic energy, this may mean that the matter is not so much in the physical form itself, but in ideology, because instead of focusing on the material, he focuses more on its values and abilities. The young man took out a dark blade and said that he has just what is needed. The constellation of the hunt jumped up from her chair, asking what the guy is going to do. The boy extended the dagger to the dragon and thought about what he would do. The cub turned away from the weapon. The constellation took a deep breath and, resisting, said that if the boy was going to use this precious item like that, he should throw it away. And suddenly the cub turned around in surprise, feeling the growing pitch darkness. He bit into the blade of the dagger. The dragon greedily crushed it in his teeth and claws. The constellation of the hunt in fear and horror asked not to do this. About the constellation of the snake sadly looked at a certain god, saying that he must have a reason for this. The stranger smiled widely, looked at the cub, said that he liked it, and that the sword looked quite valuable. The boy thought that he did not know where to use it, so it would be better to just feed it to the dragon and increase the progress of the quest. Our child with a wide smile began to roll on his palm. The system reported that he fell into euphoria of such delicious food, and his loyalty to the guy slightly increased. The dragon recognized him as his partner in exchange for giving him delicious food. The system asked if the guy wanted to give him a name. The people around him looked at the guy with a smile. The stranger asked him what he would name the monster. The guy thought that the message about him failing the hidden task did not appear, and that he did not know how, but, as it seemed to him, he could still use the sword, despite the fact that the dragon digested it. Everyone present was horrified, hearing from the guy the words that he was thinking of calling the dragon a dragon. The snake constellation covered her face and said that she was ashamed of her hopeless taste in choosing names. The guys looked at him in confusion. The tiger constellation turned away and said that there was nothing perfect in the world. The hero looked at them and said that it seemed like a bad choice, then suggested naming the dragon Snarl. The hunting star shook his head, saying that the name seemed cute, but it was not quite right. Yunseo looked at the hero and asked if he was serious. The snake constellation told one of the deities that she had a similar taste in times, so she never tried to give it to a pet. The hunting season constellation jumped up from her seat, saying that no one in the world could name a pet better than her. The snake asked her about how she named her pets. The hunting constellation proudly listed Squeaker, Meow, Croaker, and Grunt. The girl approached the guy and asked if he was serious. The young man asked her if his choice was bad. The dragon smiled slightly and looked at the guy. The girl confirmed his guess and said that the names suit him now because he is small, but it is rather selfish to give such names to a baby who will acquire a brave body in the future. She crossed her arms, asked the guy if he has a dog and what is its name. The young man answered that its name is Husky. The guys gathered around him. The girl explained that this name is at least cute and suits the dog, but apparently he did not come up with it. The young man in response asked about the difference between a husky and a dragon or a growler. The baby frowned with displeasure and crossed his paws. The system reported that in another he protests, saying that he does not like the invented names, so their relationship worsened by as much as 15 units, and the dragon's joy decreased by 20 points, so the dragon became hostile towards the guy. The young man looked at him blankly. The guy said that he didn't even like it, so he needed to change the name quickly. The guy thought about why they were so picky. He looked closely at the dragon and thought about what name to give him. He raised his hand and said that he had only come up with one. Everyone present looked at him with a smile, hearing the guy say that he wanted to call him Cadmus. The guy standing next to him said that it sounded good. The girl added that the hero must have just been joking. He wanted to call him that way from the very beginning. The dragon smiled ominously. The system asked the guy if he wanted to call him that way, after which it said that the dragon thought that this name was pretty cool and majestic, so he was incredibly pleased. Their relationship was restored. Happiness was restored. The young man smiled and agreed to call him that way. The dragon's eyes shone. The system said that Cadmus had become a member of his family and a spiritual connection was formed. Shining marks appeared on the dragon's body. The system added that one end of the connection is in the stigma and the other in the heart of the pet, and now it can create pitch darkness. And the boy can recognize some of the pet's thoughts, and the closer they get, the more thoughts they can read, and the more thoughts he reads, the better he masters pitch darkness. The dragon frowned slightly. The system reported that the abilities were created for the family member: breathing, mana heart, and thought expansion. The boy looked into his eyes with a smile. The system window reported that pitch darkness was formed in the dragon's heart, so the boy can get some of the pitch darkness through his spiritual connection. And the stigma has now turned into an ability. The boy has more pitch darkness. The ability level has also been increased. The boy opened the description of the stigma, seeing the inscription that it was a scar left on a mortal who had acquired a piece of divinity. And since the divinity in the boy was completely different from magic, it needed to be mastered with much more caution. And there was also a risk of an explosion, but once the boy took control of it, he would be able to manifest so much power in himself that mortals would think it was impossible. But right now it contained the starfire of the twins and the pitch darkness of the great demon chasing the abyss. The little animal licked the boy's nose. The boy mentally addressed the old man. The blonde man looked at him and called the boy by name. Changsun looked ahead tiredly, saying that this harsh voice did not suit the old man. The man called him spoiled and said that he was trying to add a little charm, but it was in his way. The boy narrowed his eyes, looked at him and said that it did not suit him. The man frowned slightly and asked the boy why he was acting so serious if he was alone more and more. They were sitting on a high rocky ledge. The boy asked what he was getting at. The old man said that he was suffocating next to him and would also leave soon. The boy replied that he was not going anywhere, so he could just stay nearby. And he looked in front of him and added that he did not have a family, just like the man, so they could just fight and be alone together. The blonde pointed his finger in his face and said that no matter what he said, the guy was still a petty bastard to the core. The boy asked him what he meant. The man calmed down and said that he should not live exactly the same way, repeating his life. The boy looked at him in surprise. The blonde smiled slightly and added that although he could not live up to his name, but hopefully, the boy would succeed. The boy looked up in displeasure, cursed, and asked what was so great about the name. He pictured a warrior holding a sword in his hand, and thought that only later did he learn that the name Cadmus came from a hero who had been associated with dragons during the Silver Age of Arcadia. Drawings and ornaments came to his mind. He thought that the name came from a man who was loved by an infinite number of gods and stars, who helped them become king of a nation, and that his legacy consisted of slaying an evil dragon and planting its seed in the land that gave birth to Sparta. Hare looked at his pet with a smile and thought that this great name was not suitable for him, who was busy trying to last until the end of the day and had no time to sacrifice himself for others, but it was related to the dragon, so it would suit this little one. The system reported the successful completion of the section task and the creation of a new section task. The system offered the guy a test to check his skills, which required him to enter pitch darkness from the messenger sent by the great demon chasing the abyss, strengthen the stigma, and, using this, complete the flaming heart. The plane was parked at Charles de Gaulle Airport. The pilot addressed the passengers and asked if they liked the flight, after which he said that the plane had just landed at the Paris airport. The girl put on her glasses. Her friend asked her why she took them. The girl answered what she was doing to get out alive. Hyben looked at her in surprise and asked what it meant. The girl looked at her, raised her hand and said that she could advise her to put on makeup if she wanted to look good in the photo. The plane door opened slightly. A huge number of reporters began to film the guys, shouting at the same time. The young man came out into the light. The guys put on sunglasses, going out under loud shouts. The girl looked at what was happening in surprise. The guy with a calm expression on his face looked at the crowd. One of the journalists introduced himself to him and asked him to tell about his thoughts regarding arriving in France. The young man answered that he had just woken up, so he was not thinking about anything special, after which he asked the red-haired girl to ask her question. One of the journalists was confused but looked at him. The girl asked if there was any French newcomer whom he considered a rival. The young man answered negatively and said that everyone was inferior to him anyway, so he did not need to pay attention to them. The reporter thought that he was talking nonsense. The young man frowned slightly. The next reporter said that Henry Bloch expressed his desire to have a match with him, so they wanted to know what he would say to that. The young man said that he had never heard of such a person. Everyone present was surprised to hear what was said. Henry stood on a sand dragon. The reporters said that he was the best of the newcomers in France, and he was also personally chosen by the future king. The blonde looked away. The reporters added that he was the one who successfully raided a dungeon that was not captured by the skeleton dragon colony and received a bone wyvern. The reporters looked at the hero in shock. The young man said that he did not have time, so they should get closer to the matter. One of the people around said that he was interested in what he thought about a duel with the Frenchman. The hero frowned slightly and said that he was not interested, but they could convey that if he wanted to fight, he should just do it and not make news, although it would only shorten his life. One of the men stepped forward. The girl behind him thought that the young man was provoking all of France. The reporter introduced himself and said that according to the guy, he would go to dig in a place that France has had big problems with for a long time, namely in a stone desert where a cold wind blows, and then asked if he had a special plan. The hero adjusted his glasses and said that he planned to clear the dungeon, because that should be enough, and then suggested that they be thrifty with each other's time, thinking about the fact that famous rankers of France have repeatedly failed to raid in a stone desert where a cold wind blows, so, of course, the reporters will be curious about how the foreigner will act. Their team went away. News of their arrival spread around the country with loud headlines. Commentators under the news discussed how he does not know how to stop, how he humiliated the whole country in less than 3 minutes, and that the pride of the French will hardly allow them to leave it like that, although with his level there is nothing to be afraid of, and also that they are afraid of the fact that he was not joking, but was dead serious. Henry smiled and said in an interview that Changsun is his idol, whom he respects since his youth and wants to try to oppose him. One of the commentators said that he is generous and Changsun is worthy of him, to which he was told that it was ironic because the blonde is still a sly one. Valentine, with a serious expression, said that he will try even harder than before to attract the attention of the junior. The blonde man gave an interview and said that he understands the concerns about the possibility of deterioration of relations between France and Korea, but the guy's message was just a result of the difference in culture, because he is a hero of the modern era, the most fair and good-natured, and that he is not a tyrant, but a sage. Constantine slammed the newspaper on the table and said that this madman planned everything from the beginning. He scowled angrily and added with a shout that the raid into the Stone Desert was nonsense, and that the guy thought they wouldn't know that they had come to take over the Illuminati after Joachim had talked him into it. He gritted his teeth and said that this was a clear warning to him and his comrades, and that he knew the goddess better than anyone, so he didn't need Joachim or Changsun. The guy looked away and turned to Louis, then asked him to come over. He frowned deeply and said that they needed to prepare the scripture. The setting sun's rays illuminated the Eiffel Tower in Paris. A hooded man walked down the street and mentally insulted Changsun. The brunette smirked and thought that the council had been convened. He walked down the street in the shadows, thinking that now all he had to do was cross the Rubicon River. Letters were sticking out of the mailbox. Amber clouds floated across the sky above the Eiffel Tower. The young man raised one eyebrow in confusion and thought that he didn't understand whether he liked it or not. The dragon greedily devoured the royal treasure, delighted. The boy with a calm expression thought that the pet slept for a long time after eating the guiding sword, so he thought the sword increased its appetite. The dragon threw the remains of the helmet and opened its mouth. The boy added that he didn't understand how an ice helmet could make such a sound. Fire burst out from the beast. The treasured treasure of the Yeti King turned into a delicious snack. The boy with a serious expression added that, however, the dragon was already using breath, but he thought that breath was a power that a high-ranking dragon race could use after they wielded the element at will. His pet rose into the air and began to burn the armor beneath it. The young man thought that its breath power was weaker than that of high-ranking dragons, but combined with the pitch darkness, it should not be underestimated. The guy touched his chin, that the power to dissolve an element, burn it and eliminate it, regardless of its characteristics, was in the hands of this dragon. The animal exhaled heavily and sank onto its back. The guy added that it was indeed different from ordinary dragons, and apparently it had become larger, and considering that it had not even been a day since it woke up, this was an amazing growth rate. The dragon smiled with great pleasure. The system reported that it had absorbed the ice helmet and 0-degree sword, after which digestion began. Due to the consumption of elements, its fire heart and mana heart became stronger. It smiled widely and looked at the guy, squeaking slightly. The dragon flew up and touched the owner's cheek. The young man thought that it seemed to him that the little animal had eaten too much, but this investment was worth it. He looked into its eyes and thought about its two skills, creating pitch darkness and dividing the heart. The young man imagined himself in the depths of the water in front of a giant monster, and thought that creating pitch darkness was almost akin to creating a god. In the form of its prolonged creation will allow you to use a variety of techniques like Mephistopheles, so basically this is a prerequisite for becoming his disciple. The blonde disturbed him and asked what this time, because he was seeing something like this for the first time. The young man asked him incomprehensibly what was the matter. The blonde reminded him with a smile that he had something he wanted to show. The hero realized that he was talking about a ghostly horse. Jean waved his hand and said with a smile that the master was taking him for the wrong one. A cold horse of death, engulfed in dark energy, appeared next to them. The horse frowned, looking at the guy. She opened her mouth and rose on her hind hooves. Vladimir frowned in surprise and ordered to cancel the summoning. The hero looked sternly at the horse and thought that it would not be difficult to catch him, but due to careless use of the ability, the room would be a mess. Suddenly, he noticed an object flying quickly. The dragon frowned angrily and bared his teeth at the horse. The horse froze in place, seeing it. The animal began to fly, making a loud squeak. The horse calmed down due to fear. The blonde looked at this in surprise and said that, apparently, this is a dragon's fear, but the dragon looks like a newborn baby and can already use pressure. He looked at the situation tensely and called the result incredible. About the conditions of this topic, that among the ghosts like me, this one was the king, the head of the family. And although he understands that there is a significant difference between the undead and the high-ranking dragon race, but it took the efforts of 2 nights of perseverance to subdue him, and the dragon is just. The hero looked at him and said that it seems that he is a demonic dragon. Jean was surprised but said that even in this case, he has a long way to go to catch up with the boy. He turned his back to the boys. The hero turned to him and said that what is more important is if among the family members there is someone who is excellent in stealth techniques. The blonde took a photo of a girl with blue eyes. Changsun said that her name is Meyer Laliano, and when she comes out of the ballroom, she must be tested, but must not reveal her presence even in the crowd. Jean looked at the photo in surprise and asked why he needed it and if he wanted to get even with her, because if so, then following would be wrong. The heroes called it nonsense. He frowned and looked back at his interlocutor, saying that she had a 5th mysterious description. Night fell over France. Henry was wondering if the tyrant had come. The brunette looked at him with a smile and said that he thought the tyrant had dodged when he found out Henry would be there. The other man asked the blonde what he thought. The guy turned his gaze to them. The ghostly horse walked its hooves on the tiles. Everyone present looked back at the young man who had galloped in on horseback. Many people had gathered in the hall. They were discussing Korea and its worthlessness. The young man, shrouded in dark energy, entered on horseback. He looked at everyone present sternly, continuing to walk. People looked at him and wondered if he was trying to act like the main character, then decided that he was a very pathetic attention seeker. Mireille touched her chin and was surprised by the ghostly horse, then asked what breed it was, because she had never seen anything like it. The people around her looked at her in surprise, discussing how she was the most capable summoner among the newbies, but even she did not know the breed, and that they had never heard of a tyrant not being a summoner or tamer, and that this horse had more energy than most bosses in the dungeon. The girl looked at the blonde and called him by name. The guy turned to the guests. The dragon spun in the air and released a light flame. The people were surprised by what they saw. He flew under the ceiling. Everyone present decided that he was cute, and someone wished for the same. The boy raised his hand. The pet landed on it. People were surprised that it was also the boy's pet, and that the boy summoned someone again. The hero got off his horse. People around him were whispering that he was an expert in hand-to-hand combat who could master various weapons, and even if you don't count the horse, a person with the warrior class should not control a dragon. Henry frowned angrily, looking at him. People were discussing the fact that a person cannot have outstanding abilities in two completely different areas, even if he is a high-level ranker. Yuncio approached the boy with a smile. The dragon flew closer to her. She happily stroked it and asked if he missed her. The boy was surprised at how the girl called his pet. Yuncio replied that it was his nickname. The boy could not understand how it was better than a dragon or a growler. The boy snapped his fingers. The girl turned to the horse and asked where he got it from. The horse disappeared into thin air. The girl looked at what happened in surprise. A dark, chilling aura became visible in the air. Changsun turned to the blonde. He frowned slightly and decided that this was his chance, so he needed to hook her. The dark aura descended behind her back. Energy sank into the shadow under the girl's feet. The system reported that a family member, a mid-level expert, used the ability of close-up observation to follow the girl. The young man looked at her sternly and thought that everything was ready, and that he used the ghost horse to attract people's attention and set up a girl. Since Yujin told him in the lair that she had a fifth description, and the thing is that, apart from this information, nothing else could be found out, so he would have to find out the rest on his own. Henry came closer to the girl. The hero thought that she had fallen for the hook, so a start had been made, and then added that the guys were the groom and bride. The blonde hugged her slightly and looked at the guy. Changsun thought that in France he was always compared to him, and the blonde was very ambitious, so he used the interview to provoke him to take retaliatory measures. Then the girl obviously joined in as his bride, so he should thank the reporter for mentioning Henry at the right time. The boy coughed into his hand. Yuncio turned her head to the side and asked if he had studied the art of summoning. Since his horse looked like a ghostly beast, the boy replied that he thought a dragon might be lonely. The girl looked at him irritatedly. She did not say that he was lying, since such a trifle would not bother him. The boy thought that she was very perceptive when it came to strange things. He turned his head to the side and said that initially he was not a warrior, but a mage, or more precisely, he was a rune sorcerer. The guys looked at him in surprise. The girl smiled in confusion and said that this could not be, since magnesium can fight better than most warriors. The boy could not understand what he said wrong. Hyunryung approached him, smiled and said that he must have had a hard time finding food for the dragon, because the baby is always hungry, even if he just ate, so he can be called a real headache. The boy looked at him suspiciously. The man said that there were a lot of strange faces around, after which he called the boy to go somewhere, that he introduced him to some of the people gathered. The boy thought about who this man was, because he immediately realized that his pet was a demonic dragon. They approached three stately men. The boy thought that even in Arcadia, where dragons are worshipped, no one has such knowledge about them. The men looked at the guests who approached. One of them said that he was glad to meet the guy, after which he introduced himself as Nicholas, another introduced himself as Adley, and the third as Ludovico. The boy looked at them, thinking that they were all from the best clans in France, and that they could be compared to the White Tiger clan or the 5-star group of Korea. Then he greeted them and introduced himself by name. The man in the hat looked back at him and said that there were newcomers around, so he should greet them too. The boy frowned in displeasure and decided that the man continued to act kind and attentive since they met at the airport, and he thought he had something in mind, so he should just wait and see. Henry shook the hero's hand. A dark aura swirled around them. The blonde said that he had heard a lot about him, and then introduced himself. The boy said that he was glad to meet him. He frowned slightly, noticing something. Hyunryung looked at the boy. The blonde smiled widely and said that it was an honor to meet and gave the one he admired since his youth. After which the system reported that the rotten energy of the dead dragon had spread everywhere, and also an attempt of the curse of cruelty and an attempt of the curse of panic. The guy smiled slightly and decided that the opponent was trying to humiliate him because he provoked him into an interview, but he was doing it too obviously. The hero frowned slightly and thought that the blonde controlled a deadly dragon known as a bone dragon, and although it sounded dignified, but in fact, he was just from a low-level race like the immortal Drake. Dark energy raged around them. The man took notice of what was happening and asked if the blonde was going to provoke him right there. The youth smiled slightly and activated Kalakageisha, which gave him mental immunity, after which he thought that the opponent was capable, but that's where all his differences end. The guy suddenly suppressed the blonde's aura with his own. Henry looked at him in surprise, noticing the approaching streams of energy. Everyone around him watched what was happening in confusion, discussing what the difference in potential would be between those who are called the rivals of the century. The young man finally dispelled the enemy's aura, absorbing the space with his own light. The blonde gritted his teeth and decided that this was impossible because he was the next king of France. He was frightened, noticing the messages that his abilities were forcibly cancelled, after which he thought that he was using all his strength, but he was not succeeding. Changsun smiled widely. His face began to be covered with a dark aura. The system reported that the combination of his abilities led to dominance on the battlefield, using his presence. The guy menacingly said that he had rather sensitive ears, so he did not intend to hear the blonde's conversation with his friends, and how he said that he and his comrade, a non-entity, after which he asked if he wanted to explain himself. The people present nearby looked at them in shock. Changsun smirked as he looked ahead. He thought he could ignore it himself and let it go, but he would never tolerate actions that harmed his team's pride and respect. The system reported that the boy shared part of the dragon's powers through the fire heart. Since dragons are wise, they can understand the voices of everyone, including animals, plants, and even inanimate objects, so the boy can understand and speak all languages. Nicholas looked at what was happening in surprise and said that he thought the boy was wrong. The hero looked at him and ordered him to stand still. He smiled evilly and said that he was talking to Mr. Henry and his friends. They were with a man. The blonde raised his eyebrows in fear. The system reported that the fear of death was lurking, so he could not escape. Changsun stood up to emit energy with renewed vigor. Frowning evilly, he ordered the enemy to respond. The blonde pursed his lips and mumbled something. The system reported that he was stuck in a panic attack. He suddenly let go of the boy's hand and said that he had misunderstood what was happening. Changsun smiled slightly and said that he was glad that he had heard wrong. The blonde agreed with him fearfully. The guy turned around, looked at him ominously and said that they almost had a misunderstanding, after which he added that he was glad to meet him. The young man extended his hand forward. The blonde got scared and said that he had misunderstood him. Then the guy smiled and asked if it was true, glad to know that he had heard wrong. The blonde was very nervous. Then the young man turned around and said with shining eyes, otherwise they almost had a misunderstanding, okay, it was nice to meet you. And the hall left. It was night outside. He wanted to enjoy the rest of the evening. The blonde walked along the corridor, leaning against the wall, gritted his teeth and thought, how dare he humiliate him, the next king, he will kill him. Behind him were people in suits. One of them said that this Changsun is a bastard. Have they seen his eyes? He is definitely a demon. Another looked at him and said that it is so, then turned to Henry and asked if he is okay. In his place, anyone would be just as scared. The young man turned back and thought angrily that these damn scumbags are just throwing empty words. They think he did not see how they were trembling behind. Let him wait. Once he beats the shit out of the main character, they will be next. Then he looked ahead, frowned, thought that there were 2 days left before the dungeon opened. He did not know what trick he used, but when the raid began, he would not be able to repeat his trick. He would pay for humiliating him. The girl looked at him and turned to him. The guy turned and asked what was the matter. She was embarrassed and said that nothing, thought that she should be more careful. She imagined how the guys shook hands. Everything around was shrouded in black magic. She looked at all this and heard how someone told her that she should quickly get out of here. The silhouette of a woman stood above her. The girl was very scared. She raised her head and asked who he was to her, since she was telling him such things. The woman looked at her with burning eyes and said, can't she see his look? He is a creature that is similar and different from her. This guy can burn her, the one who is capable of killing her and the girl. Then she imagined the guy's sly smile and got scared and thought that it was not she who was nervous, but the fear of the patroness passed through her from their contact. She behaved like this since she saw the blue flame in his eyes. She can't believe that a divine being would be valued because of a pathetic mortal. Who is he? Then a man came up to the blonde, folded his arms and said that it wasn't like him. He frowned. It was his mentor. The guy turned and said that he just wasn't in the best condition. The man put his hand on his shoulder and said if that was the case then fine, then told the boy not to forget. The position an orphan like him was in today was all thanks to the efforts of their rebel channel. Then he lowered his head and said that if it was his fault they were in vain, they would have no choice but to take away his popularity and everything he had built. The boy was shocked. He looked ahead and said he would keep that in mind. Desert. A team of people heading forward. Damn, here they were again. He couldn't believe they had to go through this shit again. Where were the words they came here for? The wind blew. New cards appeared. You entered the dungeon of the stone desert, where the cold wind blows. The dungeon quest will begin now. The theme of the quest is escape. Every few days the train that crosses the center of the desert arrives at this station. Protect the train from adverse conditions and various monsters that hinder its progress, and leave the desert. The blonde looked ahead, although the white tiger did not reveal the plan about the raid of the stone desert, where the cold wind blows, but they should not have been involved because the French government does not want to be destroyed by foreigners. He looked at the man in the cloak. A new card. The train consists of 4 nav cars, where you can find survival tools and hidden fragments along the way to the beginning of the train. All participants will have access to the commentary, the status window, and abilities to complete the quest. The guy looked ahead. The blonde looked at him angrily and thought how amazing and talented the tyrant was. He would never cross the stone desert alone. New card. Deity of the hunting season. I am glad to see how you will play with your new prey in these difficult conditions. The guy stood, looked ahead, and said that it was hot here and not at all like on the mountain of the vile Yeti. A new card appeared. The deity of the snake squinted, saying that she was not surprised that this place seemed familiar to him. Then the young man frowned and thought that with the scorching sun during the day and the bitter cold at night, they were in for hard times. About the task, the train is the only way to get out of here. Falling behind, in fact, means death. The French were too careless about the dungeon, saying that it was difficult. The dungeon itself does not deserve the value that was awarded to it. He remembered standing in front of the man. The man asked if he knew Surtur. The young man asked again, is he talking about the ruler of Muspelheim? He answered that yes, he is the ruler of the fire giants. He frowned and asked if he really is not dead. The man looked at him and with a sly smile said that yes, he died a long time ago, but the apocalyptic world that he ruled is on Earth. He imagined a god, the sun. He is all in armor. He was a giant king who led the world of fire, and he did not destroy countless universes with its help. He imagined this monster. With one eye, one day he was found dead, and Muspelheim met its apocalypse with him. No one knows how he died, but there were bad rumors that karma punished him for all the universes that he destroyed. He imagined his sword, and this desert is a trace of that very world. The flames of the end of the world were raised to the limit to make a blood sacrifice, and then get the divine sword that he used to own. This sword was very useful. The young man walked forward and thought that it is known that Surtur had a divine sword that only a fire giant can wield. The place where this sword is kept can be reached by train. Then he looked to the side, thought that first he will collect all the hidden fragments in the train to get the levitate. If they use the flames of the end of the world jigwee with it, then without a doubt he will be able to raise the power of fire to the top. Of course, first he needs to find the exact location of the 5th mysterious scripture, focusing on the dungeon. Mary at some point seems far from the group of volunteers. Then he looked to the side and heard him being asked about his prod and any status. Everything is as before. He continued to walk forward, hearing voices. Okay, continue to watch her as you wish. They looked ahead. There was a building, a railroad led to it. It was time for them to go. His comrades in the background were very tired. They said that the weather was damn terrible. It was better to go back to the mountain of the vile Yeti. Can they at least take off the armor? Well, the guy turned and said, even if it was difficult for them, it was better to leave it. A new card, power. The path of the demonic beast warns you of danger. An explosion thundered right in front of them. Fire was everywhere. People did not understand whether they were attacked. They asked for help from volunteers who were caught in the explosion. Card, the clan Suraluka attacks from an ambush. The guy turned around. He was surprised. In front of him, people were flying out of the fiery explosions. They flew straight at him, shouting that this scoundrel, even if he is a big finger among fingers, but nevertheless still a finger, does he really want him to just follow his orders? It was the little finger, the leader of the little saint, Cutigunda. The ring finger turned towards him, the leader, Cansio, and said that they were given strict orders. Do not forget about it. The man looked ahead and said that the kidnapping of the child prophecy, for which he is responsible, will be more fun than this. After all, the boss is personally interested in him. And they continued forward and discussed whether he would go against the decision of the leadership. The man turned and asked if he was crazy. In his opinion, he wants his throat cut in his sleep. He does not like this, but he will not create a mess. He must watch himself. They continued to fly and the man said that then it is worth starting. He looked ahead with wild eyes. It will be fun. An explosion thundered. The clan set up an ambush. Power is the path of the demonic beast, warns you of danger. The young man fell asleep. Teeth looked to the side. A mysterious ambush will begin soon. The number of opponents is quickly scanned. Then he turned to the side. New cards appeared. An icy cloak is blown away by a hot wind. Hieroglyphs began to appear. New card, ice cloak, cloak of the snow monarch. The heir of the Yeti, and personally sewn by a skilled craftsman, boasts unrivaled defense, type, armor, cloak, features, light armor, thermoregulation, protective barrier. The young man opened his eyes. They were burning, searching for players using the ability, Viper Eyes. Continued scanning. Player Jael safely avoided damage from the ability, Shield Castle. Player Yunseo nullified the damage using the ability, Shield Castle. Player Jumkyu formed a magical barrier using the ability of the Ouroboros formula. Player Hyabin used artifact Divine Blade Rain to create a strong wind and safe from the blast radius. The divine creature during the hunt is furious and because of the attempt to damage his eye, and wants to know who is behind this. The guy walked forward, thinking that fortunately, everything was intact. The deity was a snake creature, Murray from the thought that her priest was in danger. Suddenly the young man was distracted. The creature addressed him, "Master, the enemies want to attack Myri right now, what should he do?" The man stood right next to the girl. She was lying on the ground. He looked at her with wild eyes. At that moment, the young man flew up, shouted, activated the name of the servant of Jigwe. He turned to the side and thought that she was their target from the very beginning, shouted for Jael to follow him. The guy turned and agreed. He flew forward. The creature said that he should stay in the shadows and continue to tell him their location. Good master. New card, power is the path of the demonic beast, warns you of danger. The guy turned and was surprised. At that moment, he braked sharply. He stretched out his hand forward and directed all his energy there. Rods were flying at him. He was able to stop them all. He frowned and thought that this weapon is a killer. There was a man standing in front of him. He was surprised that he could notice the rumors were true. The deity of hunting time was extremely displeased with the appearance of an unwanted guest. It was a girl. She looked and said that she planned to get rid of him quickly and leave, but changed her mind. He was good enough to be part of her collection. New card, the snake deity is fascinated by your ability to make enemies wherever you go, even outside the country. The women frowned and said that besides everything, he has an Asian appearance, but what interests him most is his cute face. She came closer and said that even their patron was interested in him, so they can have some fun. The guy looked at her and did not understand what was happening, because at that moment the deity primordial evil dragon was impatiently waiting for your next feat. The deity hunting time was surprisedly asking the god what his mother was doing here. The deity primordial and evil dragon answered that she just wanted to watch her daughter's favorite broadcast. The deity hunting time jumped into her place and told her not to do it. The guy was clearly embarrassed, and then he gathered his thoughts, stretched out his hand forward and directed the first blow. Well, the woman was able to jump back. Ropes began to wrap around her leg. At that moment, the guy jumped on her from above. He was flying with his sword, the state of a split tiger, active and split tiger fangs rushing forward. The spirit of the tiger was right above him. He struck at her, but she was able to reflect it. It was hard for her. Her eyes widened. She was in shock. He did well, even dared to leave a scratch on her beautiful skin. And a huge beetle appeared on the ground. She spread her arms and shouted that now he will not get off with just becoming part of her collection. New card, the deity tiger is hostile to the new enemy that appeared. They looked at this terrible creature. The deity tiger exclaims, how dare he touch what belongs to him. The deity huge beetle of madness slyly replies that he was just following his priests on a walk. The youth looked to the side and thought that the ruler of the abyss was often aggressive, but for some reason he was especially cruel today. The fight continued. They struck each other. Her looked forward and thought that it was because of the huge madness bug. After all, a rather calm star, he, like the ruler of the abyss, is one of the 72 earthly villains. But they are not on particularly good terms. For him to appear in such a place, he does not think it is a coincidence. New card, divine creature tiger, becomes even more aggressive. They were low in the fight. The whole area was covered in light. The guy thought that even though they were not on good terms, he was being too aggressive, as if he was desperately trying to hide something. An attempt on the girl. No, her kidnapping. Maybe he also came for the scripture. If the ruler of the abyss kept the information about the family and the mysterious scriptures a secret, and if he was doing something after the others were caught. Then his pet Cadmus appeared next to the guy. He was happy to see him. He thought that he could make the ruler of the abyss fight by creating chaos. Maybe he could even seal one of the gods. Then he looked at the pet, asked to cover him. It flew forward with him with burning eyes. A new card, flaming heart activated. Part of the magic was divided. Everything around was fire and smoke. A member of the Cadmus family uses the ability Blood Fog. The woman looked at him in shock, but she did not understand what was happening, only not. And the young man thought that he could not help but notice that the clan that serves Huyang as a patron does not do anything of their own free will. The fact that they are against him indicates that someone hired them. He needs to find out the identity of the client. The woman looked at him and was angry. How can a baby dragon use such a strong spell that is subject to the level of a ranker or higher? And at the same time you need to have excellent magical abilities. The clan gave the order without properly assessing the target of the murder. New card, Bloody Fog cancels the stealth technique, exposing the players. People began to appear in front of her. They were shocked that the concealment technique was cancelled. What's going on? New card, Bloody Mist, basic spell of a small black dragon breathing black fire in pitch darkness. It summons smoke, similar to Bloody Mist, in a certain area, completely isolating it from the outside and debuffing enemies, while strengthening allies inside. Skill level 1, features, embodiment of the image, poor visibility, separation of friend and foe. Then they all turned around. They were shouted at that they should cry and come out. The main characters flew at them. With his ball, they were shocked. Then he shouted that they should be wiped into dust. Fire horses appeared. The guy smiled maliciously. They were advancing right at them. People were shocked, they were scared. The whole life-precise battle began. The guy shouted that it was the master's order, no one should be left alive. Blood was everywhere and critique. There were mountains of corpses on the ground. People walked forward, looked at all this. The blonde turned and asked with a smile what he thought about family members, quite useful. And he thought that he couldn't believe that he absorbed the blood magic of the ghoul leader so quickly, that he was the same level as the white tiger. But since he was higher, you could say that he was one step ahead of the goblin enslaver. He gritted his teeth, looked and asked what was with his gaze, acting like he shouldn't brag about it. The guy turned and said that after how he behaved in the ghoul lair, his behavior was completely justified, he could put in a little more effort. The man exhaled and said that he was hurting his feelings now. New card, the summoning was cancelled. The guy was shocked, he gritted his teeth. While he was disappearing, he stretched his hand forward and screamed, "Is it really that hard for him to praise him?" The woman was lying on the ground in full of someone. She looked up and asked to finish her off. New card, the tiger deity asks a certain god to go to hell because a member of his family is nothing compared to his. New card, the giant beetle madness deity curiously ignores the request. The young man looks up and sees a giant silhouette of a beetle and a tiger. The tiger approaches him. The tiger deity roars and warns that any attempt to invade his domain will be considered a declaration of war. But the beetle also looks at him angrily. The giant beetle madness deity mockingly replies that an atheist cannot be a member of the family. New card, the tiger deity's tail and fur stand on end. They looked at each other straight in the sky. The giant beetle madness deity glares at his opponent with a furious bronze gaze. New card, a growling sound is heard due to the squabble between the two gods. The boy smiled and thought that they never change. Really, they disdain their own faces and clerks, as well as the tools that make them richer and more successful. They only show interest in expanding their territory if they take one of their sides. Then the tiger beetle separated. They were angry at each other. Smoke and sand rose. The boy turned and thought that he took the bait. He does not mind the tiger, keeping the ruler of the abyss under control. He looked at the blood. Since the ruler of the abyss does not hide his desires, he can provoke him to arrange a rift and perhaps destroy the constellation. New card, authority, soul abduction, was activated and you successfully obtained the ashes of players using the flame of purification. Your health points were increased by 5%. The boy began to absorb energy and flew forward. He looked up and thought that referring to that killer, he has two goals. Then suddenly his power, the first is to kidnap the girl and the second is to kill him, amused by the fact that he was hired by two clients. He introduced the men, frowned, even if he hired them, he is just a pawn, the department head or the director is the one behind this. But surprise, the Illuminati also tried to eliminate him. Introduced the people, he rejected the offer, was it the opposing faction that ordered the assassination. Continued to fly and thought that it would not be without a headache. But he cannot let this go after what they did to him. Flew further and thought that he would need to think carefully about this when he returned. Found an oasis, trees and a lake. Landed there, you opened a rest area, an oasis. The people continued to carry the girl. He saw her, thought that he finally found her. Continued to fly forward, considering that his goal is to save the girl, he must not leave traces of his presence for as long as possible, and used the stealth skill. Continued to pursue them, and suddenly slipped between them, a bright light appeared. An explosion thundered, people screamed. They began to burn, did not understand what was happening. It was the main character. The state is a split tiger, activated. The fangs of the split tiger are engaged. The guy looked at him and thought with a smile that he was finished. He began to strike. One after another looked at him, frowned, did not understand where the man went, he disappeared. Then he looked to the side, an invisible hand was aimed at him. A huge column of energy was heading towards him, the guy noticed it. He hit the ground, everything around began to shine. The young man looked up. A new card, the deity of the tiger, warns of danger. The deity of the huge beetle madness is closely watching how you will cope with this. A silhouette of a girl appeared above him. She looked at him, put her hands behind her back and said that he had escaped a single scarl, right? The guy was shocked. He thought she was dangerous. The feeling when he encountered Chunho, she had the aura of someone who had reached the pinnacle of human capabilities. The girl looked at him and said with a smile, it seems he was caught. An explosion thundered. A huge bone dragon flew forward. Henry was on his back. He continued to scream, calling Myril, asking where she was. At this point, the battle continued. Yuncio asked where they were coming from. This player pushes away enemies using a method, a shield attack. At this moment, the guy who contacts with the Thunder God summoning was also fighting the enemies. The blonde gritted his teeth. He thought that hiring and destroying the French volunteer medical team was all his job. The monster started screaming that he had crossed the line. He was a bastard. The Zywolf deity roared loudly. Meanwhile, the train arrived. Smoke rose up. New card. All participants who wish to complete the dungeon mission, please proceed to the train. The train moved forward along the rails. New card. The big madness bug deity is curiously waiting to meet after the battle. The girl turned around with a smile and said that judging by his expression, he already guessed who he was. New card, the laughing demon mask looks at you with anticipation. New card, the laughing demon mask looks at you with regret. The young man looked at her and thought that the Queen of Murder, the Black Holy Mother who leads the dying into the world of death. New card, the laughing demon mask looks at you with envy. He looked at the woman and thought that the demon face. This ability caused a lot of trouble when he was the twilight of the gods. Probably, it can easily reveal the character and personality. Why did he frown and think if he could fight her now, if he squeezed out the last remnants of the power of divinity, he would be able to resonate and unlock the magic of the fish intestine sword and the evil dragon's crooked tooth sword to the limit. He imagined the swords and the man, also a demon, would be able to summon family members to fight together against her. He also thought that no, this will not work, no matter what cards he plays. For him it will still be a complete rout. For a player of this level, it is quite possible, but for a person with the maximum rank of king, this is too much of a task. He looked at her carefully. Then she put her hand to her chin, smiled and asked if he was going to run away with her tail between her legs. She was so excited at the thought that after so long, she could finally have some fun. He looked up and thought that revealing his family members would only increase the number of people who knew his secrets, so it was best to just give up. He told her that it was because he did not want to be her opponent. She looked at him, raised her hand and asked if he wanted to tell her that there was someone else here besides him. He closed his eyes and asked if it was time for her to show herself. He was sure she had already guessed, but the girl he was holding had a secret scripture. The girl thought about it and did not understand what he was talking about. At that moment someone was attacking her from behind. She turned around abruptly and was able to dodge the blow. A blonde man appeared next to the guy. He looked at him and said that he only did not understand one thing. How did he know that he was nearby? The young man turned around and asked in confusion why he was asking what was so obvious. The man looked at him and asked why it was so obvious. The young man was surprised. He said that he hadn't thought about where he would go. There would be a secret scripture. The old man stood up, looked ahead and asked again. Then he started laughing loudly and said that he hadn't even thought that he would get caught because of such a trifle, and he was quite observant. Then he gritted his teeth, looked at him and asked what they should do now. The young man turned to him and said that he should buy him some time until he found the girl. The man replied that his opponent was the Queen of Murders. He expected him to stop him, but the young man replied that he was capable of it. The man looked at him with burning eyes and wondered if he had ever met such an assertive youth after he had become old. He could not believe that he was threatening him with a mysterious scripture to make him fight the Queen Murderer. There was a feeling that he was now dancing to his tune, but he was not used to this feeling. He smiled and said, since he had said so, he could not refuse. Everything was enveloped in fire. He thought that this was a shrewd rogue, probably already guessed who his patron was. New card, the deity of the nasty golden-eyed Buddha opens his eyes. The man looked up and smiled maliciously. The deity of the tiger looks at his patron with pleasure. He flew up, everything was in the light. The guy looked at this and smiled. The Monkey King, he didn't expect that he had such a formidable patron, considering that the power of gods and stars depends on the faith of mortals. The Monkey King is truly one of the most significant figures. If he is a priest representing this kind of deity, then why does he act as if he is a member of the family of the ruler of the abyss? The girl looked up. There was a man above her. However, one thing is for sure. The girl began to put on a mask. How can an old man whose name she does not even know pose at least some kind of threat to her? And he already looked at her, and under the lobby, his rank cannot be lower than the king. Explosions began to thunder. The man flew forward with a smile, turning to the girl. Darling, apparently she has hearing problems. She turns the music up to full volume when she uses headphones. She shouted back, what is this old man talking about? I don't understand what's going on. The guy smiled and thought that this was his chance. He suddenly transformed. He had to attack. He approached the man who was carrying the girl. He attacked him, cut him in half. He looked down. The owner, he had successfully gotten the girl. Well, at that moment, a shell flew into his head. It exploded. A member of the genie family, a mid-level head, died. The woman turned around, raised her hand and asked when he had time. At that moment, the girl was held by the spirit. The Jael player releases the ability, a business trace. The young man was carrying the girl. The woman began to scream, who are they taking her for? Then she raised her hand up. The evil demon mask is raging. She directed the blow forward. The old man was able to stop him. She began to scream in shock. The old madman, he must leave here. And he looked at her and replied that it seemed that she really had hearing problems. Didn't she hear that the young man asked to stop her? At the moment when the guy was carrying the girl, she was screaming that they were now checking whether he could continue to carry this nonsense in the afterlife. There were explosions behind them. People appeared in front, members of the group. They raised their hand and forward and tried to stop the guy. Well, he began to kill one after another with his wings. Then he looked ahead in fear. These were hellhounds, followed by whole clusters of annoying creatures. At this moment, his friend was already nearby. Jael moved forward and killed demons. The young man turned to the side and frowned, continued to fly, and thought, as soon as this train leaves, it is unknown how long he will have to wait for the next one. The man said that the first stop of the train is in the boiling hell, which is in the dungeon. He flew even faster, thinking that although he could easily get the 5th secret scripture in the shortest time after he took the girl. He gritted his teeth. He cannot compose it. He needs to somehow get on that train. New card: dear passengers, please board the train. The train leaves for the next station in 5 minutes. The train continued to move forward. The young man began to get angry. He had no time. They were flying ahead. The young man thought they were too intrusive. He wanted to finish them all off at once. The train continued to move forward. He needed to catch the train that was heading to the dungeon. The girl was unconscious. New card: the tiger deity, asks if he could reset this unnecessary balance so as not to be delayed. The hunting season deity nods vigorously, saying that this time he agrees with the tiger. The young men frowned. As always, they have no interest in mortals, except for those who stand out in some way. More cards appeared. The primordial evil dragon deity clicks his tongue in disappointment, expecting something more interesting to watch. The hunting season deity shouts, "Mom, you're back again," without telling her. The snake deity laughs, asking angrily, has no idea why she's doing this. The hunting season deity asks if the snake knows. The snake deity says maybe it's because they're tiptoeing, afraid of a deity that's not seen these days. The boy was angry. They all kept talking. The hunting season god objects, they say just go over to the side of absolute evil instead of staying on the side of hypocritical good. He looked at the girl and thought that there was some truth in it, since all his actions were reduced to some kind of favor if he abandoned the girl now. There was a huge chance that Nerva would be disappointed in him. After the battle with the twins, she never thanked him, so he should maintain a good relationship with her. Then he began to think where the secret scripture was. The girl began to come to her senses. She raised her head, looked at him. He looked and asked if she was awake. Then he looked and said that given the situation, he would be brief. Why were they hunting her? The girl was surprised and said that she herself did not know. They continued to fly forward. It was impossible that all of them would tirelessly try to catch her just like that. She lowered her eyes and fell silent, and the guy looked at her and asked her to think. There must be a reason. She suddenly realized that maybe it was because of her Asian. The guy frowned and asked again about her father. She remembered the events of the past. 2 years ago she followed her father, who is a future archaeologist, and explored the ancient ruins and found one ring in them. At that moment she heard a voice when she got a patron. She imagined her patron, stretched out her hand forward. Since then she, who had not stood out before, was able to master the sorcery of summoning for the first time in her life. She imagined her father in a rage. The problem is that her father began to show ill will towards her. Then she folded her hands and said that he began to see her as a thief who stole his precious treasure and even tried to kill her, and then Henry saved her. The boy looked at the ring, was surprised, and thought that this is it. If her father started to treat her badly, he must have been obsessed with the ring. They moved forward. He asked if she could give him the ring. If it was him, they needed to get rid of it to lose the tail, but the girl screamed that no, this jewel connected both her and her patron. His eyes lit up and he said that if she did not do this, she would leave him no choice but to abandon her right now. The inferno gaze activated. The girl was scared. He asked her again what she would do. Give it to him. The girl took off the ring and held it forward. She could not let go of the ring. The boy whispered in her ear to gather her strength. Suddenly her patron appeared. She screamed that she should not dare to give him the ring. Well, the girl still handed the ring to the boy. That moment he let her go. She flew straight down. He put on the ring and thought that as soon as he got rid of them, he would return it. Then he shouted to his friend. At that moment he caught the girl right on the Lita. The train continued to move at an incredible speed. The boarding time was over. The deserted train was leaving. The comrade shouted to the protagonist, but he turned around and said not to worry, he would catch up with him in the blink of an eye. After which Jael abruptly flew towards the train and said that okay, in that case, he would fly first. After which the young man turned around. He was attacked and shouted that he must be killed. He looked at his hand and thought that they really followed the ring, but it was too late. He put his hand to his chest. The tiger deity laughed maniacally, seeing a new secret scripture that fell into your hands. New card. Pitch darkness is transmitted to the mysterious ring. The ring responded to Peter's key and the lock mechanism is now open. The ring shone. New card. Challenge owned the 5th secret scripture out of 7. The guy's eyes sparkled. Everything around him was shrouded in smoke. People started flying towards him and going blind, and they didn't understand what was happening. What kind of wind was that? He turned around, looked at them with a smile. New card. You have entered a temporary dungeon, a hellish storm. A bright light appeared. People stood and didn't understand what was happening around them. Stones were rising into the air. They were scared. A temporary dungeon out of nowhere was the secret of the child prophet revealed. The stones were rising in a huge typhoon. It was impossible. After all, it took a long time to analyze the divine oracle and determine that the girl was a child prophet. They tried to hide from this wind, covered their faces with their hands. No, even despite all this chaos, he rushed to save the girl. Who knows, maybe he is the very secret weapon created by the White Tiger. They must report everything to the boss. Right in front of them stood a creature. You open the forgotten starlight. The deity of the huge bug of madness looks at the long-lost light with admiration through the eyes of his family members. Card, the deity of the huge bug of madness says that by swallowing the light, you can shine like 28 lunar houses. People's eyes began to fall out. Blood flowed from their mouths and noses. They screamed that such a strong spiritual pressure was exerted on them. The deity of the huge bug of madness directs its gaze to the temporary storage. New card, the wind of the apocalypse broke loose. The light became even brighter. The deity of the huge bug of madness clicks its tongue while saying disapprovingly, "How can these people be so weak?" They began to be erased from the strong light. They screamed about their eyes. The man opened his eyes. The owner of the dungeon opened his eyes. A huge creature appeared in front of them. It opened its mouth. The deity daughter who hates the storm reveals herself. The guy stood and looked forward. Everything was flying around. New card, dungeon mission begins. Mission type is survival and hunting. Right now you are under the effect of the calamity of the King Tiger. The curse will visit you every 72 hours, invite you to the Hellstorm from another world. The Hellstorm was born at the very beginning of the creation of the universe. It is a world in which the last thoughts of the forgotten starlight that disappeared 1,000 years ago still continue to exist. Save it by running as far as possible from it in the allotted time and days. New card, in order to completely get rid of the curse of the King Tiger, you must defeat it. Various weapons are well hidden in the dungeon itself. Find and use them to put an end to it. Good luck to you. The first day of the mission starts right now. Survive the next 12 hours. The wind was everywhere. The guy looked at the deity and shouted that he could not believe it. They wanted him to kill him for the sake of lifting the curse. New card, Inferno's gaze activated. The guy frowned, clenched his teeth. This is absolute madness. He looked straight at her. Then he frowned and thought that now he was face to face with the remnants of thoughts. I wonder how much full-fledged form. In the lair of the ghoul he could gradually deal with the enemy, and now, if he hesitated at the very beginning, he would be finished. She screamed at him, looked at him with her burning eyes, impressive, mortal. Despite the fact that these are only remnants of her former power, it is impossible to just resist, and she smells the pale star. Is that the reason? A new card appeared. Ability, Kalakagathia was activated. The guy looked at her and asked if she was familiar with it. She thought that if she can feel pitch darkness, then she also knows Mephistopheles. New card, compensation and advance in the characteristics between you and the enemy. After which the goddess spread her hands and said that of course she knows, the pale star is the absolute will of their night. After all, she is a pitiful creature that is persecuted in the dark time. The young man looked at her and thought that when the twins and Minerva collided, it seems he read the messages of the night that he could not understand. Then she began to lick her lips and said that if she had not smelled her scent, he would probably be dead already. Wants to think. Although she protects him, after all, he is not under her protection. In this case, she will get rid of him with impunity. New card, name, companion, was applied. A firestorm breaks out. The guy's eyes lit up. Everything around was confusedly fire. His comrade on horseback joined him. He looked at him and said that he had gone crazy, fighting with the shadow of the star right now. Then he bared his teeth and said that she was studying the same energy as Ghoulie. If he swallowed it, he thought he would get a boost of several levels. The woman raised her hand and started screaming, "How dare they, small parasites!" The whip of the storm, destroying worlds, and struck. New card, Cadmus drooling, saying that you found a pretty tasty treat. The dragon sat on the guy's shoulder and looked at the woman with satisfaction. The young man was surprised, after which his pet opened his mouth and began to absorb energy. He continued to do this as if it was very tasty for him. Then he closed his eyes and licked his lips. He clearly enjoyed it. New card, the fiery heart deactivates the storm and raises the level, having absorbed a huge amount of magic. The current level of progress is 21.6%. The goddess looked at the dragon, who happily absorbed her energy and did not understand what was happening. He opened his mouth again, wanting to thank for the tasty treat. He opened his mouth. Everything around was on fire. A bright light appeared. The boys did not understand what was happening. A family member emitted an ability, breath. He aimed a fiery projectile straight at the goddess. Hit her. She was torn apart. She began to fall separately from her wing as if she was pierced by fire. She screamed very loudly. She fell down. Her face was filled with despair. The dragon flew after her, drooling again, looking at his daughter, who hated the storm, calling her yummy. New cards started appearing. The tiger deity opens its eyes wide. The hunting season deity opens its mouth. The snake deity tenses its scales warily. I warn you not to approach creatures born in the abyss. The Taurus deity curses a certain someone who gave such a thing to a mortal. The hunting season deity looks at the mother and says that it wants the same dragon for itself. The primeval evil dragon deity dies and looking at its daughter with pity says, How do you imagine this, if it is so impossible that it cannot even measure such a probability? The hunting season deity falls to the floor in hysterics. The primeval evil dragon deity pacifies its annoying daughter, pressing her to the floor with its claw. And the dragon at this time greedily flies after the goddess. She continues to fall down and screams, and he licks her. It is very tasty for him. She is still screaming in pain, and the guy watches all this in shock and thinks, what the hell is going on? Is this dragon really devouring stars? Then he lowers his head and thinks that even considering that this is just a shell, not the original, it is so dangerous that it poses a threat not only to family members, but also to him, and yet he thinks that the spiritual projection of this creature is just to his taste. Then he remembered how he devoured various artifacts and thought that now it is clear why he did it. With such pleasure, among other things, there were many artifacts with quite solid stories or legends about deities and heroes. He also thought that it is not surprising that deities react to this situation in such a way. The dragon continued to devour the goddess. It is natural for them to be afraid of this creature when they live and feed on their own pride. New card, current level progress 26. 9%. The dragon greedily devoured the goddess. The blonde came up from behind and sheepishly told the mentor that if he suddenly offended him with something, please, he can tell him about it right away. He will immediately correct himself. The guy did not understand and asked again. Then he smiled and asked why, in case the dragon drooled on him or his family members. And he thought to himself that ghouls also came from starlight. No wonder he was scared. The man began to shout that he did not see anything funny. How could he give one of his family members to be torn apart by his pet? The guy looked ahead and told him not to worry. He had no intention of betraying his family members when he worked so hard to get them. The blonde exhaled with a smile and said that he felt better now. And the goddess continued to fall and scream. She tried to fly up with one wing, but the dragon was catching up with her. He was approaching his prey, saying that such a delicacy should not be wasted. The woman turned and shouted at him not to dare to approach. She told him to stop. Her body is not recovering. The protagonist raised his head and thought that he had always been so strong. No, even when for a creature with huge hidden potential he is still just a child. Perhaps it is a matter of compatibility. The dragon's element is pitch darkness, and light is always absorbed by darkness. The dragon continued to attack. The current level progress is 42.6%. In any case, the level continues to rise. The little demon continued to hunt. New card, pitch darkness attacks the divine power of the daughter, hating the storm. There were shadows around her. She screamed away. She raised her head and screamed that she needed to go back to the girl. Pitch darkness infects the deity. The guy closed his eyes and said that he cannot go there. And Jean replied that even if it was just a shell, he did not think that the day would come so soon when they would fight the deity. The young man raised his hand and said that he needed to open the royal treasure. Something began to appear in his hand. The royal treasure opens. All types of weapons inside the storage are opened. New card, Snow Rapier was chosen. A sword appeared in his hands. It is a shame to use treasures in this way. He grabbed it and said that he needed a high-level weapon to use it together with pitch darkness, pulled it forward. He pressed his finger to the blade, blood flowed. He will also use the enchantment of the art of manipulating blood, which he learned from the old man. Using blood poison and pitch darkness on the treasure of the Snow King, he makes it very close to the divine level. Then he pulled the arrow forward. The Snow Rapier takes a new form. The arrow of the demon destroyer is ready, and they release it straight forward. He shot straight at her. The arrow pierced the goddess. Power 100% hit. Activated. The target was hit. She began to scream, twitch. She looked at her partner and shouted, how dare he attack her. Then her mouth began to be covered by the roots of some plant. She turned around and saw a small demon. He smiled sarcastically and told her to be quiet. The blonde man swung right at her at that moment and struck her on the head. She opened her eyes very wide, received a blow right between them, and flew into pieces. The youth pierced her with his blade. The crown was applied to the sword of the crooked-toothed dragon. A bright light appeared, an incredible achievement, obtaining starlight, a reward, more divinity, strengthening the ability of stigma. The beginning is completed. New card, Flaming Heart is almost complete, 51, 52, 53, 69%. The youth hovered in the air and looked at her. The boss monster, the daughter who hates the storm, is dead. New card, the greatest contribution is Changsun. New card, you have accomplished a feat that no one has done before and received 50 million karma in the form of experience. The guy looked at this. New cards began to appear. He looked up at them. It said, as a reward, you receive a storm of the end of the world. The deity of the huge bug of madness is shocked and does not believe in what is happening. The interest of the gods and stars in you will increase many times over. At the moment 32 stars and deities want to see you as their apostle. New card, you can combine the storm of the end of the world with the fire of the end of the world. You have 2 and 3 swords. He smiled and stretched out his hand. The power of the fire of the end of the world increases. The power of the Jigui treat increases. New card, Demonic Vessel, the form into which Jigui, being a cloud of fire and spirit, and evolves. After absorbing the fire of the end of the world and being left alone in the world that has come to an end, wherever he appears, there will be a flame of destruction, where he begins to flap his wings. The wind of destruction rises. You are a demonic beast that is stronger than any disaster. You are bringing the end of the world closer. Category, names, effect, sulfuric flame of the end of the world, destructive flame of the end of the world, the impulse of destruction. The young man raised his hand up, everything around was enveloped in flames, and a joyful dragon was flying. He grinned and thought that his status had risen. Now he should aim for emancipation and superiority, which are a necessary step to becoming a great player. New card, embroidered a full 5 scriptures. Having found their secrets, you have opened the starlight. A new divine ability is open. The ability is Stigma. The ability is improved. You have received a glimpse of the lost ancient secret. You have gained a new level. The guy smiled and said that finally, new card, you have reached level 50 and now have the opportunity to take the quest to change the second class. He clenched his fist and thought how long he had been waiting for these words. New card, family members receive a level increase and evolve, changing their form. They began to change and were happy about it. New card, initiate the quest to change the second class. New card, the story quest has been created. Conditions, get 4 outstanding achievements. Combine 4 achievements in the form of the beginning. Continuation, transition and conclusion. Complete the tale. Upon completion, change the second class. In case of failure, restrictions on level growth. He smiled and looked up. This time he will systematically complete the quest no matter what. The boy lay on the grass and looked at the screen. After opening the system, depending on the actions and results, players could combine different achievements. These achievements, depending on the level, are divided into 5 categories. He frowned and thought that the mythical and legendary could only be achieved by fighting in stars. The fairy tale is the realm of demigods who aimed at emancipation and superiority, and superhumans who want to overcome human limits, achievements that ordinary players gain through outstanding results. He looked ahead. A card appeared. You have achieved your first outstanding achievement, possessing the light of the stars. The beginning of the fairy tale is complete. Now everything is serious. The world begins to take shape. Basic beliefs are created. He thought that a fairy tale is a form and story that is firmly imprinted in people's minds and passed down from generation to generation. In other words, folk tales are the starting point for the creation of basic beliefs and the formation of the world and the universe. Then he looked up and thought that the people who create fairy tales are called heroes, and rancor is an improved version of the word hero in old folklore. Then he looked at the portal. Fortunately, he had achieved one of the 4 achievements that make up a fairy tale, and now that he has the Doomsday Storm, he can get the 4th scripture many times faster. The dungeon begins to open. The train moved along the rails. The guys were lying on the floor. The guy said that all his strength was gone. Then he sat up and said in horror that he used all his magic to get on the train. He does not know if everything is okay with Changsun now. The girl looked at him and said that she does not feel the presence of the goddess. At this moment, Henry ran into the room and called the girl. He grabbed the guy and began to shout what he did to her. But her youth looked at him and said that he did not know what he was talking about. It did not seem that what was said had a positive connotation. The shadow was boiling. The blonde continued to shout that he must answer. The brother and sister decided to intervene. The brother shouted that he was crazy, and the girl that nothing good could happen when people like him were around. After that, they were suddenly distracted by something and did not turn around. There was a man standing there, a blonde man with a beard. The guy raised his hand and thought, who is this scary guy? New card, the deity of the hunting season looks with displeasure. The girl began to bare her teeth and asked who he was. Does he really want to die? Well, the man frowned, thought that for some reason Hyunryung was nowhere to be seen, and the 2 elders who came with him seemed to not care. Does this mean that it is time for the newcomers who were destroyed by the protagonist during the party at the hotel? It will be bad if the conflict escalates. If Henry calms that guy down, everything should settle down. Then Blue Wolf came up to him and said to leave it as is. The man turned around and said that it was not necessary. Suddenly the main character entered the room and asked what they were doing here. Everyone turned to look at him. He stood in the room and said that after everything he did, saving her, the guys were very happy. And the man looked at him and thought that he had to finish before he returned, and they cannot allow him to be involved after he became a rancor. Y frowned and said that it seems that there was a misunderstanding. Henry was very angry. He asked what the guy did to the girl. He should lay out what exactly happened. His spirit began to leave him. The guy stretched out his hand, opening the storage of the dead dragon, the bone dragon, and curled. Nicholas at this moment was just in shock. He shouted that the guy is a fool. Energy began to gather inside out. The guy looked at all this calmly. The blonde transformed and looked at him. Then he ran forward and started shouting that he had forced him to retreat, and using that trick, he would now pay for his humiliation. New card, the spirit of the dead dragon merges with magic, strengthening the power of the bone blade and bone storm. The man started shouting that he had stopped. That moment, the young man put out his fist. Henry opened his eyes wide. In an instant, his armor began to crumble on the spot. He flew to the side, thinking that bone armor was stronger than diamonds. Changsun smiled and said that he called his friend trash again. The guy continued to hit him. The blonde was in great pain, blood was pouring out of his mouth. He dealt one blow after another, and the old man watched this and was very angry. He had become much stronger. Then the young man turned around and looked at him, and the man froze in shock. New card, a demonic vessel was used. The guy pounced on him. At this moment, the man threw off his cloak and thought, no, he couldn't have become so strong in 3 days in the team. He must have been hiding his true abilities all this time, otherwise the skill of the monster's keen sense would not have reacted so violently. New card, the skill of the monster's fighting heart has been activated. Something began to shine in the man's chest. He ran forward and thought that if it came to that, he would simply destroy it. Even the super ability of a rookie is just a rookie, and he is only the leader of the team. He struck the first blow and thought that he needed to clarify whether the Avenger is superior to the White Tiger. He gritted his teeth and thought how he could avoid such troubles in the future and recognized this impudent guy. Suddenly, his eyes widened. Something surprised him. The guy ran past him and struck. He stopped and looked forward. The youth also stopped. He did not turn around. At that moment, the core on the man's chest cracked. He fell to his knees. He dropped his hands, looked at the floor and did not understand how it happened. And the guy turned around and said that all the top Avengers are so pathetic, thought that the Snake Eye and 100% hit. Having these two skills, it is easy to identify weak points. Other team members came up to him and began to say how dare he talk such nonsense. The young man rolled his eyes. Everyone around was simply horrified. He turned around, his eye was burning, above him was a one-eyed tiger, and the aura of the tiger dominates the flames of battle. An explosion thundered. The guy looked at them and said that if anyone else dares to challenge him, it is worth doing it now. Everyone just silently looked at him. They were scared. The man turned around and asked him to calm down. The young man looked at him with burning eyes and asked if he really was Ludovico, the head of the Orlando clan. He saw with his own eyes how he threatened his ally, and now he asks him to calm down. Then he rolled up his sleeves and said that only death would calm him down. Is that okay? The man started shouting that he was going too far. The guy looked at him and said that if something didn't suit him, he could come closer. The man looked at him from under his brows. He was very angry and thought that if he managed to quickly deal with the previous two, they definitely couldn't handle him. How humiliating. The French players were torn apart by a newcomer in Korea. Anoush was studying the leader's companion at that moment, the guy with a triangle on his forehead, an iron mask. He was a demonic man. He had extensive combat experience. If he joined them, they might have a chance, but judging by the fact that he didn't even look in their direction, he decided to stay away. Damn, now he'll have to give in and put all the blame on the Avenger upon his return. The man approached the guy, bowed and apologized. As representatives of France, he sincerely apologized, suggested ending it there. He gritted his teeth and thought that even this guy would stop fighting after a sincere change, and he would think about the consequences later. He would definitely have a chance to avenge this humiliation. Well, the guy cracked his fists and said that he was not going to finish. He had not even started yet. A man must grit his teeth. Then his fist flew towards the man. He was terrified. He hit him right in the face. He remembered he also had another nickname, Bloody Grief. The train continued to move forward. Screams were heard from there. Desert, mole. The girl stood and laughed. She gritted Null's teeth, said that she knew that she would not have an easy hunt, but she did not think that everything would turn out like this. She looked at the broken masks. The deity, a huge big beetle, frowned with displeasure. But each mask takes at least a year to make, and she had already lost several. For the first time, she was humiliated since the battle with the immortal king. Changsun remembered. Besides this young man, the target of the attack interfered. She cannot accept the humiliation of the target and leave the task. Raised her hand to her mask. You put on a twisted goblin mask. She spent 10 years creating this appearance to kill the immortal king, but put on a mask to protect her hand. She must. An explosion thundered. Everything around was enveloped in light. She shouted that she must kill that guy. The train continued to move forward. The protagonist put an iron mask on his blade. He stood right in front of the man. He asked if he could stop. Everyone around was lying on the floor. He had already defeated them. He said what he thought. He had already let off enough steam and made them pay for their long tongues. And isn't it time for a big fight? The guy looked at him from under his brows and said that the back cars are on him, and he can go forward. The blonde looked at him and thanked him for understanding. Everyone around was in shock. They didn't understand what happened. He walked forward and said they were watching. They should take care of the wounded and quickly move to the front of the train, or did they want the train to derail? Why did he turn around, frown and say that everything was faster than he expected? Well, flashcard, a group of fire pterodactyls appeared. They were circling right above the train. New flashcard, a group of pterodactyls appeared. They were flying above the train and screaming. New flashcard, a herd of charred wild animals targeted a train in the desert. They were approaching and growling. New flashcard, starving monsters caught the smell of food. They were all approaching the train. A wave of monsters approached. Protect the train in the desert from monster threats. A defense began to appear around the train. A wave of monsters was approaching. Everyone in place. The mages were creating a boost, and the melee fighters were climbing onto the roof quickly. The guy looked up and thought that because of the harsh desert conditions, the monsters were constantly starving. For them, the train was becoming a source of food. New card, the monsters went berserk. They were dragging people apart. They were shouting what they were doing. A real battle began. New card, the general abilities of nearby monsters increased by 10%. Everything around was on fire. The guy looked ahead and thought, what difference does it make? They are dying of hunger and hunting, so they are inevitably mad. She released all her energy. His eyes began to burn. He needed to deal with them quickly before they suffered even more. An explosion thundered. Everything around was in lightning. Everything was on fire. The train continued to move through the desert. The guy stood on the roof. The attack of the monsters was stopped. Everyone was looking at him. Brother and sister fell. Damn, they almost died. She didn't even have boyfriends yet. They were clearly tired and exhausted. New card, removal successfully escaped from all monsters. You overcame the first obstacle. New card, you received a reward depending on your participation. Everyone was kneeling and trying to rest. They spent a lot of energy. The young man continued to look forward. The biggest contribution was Changsun. The men looked at him, so tired from a short run. What's wrong with them, young people? The man with a bandaged face turned around and said that in his time they could fight for 3 days and 3 nights without a break. But the girl looked at him with a dissatisfied face and said that now this is said by the one who just sat and watched. At that moment, the protagonist handed him a scroll and said that he could take it. The man did not understand what it was, looked at it in surprise. He opened it. There was a copy of the secret scripture or whatever the girl had. The man asked if he had already taken it out. Then he raised it up and asked how he could trust him. The guy stood opposite and said that he could send it to Korea and find out. The other one gritted his teeth and said that he was right. If he agreed, they wouldn't just tear him to pieces. The young man looked at him. An inner voice said that he had decided to get rid of these ridiculous pursuers. He lowered his head and thought that by the time he successfully frequented the hellish wind, he had completed the decryption and absorbed all the power from it. This was a fake that he had rewritten with the help of Jean and his household. He imagined the raging flames. He also thought that the white tiger would need at least a couple of years to decrypt the holy scripture, but there would be nothing to take anyway. They were almost halfway there, so he couldn't leave unnecessary baggage with him. The blonde looked at him and mentally asked where exactly the levitine was that he would receive for this. The guy turned around and said that at the boiling hell station underground, where the main artery of Surthar begins. The men looked at him and asked why he gave it to them now. Then he looked down and said that he just shouldn't say that he wanted him to leave. Vidya didn't get what they wanted. But the guy frowned at her and said that's exactly what he meant. New card, the desert train will soon arrive at its first stop, the boiling hell station. The train was approaching the stop. New card, passengers, be ready to get off at the platform, the man asked again, and the guy said that he could just take it and get lost, stop being an eyesore. One of them got really angry and said that it was unpleasant to hear. Everyone around was scared, but the guy continued to calmly look at him. Another one, with a bandaged face, said, does he understand what he just said? He started to release his bandages. They started calling the guy's names. They tensed up and said okay, it didn't work. The big man walked up to the guy and asked what he said. Did he tell them to get lost? And he walked away grumpily and said did he really not hear? He already had trouble speaking, and his hearing was bad. The man swung his arm and said he was an insolent bastard. New card, the tiger deity watches his household fight with interest. At that moment, the demon coughed behind him and said he thought he could rest. What a mess, they should try not to make too much noise. The man stopped, turned around and said it was their business. Well, the man closed his eyes and said he didn't know what he was talking about. The big man said he understood that he was interested enough to want to take him on as an apprentice, but it was their business. At that moment, the young man stood and watched the lightning approach him. He frowned and thought, students, such a statement can excite the clan. And the demon looked up and said with a smile, well, he really interested him, but that's another story. Then he dropped his eyes and said that he was only trying to protect them, as their senior comrade, from rash actions and the fact that this guy hurt their pride. The man was shocked, looked at him and asked what he was. The old man looked at him and said with a smile, was he serious? He didn't hear. He said that he would kick their ass. Well, if they wanted to, he would not stop them, but he warned. The men were surprised, and the main character stood all this time with a dissatisfied face and listened. We have been living in the world of players for decades. We, the first generation, will lose to a newbie who has only been here for a couple of years. He thought for a long time they would discuss him. after which the old man gritted his teeth and said that he knew the laws of the elders. Do not tarnish the reputation of the white tiger. Do not let the honor of the elders be neglected. As the deputy head of the council of elders, he will not turn a blind eye to the violation of the rules. Then his eyes lit up and he said in a completely different voice that the council of elders exists, and for the indestructible claw, as soon as it is destroyed, it is thrown away, so he should take his words seriously. New card, you have arrived at the first stop, the camp of boiling hell. Be careful when exiting the platform, parking for 24 hours. The guy got off the train and called his team. Then he looked into the eyes and said that he hoped that when they returned, the two of them would no longer be here. The man pounced on him and shouted that he would kill him, but the other tried to shout at him. A moment later, the man was already flying in the opposite direction. He was thrown back like a football. He landed right on his head. The guy turned around and said that this was the last warning. He would kill them if he saw them tomorrow. The brunette ran up to the man. He was in shock. He was very angry, but the main character appeared in the background and said that for sure he almost forgot that he was here too. He stretched his hand forward. The guy asked him to wait and listen, but a moment later he was already flying to the side, got hit, and smashed his head right on the rocks. He was lying. Everything around was glowing. He fell right into the lava. New card, you have arrived at the boiling hell station. The guy turned around and left. There was lava all around the station. Henry woke up and grabbed his head. He was asked if he finally woke up. He turned around. He saw dead people lying on the floor around him. He asked the director what the hell happened here. The girl looked at the ring and said that she was no longer here. God, where is she? The blonde noticed her. The old man approached them and said that this was the work of the tyrant. He was very strong. He was uneven. The guy lowered his head. The man frowned and said that there was something they had to do. There was lava everywhere. The guy stood on the edge and looked ahead. He lowered his eyes and thought that the stone desert was not really a desert. He looked at all this lava, or rather, the dungeon itself. This is the corpse of Surtur. The stone desert is just the skin of the dead Surtur. The heat that radiates from the cracks in the ground is the heat of Surtur, emanating from the cracks in his body. He remembered the conversation in the tower, asked how monsters even live here. The man grinned and answered, well, he was the king of the Titans and the ruler. Although he cannot compare with him, he certainly deserves his position, so it is not surprising that new lives appeared here. Then he put his head on his hand and said that it could be said that heading underground meant tearing Surtur's muscles and swimming through his vessels. The guy asked what a recarn or whatever it was. The demon smiled and replied that this place was an important arsenal of Surtur and Muspelheim's treasures, not to mention that his abilities were manifested there, so it couldn't be together unremarkable. The heart, he was there, he had to follow the blood vessels and find it. Then he looked at the lava again and thought that it was incredible. He couldn't believe that this huge dungeon was a corpse. This was a stoppage of Chettle's size even for a Titan, and so he had to find Surtur's heart in this huge place in a day. Suddenly something distracted him. A bright light appeared, and a new card, the apocalyptic wind characteristic, was awakened. In skills, a brand. The guy smiled and thought that she had finally. A demon appeared above him. Everything around was shrouded in light. The woman loomed over him and asked who he was. She had been watching him since he had been stuck here. After all, how he had managed to decipher the 7 mysterious scriptures and how he was connected to the pale star was completely unclear to him. He widened his eyes and shouted that there was something more incomprehensible. What the hell did he smell like Taka? At that moment, the guy was taken aback. It was about his beloved. He looked away and thought, why did this name come up again? He remembered his previous life, a city of corpses. Everything was on fire. A man stood in front of him, looking at him. He had a beard, blood flowed from his eyes. He addressed the young man. He was dying, was covered in spears, said that Changsun is now Cadmus. The guy came closer. He was in shock. He began to scream. Tears flowed in the evil eye. Damn, he does not need this strange name. He has already spoken. But the old man looked up and said he was a fucking bastard. Why couldn't he just thank her for once? Then he fell down and said he would agree anyway. Why bother? The guy kept yelling, for God's sake, okay, stop talking. He was covered in blood. The man turned away and said he finally started listening only when he was dying. And the boy was waving his arms and yelling that he was not dying. The old man lowered his eyes and said he was Cadmus now and had to remember that he was responsible for her now. He closed his eyes. The boy asked him to stop. If he was so worried, he should stay with her himself. Tears were streaming from his eyes. He was yelling that the old man had to start. If only he knew healing magic. No, if he had learned the runes he taught him, such a mediocre wound wouldn't be strength to him. Put his hand. The old man said he had to protect Taka. She may seem proud, but in reality she is very fragile. The guy continued to kill monsters and thought that this was nonsense. It was the patron who should protect the worker. The patron who grants power to the worker and asks for the spread of faith in return. But instead he wants the worker to protect the patron. What kind of patron is this? Taka is the first and last patroness on the Star of Arcadia, which he served after the death of the old man. He imagined the girl in the field. She turned and looked at him. She raised her head and said that she hated him. Cadmus' death was entirely his fault. She imagined herself next to her, although they did not hate and despised each other. She is white silence, and walking in the wind, became his patroness, inheriting the name Cadmus. He became the apostle of this girl. They held hands. He could not fulfill the old man's last wish. They were united by one goal, at any cost not to allow the killers of the old man to survive. The girl was a bright star, and her starlight was the ultimate treasure, turning gods and stars into the brightest creatures in the universe, known as the Emperor. He imagined himself on the battlefield. The old man protected the girl's starlight even on the verge of falling, but the gods and stars who coveted it were constantly looking for an opportunity. In the end, Arcadia was engulfed in a destructive war. During the war they became close, but one could say they went from hatred to love. But he remembered how he sat on the corpse. The girl before her death said that she loved him and apologized. The world seemed to decide that he was unworthy of such happiness and immediately took it from him. A new card appeared, the deity hunting time, and bows his head, wondering why your look changed. The snake deity thinks what was so strange about the starlight shell. The tiger deity frowned and said that something was wrong. The guy continued to stand in shock. New card, the deity is a big sick bug, licks his lips, examining the divine aura around him. The boy turned and thought it was good that the voice of the daughter who did not hate the storm did not reach the gods. If the monarch of the void heard the name, everything would be complicated, so perhaps it was for the best. Then he turned and asked her how she knew this name. The woman approached and said that it would be strange not to know it. This is her mother. The boy was shocked. Then she leaned over, clenched her teeth, and said that she did not hate her. She gave her life, but she also led her to death. The boy looked forward and thought that the daughter who did not hate the storm, so Taka is the storm of her name. Then she spread her wings and said that it was her mother's fault that she was stuck here and suffered even after death. She raised her head up and said that her mother did not appear even when the divine court found her guilty, because she is the daughter of a bright star. In the end, her sentence was carried out and she woke up a prisoner in the family of mysterious sacred scriptures. Then she looked at the boy again and said that even after that she was trying to get those who were attracted to the starlight coming from her like moths. The more she tried to escape from the windy hell, the more she resented her mother. The young man turned around, looked at her and said about the 7 mysterious sacred scriptures, asked what it was. The girl's eyes widened and said that she herself did not know. When she opened her eyes, she was already here, but she did not know one thing. This prison cannot be entered, as well as this entire indestructible world. It smells of her. He probably caught this aroma. The boy looked at her and thought that the girl had divided her power, which she could not cope with. She was avatars. She said that they were like her children. She called them daughters, the 7 mysterious sacred scriptures and the girl's 7 daughters. Imagine the scroll. So these 7 mysterious scriptures are all divine seals created to imprison the 7 daughters of Litaka. Imagine the man in the cloak. So the void monarch of mystery was collecting the lost 7 scriptures to decipher their secrets and monopolize them. Imagined his glowing eyes and smile. The void monarch admired his strength when he worked, so he was constantly searching for the 7 secret scriptures. Frown, looked ahead. After he came to the conclusion that the secret of his ability lay in the girl, he did this to obtain the starlight of the girl and the family scriptures to use it to cultivate. Lowered his eyes. Void monarch, a sick bastard. A new card appeared, the tiger deity. The void monarch bowed his head and said that he does not understand why you are reacting like this. The young man Fist thought that if all this time the 7 scriptures were the divine seals that sealed the daughters, and if the tiger was really part of the starlight, then he would not have guessed. Then he thought that there was still something he did not know. He looked ahead, thought that first he needed to complete the deciphering of the 4th scripture. He needed to raid the ghoul and at any cost find out what is on the last floor. One of the 5 ghoul rulers who transmits souls must be Taka's daughter. He found himself in a cave. He thought that the tiger might even be a grate that restrains the daughters. He imagined a lot of energy. It could be related to H-San. The void monarch was collecting daughters while the other star gods were forgetting themselves. But if the big sick bug was watching the void monarch's suspicious actions, then he might know for sure who was behind the void monarch. He frowned and thought that he needed to fly to the ghoul and seal the big sick bug, then he could interrogate him and find out the details, but for that he needed much more strength, although he could already fight most of the rankers. Levantine. He lowered his head, thinking that he needed to find him. He needed to leave quickly. He also thought that the void monarch would tear him to pieces no matter what. The old man looked at the upside-down man and said that he was an idiot. He had told him to be careful. He had warned both him and the skull demon. Why weren't they listening? Then he raised his leg over him and said that he hoped he would be more obedient in the afterlife, and smashed his head. The man in bandages was shocked. Then he turned, looked at him and said that the skull demon should take the paper that Chang Tsung gave him and return it. The man tried to object, but the old man asked if he really wanted to disobey him. Well, the skull demon began to shout that he did not mean to say that. They just had not yet made sure that what was written there was true. The old man replied that if it was true, then there was no need to worry. The whole floor was covered in blood. The man looked at him in horror, thought that the evil royal warrior, one of the most knowledgeable in this area in the Council of Elders. If he said that it was real, then it was real. After all, he was seconded to France to determine the authenticity of the secret scripture. He then asked if he could go, and where would the old man go? The man turned and said, then this is a business trip, so he must stay. The secret scripture is an important matter. He left and said that for sure, okay, then he slanders him about it. New card, activate exit scroll. The man stood, exhaled, thought that he was an idiot. Then he frowned, greed blinded him, he wouldn't last long either. Then he smiled, thought about the main character, hopes he will become the key to the chains that bind them, will look after him. They were on the platform, shouts were heard how cool it was, they said there was a store here, can they buy water? New card, this is the Boiling Hell Station. The team followed the main character, the girl put her hand to her forehead and said that she wanted ice cream, in the boiling hell nothing can beat it. New card, there is a store at the station where you can buy red food, water, essential items, luxury items and weapons necessary for traveling by train. Please keep in mind that the store uses a separate currency, the train leaves in 23 hours, 57 minutes and 46 seconds. Why did the girl turn to the guy and ask him to turn on his air conditioner? It's hot, she's sweating in such heat. The young man turned around, raised his hand and directed a gust of wind at her, ordered her to shut up or he would blow her away. All his comrades exhaled. They can finally breathe, they were happy. Wildcard, the deity is a snake, he looks disappointed with how what he taught is being used. Suddenly, Jumkeu was distracted by something. He saw Henry and Nicholas looking at them from under their brows. He gritted his teeth and said that they were assholes, everyone was staring at them. The girl turned around and told him not to pay attention, what was there to look at, where was the store? So they approached the store, it was him, the girl shouted that she would buy Cutie Hyben some ice cream. They went inside, they were met by a goblin, they hadn't had human customers for a long time. The guys were surprised, they asked what he was doing here and grabbed their weapons. He put his hands out and said that the girl should lower her weapon. This is a neutral zone. He is a pacifist. New card, you have met the store owner. The girls were tense. He smiled sarcastically and said that she was a smart girl. I don't want to turn the store owner against me. She came up and said, what does he sell here? He raised his hands. The store owner shows you the categories. He pointed to the screen. It said, store categories, items for 1-9 cons, items for 10-99 cons, items for 100-999 cons, and so on up to 9 items over 100 million cons. 10 other. The girls looked and wondered what kind of currency this was. The system warned that it was different here. They said they wanted to see what was in the first category. They looked at the screen, everything was at incredibly low prices. Then they were surprised. The description sent shivers down their spines. They don't charge for asking. Maybe they'll look at the last category. The screen appeared again. Items over 100 million. Divine Sword 130 million, Thunder Seal 290 million, Book of Prophecies 450 million, Forbidden Fruit 100,000,000,000,000,000 Haons. They were shocked. Everything there was incredible, the forbidden fruit, the one from the Bible. New cards, the deity during the hunt opens his eyes and is surprised that these things are sold here. The snake deity suspects that the goblin is a fraud. The goblin rubbed his hands and asked, well, have they decided? The girl said that she wants ice cream. He looked at the screen and said that it costs 14, but since they are his first customers today, he will give them a discount, they will only owe 10. The wind picked up outside. The girl asked if he could accept other currencies. The goblin said no. She asked about the exchange. She has precious stones, gold bars, and a lot of artifacts. He said he was not interested. She asked where she could get this currency. He looked at her angrily and told her to listen to him. If she does not have money, then she should leave. He does not make exceptions. Then he folded his arms and looked ahead. The girl got very angry and thought that she wanted a bamboo spear. Maybe if she pierced him with it, he would come to his senses. Then the main character came up to him, handed him a piece of paper and said that he needed everything on the list, and also the item he asked for. The goblin was shocked. He said that he was a spendthrift, he owes 160,010 Haons. Then he started smiling and wiping his hands, how he was going to pay, better in cash, the administration has been very strict lately. He replied that he didn't have cash. The guy was surprised and asked again. The guy looked at him and said that he didn't have money, so he should write it down as a debt. The goblin started slamming his hands on the table, asking what he said, what debt. The guy looked at him and asked what the problem was. And the goblin started shouting that they wanted to fool him because he was a goblin. He was a bastard. He would put him on the blacklist, that he wouldn't be able to buy anything even at other stations. After which the guy turned around, rolled his eyes and said that he was going to open a raggarn. If he wasn't interested, then what could he do? He would go to another stop and called the girls. The goblin was surprised, then started shouting for him to stop. Was that true? The young man turned around and asked again what they were talking about. And the monster started shouting, Was it true that he was going to the treasury of the heart of the King of Titans? The boy looked at him and remembered how he was told that if something went wrong at the first station and he had to head to the second, then there was still something he couldn't miss. He had to win the favor of the shopkeeper at each station. He imagined himself in that bream again, asked why. The man said that it was the guards, even after the death of the last king. Long after the destruction of Muspelheim, they were followers of the Titans, honoring the spirit of the last king and awaiting his triumph. He put his head on his hand and said with a smile that there was a legend among the guards that with the opening of the treasury, the words of the ancient race of Titans would return. In the dungeon, which could be considered a corpse, they guarded his tomb, and they strived to open the treasury of the heart of the Titan King, located deep underground. The young man was surprised and asked if this was possible. The demon answered that it was not. Then he smiled and said that the very fact that the dungeon exists means that they are already dead. The souls of the Titans have long been in the afterlife or destroy. Like all creatures in the dungeon, they are simply repeating the actions that remain deep in their minds. But Reborn is real, so they believe in the legend. The guy closed his eyes, smiled, thought that if he knew what the shop owners wanted, it would be much easier to get what they wanted, said out loud that if it was impossible to write down on credit, then that's it, they won't go. The goblin raised his hand and asked him to stop. He looked at him and asked if he was really going to open it. And the guy answered, what else could he have meant besides this? He looked at him and asked if he was really going to the treasury of the Titan King's heart. But how? The young man looked at him and asked why he had to tell this. After which the goblin began to hit the table and shout, is he doing this on purpose? Does he not know the basics of transactions? He asked for a loan. He wants to know if he can return it. New card, hidden task created Dynasty of the Dead King, type, hidden, description, not many remember yet, but the Burning Titan, who brought death to the Death Star before his death, gathered a dynasty of his clan. In his heart is a treasure called Reborn. The guards have long been looking for someone who can open the treasury, believing that this can revive their clan, and what the legend says. Prove that you are worthy of receiving this task, rewards, items on credit, related tasks, Dynasty of the Dead King. He turned in with a smile and asked if the girls heard what he said. Oh well. The goblin called Harold. The magical beast frowned with displeasure and asked to stop calling him in such situations, because this place in it is his jurisdiction. The young man crossed his arms in displeasure and said that if he didn't like it so much, he would find another administrator. Harold closed his eyes in irritation and agreed with the guy, thinking that this man was called an incredible talent. He opened his eyes slightly and added that the young man was one of the best among the promising ones, and despite the fact that he did not have a patron, he showed outstanding growth. The Constellation was interested in him, and reports about him were in such great demand that they did not have time to deliver them. Frowning slightly, the administrator thought that responsibility for the guy gave him more influence in the administrative bureau, so it was impossible for him to get along with another admin, because if the conditions changed, he would think further. But for now, the higher the young man climbs, the more he will receive, so you need to hold on to him tighter. The administrator approached the goblin. The old man realized that this was a promising talent, and the top three, for whom the administrative bureau vouched, the little animal confirmed his guess. The goblin turned his gaze to the boy. The boy looked at him calmly. The old man put his hands on his belt and agreed, calling it an investment in the future. He turned to the stairs and asked the girl to stay where she was and the boy to follow him. The heroes handed the ally a candy bar and said that he would not be back until tomorrow. The girl accepted it. The boy added that during this time she could take as many tasks as possible and earn as much as possible, because it was not only for the sake of clearing the dungeon, but would also be useful in the future. Hyben bit a piece of sweets and thought about what the boy was planning. The boy rose after the goblin. The girl added that the treat was delicious. The blonde men looked through the window and asked annoyedly what was going on. Henry said that he had never seen or heard of Jerepku leaving the store to escort a player, and then decided that this was a special mission. The beams of light scattered under the ceiling of the building. The youth wondered how they could get a quest when he was not there. The men looked at him and said that if they could not get any quests because the goblins were not there, they would be in big trouble. Nicholas frowned and thought that the fact that the goblin was personally accompanying him meant that this was a very important hidden quest. If this quest was of such a magnitude, the youth himself would not be able to handle it, in which case they would intervene and offer help. After all, the dungeon was in France, so they could not let a foreigner wander around wherever he wanted, and that he had no doubts. After all, they would definitely find the hidden fragment, then they should just follow them. The administrator crossed his arms and exhaled heavily. The system had appointed him as the temporary manager of the store. The men in cloaks looked at him in surprise and said that this rabbit definitely appeared when Changsun called him, which meant that he had connections in the administrative bureau as well. The administrator frowned in displeasure and began to scan the area for players, saying that he was not angry with them, but he had enough work to do, but besides that, he would have to sit in the store. He turned to the men and said that as an administrator, he would try to remain neutral and treat everyone equally, but since he had emotions, he could not help but be subject to them, and then asked if they understood what he meant. The air currents swirled in the vertical tunnel. The administrator thought that greed often blinded people, and if you add inequality and resentment to this, it will only get worse. The young man was going down the shaft. The people on the ladders noticed him. The hero thought that, as it seemed to him. They decided to follow him. The system reported that the path of the demonic monster quickly detected many steps approaching him. The goblin looked at the guests with displeasure and cursed slightly. The guy asked him not to pay attention to them. He looked back. The tiger deity snorted at the bugs that did not know their place. The hunting deity suggested that the guy get rid of them all, and the snake deity said that a trap could be left for them. The young man looked away and thought that he did not need to get rid of them in advance, because as soon as they went down, the opponents would still be busy trying to survive. Besides, the king of murders would definitely try to get the fifth holy scripture, so he would lure them to a place where neither the players, nor the gods, nor the stars would see how he would deal with them. The goblin and the young man approached the gate. The man said that each time was like the first for him, because he would never get used to it. Behind the bars was a giant mountain. The system reported the discovery of a hidden location, for which the achievement points were increased. The mountain emanated heat and the energy of death. The guy looked closely at the surface of the rock and thought that this was the blood of the dead. The system reported that this was the blood of a burning titan bringing death, and also that the guy was cursed with heat stroke, a curse of burns, and a blow of heat poison. The goblin frowned slightly. The young man decided that the view was amazing. The man said that he had come all this way, but he could not go further. The hero, with an unperturbed expression, thought that if he could get to the blood vessels, then he could also get to the heart, where Reborn was located, and although the titan had long been dead, his blood was still hot and flowing. The young man remembered the dark-haired man telling him that he couldn't go any further, and that he would have to bathe in boiling blood to get to the heart, but he himself wouldn't be able to get any closer. The guy looked at him and asked if he was sure he could do it. The man smiled and confirmed it, about the conditions, that for the one who combined the flame of the end of the world and Jigui, it was like heaven, and that the guy was the only one who could get Lavatine. Streams of hot air enveloped him. The system reported that the first form of the flame of the end of the world was activated and was actively burning all toxins, as a result of which the curse was lifted. The young man took out the fireproof pearl. He threw it into his mouth and released warm air. Dark wings suddenly grew out of his back. The young man told the guide that he would go further. The goblin looked at him in surprise and said that nothing really worked on him. The young man grinned slightly. The system reported that the title of the demonic vessel Jigui was used. The young man jumped up with explosive force and flew away. He flew over the hot rivers. The system reported entering the location. The guy frowned angrily. The system also added that the duration of the anti-carbon pearls was rapidly decreasing. The hero cut through the hot air with his wings. The system informed him that the intense heat was disorienting him. He felt dizzy, was in a panic and confusion, after which it warned that the intense heat was melting the flames of the end of the world, after which it recommended that he immediately leave the area. About the conditions is under serious stress. The hero folded his wings behind his back. Kalakageisha compensated for the lack of characteristics. The guy landed on a stone ledge and said that he thought that controlling the apocalyptic wind would simplify everything, but it turned out to be not quite so, because in this state it is almost impossible to swim to the heart. If he cannot resist it, he must absorb it. The guy straightened up and began to collect dark energy from space. The system reported the activation of the soul suction skills, which tries to pull out the remaining thoughts from the dead body, after which it notified that the attempt was failed because the level of the dead soul is too high. The young man frowned in surprise, seeing a warning that the level was too high and that the soul suction skill was aimed only at the necessary thoughts. He spread his wings to the sides. The hot air and dark energy swirled in a vortex. The system reported the successful activation of the skill. It's beginning to pull out the thoughts of the burning titan, bringing death. The guy began to absorb blood. The hot air began to burn him. The boy thought that he needed to get to Reborn, then wondered if Lavatine had chosen a master for himself and how he could prove his abilities, because according to rumors, only a titan could get him. The boy again remembered the dark-haired man who told him that he needed to meet the requirements, then asked the boy who he thought a titan was. The boy imagined a giant man in armor and listened to the man's words that he probably thought they were very aggressive creatures who worshipped combat and were eager to conquer so much that they could take over many civilizations. And although they were considered super beings, but there were extremely few of them, so most stories about them were distorted. The image of the giant in the boy's imagination crumbled into pieces. The man said that the war was grander than they say, and that the Titans are some kind of spirit, and then that their world was created for eternity with the help of the primordial flame that appeared with the creation of the universe. The countless testaments born there, over time, gained personality and turned into spirits, which became the race of Titans. Titans, unlike mortals who evolved from individual cells to have intelligence, are born with a will directly from this world, so they are originally part of it. The raging flames engulfed the boy. The man said that their characteristics internally correspond to the burning nature of their world, and they have excellent logic and judgment, like spirits, but they cannot go against the will of their own world, so Titans are able to have absolute power that no one else has. They are so huge simply because it is more convenient to fight. But there is no need for this, so the boy can become a Titan himself, because even having the true characteristics of a Titan, no significant changes will occur and will not force you to stop collecting myths. The man also added that he would allow the boy to create a unique myth that no one else can. The young man opened his mouth, collecting hot air and flames. The man added that Titans are super beings, and in order to become a Titan with a human body, you need to gradually accept the Titan genes. A strong body, like a reinforced bone, step by step, gradually transition to a new form. Each time he sheds his skin, his body will become stronger and his soul rank will increase. The guy's body was covered with a rough layer. The system announced that he had received the features of a Titan, so his mutation begins. The guy did not stop the suction process for a second, thinking that he would absorb a huge amount of blood and thoughts of the Titan with the help of his skill. The system reported that new elements were added to the flame of the end of the world, and the level of soul extraction was also increased. All the surrounding flames gathered around the guy. The system added that the dragon deity licked her tongue, warning me that the guy wants to get uncontrollable power, and the hunting deity fearfully asked her mother what the guy was doing. The fire continued to swirl like a whirlwind. The primeval dragon became irritated and refused to answer the question of his young daughter. The hunting deity threw a tantrum, asking why her mother was doing this. The snake deity understood the guy's true intentions and belatedly irked. The hunting deity again asked the guy what he was doing. Dark energy began to burst out. The youth's eyes emitted a bright light. The snake deity snorted and irritably advised the girl to ask someone else. The hunting deity became furious, and the calf deity carefully watched what was happening. A strange symbol appeared in the boy's pupils. The tiger deity laughed softly, saying that the boy was just like his home, and the hunting deity exploded in frustration and asked why everyone knew except her. The youth stood majestically on the cliff, his wings spread. He smiled slightly. The system reported that the end of the world flame had broken into the end of the world flame of the Titans. The youth stared into the distance with sparkling pupils. Jigui's apocalyptic evening developed into the apocalyptic wind of the Titans. Changsun thought that the demonic vessel and the reinforced bone turned out to be a means to achieve the power of the Titan, and now the real changes are beginning. He turned his head to the side. The system reported that a resonance occurred. The boy looked at the top of the mountain. The symbol in his eyes lit up. The system reported that the boy felt Surtur's body. The hero found a beating heart thicker than a hot liquid. He jumped down, thinking that his body seemed to be growing more and more, and the world around him was constantly changing, after which he noticed that he felt the most secret corners of this world that he had not felt before. The boy plunged into the thickness of the liquid. He was descending downwards at high speed. He opened his eye wider and activated his skill to search for the desired target. The boy noticed the giant heart again. A magic circle opened in front of him. The boy decided that this was what he needed. He looked carefully towards the ornament. Suddenly the boy lost concentration. His body went into overload, and he stood on the ledge and looked at the giant heart, thinking that he needed more power, and that the mutation was happening much slower than he expected. The boy frowned slightly. The transformation progress had reached 70%. The boy thought that the spiritual body had barely formed, and if he continued to try to break through, it might be torn apart. He looked sternly in front of him and decided that in this case, he would not receive the transformation into the extra human race. After all, he had calculated the necessary for gigantification with Thanatos. But even with the 7 secret scriptures and the high black darkness, the skin does not grow faster, so he did not expect that he would need more strength for gigantification. A powerful heat emanated from the heart. The boy thought that he would receive a lot of benefit after the molting was completed, but everything was happening too slowly. The boy's health level dropped below 50%, and the mana level was below 30. He thought that with the current energy level, he would not be able to withstand it. The guy dropped to the ground. The system warned him and said that his health and mana loss rate was too high, after which it recommended leaving the area. The young man thought that everything was hurting more and more, and if this continued, he could really be in danger. He frowned and turned to his dragon. His mutation was stopped. The outer skin began to curl. The guy thought that he had overloaded because he had shed too much skin at once, which meant that if he used the supreme black darkness to divide the molt into several stages, then he could finish the mutation. The dragon appeared on his head with a smile. The guy said that he would put his life on the line. The young man's hair began to envelop the dragon. The little beast smiled widely. The guy thought that the test that the demon gave him was called the Flaming Heart, which allows unlimited generation of Supreme Black Darkness if he can complete it. Then his endurance will increase, and if you add Supreme Black Darkness as a characteristic to the features of a Titan, then failure is equivalent to death, but if he survives, then he may be able to complete the body, which usually immediately goes to the dungeon. The boy hid in the thick of darkness, thinking that instead of using the Flame Heart as just a support for the Supreme Black Darkness to strengthen the mana accumulation cycle, he would use the Flame Heart instead of his own and use it as a core, replace his blood with the giant's blood, and direct everything to the Flame Heart. In addition, he needed to organize the mana accumulation cycle around the Flame Heart. If everything worked out, he would finally possess the traits of Sur, and make the Titan's blood a source of physical and magical power, and even obtain the characteristic of the Supreme Darkness. Streams of green energy enveloped someone's eye. The young man stood on the face of an unknown creature, who was wondering if he was really an ordinary man, because he had deciphered part of the family of secret sacred scriptures and received the power of Mephistopheles, but he did not understand how the hero could become a Titan, because many mortals had overcome their natural limits thanks to their own talents or achievements, but most sought to become deities, not titans. But the young man was filled with the desire to become the flame of their world, and Surtur himself, apparently he had some kind of great plan, but there was no logic in his actions, so he was dangerous. The young man frowned tensely. The creature called it madness, thinking that this was a burning madness with a desire to succeed in any goal set, and a person who would give up everything to achieve a goal, even if it meant losing absolutely everything in the process. His eyes slightly closed. The creature thought that the young man was just like his mother, and that the boy reminded him of her. If one day the creature becomes useless, he will definitely get rid of him, so he needs to run and return home. Streams of greenish energy vitally in the space around the creature, who was thinking about the airflow. Small shining threads stretched through the air. The creature hoped that the boy would find them. The young man opened his mouth, collecting dark energy in front of him. His mutation rapidly accelerated. The fiery heart began to move, and the highest black darkness was replenished, as a result of which the speed of mana circulation increased. Scarlet energy stripes spread across the young man's body. He reached the limit. The cover of his body was torn and exposed muscles and ligaments. The first stage of molting occurred. The fiery heart became the core of the mana accumulation cycle. The hot air and flames began to envelop the guy's body. He was subject to structural metamorphosis. Hurrah thought that he had successfully become a Titan. Due to the completion of the fiery heart was also a cruel heart, and he received the full right to become the successor of the demon. The supreme darkness was integrated into his mana, and this alone is an impressive change. He is in front of him, a white substance stretched across his face. The guy thought that this is not enough. For complete stability, a second stage of molting is needed. So he will continue to break through with the momentum of the first attempt. Cadmus rose into the air. The guy's body was again enveloped in darkness. The dragon encouraged him, strengthening the skill of Bloody Haze, which cursed enemies and blessed allies. The dragon spread its wings and let out a loud squeak. The guy's body was enveloped in a dark cover on which blue energy stripes stretched. The system reported that the second mutation was complete and he achieved skin metamorphosis. The youth looked ahead confidently and said that the first molt is the metamorphosis of the bone, the second is the metamorphosis of the skin, so it can be called a rebirth, and now he has reached a completely different world. The system reported that the youth has reached the divinity of the burning giant who brings death. The third divine element has been added to the brand skill, and he has also discovered Reborn, the treasury of the vanished world, and to enter inside he must meet the requirements. The youth appeared in front of a giant magic ornament. The system asked if he wants to enter. The hero smiled slightly and agreed. Changsun was absorbed by a flash of light. The youth opened his eyelids. He found himself in front of a crowd of giants in identical robes. One of the Titans looked at him and ordered him to answer the question of whether he is the new successor to the deceased king. The guy looked at him in confusion and thought that from the Titan, the deity of hunting, was awestruck by the immense grandeur of the huge planets hanging in the air above the heads of the Titans. The guy thought that he had never even thought about seeing all the shadows of the lost world, because these are cosmic beings beyond civilization and planets, covering entire galaxies, and even at the top he cannot be sure that he could guarantee victory against such power. The Titan repeated his question again. His eye began to emit a bright light. The giant said that the guy had a human soul, but a strong aroma of the deceased king emanated from him, so he let him in despite his suspicion, after which he again asked who he was. The young man frowned slightly and thought that he knew that there were no more stars and gods in this world, but there were fire titans around, so he must be worried, because this is part of the world that has already reached its end. And in the end, these creatures are useless without a soul. Although the stars and gods despise them more than mortals, their aura is incredibly strong, so he does not understand whether this world has really died. The heroes remembered the man's smile and the words that Reborn is the heart of Surtur, as well as the will of the fire titans left after death, so it is obvious that the tests to obtain it will be very difficult. The guy spread his legs wider and shouted loudly, introducing himself as a titan, and then thought that after one wrong answer, he will simply melt now, and that Lavatine is just an item to me. It is a dynasty of fire titans in this world. The youth frowned slightly and added that he was looking for Lavatine and had come to challenge the titan, then thought that originally sacred objects of deep origin often gave tests to determine the rightful owner, so he was fully prepared and knew that it would not be easy. The titan bulged his eyes at him and said that the youth could speak, then said that he was interested in whether the boy could prove his words. The titans lined up, opening a passage along a long winding staircase. The youth directed his gaze forward. The titan said that at the end of the path was their fortress, which he must pass and return back. The men lined up in a wall behind the boy. The titan added that if he could really bring Lavatine, they would recognize him as one of them, a blood brother, the successor to the king. The youth frowned sternly and decided that in order to get to the object, he needed to gain the recognition of the shadows of this world and prove that he was worthy of being king. The hero walked up to the gate where the man was standing. The stranger said that the guy had indeed come. He smiled widely and added that most people would only need a few steps to lose their minds, and the guy in front of him ended up doing the same. The hero frowned slightly and was surprised that someone had already entered this place, and then wondered how they managed to do it. The youth asked if someone had come before him. The man crossed his arms and confirmed this, saying that he thought that these people were already approaching the 30th fortress. Changsun calmly looked at his face and thought that even with thorough preparation, the heat of the blood would make things difficult. He frowned slightly, imagined the silhouette of a person engulfed in a red glow, and thought that there was a possibility that it was a player from another civilization who had entered through another gate. But he could not afford to miss the chance to seize Reborn due to someone else's interference, so he needed to catch up with him as quickly as possible. The man lowered his head slightly and asked the boy if he knew what the test was, and then explained that he had to go through 36 gates, and the deeper he went, the harder it would be to defeat his opponents. He smiled broadly and added that the boy had no chance of defeating their fighters, but he should not worry, because each of them would have a hard time, because fighting in this place meant condemning yourself to a battle in unfavorable conditions. The hero chuckled slightly and thought that the titan looked down on him, but he had no reason to refuse, because despite the fact that he became a giant thanks to the purification ritual, he should not act too self-confident, because it would not be easy to defeat giant warriors who had gone through countless battles during which they found many gods and stars to die. The man frowned slightly and said that the fortress is considered cleared in several cases. After his victory over the guardians of the fortress, the defeated will give him their sign of recognition, or based on their subjective decision, open the door for him, after which he asked if he had any questions. The guy answered negatively. The man straightened his shoulders, looked at the guy ominously and said that his calmness and concentration were worthy of praise, and that it would be great if all the participants of the test were like him. The guy looked him in the eyes and asked if he was telling the truth, and could he open the door for him. The man opened the shutters and asked the guy to try his best. The young man appeared in front of the giant sitting with a spear. The man introduced himself to him, after which he asked what the guy's name was. The young man introduced himself to him. Gustav grinned and said that the guy had a very unusual name, after which he hoped that his skills were just as unique. The young man's eye was covered with a layer of aura. He thought that the man had a stone spear and that it was a high-level artifact, so he couldn't go straight ahead. Titan said that he saw a great shame, because a true warrior draws strength from both a healthy body and strong muscles. He struck a pose, smiled broadly and added that the guy looked very fragile, and it seemed to him that he could be broken with one blow. The young man looked at him puzzled. Titan closed his eyes. The hero thought that everything outside the dungeon looked quite large, and probably the other 35 guardians would look the same. The man put the spear on his shoulder and said that since he was testing his skills, to make everything fair, he would only use his right hand if he managed to force his left hand to connect. Or if he moved from this place, the guy would win. The system reported that the state of the fierce tiger was activated. The fangs of the fierce tiger were bared. The young man quickly got up. Titan put his hand forward, attacked the hero. The guy blocked all his blows. The man frowned angrily. The guy said that he thought Titan wanted to test his skills. Gustav asked him what he was hinting at. The guy frowned angrily and said that the fact that he wanted to test his skills obliged the guy to treat the fight as a real battle, after which he asked if Titan thought that while he would brag about himself, no one would take the chance. The man smiled widely and said that the guy was right, and that defeat was defeat, so it did not matter how it was achieved, a sudden attack or cunning. He grabbed the spear with his other hand and said that this meant that he should not give the young man any slack. The guy added that Titan himself said this because the main thing is victory, and no matter what the cost. The man frowned angrily and said that his pride would not allow him to fight a weakling like him at full strength, so the Titan would fight him in his own way. They crossed their weapons. The boy said that it was his business. The Titan laughed loudly and said that this was a great battle and he was enjoying it very much. The boy smiled slightly and thought that, according to rumors, their brains were all muscle, and apparently it was true. The boy appeared in front of tall men in red cloaks. The bearded old man said that the boy probably wanted to know how to easily defeat the giants of the lost world, after which he added with a grin that the one who was trying to become the heir of the king of the giants by absorbing his entire race was also looking for a weak spot. The young man replied that he was just curious if they had a weakness. The man replied with a calm expression that he did not want to praise his enemies, but the truth is that they had no obvious weaknesses, because they valued honor and pride above their own lives, so they could be called exceptionally skilled warriors. He missed that if he had to point out any shortcomings, it could be said that they were not particularly intelligent, and that they never thought about their actions, doing whatever they wanted, because, the boy said, he was once an abominable god, and, in this case, it would not be difficult for him to gain the recognition of the fools of the forgotten world. Besides, the nature of their essence is very similar, and when the young man encountered them, he would understand what he meant. The man launched a series of blows. The boy dodged each of them. Titan said that Changsun emitted a strong smell of their kind, and he was definitely born a man, so he did not understand where the boy could not gain such rich combat experience. The young man smiled slightly. The hunting deity listened attentively to the conversation. The tiger deity also waited for the young man's answer. The hero said that since he was so interested in it, he needed to win and find out everything himself. The Titan smiled widely and laughed and replied that the guy was trying to provoke him, and the longer their fight went on, the more he liked the hero. The hero thought that, as the man said, he had definitely aroused the Titan's interest, and the only question left was how to defeat this giant. Because he was too harsh, the system reported that he had successfully won the favor of the first guardian. The guy smiled slightly and thought that during the battle, his awakening as a giant was completed. His Hellfire mastery had also increased, because he relied on it, so he was very pleased with the result, and the moment he received the power of a giant. It seemed to him that the limiting factors of his human nature had almost disappeared, but keeping the characteristics of the Hellfire of giants under control is not an easy task, because its explosive power is simply stunning. Fire attacks rained down on the boy. He thought that trying to transform the flames into an aura to extend the blade was very difficult because it resisted fusion. It must be because the Hellfire had become stronger than he expected after being purified twice and mixed with pitch darkness. But if he could maintain its shape, he thought he could perfect it. The boy's eye was covered by darkness. His pupil began to shine. The hero thought that the enemy's movement could hide some secrets, the trajectory, his technique, the shape, and then wondered what he should do. Titan looked at him with a smile and said that apparently the enemy could not control the fire. He raised the spear and laughed, saying that it was to be expected, because the fire of their world is known to be difficult to handle even for them, because the better it obeys, the more likely the fighter will be recognized as an exceptional warrior, after which he asked if the boy wanted him to teach him. The young man asked if he could do it. Gustav looked at him ominously and said that even if he explained everything, the boy still would not be able to do it quickly, and besides, it is not considered a special technique because it is all about muscles. The man took the position of a bodybuilder and said that he has stronger and majestic muscles, and nothing in the world can withstand them. No matter how fierce the flames are, they will yield in strength to mighty muscles. The hero gritted his teeth as he listened to the words about how he needed to build up his muscles. Titan corrected himself and said that he had a muscle enhancer that would work great for him. The boy thought that if he continued to listen to him, his brain would also turn into muscles, so he should figure out how to control the Hellfire. He frowned in surprise, wondering if the answer was hidden in the limitation. A huge gust of fire burst out of his body. The boy thought that the main essence of the Hellfire was to expand and explode. Perhaps he should stop trying to forcefully subjugate it, especially considering the unpredictable pitch darkness. Force control might not work. He closed his eyes and decided that he needed to seek advice. Instead of trying to achieve this by force, the boy contacted the world of the subconscious. A giant eye opened in the sky before him. The young man asked the demon if he had anything he could teach him, because if the world were to hear that the great demon's disciple was easily crushed by a giant, he didn't think it would do him any good. The sky began to split. Mephistopheles came to the boy, telling him how much he was annoying him. The sky shattered into pieces, revealing the silhouette of the demon. He frowned in displeasure and said that the boy continued to bother him over every little thing. The hero looked at him sternly and thought that he had seen this face somewhere before. The snake deity looked at the familiar face with bewilderment. The tiger deity was shocked. Suddenly the boy raised his eyebrows in shock, realizing the resemblance to Yiyun. The demon snapped his fingers and said that there was a hell of a noise around, after which the data transmission with the gods was interrupted. The boy looked at him in surprise and thought that he could not believe that the demon blocked the views of the gods and the stars, interfered even with the administrative bureau, because this showed that his skills were on a completely different level. The demon looked at the boy in annoyance. The hero thought that perhaps his senses were heightened due to the complete awakening of the giant, and because of this, he felt an overwhelming otherworldly pressure. Mephistopheles crossed his arms. The youth looked at him and said that although he disturbed him, having such a pathetic student is far from being a match for the demon. Mephistopheles smiled slightly and said that if the boy could not fully master the craft, he would simply throw him out, but the hero grew much faster than he expected, so he thinks that his efforts paid off. The demon raised his hand above his head and began to collect energy from space, saying that he would not repeat it twice. The young man silently watched what was happening, thinking that getting involved in a sentimental relationship between a student and a teacher was not a very good idea. But he was angered by the fact that the demon did not even notice that the guy addressed him as a master. The man said that pitch darkness is an absorbing force that can turn everything into nothingness. He collected a charge of dark energy in his palm, saying that this is the force that filled the world before the beginning of time, and that the guy is trying to contain the darkness that is slowly emerging in a cruel heart with his inner strength, but it is impossible, because even he cannot do it. The demon raised his eyebrows, released a sphere of energy and said that pitch darkness by its nature strives to return to its starting point, which for it is the past, and sometimes even the moment of the beginning of time, so it is impossible to hold back a wheel that spins in the opposite direction. The guy looked at him in surprise and thought that it meant that his ability to remain unstoppable was similar to the properties of hellfire. He played the words about the wheel in his head and added that they turned back the small time loop in the underworld to send him to Earth, which means that pitch black has the same essence. He smiled and said that of course it has nothing to do with control, it rather directs, but it would be better for the guy to see once than hear several times. The young man turned around to see the Titan's appearance. He looked at him in surprise and thought that it was a stopped loop. The man stood with his mouth wide open. The guy added that time, space, everything that surrounds him froze, because absolutely everything is connected with this demon. He raised his eyebrows in confusion and thought that now he understood why the demon blocked the ability of the gods and the stars to observe him, because he not only interrupted the communication channel, but also stopped the time of the universe, calling it a loop so that no one knows what is happening. But even many stars cannot achieve such a level, no matter who they are, because they will never be able to master such a thing. The demon put his hand to the side and began to collect energy again, saying that this is exactly what pitch darkness is. The guy decided that his skill exceeds all ideas. Streams of darkness headed towards the Titan. The young man was surprised to notice that the man dissolved in the rushing streams. Energy was gathering in the air. The young man thought that this was an absolute black hole, the same emptiness that is rumored to exist outside the universe. The streams quickly gathered in one point. The hero added that the pitch black ethema is a force capable of summoning a hole in an apocalypse, but he does not understand how this can be at all, because he was interested in the potential and possibilities of the other, but he touched on something completely absurd. The heroes raised their eyebrows in surprise, hearing the word that the demon was sure that now everything became clearer to him. Changsun noticed the newly appeared image of the Titan. The demon began to dissolve in the air, saying that even if he entered the berserker mode right now, he would not be able to recreate what he had just seen in any case, but since he had a chance to become a spectator of the entire performance, he can guess how to control it, because he was shown how the pitch black ethema works, so he can try to collect it himself and use it, and this will be his first step in completely mastering the cruel heart. The young man saw him off and thought that he only needed to develop the ability correctly. The boy frowned sternly and decided that in the end, all he needed was to do it right and direct it. And the same could be said about hellfire. The main thing is not control, but direction. But since you feed well, the darkness cannot be contained. He only needs to direct its flow in the right direction. The voices of the deities returned. They were discussing with all their might what happened after the communication channel was broken, asking about what the boy was talking about with the demon, and watching the boy with suspicion. The young man grabbed his spear and rushed into battle. The administrative bureau declared a state of emergency to prevent the noise movement of the heavens. The tip of his spear was covered in a scarlet aura. The boy thought that he should focus his mental energy on the blade, if the hellfire could not be controlled, because he considered it only as a tool. Like a strengthened fishball, then now, perceiving it as part of the body, part of the giant created by the flames of the forgotten world, everything should go like clockwork. He suddenly stopped, struck a straight blow and created a powerful shockwave. The washing was directed towards the enemy. The boy thought that if he could fix this, he would have to constantly twist the gust into a spiral to give the spear tip a natural shape. The Titan frowned nervously and said that the boy was able to twist the fire into a spiral, and that he was using their technique. The tip of his spear continued to emit an aura. The guy decided that people have been using the flames of the forgotten world for a long time, continuing to hone their skills over the years, so he does not need to go back to the past to effectively control the flames. He only needs to return the giants to their fighting skills. The hero smiled widely, saying that showing this special technique was a mistake for the Titan. Powerful streams of flame crashed into the giant's weapon. A flash of light illuminated the space. The handle of the Titan cracked. He closed his eyes, holding the shaft in front of him. He frowned tensely, cursed mentally, and thought that order threw him back, although he even had to connect his second hand to the fight, but in addition to everything, the tip of his spear cracked. The guy with an unperturbed expression asked what the result was. The Titan hit the shaft of the compound. His firm voice rang out throughout the hall. Titan said that he acknowledged the participants' victory. The men stood opposite each other and announced their victory over the first guardian. Titan smiled widely, that with the skill and fluency he had demonstrated in learning new things, this man could be the one to answer all their unspoken prayers in the future. Near the entrance to the mountainous area, the voices of men could be heard discussing that the guy had actually crossed the river and that it couldn't be, so there must be another way. Nicholas stood behind everyone and said that there must be something. He frowned deeply and thought that the hero, a newbie who hadn't tried in the game world for even a year, was already demonstrating skills that only high-ranking people possess. So he must have some skeletons in his closet, and it was no wonder that he thought that such a cautious guy was too easy to let them follow him. The man looked away, remembered his ally, and thought that he hadn't seen him since arriving at this station, and that the Iron Mask had lost the man's trust immediately after becoming a demon. Nicholas added that the guy was definitely a demonic person, because he was clearly plotting something with Adley because they disappeared at the same time, as if they were following some kind of plan, so it looked very suspicious, and his suspicion was quite valid considering the abnormal progress of the newbie in the demonic arts. A powerful discharge and lightning struck the rocks. The man added that right now they were most likely holding meetings on the other side of the Fire River, where they were coming up with a new plan for further action, a plan to bring down danger on them. The man tensely looked away. Muriel stepped forward. The guys will try to warn her. A familiar voice sounded in her head, asking for salvation. Streams of energy connected with her, enveloping the girl's body. The goblin frowned slightly and said that something definite was about to happen. He smirked slightly and thought that if this was the work of the merchants at another station, they would immediately try to throw them out, but he did not mind. The old man imagined the image of a guy standing in front of a giant fiery eye and thought that he saw how the hero connected with the Titan with the eye, which he threw into the fiery river to observe the heart of Surtur. The hero defeated the next opponent, holding 2 daggers in his hand. The goblin thought that perhaps it was time to hold a meeting of the merchants after so many years, and that he was already anticipating the expressions on the faces of old colleagues. But in any case, the hero correctly opened Reborn and fully took possession of the title of heir, so now he does not need to say anything, because the man himself will pave the way for him with roses. Despite the coming apocalypse, the legacy left by the great world is not in vain remains huge. A huge number of system notifications appeared in the air, telling about the guy's improvements. One of the tasks required defeating the 19th gatekeeper, who used a whip weapon. The Titan swung his whip and said that they had long been recognized as worthy warriors, so they wanted to win the fights of a warrior at the peak of his skill. After which he said that he wanted to give the guy a temporary rest for as long as it takes. The young man rushed into battle, smiling, thinking that he had little time, but he would have time to finish all this, no matter what, after which he thanked and said that he would continue without rest. The Titan swung and hit the ground with his whip. The guy asked him if he knew what ecstasy was, and said that he did not want to lose this feeling for anything. The giant replied that after his words he wanted to put in even more effort. The guy smiled ominously and decided that he could not afford to lose concentration while at the peak of personal growth. The giant gate opened in front of the guy. The system reported the successful passage of 30 gates and announced the arrival at the 31st gate. The guy looked inside with confidence. The hero saw a man inside, dressed in an oversized jacket. The stranger recognized the hero. The guy frowned and played in his head the words that, according to rumors, a guest came to them, and that he was called with the son of the Iron Mask, the same one who defeated the giant of the transcendental race. The blonde looked at the hero and said that he never thought that they would meet in such a place. A slight ominous aura emanated from the man. The guy noticed this and thought that it filled the entire space, was demonic energy, and with such a frequency level there could only be one Adley. The old man looked back at him with a smile. The boy thought that the leader of all the non-human heretics, the Demon King, was the one who was most feared in France, and that he was a legendary figure who had gone through the path of becoming from a simple player and a demonic man to a high-ranking duke. The boy frowned sternly and added that he understood the nature of demonic people more than anyone. He had killed many of them, destroyed enough clans of assassins. Perhaps one could say that he was similar to the leader of a clan, and it was impossible to predict his true intentions, but besides, this is a divine name. The system reported that the first sorcerer looked at him. The man frowned slightly and said that he did not even have time to finish the raid, and besides, he did not want to reveal his identity, after which he wondered whether he should get rid of the guy since he had a chance to see their work. The Titan called out to him and said that he couldn't do that. The system reported that the ruined fortress had begun to recover, and preparations began for the battle with the guardian of the 31st gate. The giant squeezed the handle of the bow and said that Simon had managed to pass 31 trials so he could move on to the next one, because if he didn't leave the trial, he would personally take care of retrieving it so that he could try again next time. The man raised his eyebrows in surprise, saying that these words were said by the guy he had beaten to death, but he didn't think he could do anything about it, so they would chat a little later. The guy frowned sternly, thinking that this was a demigod with the name of the first sorcerer, and that he had assumed that they would meet one day. There was definitely no such picture in his head. The hero wondered what the man was doing in this place, and maybe he was also looking for Reborn. The Titan fired a few arrows from the bow and suggested that they begin. The boy ran straight towards the shells, thinking that he needed to concentrate on the remaining battles, but he couldn't stop thinking about this headache. The arrow hit the ground with incredible force. The system reported that the skill of rain and arrows had been acquired and they had arrived at the 32nd gate. At the 11th gate, the man looked at the boy and asked if he would stop for a moment. The boy stood in front of him and asked if he wanted to say something. The man answered in the affirmative and asked if he was looking for the core of Reborn, the heart chamber where Lavatine was located. The boy looked at him and asked if he wanted to say that he hadn't come for that. The man frowned slightly and confirmed his guess, telling him that he was hunting for another thing, namely a collection of 15 poems that was located in the heart chamber. The boy looked at him suspiciously and thought that he didn't need his item. Simon, with a serious expression on his face, said that, to be more precise, he needed a parchment of human skin with these verses. The boy asked in surprise what it meant. The man said that the real treasure that he had been looking for years would have divided the world in search of it for 1,000 years, so the boy could take any other treasure for himself. But he could not touch these verses. The man offered the boy a deal. They say that he would provide any necessary support in exchange for what he wanted. His voice was heard down the corridor. The man said that the mission description said that Reborn includes 36 fortresses, but in fact, in the farthest corner of the treasure-filled heart chamber, the 37th room is hidden, the existence of which is not even known to the past rulers of this world. However, it seems to him that this place will not be easy to find alone, so he wants to offer to join efforts. The boy looked away and thought about the fact that even Thanatos does not know anything about the 37th room. Then something special is definitely hidden there, but the problem is that the interlocutor is the only one who suggested something like this. He frowned deeply, thinking that this was a dark magician, and whose intentions could only be guessed at, so the young man might regret getting involved with it. But his curiosity was much stronger, after which he asked the man what these verses were, because he was not going to unite with a person who was hiding something. The blonde looked at him calmly and said that if he told everything, the guy would have to unite, because he would not allow him to simply run away with this information, and in that case he would kill the guy, even if it cost him his divine name. The guy looked at his interlocutor in surprise, hearing the words about the first and last giantess Basla. Changsun presented the golden key and thought. He shuddered just from the mention of this name, but maybe it was just a coincidence. The man raised his hands. The young man replied that he did not know anything in particular. The interlocutor was very surprised by this. He frowned in surprise and said that the boy had come a long way to the treasury and had never heard of it, and then asked if the boy thought he would believe it. The boy looked him in the eye seriously, confirmed it, and said that the giant was the first and last king of the Titans, so it was clear to him that Basla was far from a minor deity, so the man could tell about it. The blonde introduced the dark silhouetted girl in gold jewelry, and said that she was the goddess of the gods and the queen of the kings who ruled the three worlds, Muspelheim, Jotunheim, and Niflheim, before you were divided, and that Basla was one of the creatures of the past universe who earned the title of Queen of the Gods. The hunting deity hurriedly asked her mother if this story was true. The snake deity silently watched the conversation with obvious incomprehension in her eyes. The blonde with a calm expression added that he was looking for poems that contained the remains of her white power. He imagined a starry sky and said that at the beginning of all beginnings, when the universe was just beginning. The man imagined a powerful explosion, ending the sentence by saying that several of the scattered fragments turned into worlds. He imagined hot mountains with rivers of lava, saying that the first of them was Muspelheim, the home of the fire giants. Then he imagined snow-capped peaks, calling Jotunheim the second world, the home of the frost giants. The man then imagined various planets hovering in the sky, and said that the third world was Niflheim, where all sorts of monsters existed alongside giants, but because these three worlds were formed from fragments. He imagined a picture of a battle, and finished the sentence by saying that they could not be considered complete because each of them sought unity, forced to merge with other worlds and civilizations, so that the three worlds that fought for dominance ended up alone and united under the rule of one great being. The guy looked into the eyes of the interlocutor and asked if this being was Basla. The man raised his hand, confirmed this and said that no matter how powerful the side is, because its death is inevitable, and after the death of the goddess, the three worlds quickly lost their greatness, were forced to survive on the outskirts of the universe. The snake deity showed dissatisfaction with the story of the demon king. The man added that Niflheim does not count because he more than recouped his loss. The snake deity sighed with relief. He imagined powerful streams of flame rising to the sky, and said that in any case, due to the Great War that began at that time, the perished world faced an apocalypse that is still happening now, and Jotunheim turned into a world whose location is unknown to anyone. And the fact that all three worlds experienced a rise and fall, completely depending on the fate of Basla, shows how significant a being she was. And there are rumors that the magic of the former main god of Asgard, who is no longer alive, in his youth, the father of warrior shamans. The hero looked at his interlocutor with suspicion. The man finished the sentence on the topic that this magic originated from the art of the goddess. The young man repeated what he heard. He imagined the image of the old man and thought that in principle he knew that the runic magic that the old man taught him arose thanks to Odin, and, apparently, it originated from the magic of the goddess. Simon looked at the guy and said that the only queen goddess who managed to unite and rule the giants was her, so he wants to get the scroll with the remnants of her power, and, as it seems to him, this explanation will be enough. The guy frowned angrily and decided that the enemy was confident that he could kill him, because this is too important information that no one would just reveal. And Simon said that he was afraid of the dead apostle, who could rise again as a master at any moment. He imagined how the administrator opened the huge gate, and thought that many creatures hold old grudges against the man, so it is understandable why he needs these verses. I no doubt he wants to avoid all the aces in order to later ascend and become a full-fledged god, achieving transcendence, so he wonders if Peter's key was locked in the tomb for a reason, because it cannot be a simple coincidence. The hero smiled slightly and said that he understood the man's goal, after which he asked him why he needed the guy's help, since he seemed quite capable of overcoming the remaining gates on his own. The interlocutor looked at the guy and said that this was his 24th attempt, and each time he was hampered by circumstances. He raised his hand, saying that the first obstacle was that he was a half-breed, not an awakened giant. The young man replied that if he was not a giant, it should be impossible for him to go through the entire path. The man irritably replied that he was taking him for the wrong one. The blonde frowned angrily and added that the first had reached the rank of a sorcerer in the Great Holy Land, so he would easily find a way around it, but being an incomplete giant, he would not be able to reach the core itself. The man imagined three girls in masks and thought that the second problem was the last guardian, the four-headed guardian. He remembered the man telling him that he could defeat all the guardians using his powers, but to defeat the last one, he needed to be well prepared, because she had a special ability to simultaneously see three different destinies of her enemy with her three heads. Simon calmly added that he probably knew more about her than anyone else, and he also had some kind of plan, and the guy, no matter what he used, became a giant, which meant he had some kind of plan. The hero looked him in the eyes, confirmed this and asked how the man even got to this place, seeing that the first station was only one passage to the goal. The man closed his eyes, grinned and said that he went through the portal. Lightning raged behind the walls of the fortress. The system reported that the squad was formed and overcame the fourth gate. Sinmara tilted one of her heads and said that she saw a familiar face, then asked about who was with her friend, because he had a strong smell of a giant, and, apparently, he was the child that the other warriors were talking about. She raised her head and added that before the final battle, she should predict the fate of the players, because her prediction is mandatory. The guy frowned ominously and raised his hand, thinking about the words of the man who said that he should be wary of only one thing, not to catch her eye, to avoid contact with her as much as possible. The guy remembered the smiling man who said that he should be wary of a second glance. The young man began to emit chaotically raging energy. The girl twitched slightly and said that it was strange. She said with an unperturbed expression that every living being, be it a god or a human, usually undergoes one of the phases: birth, growing up, aging, illness, and death, but the guy does not have this, so she does not feel his fate, after which she asked if he knew that he had already experienced death several times. The guy looked at her in surprise and, thinking about her words, thought that the girl's three faces were able to discern three types of destinies. The left face looked into the past, the central one into the present, and the right one into the future, and any mortal who has a soul goes through reincarnation and accumulates karma. The guy appeared before the girl. The flame around him was swirling. He thought that when a person comes out of this cycle, he reaches the stage of liberation and gains particles of divinity or immortality. If she cannot discern the fate of life, then she managed to see his past life or another of his previous incarnations. The young man frowned angrily and decided that this was something else. Perhaps the girl sees not a past life, but the current one, the one in which he refused to be the sunset of the gods, And that's right, something more, however, he does not understand what exactly. Simon spread his arms out to the sides and created magic projectiles, saying that he would repay for all the humiliation he had to endure. The girl looked at him. The guy thought that he should cut off his right head to prevent her from reading the future. Dark energy emanated from her body. The deity of the first sorcerer opened the demonic zone. Sinmara said that their attempts were in vain, because the man's defeat was already predetermined. A huge stream of flame and dark energy swirled in the air next to her. The man looked at what was happening in surprise. He frowned tensely and guessed that the chances were 50/50. Changsun, who took the form of Hellfire, was approaching the girl. The man said that he did not know that the guy would actually become a full-fledged giant. The youth frowned angrily. The system reported a double application of the spill effect and a successful evolution. He smiled contentedly. His title evolved to the vessel of the giant Jigui. That's how this video ends. If you have sat through to the end, please don't forget to press the subscribe button and leave feedback. See you in the next video.